ポケモンユナイトのアジア頂上決戦ポケモンユナイトアジアチャンピオンズリーグ2026ファイナルズにようこそ
Hello there everyone, welcome to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League's finals. This is day number 2. This is speaking on the caster's desk with JJ Kun, and we're so hyped and we're so ready to see the second day and the final day of Asia Champions League. A lot of matches have been prepared in the table. JJ, any expectations for today?
皆様、今日ファイナルの Day2 ですので、今日一日よろしくお願いします。さあ、チャンピオンの決まる、今日の Day2 ですが、本日 MC を担当する岸大我です。よろしくお願いします。そして
はい、アシスタント MC を務めます日本テレビアナウンサーの佐藤真知子です。よろしくお願いします。お願いします。ありがとうございます。さあ、今回こちらの配信はですね、日本から世界に向けて配信されています。英語での配信を希望される方は海外キャスターがお送りしているボッチェパーティーのチャンネルもありますので、
Well, there's just a lot of things to consider as well. Tournament JJ, knowing that there are a lot of teams really taking that most of it, having that guaranteed spot in the Worlds. If you became the champion or the second place of this tournament, there's just a lot of things that could happen for today, JJ. There might be a lower bracket unexpected run. There could be a complete domination from the upper bracket. No one knows what will happen unless we watch the matches today.
今日ね Day2 なんですが、佐藤さん、もう今日ね Day2 から出られるということで、
そうなんですよ。
昨日は日本テレビ時代の後輩の顔で夏美アナウンサーがね進行担当してくれましたけども、本当に僕の日本テレビ時代の先輩なんですけれども。
Let's talk about what happened yesterday. I think there were a lot of matches yesterday that were kind of like surprising. I mean, we did see Oni go down on the lower bracket. So, what are the things that you think are most surprising that happened yesterday?
Well, personally, I think it's the first victory in the international stage of the China region, specifically here in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Finals, wherein Dark Peach actually defeated Reckoning Esports in their best-of-3 matchup. No one really expected that, since we've known China region haven't been winning a lot of matches in the global stage, but they just did have their first win. Not a series, actually a series though. Despite falling even backwards into the lower bracket, but the fact that they actually took one step forward, that is such a promising, knowing that their region is very, very promising as well in the esports life.
No, yeah, but then, it was also interesting to see that two of the LAIC teams were immediately dropped down into that of the lower bracket as well, which actually they are going to be the ones going up against each other for, I believe, the second lower bracket round, the second round for the lower bracket. There you go. Since we're going to be starting off with the GMU versus Reject, and then of the lower bracket. So there has been quite a lot of matches yesterday that was very very surprising, and of course at the same time, Nemesis as well was it was generally speaking, right, Onyx versus Nemesis usually at the very end, but this time not only did Nemesis win against Onyx, but they did win 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, Onyx has been such a strong and formidable opponent for Team Nemesis to handle. And not just that, Team Nemesis as well was able to defeat Force Gaming yesterday, which is actually from the LAIC as well in 2-0. So far, it has been a smooth sailing boat for Team Nemesis. But let's not deny this is the same case as well for Dignitas, still remaining undefeated, and they would have to go to each other later on in the upper bracket semis.
And now it is, we just have the opening ceremonies as well for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Finals 2026. We did, however, I just want to say that we kind of missed the Pikachu dance. There was supposed to be a Pikachu dance, or maybe it only happened on site in the stadium. So I was hoping that we get to see that as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of Pikachu dances before, not just here in ACL, but in to different places around the globe, and it's just such joy that comes into your heart when you see those Pikachu dancing. It gives you a good vibe that you'll just have to smile whenever you see these Pikachus who's just dancing, greeting you along the way. Just pure fun way to see those Pokemon be able to bring joy to everyone.
There you go. Yeah, no. I personally haven't seen. I'm sure have you seen a Pikachu dance?
Yeah, I did. There was a Pikachu dance in the Philippines. I don't know if you've seen it, but there's a lot of Pikachu dances that happened here in the Philippines last year, man.
No, I haven't seen. I mean, like, I know, but like I haven't seen any personally. That's what I mean. But anyway, going to this, we do have some of our overview of what was happening with this tournament. Of course, it's the first 5v5 Pokemon strategy battle, team strategy battle game. We have 5 players per team, 10 minutes matches. And of course, this is the Asian Championships to determine qualification for the World Championships 2026. And the teams coming in playing here are 12 teams, 4 teams rather, 4 teams from the Japan League, Southeast Asian League, the 3 teams. We have the India League, there we go. The Japan and India 4 teams from the regional open qualifiers. APAC as well will have that. China will get only 1 team, and the Latin America regional qualifiers, or LAIC, will get 3 teams as well. So those are the teams that will be going to the World Championship Series. So 4 teams from Japan, 3 from Southeast Asia, 1 from India League, regional open qualifiers. For Japan, APAC, and India, China region as well, and the LAIC. There you go.
Yeah, I'm just excited on what's about to unfold for today, JJ. Let's remind everyone, for those who haven't been tuning in today, Pokemon UNITE Esports, or maybe not watching that much, that the champion team and the second placer team will have an automatic slot for Worlds. So there's just a lot of front-running teams out here, but we never know what's going to happen at the lower bracket.
Oh yeah, but now we are going to be introducing our first matchup for today. There you go, GMU. There
we go. All right, for those of you who doesn't know yet, or are actually very new into Pokemon UNITE, I will be giving everyone a brief introduction on who GMU actually is. So GMU is actually a team who qualified into their own open qualifiers from the Japan Winter. So the team is composed of Wu as your leader, Kiryu, Mary, Nana, Yama, and CTR. Again, they were the champion from the Japan Winter Tournament. Oh, this one is actually. This one is Japan national team.
So this is the national team, the one that I mentioned yesterday, right? The national team for the Asian Games. There you go.
Man, just seeing this all-star team, it's scary to think of that you're going to be going up against on the future tournaments, man. And there has been a lot of talks on who are going to be the regions to compete in Asian Games. So definitely Japan is one. Then we have Philippines, which is mostly composed of Team Nemesis plus Lance, which is a former member of Team Nemesis as well. And as far as I know, Hong Kong has one as well, which is going to be Xingdi and others. So I haven't heard yet from the other regions, but we still have a lot of time. There is still like how many months before the Asian Games, because that would happen around September to October.
Yeah, this is, we have been discussing this as well in the previous months. Even last year, we were already talking about this, that Japan thus far for the Asian Games is, I'd say, arguably the scariest team to go up against in Pokemon UNITE for Asian Games, just because of the fact that most of the players in most of the teams, right? Most of the players in their teams are comprised of different nationalities. Whereas Japan is one of those regions that has mostly all-star players. The only ones I believe, if I'm not mistaken, if memory serves me right, the only other regions aside from Japan that has what do you call this? That has the same players on the same region are the Philippines. Of course, that's Nemesis, and the other one being Rise, Sonic Rise.
That is going to be scary, man. And I haven't heard yet of the Thailand region, but if ever they do, they would be having that kind of lineup as well. But here we go, our official tournament ambassador for the Asia Champions League making his entrance as well.
ダンスから始まり、そしてレディーゴーからまた始まり、そして日本代表のメンバーが揃って、宮田さんが出るというもう豪華なスタートになりました。
いやもう本当に日本代表の皆さんのなんか覚悟の表情というのも見られて、日本を背負っているんだなっていうのはすれ違った時にすごい感じて。話しかけられなかったです。
そうですよね。なんか試合に入るときとまた違った雰囲気が。
そうですよね。
そして昨日Day1がありましたけど、今日のDay2どんなところに注目して見ていきますか。
昨日が本当に白熱していて、今日そこのね勝ち残った皆さんの中からアジアのチャンピオンが決まるっていう、より昨日よりより緊張感があって白熱するような試合がたくさん見られるんじゃないかなと思っています。
Because I heard too.
これからどういった戦いがあるかわかりませんけどね。
そうですよね。で、宮田さん本日もウォッチパーティー配信されると。
今日ちょっと行かせていただきますね。はい。
何かこうメッセージとかありますか？
そうですね。もうきっと見ているとやりたくなるんですよ、ポケモンユナイト。で、僕も昨日Day1やって、なんか選手が使っているように自分もやりたいなと思って家帰ってから。何回かやってたんだけどうまくいかなくってきっと今日も同じような気持ちに自分自身はなるんじゃないかなと思っているんですけども、本当にウォッチパーティーの方でも皆さんと一緒にこの大会を盛り上げられたらいいなと思っているので、皆さんぜひ見てください。
But what I understand is they have been talking about Day1, what are the thoughts, what are the impressions.
ぜひね、ここ見てほしい、ここをぜひ見ながら応援してほしいというポイントがあれば。
そうですね、もう皆さんの本当に覚悟を持ってチャンピオンを目指して頑張っていると思うので、皆さんでどのチームも全力で応援してこの大会を盛り上げてほしいなと思いますので、皆さん今日は最後までよろしくお願いします。よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます。
There we go again. Tochiya Miyata-san, the official tournament ambassador for Pokemon UNITE Asia Champions League 2026.
昨日のエキシビションもありまして、より熱が上がっている宮田さんだと思います。さあ、それではまもなく試合を始めてまいりましょう。エキシビションもありまして、より熱が上がっていると思います。さあ、それではまもなくローアセカンド選手の入場です。参りましょう。初めに登場するのは GMU。
Here we go, GMU.
ローアセカンド選手の入場です。
There we go, GMU again, the qualified team from the Japan Winter Tournament, and they're actually going up against with a team who is on the same region as well, JJ. But before that, let us introduce, of course, the roster once again for GMU. So for GMU, they are composed of the following players. We do have Wu as their leader, Kiryu, Mary, Nana, Yama, and CTR as their backup player. Look at that, man.
There you go, and of course the next one being Reject.
Alright, Reject, probably one of the toughest team as well in Japan. The third placer in the Japan League actually composed of Kiryu, Haruto, Overlord, Pavone, Satake, and Yumenyan.
No, but yeah, remember that we are currently on the lower bracket as well. So whoever loses this match will have to say goodbye to the tournament. So it's actually not what would you feel about it? You know, being the first match of the day, and it's already the crucial moment of your lifeline as well. That if you do lose, I would feel really bad about it.
Yeah, really bad, really pressured as well on what's about to happen. Because if I were in the toes of these players, I would be very cautious. I would be overthinking a lot of things wherein I have to avoid the mistakes. I have to play perfectly so that we could just continue our tournament run. And knowing that this is just part of the obstacle as well, it's going to be tough because how many matches do you have to play just so that you could go back into the grand finals? You have to play at around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, if I'm not mistaken. 5th is going to be lower bracket finals. And in order for you to climb up into the grand finals, you have to get passed by that.
And then you also have to think that your opponent from the upper bracket already has 1 win automatically from the best of 5, no resets.
That's going to be very tough. And knowing that this bracket has a tough situation, just imagine that given that if you win this matchup, regardless of who team you are, you will be going up against CACM or Force Gaming, which is actually a powerhouse team as well. We saw how good CACM yesterday going up against with Fennel. It's just they fell a little bit too short, but their performance was phenomenal.
No, I totally agree with you. And really, I mean, let's be honest, almost everyone's performances were really good. And none of them actually disappointed, you know. They played very well and to their very best as well. So it's really interesting to see how they're going to be faring off again for today, mainly because of the fact that, again, everything is on the line right now. It's not like yesterday where they still can have some sort of mistake. I'm not saying that they're making some mistakes, but like they have that leeway of having a second life, which is now at the lower bracket. But now they don't have that leeway anymore, and they have to give everything that they have starting now.
Yeah, you know, no room for a mistake. Definitely you have to be proficient, or let's say, you know, you have to be perfect. That's the proper term that I'd have to give to everyone else, because one step backward, it could be the downfall of your team, and it could be the end of the journey here in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. But still, definitely you have to feel confident. Definitely this pressure must not be a setback for you as a player or as a team, so you could give everything you've got.
No, yeah, and right now, again, we're going to be starting off with GMU and Recheck, and it's... I don't want to be in their position, dude. I really don't want to be in their position. Being the first main stage match, right? And I don't want to think about what's going to happen. But anyway, before we dive well into our match, don't forget that we are on the Twitch as well, Twitch broadcast, so make sure you watch and get yourself an exclusive Charizard Pokemon Unite chat badge.
Yeah, and that is going to be up until March 31, despite that we only have our Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League until today, which is the 29th March. So if you can't get it today, you can still get it tomorrow and the upcoming 31st of March. Definitely, you have a lot of time, but make sure to take note of the timestamp. That is, of course, GMT +8, because there are different time zones around the globe. So make sure to take a note of that, because you would want that awesome Charizard badge.
And at the same time, right, like if you are watching right now, or at least if you have your phones open right now or phones or Nintendo Switch 2 devices open right now, you could head over to the Pokemon Unite app, and you can now start claiming the the jersey, the shirt, and the cap cosmetics, your holowares, right, for the game. So have you gotten the one yesterday, the background, the sticker, and the frame? Because I did.
As far as I know, I claimed it, but I haven't claimed the ones for today. So I'll make sure to open my account later on off the camera, because we're gonna be casting some awesome matches. Yeah. Oh, you just did right now?
I just did right now.
Oh no. Oh wait. 8:30. Okay. I gotta. Wait, 838. Okay, I gotta open my game right now as we are casting on the desk because I might just miss the biggest opportunity to get it.
This is the 2026 shirt jersey that you can now claim for free as long as you open the game. Go to events, go to PUACL 2026 spectator event, click on spectate, and then automatically you'll get the items.
All right, I just logged in my Pokemon Unite. It's really loading fast, JJ, and I have to claim it. All right, I'm looking for the tab right now. Okay, events. All right,
Yes, events.
Wait, I'm navigating on the events.
PUACL 2026 spectator event.
Where's the event? Hold up.
It's
Events, there we go.
events, yeah.
Events, and then PUACL spectator, spectate. There
Yep,
we go.
There you go. And
I
you
got
just
it.
claim it.
Wait, what? I didn't claim mine yesterday?
You didn't claim yours yesterday, but I did. So, ladies and gentlemen, all church alike, you got it here, folks. First year exclusive. They weren't able to get in the rewards yesterday. They're not a true Pokemon fan, you know what I'm saying? Like, no, they're not a player.
No, here's the thing. We played yesterday. I opened the game.
Sure.
It's just I haven't been able to claim it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Whatever you say, man.
Yeah, I hear you. Come on. But anyway, JJ, we still have a match waiting for us. Again, It's going to be GMU and Reject, both coming in from Japan region. And might to tell you that there are only 3 teams from the Japan region remaining as far as I can tell. Oh, actually 4, because Scars actually made it through as well up against Team 1 yesterday.
No, yeah. With that being said, again, there are a lot of things that we need to look. There are a lot of things that we can look forward to going into this match, but then again, for those who are looking forward towards those matches from the upper bracket, we are not going to have that until until 3:30 in the afternoon GMT plus 8 estimately, because we don't know what's going to happen. Just like yesterday, there were a lot of things that were not expected, that we were behind this game. You know, that's possibly why we didn't see the Pikachu dance as well. But you know, we are going to be focusing. Of course, this is more of a Pokemon Unite focused event, so we are definitely prioritizing the matches as well. So right now, we are waiting for them to get set up. Hopefully, they do get set up very quickly. I believe there should be another Pikachu dance again. Man, I want to see the Pikachu dance, bro.
Yeah, me too. I want to see once again. But I think we also have our second matchup for later on the broadcast in line here, which is going to be Onyx Rise versus Full Sense. We're getting a lot of rematch from the same region. Right now we have Japan versus Japan, and then later on we have Southeast Asian teams going up head-to-head in our broadcasted match. So let's just hope that we get to see Full Sense, because as far as I can remember, we haven't seen them last night. Yeah, we haven't seen them.
We were supposed to have Full Sense, but unfortunately, due to some difficulties, we were not able to do that, and instead we went for Fennel versus Godlike Esports, which, by the way, was an awesome match as well.
Yeah, I mean, Godlike Esports definitely showed that they are a promising team. They almost stole the game, actually, on that series, best of 3. But at the end of the day, their opponent was just one step ahead of them. But for sure, definitely, I'd have to look forward more and more to Reckoning Esports and to their India region as well.
Oh, yeah. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, all trains alike, again, we are running a a drops event on Twitch right now. So if you're watching on Twitch, I think we are on Twitch as well, because we have another broadcast, right? We have another English broadcast, which is, well, doing the sub stage. We are the main broadcast right here. If you do watch us or them on Twitch, you can get the Charizard Pokemon Unite exclusive chat badge. And either or, really. So yeah, I guess you could have both of the streams open. This one for the main stage and that one for the sub stage, so you can get to watch both of the matches together.
Yeah, I'm just excited on the matches. You know, we're just waiting for the setup of the players. But you know, let's make our predictions here, JJ. I'm gonna steal that line from Danley. Any predictions for this matchup?
My brain is loading. Hold up. It's. Before I answer the question, though, let's take a look at the format here. So it's going to be a best of 3, grand finals, a best of 5. However, 1 point ahead for the one coming from the upper bracket. The general rules, of course, we have a 10-minute match, 5v5, custom battle. We're going to be playing on Clear Sky Ruins and Groudon, because we can have the we can have the Rayquaza and the Kyogre, but we're only going to be playing on the Groudon pick. Yeah. And then, of course, we don't have any restrictions of the held items, max level, everything. Boost emblems, we cannot use that. It is banned. And, of course, global bans is going to be the Zapdos and the Moltres, mainly because of the fact that it has just arrived.
Yeah, just arrived on the prey. And we have Articuno in the future as well. So make sure to mark your calendars because there's going to be a lot of Pokemons joining the fray. But of course, it is going to still be the standard draft mode, but instead of 2 bans, we get to ban 3 Pokemons each team. So pretty standard, JJ. There's nothing new aside from the fact that we get to ban 3 Pokemons per team. And might to tell you, there's also a knockout draft system as well. So all Pokemons that you use during Game 1 cannot be used for the entire series.
No, yeah, for sure. So you really need to be wary of which Pokemon you're going to be using for the first one, and then of course that will affect what you're going to be using for the next one as well. So this is essentially what we're talking about here. So once you've used a set of Pokemon for game number 1, you can't use it for game number 2, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, just imagine that if you're a grand finalist contender, you would have an automatic, and you played all the way to game number 4, which is essentially game 5. You will be having an automatic 15 Pokemons banned plus the 6 from both teams. So that's around 21 Pokemons that cannot be used in the game anymore. So definitely we will be seeing the creativity of the teams, be able to analyze the situation even more in the game, just so that they could take home those victory.
And this is one of the the most interesting thing that happened to Pokemon Unite, is just so that we get to see a lot more Pokemon in the fray, more compositions and all that. So really it's what we want to see from these players. But at least now we do have some team sets as well. We didn't get to see this yesterday, but now I believe this is just a team sets average for the entire tournament. So Boo, there you go, Pee-wee at 89. What's the best one among all of them? So Pavone at 116 for goals, for KOs, Overlord and Satake both at 3.8, and for assists Pavone still has that one. So definitely getting a highlight here, Pavone. If once given an MVP, it's definitely that.
Yeah, just huge ton of contribution in the scoring and assist department as well. But for the KOs, we have Satake and Overlord being the main core of the team as an all-rounder, as a central laner. So definitely there's just a lot of things for you to consider as well when you're going up against Reject. Everyone could just pop off out of nowhere. And at the same time, PU out there, despite not having the largest amount of numbers, you can definitely felt his impact once you are watching his games.
No, that is for sure. And I just want to reiterate here, Overlord is a flex player, can definitely play in the the defender, play the support, or play the core here. As we can see here, the history of their matches, Pokemon history that they have. So you can see there the Pokemon. These are the Pokemon that they've used yesterday. So amazing players.
Yeah, that was Trevenant, and we saw Venusaur, right? And the other one was Delmise. So I want to see another Delmise right now, JJ. There has been a lot of great setup plays for the Delmise yesterday, and some of them they were able to finish the job. Some of them were not, but you gotta love those anchors just pulling you apart and be able to shred down those health. And definitely, this is one of my favorite Pokemons to see in the broadcast and as a player as well to play on. So. Really expecting another Delmise to appear in the fray for today.
Dude, I just want to say something off the broadcast, but I do really love those headrests. Do you see those headrests with the Pokemon UNITE EOS logo? The headrests.
Where is it?
The headrest, like the one behind their heads.
Oh no! I misheard. I thought you were saying headdress.
No, headrest.
Headrest, right. All right. My brain is kind of lagging simply because I have to give you Pokepads for losing our show match deal. Oh no.
Yes.
All right, yeah, okay. Headrest. I mean, I would want one.
Yeah.
I would want one, definitely. Same thing with a chair. Why not get it as a set, man? Come on.
Man, I'm not really a big fan of those chairs, honestly. Kind of hurts my back.
Oh really? I mean,
yeah.
I mean, it feels comfortable at first. I'm not quite sure if you're gonna be.
It's leather too. It's leather too. Like if you bring it to here at our place, it's just gonna stick. You know, we're not that humid. It's not appropriate for our thing.
Yeah, it's really hot here in the Philippines. So well, why don't we check the weather for today, JJ? Weather forecast.
What are we doing? We're doing the weathers now.
I mean, we managed to talk about it. We were, tackling about it as well. Might as well check it, right? So
it's 29 degrees Celsius right now.
It's 30 on my end, so pretty much a little bit aligned. Yeah, pretty much the same. But yeah, here we go, JJ. Game number 1 of our first matchup for today. Again, GMU and Reject, both part of the Japan region, but this is the lower bracket. One team from the region would have to bid farewell after this matchup.
Bans here. We only got to see Surfetched once, never again. It's gonna be stuck to the I think at least for the grand finals we'll be able to see Surfetched. But then they can still ban out, others. So I mean, I guess there's a possibility we might not be able to see Surfetched anymore, but we'll see. So right now the first pick going into GMU, that is gonna be the Blastoise.
Yeah, very solid defender. It can attack as well with big damage. And the setups, definitely Blastoise is one of the go-to defenders regardless of what the meta is. Simply because this Pokemon is so good, very well-rounded, very diverse. You can even use it as a special attacker for the team, not just a defender, or simply provide the setups.
I mean, at least they do have the Disrupt and the repositioning Pokemon that comes into the form of the Psyduck and the Buzzwole. But I think with that being in the case, at least they would still have the Machamp later down the line. But Overlord going back into the Zoroark, possibly the Aegislash as well, I think they're gonna go in to funnel Overlord being the core of this team. And Empoleon, I think, is going to be the first time we're going to be seeing it if they do decide to go for that. So instead, they're going to go in for the Garchomp.
Now, we have a lot of concerns yesterday, JJ, with regards to the results of Garchomp gameplay, simply because this Pokemon has to be babysitted for like how many minutes just so that it could get the power spike. While on the other hand, for GMU, the Cramorant, and if this Dodrio gets locked in, just needs a small amount of time for you to get those power spikes. And with a Snorlax and a Blastoise, those kind of setups would be really easy for them to set up the plays.
Here you go. Starting off, it is going to be GMU with the Blastoise, with the Alcremie, the Cramorant, the trio and the Snorlax. Going into the side of Reject, it is going to be the Psyduck, the Buzzwole, the Garchomp, the Inteleon, which this is going to be the first time we're going to be seeing that. And of course, the Eldegoss. And I think they have to be wary of this, the trio. We saw how the trio worked, especially with the help of the Snorlax. It's very mobile. There's also the the Whirlwind coming in from the Cramorant. The crowd control of this is going to be quite devastating, especially if they can isolate Pokemon into the side of Reject.
Yeah, knowing that Overlord will be needing a lot of time just so that he could evolve into Garchomp, definitely a great way to counter for GMU, since they are dedicated to disrupt his position, be able to steal away those wild Pokemon from the central area. That is going to be the main focus here for GMU, because if not, definitely that Garchomp could hit really hard against their team.
Oh yeah, and here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, all trades alike, the first match of the day and the first game as well. And here you go.
Here we go. Pretty excited, JJ. A lot of expectations. The crowd has been divided from the fan base on who to cheer on, because both of them coming in from Japan region. But look at the aggression as well coming from Rejects, making sure to push back the Pokemons from GMU just so that they could get a much more comfortable spot and be able to let Overlord and the others get those wild Pokemons comfortably.
Yeah, here you go. We can also now see the teams, their face cams down below. Finally fixed here, but here comes the trio. Once again, this is what I'm talking about, but very beautiful eject button, but forced down to use it just to be able to get away. And they are going to be the one going to be able to take down one Pokemon into the side of Team GMU. But now still being a menace here, the trio is doing some work.
Yeah, doing some work as well, but the overall spacing from the map, I'd have to give it to Reject simply because they are overwhelming. The numbers of they're overwhelming GMU in terms of numbers, which makes them forced to back away. Look at this, Overlord is just getting every ounce of experience at the bottom lane despite their being solo.
It's actually quite interesting that the Gabite, the Garchomp, is on the bottom path rather than the top path, because we usually see it on the top path, if not the central area, though that one, the latter being very, very rare.
Yeah, and not just that, it's rare to see an Inteleon on the central area as well, being able to prioritize those XPs. That is just way, way different for you to utilize those Pokemons, but it is working at the end of Rejects, but the Psyduck is actually pinched down. There goes the KO. It will be the benefit of the trio.
I told you, man, that is a menace. They have to be ready about that. And the fact is, they don't have a lot of measures to stop down the mobility of the trio. Sure, they might have the Buzzwole, they do have the disruption, that is the Psyduck, but that's pretty much it.
Pretty much it. And we are seeing the liquidation build as well, not going to be the snipe shot, so they're eyeing for a much more consistent damage and at the same time be able to hit those Pokemons as sure as possible. Look at the hook, but right now they have to fall back. Dive out is going to be the answer of the Cramorant, but I think that Rejects is eyeing for another fighter. They're just waiting for the Inteleon to come in, or maybe the Buzzwole, just so that they have better chances of winning the fight.
Look, it's already 7 minutes into the game and nobody has yet scored anything at all.
Anything at all. They prioritize XP, they prioritize objectives just so that they could scale up for the late game, because that is the most important part of the game. And the heavy slam actually gets the Regice. What a way to take the buff away and take the KO against Overlord.
That was beautiful. That was very slick. That was very smooth, and it was executed magnificently.
I mean, what can you say more, JJ? The fact that you last hit it the Regice with a heavy slam and as well get an additional setup. It's a multi-purpose Pokemon move just so that you can be efficient. Too. And they got a Regieleki, but at what cost? There is a Pokemon who actually got knocked out in the bottom path as well. But look at the Snorlax, just being able to defend it and prevent Reject from scoring even more. Overload with the Dragon Claw though gets to eliminate one Pokemon at the side of GMU, but they're not quite done yet. They want more pressure. They want to destroy the Gold Zone, but look at the Dodrio with a triple trample in order to defend the Gold Zone. But there's too many numbers, too many Pokemons for them to handle it.
Hydro Typhoon just trying to stay alive, buying some time. Oh my goodness, that was quite the defense coming in from GMU, but unfortunately for them, that did not last long, and Reject came in on top. A beautiful display of performance for both of the teams, not gonna lie, because any sort of mistakes could have went either way.
Yeah, and that gave them a lot of time as well to reposition, but it was a cost for experience. It was a cost for their Unite moves. But you know, it's just 5 minutes into the game. Definitely a lot of things could still happen, and they could just get back those XPs by getting those wild Pokemons and being able to catch someone off guard. But level 10 Garchomp, this could be a big threat in the future, and the future is now happening. Look at that, Snorlax falling down from Satake as well, being so consistent with those liquidations.
Well, here you go, they're going to try to, okay, never mind, they're not going to be able to get and steal the Regice for themselves, and that's going to be a KO here. Liquidation wants to have a lot. Buzzwole now using his Unite move just to be able to defend the score goal. On that, look at the damage as well for both of those. It's a 2v1, but nonetheless,
he was able to push back the offense side of GMU, but at the same time, pressure also takes at the bottom lane. There's just pressure everywhere for GMU, but not gonna lie, GMU has been doing so well as well to defend their goal zones, be able to withstand the offense of Reject, but this might be a problem, JJ. Yes, they're defending pretty well, but can they overcome that kind of offense? Because there's just pressure everywhere. Regieleki, other objectives as well. It's just there's no breathing room, and full power Sai will be used as well to push their defense once again.
I mean, look at this, right? Like, they might have been struggling in the early game. It's mainly because of the fact that they have power-hungry Pokemon into their side, but now that they do have their power spikes, right? Now that they do have their power spikes, they don't really need to be wary of the trio. Once they go online first, against that of GMU, they you know, the problem that they had earlier has been diminished to 0, and now they can just force in the issue to GMU, and they will win all day long. And look at this though, this is going to be overpowering the Garchomp. I don't think they're going to be able to take this one up, but there's a high possibility that they might be able to at least buy some time for them to try to stop GMU from proceeding on the top path. And a reminder, nobody's on the top path anymore. Nobody's there.
Yeah, I think they're just waiting for an opportunity to destroy the Gold Zone and determine as well if there's a Pokemon lurking around on those tall grasses. So if they have the information already, they would make their move, and that move is going to happen right now. 40 points, and that will be an overcap, a little bit of an overcap actually, but I think they are more eyeing on the position towards the ground on here, JJ.
No, yeah, that has been the key thing here. They have been waiting for that, trying to surprise Reject right now. It all comes down to this, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. A few seconds before the ground comes out.
They are looking for GMU. Reject, they've checked every tall grasses, so they know that they will be coming from the top side of the map. But this is a smart move as well. No one is pushing through the tall grasses, so they know where they're coming from, and they don't want to fall into the trap that GMU is trying to set up.
Yeah, look, man, Reject doesn't know where GMU is at right now. That's why they're not pushing the ground on, just making use of it as a bait. But only the Blastoise is up here. But that should still give them a bit of an idea that the GMU team is on the top path. But look at this right now. Okay, here we go. Snorlax came in, trying to buy some time. Again, they're showing themselves along with El Creamy, and now they are in.
Rapid spin.
Typhoon's gonna be popping, coming out. At the moment, no, not quite yet. That's going to be the first KO. The Drill is out. And the Blastoise got the ground on.
Hydro Typhoon to steal it away up against Reject, but 2 Pokemon has fallen down on the side of GMU. Make that 1-3, but the Cramorant was able to score a hundo at the top side. Snorlax would have to defend to 5 members of Reject.
And they were ready. They were ready for whatever might happen on that one. And, you know, despite them getting in the Groudon, the Reject still was on the lead and still is on the lead, and now they're just putting down their goals right there. Another hundo here coming in from that Psyduck. 194 to 383 is going to be the score of the game here. They're going to put another hundo here. 487 is what they have as the score right now, and I think we can undeniably say that they are going to be taking game number 1 right now. Nobody has points into the side of GMU. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, the methodical Reject is getting game 1.
Yes, phenomenally executed. No pressure despite not getting the Groudon buff. They know for sure that they have more power spikes despite GMU having that additional attack from the Groudon buff. So they knew all well that there are a lot of squishy Pokemons from the side of GMU as well, despite having 2 defenders. And the answer was the all-rounders, Overlord, the Buzzwole as well, being able to carry out the mission, which is to deal damage and tank those damages in, just so that the other Pokemon from their end can just hit freely the way they wanted it to. But I think we have to get credit as well into the Eldegoss, just being able to provide those healings, those additional damage, and crowd control slows from the team of Reject.
No, yeah, I mean, it's also a huge boost of morale for Team Reject, just because of the fact that, I mean, look at the damage of the Inteleon. That's 96k.
And
that's
liquidation.
So huge. Right? On liquidation, yeah. So anyway, as I was saying, it's also a huge boost of morale going towards this Team Reject, just because of the fact that, again, they are the first match of the day and they are playing on the lower bracket. So definitely getting this win is a huge one for that team, and I think they can bring this momentum going towards game number 2 and their succeeding matches as well. I mean, you saw them celebrate the moment that they got their first win. They were hyped up. They were celebrating so hard.
Yeah, and I feel like GMU is one of the toughest obstacles as well, knowing that they are coming from the same region and they know each other very well. So definitely in terms of the knowledge, in terms of the digging, definitely they wouldn't lack that, and they know what GMU is capable of. So it's really a big relief for Reject to get that game number 1 in this matchup. It's just one step more that they actually need. One step forward is what they need to advance even further into the tournament.
No, yeah, and the thing is, this is going to be quite devastating for Team GMU because they are 1 game away from saying goodbye to the tournament. So definitely this last one, this final okay, yeah, good, thumbs up. This last one is going to be very crucial for them. They need to take this one against Reject.
Can be the last one, can be not as well for GMU. You know, there's just 2 possibilities that could actually happen in the results of the game, and multiple possibilities on how the game would boil down later on. But let's take note of the Pokemons that has been used a while ago. I feel like Reject did spend a lot of very meta Pokemon in that game. Garchomp, Buzzwole, Psyduck as well, together with the Eldegoss. I think those are the most meta Pokemon that we have been seeing for quite some time here in Pokemon Unite. But I feel like there are more options that Reject could actually pivot into later on, such as a Zacian. They haven't used a Trevenant yet as well. So despite them being using the most picked Pokemons, I feel like there's more coming into this team.
What do you think could they do? Because I really think that their composition GMU had a great line. You know, I really think that they had a great line. It's just that they weren't able to like take advantage of that as much as I would hope that they would do so, especially in the early game. That they essentially were able to allow, especially Overlord, to get their XPs, become a guard champ, and become a menace altogether.
I'm thinking as well, what could be... I mean, yeah, I do agree. I feel like there's nothing wrong with the draft, but what could they potentially do is keep an eye on the draft and maybe try to counter some of the Pokemons to be used in Reject, because I feel like when it comes to the play style of GMU, there's actually nothing wrong. They know their timings, they know their utilization as well. So it's a matter of outplaying the other Pokemon around or be able to create a composition that really blends well in their 5 Pokemons just to be able to suppress the offense of Reject, because we have been seeing multiple pressures happening left and right for Reject in order to suppress GMU for advancing even deeper into the map.
No, yeah, but here you go, ladies and gentlemen, all trades alike. We are now heading to our game number 2, GMU versus Reject. Again, this could potentially be the last game here for GMU if no.
Was that a miss ban, or they intentionally left it open for GMU? I feel like they were to focus on banning some Pokemons, because here's the thing, as far as I can remember, they got the last ban simply because the first pick is going to be Reject. So was it a miss, or they were actually planning to use Surfetch as well, but this Pokemon is a priority pick already?
No, if you're not the first pick and you want Surfetch, you cannot not get Surfetch. You cannot not ban Surfetch if you're in the second pick, because then that would just automatically go to the other team, because that, as you have mentioned, is always a it's always a first pick, a priority pick. Thus far, I believe it is Surfetch that has 100% pick rate here for our tournament, Pokemon UNITE Asia Champions League 2026. That it's never not in the game, whether it's picked or banned. Mostly banned, but it's always there.
Comfy.
They're funneling it. They're funneling it.
Now, I'm not gonna lie, Reject is looking scary as of the moment. They have crowd control through the Machamp and the Psychic Solaire, a consistent Blaziken that could act as a defender as well, JJ. And this Comfy definitely would funnel either through Overlord or Haruto, which is actually not the ideal if you're going to funnel Haruto. So definitely I feel like this is going to be Overlord would be the center point of the damage, and they're gonna funnel all the XP coming on it. But what I love about GMU as well is they actually caught Talonflame. This has not been seen quite much that yet, at least in the broadcast yesterday, but Talonflame is one of the Pokemons that could actually flank from the back up to the front. So this one is a Pokemon that has a measure to just eliminate someone as fast as possible.
No, yeah, we did get to see the Talonflame yesterday as well, especially at the last few matches of the day. It's just that, you know, most of them are the teams using this are those who want to pressure up opponents in points. I mean, we did see GMU use that as well, starting off with the Dodrio, and of course without the Dodrio, they are now going to have to rely to the Talonflame. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trains alike, we are now heading into game number 2. Again, a potentially final game here for GMU should they not win this one. But here you go. The Farfetch, the Galarian Farfetch right here.
Oh, they're just gonna let Overlord score and get those stacks running up. So, I mean, I kind of understand it. They also need the Rage Meter to be filled in as fast as possible, just so that they have the Gyarados in order to eliminate those Pokemons lurking around the map. But giving that attacking prowess, that much of an attacking prowess,
2 stacks now.
Could be a problem, JJ.
Yeah, they are now at 2 stacks. I mean, look at those leak. If you get slapped by that thick leak, bro, I think that would hurt a lot.
That would hurt a lot, especially with how formidable Pokemon Surfetch and Farfetch is. But here we go, 9-minute mark, 850 is the eye on the price. That Machoke would definitely have to get it for the team. Submission has run out. They're waiting for someone to push in, and they could actually grab it. So that Gossifleur would have to eject back. But they went in still. They were able to catch it off guard.
Dude, I thought that they were just using submission just to repel them away, scare them off. But no, they had to use eject button. They wanted to be aggressive, and they were able to take the KO as well. And right now, going down bottom, they were able to, you know, punish down Overlord and going to be able to put in some scores. I have not kept track of how many sacks Overlord has already, but let's just assume that they already have all of those 6, especially when they're just scoring 1-for-1 points. And look at this right now, they're not letting the Gyarados go anywhere at all. Gonna be able to get the KO as well, but unfortunately for them, here comes the Comfy trying to make sure that this Machoke survives, and they did get the Eldegoss along with it.
And the Psyshock as well from the Espeon, dealing a lot of damage just to be able to make sure that they guaranteed the knockout a while ago at the bottom lane. But this is not quite done yet. JJ, look at that.
Submissions coming in. Oh, wow. They were able to get away. Quite maneuver.
Oh, there we go. It was
never mind. You're going nowhere, baby.
You're going down. Cross chop submission combo. Too much agileness from the Machoke with the assistance of the Comfy.
Oh, the mobility of the Machoke is just menacingly. And now, of course, with the help of the Comfy, as you have mentioned, it is going to be very, very strong. And to Saints itself as well. But here we go, Surfetch alone with the Espeon. It's going to be 2v4. Are they going to be able to get... Psychic Solaire! Beautiful assist! But unfortunately, not enough firepower to end the job. But there you go. They were able to make sure to guarantee the Reggie bottom for themselves. But here comes them. The response here coming in from Reject. A little bit too late, but nonetheless, we're able to get a KO and score and the Reggie bottom. That is the Reggie steal. You know, it could have been, it could have went their way completely. Should everyone else have arrived a little bit earlier, but at least a win is a win nonetheless.
Yeah, win is a win, but not gonna lie, the way that Reject controlled the tempo on that Reggie Steel buff was so phenomenally well timed. They were able to use the Psychic Solaire to create the setup, but instead of eliminating everyone quickly, they controlled the rhythm of the game just to be able to make sure to reform their formation, get the last hit on the Registeel, and get the KO as well. So they didn't have to choose one. They chose to get both of them at the same time.
Oh yeah, and here you go. Now that they were able to get into Reggie Lucky as well, Psychic Solaire is going to be popped up. Just like that, they're going to be able to take out that 4 KOs in one. No, make that a team wipe. Reject here is rejecting GMU.
This is complete domination, JJ, for the first half of the game. 39-point over cap in the top lane, leaving that one very vulnerable. This is going to be trouble for GMU.
Oh my goodness, the score right now is 56 to 338. The points lead and the XP lead and the team battle lead goes into the side of Reject. This is looking pretty bleak right now for GMU. What do they need to do is to pick them up one by one, rubber band the XPs, especially now. Look, Psyduck at 4 minutes into the game, 5 minutes, is still at level 7, just turned 8.
Then that's gonna hurt a lot. Does have access to the A9 move, but no need. Look at that damage. Still gonna go into the fight. Overlord tries to charge in. Mega Evolution is actually activated on the Gyarados, and the fly will drop down. Not gonna be quite enough. The Flame Sweep is actually there to eliminate the Espeon. But what is going to be next after the Flame Sweep? It would be the Fly. It will drop down. Not quite enough damage because of the Focus Blast that's hurting it. With Ascendant to actually catch the one off guard. But there's just more happening here, JJ. Called a Cloud Crash. It will be dropping down just to buy some time. Submission is actually there to the backup as well. Oh no, the Gyarados is losing its tracks.
Oh my goodness. This fight has prolonged too much. The Espeon has now been back, and they were able to wipe out GMU once again, and now going to be able to get this Registeel for themselves. Beautiful stuff here for Reject, but quite saddening that GMU wasn't able to fight off a prolonged fight towards that of Reject. Sure, they might have already been able to get some team fights, but they cannot have it that long.
Couldn't have had it that long right now, JJ. But I feel like Reject wants to push all over the tier 2 gold zone at the bottom lane, and they will actually do it right now. They catch the Pokemon off guard. Gyarados eliminated because of the submission, and every gold zone has been eliminated in the top and bottom path.
And they still don't have enough points to destroy the first tier Squirtle up top. That's why Reject said, you know what, yeah, you can take the Reggie, like he will take your Gyarados and, you know, take everything else. But here comes the 50 points here. That is 26 over cap. Still not a lot if you think about it, and going to be the first score goal for Team GMU for this match.
Yes, and that would also give Reject and access to those side lanes wild Pokemons, which will give them a lot of XP as well. So despite getting that tier 1 gold zone at that moment, they were sacrificing experience as well. And if Reject could have a lot of 50 points here, they could just go for backups and score 500 to the point that GMU cannot even catch up despite getting the Groudon.
And look at this though, Overlord only needs one more wild Pokemon for them to be able to get to level 14. And if they do get that before the Groudon, that's going to be very scary. I mean, at level 13 it's already scary, but what more for level 14? Oh, there we go. They were able to get into Psyduck as well. No more disruption into the side of GMU. One down into their side, and they are not done. Oh my goodness, this is the Machamp doing the work, making scary moves right there. There's gonna be 2 down into that of GMU. 3 is down. And look at this. Are they gonna be able to steal away the Groudon? I don't think so. Psychic Soleil after. Oh my goodness, beautiful fly, but still not able to get in that Groudon. That's going to be 4 down into the side of GMU. That is the Psyduck down once again. They have been completely shut down by Reject.
Completely a team wipe, and Reject will not score for now, but would have to defend the goal zone for the remaining minute of the game.
Ooh, that is actually quite hard to watch.
I mean, everyone from GMU was just dismantled. Everyone is scattered around. There's just no enough coordination for you to get that Groudon. Yes.
Satake was a menace. They were not scared. They knew that once they go in for submission, GMU will just go away. And they were taking advantage of it so much that for the entirety of the match, that's all they need. That's all they did. Go in, didn't matter if they were alone, and they were still able to win, knowing the fact that the Comfy will always be there to support them, to allow them to survive even more.
Yes, and there's just no room for you to move around here, JJ, and the experience gap as well. I mean, just imagine, Overlord was level 14 before the final stretch, correct me if I'm wrong, or almost level 14, and the supporters were just at 10. They just reached double digits. So yes, there could have been an impact from the supporters, but at what cost? You could just be squished real hard by the Pokemons coming from Rejects because everyone is at 13 and 14.
That was systematic. Reject dismantled, deconstructed reverse engineered GMU. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, that is GMU saying goodbye to the tournament. That was a beautiful performance there for Reject, and I can't wait for them to go up the ladder, especially with that kind of performance. I think that was better than what they did yesterday.
Definitely agree. They struggled a bit on the second game against Reckoning Esports, but man, they polished everything. They were the dominant team here, JJ.
はい、まずはピューイ選手。はい。今回の試合振り返ってまず勝利のポイントはどこでしたでしょうか。
ポイントか。まあそうですね。各々本当に得意なポケモンをピックできたのは本当に処理のポイントだったのかなと思います。
昨日もね見せましたコダックから今日ね流れを作り出しました。さあそして佐竹選手のお話を伺っていきたいと思います。今日は大活躍でした。ゲーム1ではねインテレオンで9万6000ダメージという素晴らしい活躍と、またグラドンバフをね、奪ってからの戦いもありました。そしてゲーム2では怪力を使って序盤からの流れを作り出しました。本日の活躍、初戦非常に大事な試合だったと思いますけどもいかがでしょうか。
They were praising and asking about the Italian pick and the
昨日は緊張感があったとか、今日はこういうここを持ちでいこうとか、何か心の変化はありましたか。
昨日はちょっと1試合目スキルセットを間違えてしまって、ちょっと自分のせいで負けちゃったんで、今日は絶対キャリーするぞって気持ちでやってました。
いや本当に素晴らしいね、大活躍を見せました。
はい、ということで、じゃあピューイ選手、次戦に向けての意気込みを一言お願いしてもよろしいでしょうか。
そうですね、優勝する気できてちょっとウィナーズで1回戦で負けてしまったんですけど、まあその分、反省を生かして優勝したいと思います。
今一度リジェクトに大きな拍手をお送りください。
おめでとうございます。
There we go. Once again, Reject would advance even more into the tournament. We are just waiting to determine who is going to be the winner for CACM versus Force Gaming, and whoever wins it, definitely Reject would have to go up against them in the lower bracket round number 3.
There are more people in the stadium now than yesterday. I think it's mainly because that it is the the finals day, which is usually the case, right? Like even on other esports titles, if there are LAN tournaments like this, offline tournaments, it's usually the finals day that's always filled out.
I mean, if you're gonna be doing another analogy here, JJ, that is going to be the main focal point or the main event actually, which is going to be the this one. It's the playoffs, almost the playoffs actually, since we are down into the top 4 teams at the upper bracket, while for the lower bracket we only have 8 teams remaining, and this 8 team will be shredded down into 4 teams later on.
No, totally agree with you. But look, let's look at the scores a little bit. We have Overlord at 74k, and then most of the damage actually came in from Overlord, but then the scary part, they were imprinting themselves with the submission. Satake was just phenomenal earlier.
Yeah, that was a huge pressure as well, and they were too confident that once Satake goes in for the submission, they knew that GMU would be pressured really well and just go run away. And not just that, it was not just a type of play wherein you're full with confidence. You just had to consider that the XP from your opponent is really down. So take a look at this one, JJ. Before the final stretch, almost level 14 Blaziken and Surfetch, compared to level 11 Gyarados, level 12 Serena, that actually has a huge advantage because you haven't maxed out the powers of your Pokemon moves.
I mean, look at Satake as well. They were, along with Overlord, they were like 1 Pokemon away from getting the XPs to getting into level 14. There was just quite a huge difference between the two, the scores, the XPs, and at this point they just got in their Unite moves as well for GMU, so the gap is just so wide for GMU to have an answer against Reject unless they were able to take them on 1 by 1. But the thing is, of course, Reject is not going to let that happen, especially with this Machamp that would just disposition, do some dispositioning towards others to allow everyone else. You see that submission, and then before they allow everyone else to do some attacks. And look at this, after submission, this attack coming in from the Espion just diminishes the HP of that Psyduck.
Yeah, and I just like how they prioritize the Psyduck as well, because this provides a lot of crowd control into the team fights, and that would be very crucial if they let that Psyduck be on the fray once the Groudon fight starts. So once that Psyduck fell down, they were forced to go into the team fight, and everyone was just scattered around. Talonflame was looking for an opportunity to get the steal, but what do you have to steal if the team fight is already happening?
That is true. I mean, at this point on, it is the, as you can see there, that is the Talonflame wanting to try to get him some scores, but unfortunately they were on a predicament whether to help their teammates or put in the scores. But the thing is, if they do decide to go in, they will just get taken out, and that's why I'd say the better option for that was just to score in. But then again, you would lose the opportunity to steal away the Groudon, which is why I guess that's the reasoning behind they want to surprise them. But I guess they came in a little bit too early and was not expecting the Psychic Solaire to have not been popped up yet. So at that point, you know, after the after the Flame Sweep, they did not expect to get crowd control from there. But the Psy was not able to seal away the Groudon. But the thing is, even if they were able to get in the Groudon, right, they were still getting refreshed. They're still in the cooldown, and not everyone would be able to secure the Groudon buff. And at that point, right, Reject was ready and will be ready to take them out as well, stealing away the buff.
Yeah, despite having that attack buff, you know, not everyone does have it, and definitely the power spikes and the experience is leaning towards even better to Reject. So definitely the win rate when you get that Groudon, there is a win rate above 50%, but it would be very difficult for you to go up against it simply because that your opponent has the same power spikes as you do with the Groudon buff, and if you lose someone, your Groudon buff gets taken away.
No, yeah. So again, congratulations to Reject for proceeding to the next stage of the tournament. But then again, they still have a lot to go through. They are coming in from the lower bracket, so they will have to have a long set of matches altogether for today. So hopefully, I mean, I am sure they do, but the mental fortitude needed to climb up from the lower bracket needs to be fortified.
Yeah, you have to retain focus. You need to wash everything off, whatever negativity is falling into you. Definitely a reset is much more needed here, JJ.
And here you go. Let's take a look at what happened earlier a little bit. You know, this is game number 1.
There's a lot of wonderful plays a while ago.
Yeah. Then here comes the first limit outrage that happened in the game, and they were just dominating, you know, putting down some. And look at the liquidation; it was so long as well. And at this point, right, like look at this, the gap that they have, 94 to 249. It was already too big, and at the same time, one of the biggest things here is that they were able to get into their power spikes. Reject here was able to get into power spikes quite early as well. But even while waiting for the guard jump, the Inteleon was being a menace.
Yeah, Inteleon very consistent on the damage department with that liquidation, and I kind of understand why they were struggling to handle that power spike from the Inteleon. It was because they funneled the XP to the Inteleon, make it as a central laner, just so that it could evolve into Inteleon as early as possible, get those buffs, the cooldown, to support that liquidation to be spammed around the fray and be able to get that consistent damage.
No, yeah, and this is game number 2 now, as we are seeing Surfetch once again, compared to earlier. Of course, it's quite devastating to see you not being able to get the Surfetch, and of course it's going to be a priority pick if it's not banned at all. But here you go, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. The Team Reject just dominating games number 1 and number 2.
Yeah, and I just can't wait for the next matchup. So hopefully if everything goes smooth according to the schedule, we will be having Onyx Rise versus Full Sense, which would actually happen at the sub-stage. But for the main stage, it will be Dark Peach versus Car. So China region versus Japan region, and the sub-stage is both from the C League or Southeast Asia region.
Yep. You are totally right on that one. And now we are just waiting. You know? I think one of the reasons why as well that we are looking at the replay is that so the next set of matches is going to be set up as early as possible, and just like that, once again, congratulations to Reject for getting in the first game and the first 2 wins of the day.
Absolutely, and we do hope Reject gets more wins to be able to claw their way back into the upper bracket for the grand finals, because definitely it would be a very, very tough road. Because just imagine, they won their first series for today, but they would have to play another 4 to 5 series if they want to be the champion of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. So it's going to be a long, long journey for them.
No, yeah, and speaking of which, though, I am just quite more excited as well towards the next remaining matches. Again, going on to the lower bracket as well, that will put them in quite a position where, again, just like GMU and Reject, they would have to play without any mistakes, because we saw what happened on that.
Definitely. You know, I'm just excited what's about to happen, man. I mean, for Full Sense and Onyx Rise, let's talk about that, since that is supposed to be the scheduled matchup for at least for this one. For those of you who doesn't know or haven't been tuning in to Southeast Asia League, they were the finalists of the C League, and Full Sense did phenomenally well in that one. They were able to push down Onyx into their limits. It's just Onyx being able to go up against them one step forward. That is without the knockout draft system. But what about now? We have the knockout draft system, but if Full Sense runs out of Pokemon, definitely that will be a difficult task for them to resolve as much as possible, because Onyx Rise, the way they did it before in the ACL finals for C League, they were eliminating all the priority Pokemon picks from Full Sense, to the point that they will be pushed to use Pokemon who are not within their comfort zones.
No, yeah, and now we are going to be seeing that as well, hopefully. This is going to be Onyx Rise, and Full Sense is going to be the next one as well, and this is going to be interesting, you know. But I guess one of the most interesting thing as well is Dark Peach versus Scars, because we might be able to see an upset if should Dark Peach do win this one. But then again, we might get some update as well from the other match that happened at the same time as GMU and Reject. That is CACM Esports versus Force Gaming. Again, I said this is interesting because both of these matches, GMU versus Reject, are both from Japan, and CACM Esports and Force Gaming came from LAIC. So definitely, it's more of a how would I say, it's like a team KO in this first set of lower bracket matches for today.
Literally a knockout round, JJ, because it's the losers bracket, and at the same time, one team from their own respective regions will get knocked out because they'd have to face each other here at the lower bracket. But let's talk about the good side as well. We have been talking about a lot of lower brackets simply because we get to broadcast the first 4 matches in the lower bracket. But what about the upper bracket? Definitely they're sitting at the back, you know, just trying to gather information. Who are the teams they're going up against if ever they win or if ever they lose. So there's just a lot of things to consider. But of course, we'll have to deal with that later because we will be taking a short break. And after that, we will be back with more Pokemon Unite actions here in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Finals. We'll be right back. Hello there, Pokemon trainers. Welcome back to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Finals. It's Big Eels, but now we are here with Danley. Hey, Danley, how have you been doing?
As probably as good as it gets, considering how long yesterday's games were. Yeah. Oh my gosh, it was. Even last night, I was lying in bed and I was thinking to myself, "Dang, we actually had 12 hours of Pokemon Unite." Wow. That does something to people.
I mean, yeah, that was a long day last night, but you know, so far we're smooth sailing here, Danley. Let's just hope for the best result for not just for the teams actually, but to the whole production crew working in the background here in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, just so that to avoid technical difficulties as well on the other end, and be able to let the players, the Pokemon trainers out there to play smoothly as possible.
I don't think it's just the players that want smooth games. Obviously, the spectators want to have smooth games too, right? Because we had a lot of pauses yesterday, and I know for the viewers, like it's a bit of a jarring experience for you guys too, right? Because when you're trying to watch the games, it's pause, and then we don't know how long everything happens, and sometimes you kind of forget, like, oh, we're back into the game. What happened? Like, what happened, you know, before we had the pause? So, I mean, today's been way smoother. So I think we're all pretty optimistic we're going to have a very smooth day today. Speaking of smooth day, we had a very smooth set number 1, which is very good. Now, we have set number 2 coming right up on this broadcast as well. We're going to be bringing Scars and Dark Peach to the stream for this stream. And again, this is all lower bracket matches, folks. So this is an elimination match. The loser, unfortunately, will be knocked out of the tournament. Winner will continue their run in the lower bracket, as everyone is essentially vying for that grand final spot in that lower bracket, especially after you lost any of your matches yesterday. And at the moment, we can, I guess, give some update as to what is currently happening with some of the other brackets. Now, obviously, we just finished one of our first lower bracket games on the broadcast just now. But Pika, we've also got CACM and Force Gaming currently running their set as well. I believe Game 1 has just concluded. Oh, no, sorry, this is Game 2.
Yeah, Game 2.
And they're about to finish. So we are going to get a very quick update here. Whether it's going to be the ACM with a 2-0 or Force Gaming with a 1-1 and a potential game number 3. So we're going to keep you all posted on what happens with that set in case you are curious to know whether CACM or Force Gaming is going to continue their run in the lower bracket. But in the meantime, let's focus on Dark Peach and Scars Pika. I mean, we've seen these two teams play yesterday. Scars, incredible team. I don't think anyone thinks that they deserve to be down here. It's just the nature of the competition and the teams that they kind of met along the way, unfortunately. But very fun team. And then on the other hand, we have Dark Peach, our very first representative in China in the lower bracket. And I think expectations are too much. People don't really know what to expect. And I think the fact that they've actually made it start through, play through, that's a testament to where the team is. Considering this was the first time the China region is actually really good to play for it as well.
Yeah, I mean, this region is really promising, Danley. Again, Dark Peach, they just won their first international stage in Pokemon Unite yesterday, which is up against Reckoning Esports in 2-1. And very unlucky that they fell under the hands of Dignitas immediately. That's why they were sent here into the lower bracket. But let's talk about Scars right now. One of the most proficient teams as well. Really well known for their disruption and pressure gameplay with those Trio, Sableye. They were able to provide a show yesterday, but they fell short up against rival Esports, who's actually still at the upper bracket of our tournament. So definitely a lot of expectations as well to rival later on. But Scars, on the other hand, managed to eliminate T1 yesterday with a dominating 0-1 fashion. So definitely Scars is still a promising team. The fact that they eliminated T1, which is probably one of the best teams by far in the C League.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the consensus by the community for this set is that the expectation is Scars should potentially 2-0 this set. And this is not, this is not a way to, I guess, dig at Dark Peach. I think we also just have to look at the big picture here. Scars is a scary team to play up against. And the opponents that did beat them, they lost to rival Esports, because I think we saw rival Esports play at the top of their game yesterday. And Rival is a not team that able to play a maximum. So to see Stars lose to them, it's unfortunate. But Stars is a great team too. They have a very unconventional play style. They really love to make use of their features. Most notably, the Dodrio yesterday. That has been basically a first pick for every game #1 for this team so far. So I'm hoping Dark Peach has done their homework for Stars, because this is not a team where you can, steal homework from another team. They have such a unique style that you will need to dedicate time to just look at Stars.
Yeah, but for the roster, for those of you who just came into the broadcast, so Dark Peach, we do have Asta, Christy, Luchao, Shi, and 432. While for the other team, which is going to be Scars, I do have my notes here as well on the roster. There we go. So for Scars, we do have Shiganaki as their leader, Charu, Kaminero, Capio, Kusamushi, and Okamoto as their sub player. They are actually the second placer in the Japan League, coming next to Fennel, but it's pretty surprising that we get to see them in the lower bracket once again, because we've known for quite some time that Japan has been one of the most powerful regions in the Pokémon UNITE Esports, and knowing that there's just only one team remaining at the upper bracket from the Japan region, that is such a huge statement for the Pokémon UNITE Esports world, that there are other regions and teams that you should not discredit.
Now, as we are getting ready for this best of 3, just a quick update on what is currently going on with CACM and Force Gaming. So they've just wrapped up game #2, and we are actually in game #3 between these two teams. So Force Gaming were able to bring it back. So the set was currently 1-1. And in about 9 minutes, we'll also be able to give you guys an update on what's going to ultimately be the result of that lower bracket. So CACM and Force Gaming, they are currently playing #3. And I can't really say if anyone's leading at the moment. They look pretty even. So I'll keep you guys posted later on.
Yes, definitely a match that is a must-watch as well in the sub-stage. So actually, guys, if you're curious on what's happening in the sub-stage, there's actually a live broadcast as well that is dedicated on the sub-stage, but unfortunately there's no caster on it. So if you just want to simply watch the match, make sure to go check it out on the YouTube, and there's actually a broadcast for it. So if your team you're rooting for is on the sub stage, make sure to go check it out. But if you're more focused on the main stage, then I suggest that this is the best broadcast channel for you. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, some people like to enjoy some ASMR. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
Preferences, indeed.
Absolutely. So we are ready to jump into game #1 between Dark Peach and Stars. I believe Dark Peach is going to have access to first pick because they did go in for the instant finger ban. So second pick and last pick is going to be on Stars. I don't know if this is what you would actually want with Dark Peach. I would even argue second pick and having last pick might be more beneficial if we're playing up against a team like Stars, because normally Stars just going to go for the Dodrio super.
Fetch!
So what Stars can go for their first pick? I'll have to be aware of the Dodrio. But I don't... Okay, there's the Surfer Edge. Dodrio, Bird Gaming.
Could be.
Avian Gaming.
But Palmot as well is banned, which is surprising. I mean, Palmot is a strong Pokemon, but we don't see quite enough presence on the competitive aspect. But the fact that Scars actually did ban it, this could be somewhat of a digging research, or they actually might have to respect someone from the side of Dark Peach, because we don't know that much yet from Dark Peach. But the fact that the Palmot is banned, this could be a sign as well.
Yeah, I think so as well, right? Like, you see some of these unconventional bans. Normally, it's because things information feed got. But secondary picks in the Dark Peach, we have the Mega Charizard Y as well as the Alchemy, so we are starting to see a bit of a base. We've got support, we have damage to that as well. But for Stars, interesting, we're actually going to get away from the Dodrio and don't get some of their hands. And they're going to go for the Cram. Okay, can I technically still have another spot here if we do want to go for the Dodrio? Is it ideal with this lineup? I guess so. I mean, Mega Mewtwo X can be run, in more of that supporting style rather than being a proper core. So Mewtwo is still very much a viable pick here. Wait. What? We have a failing!
Wait!
We're getting a failing!
I mean, we saw failings before as a support defender, but I'm not quite sure what kind of draft what Scars has as of the moment, because this Mewtwo X could be a support as well, but with the X attack being present, this could be a pure all-rounder, and the failings would just have to act as a defender as well.
I think on this draft, the laning, I don't 100% about the laning the players. I mean, Kuzumaki obviously down bottom, Amanera is going to be going central. Unless, I mean, do you know who the central laner is for Skulls? It's not Cameo, is it? No way.
We'll see what might happen here. Ooh. Turn of events, Daniel. Yeah, I'm quite shocked we get to see Failings once again in ACL, because it was an unconventional pick. It was an unexpected pick, and that was almost the same. That was also the same case as last year, and it did really well. So let's see if this Failings would do really well as we head on to this matchup. I'm just excited to see what is going to be the result, because before it was a defender, but what could be its role for today?
Yeah, we'll find out in just a minute once we start seeing where these lanes are going to be progressing. So, central laners Mimikyu as well as Mega Charizard Y for both of the teams. And it looks like it's going to be a top laner. Mainly? Yeah, this is top laner. This is awesome. It's not going to be a support.
So defender going to be on the side of the Umbreon, and a supporter Mewtwo X is going to be the case here. A lot of shocker here. Phalanx is going to be the all-rounder, which is we didn't see quite of that much in the highlight due to the duration of Pokemon Unite. We've seen it in the central lane, but not on the top. But look at how quite efficient it is in scoring. That's already 2 stacks going down. And the Mimikyu is already ready to go in for the ambush. Eject button from the Alcremie. Not Alcremie yet, by the way, but still does manage to get the KO. And the Farfetch is a little bit into struggle position here, so has to fall back, but the Mimikyu continues to press on.
Yeah, that Mimikyu is going to be such a pain, because you can see down bottom, that was where the Leafeon decided to rotate instead. The big difference between the two lanes too is that top lane is being absolutely destroyed by Scars, whereas down bottom, Dark Peach, they're applying pressure, but you can see that for Scars' bottom laners, they're not too fussed with the existence of that Leafeon. So this is probably going to foreshadow what is going to be happening in that mid game, where whenever Dark Peach sort of shows their main attackers, their speedster to try and make a play happen, you know, this Leafeon might not be as big of a threat as Dark Peach would like it to be. And yeah, we do see with Team Fate, they're unfortunately going to be going down to a, is this a Shadow Claw Mimikyu? It is, right? Shadow Claw, Shadow Sneak?
Yeah.
Is that the build?
I haven't seen if it was a Shadow Sneaky yet. Oh yeah, it's a
Trick Room. Okay.
Yeah, so more agileness,
like
mobility. Yeah, it's much of a standard and consistent build compared to the Shadow Sneak. But look at that. Oh, he gets a Charmeleon caught off guard. And this is just Scars applying non-stop pressure towards Dark Peach. And Dark Peach, on the other hand, they are trying to do something in return a while ago, which is to get those wild Pokemons on the other side. But it's not quite enough. They're just being pressed on by Scars because they know they already have the firepower. Level 8, most level Pokemon compared to level 6, which is the max level that Dark Peach already has on their team.
Yeah, this is already a huge level lead for Scars over Dark Peach. The highest level, they've just evolved the Charizard into level 7. And with so many level 8 Pokemon on the map as well, I'd be pretty scared to really go for any engagements with your Dark Peach, because none of your Unite moves are online. You don't really have anyone aside from the Leafeon that's really peaking right now. And, you know, your late game Pokemon, they kind of need another 1 to 2 levels before they really come online. So if you're Dark Peach, can you afford to hang back to grab those levels? We are going to find out, though, because we have the Registeel being started by Dark Peach, but here comes the Mimikyu to ruin the party.
He is going to ruin the party. Play with me is actually popped off, but the Umbreon would get the last hit onto the Registeel. Mimikyu still goes in with the Shadow Claws just to be able to push back the defense of Dark Peach and be able to have the opportunity to score here in the top lane. 3 points remaining, and this would be an over-capping potential for Scars.
Yeah, Scars are so far ahead with points. 162-4 on the scoreboard so far. We're just about to hit the 6-minute mark in the game as well, so it's still another 4 more minutes to the final stretch, but again, this level gap is just not closing in for Dark Peach. Like, they have been confined to their side of the map, and if they do try to step outside that boundary, you know, we're seeing Scars punish them time and time again. The bottom tier 1 is gone, so that's going to make it much more risky for this team to attempt any bottom objectives. And up top, we have a Phalanx, who I don't think there's anybody on Dark Peach that can even solo a Phalanx at this point of time. So what do you really do here? Because you try and fight into them, the chances of winning are pretty low. You try to outscore them, but your lineup is not really built for backcapping. And they're going to have to try and defend against this Reggie Alecki, but with the Unite coming through and because of how underleveled they are, I don't think they have the tools to defend.
Alcremie trying to sustain the whole team, but he gets eliminated instead, and the Regieleki would have to push things down into the goal zone, and that is going to be a team wipe. How can you defend if there is too much pressure and you can't get the XPs that you need because they are the ones? Scars is going to push you to their limits.
Man, Dark Peach, what a game number one. This is not the kind of game that you want to really start the day with, but the Scars, they are very much ready to just grab a quick 2-0 here, just get ready for their next game in that lower bracket. For Dark Peach, what's the contingency plan here? We've still got another 2.5 minutes, excuse me, before that final stretch. Are there any levels that they're kind of aiming for here that might put them back in a more equal position? Like, we know at the moment, have we seen the Charizard actually use Seismic Slam? I don't think so, right?
I mean, it does have the Unite move on cooldown, but we haven't seen the effect yet, so that has to be taken into consideration as well, knowing that this is a Pokemon that has the capacity to carry out the duty onto the team and be able to flip things around. So catching someone off guard will be great for Dark Peach, but look at the position as well from Scars. They make sure that no one will be caught off guard because they are the ones to apply the pressure here. There goes the Emerald 2-step together with the Seismic Slam in order to Mega Evolve. Look at that radius, but not going to be quite enough to do the damages because Scars is just backing away. They have the mobility to go away against Dark Peach.
They're not even being punished for this either. Umbreon just walks on out. Mimikyu comes out of the bush, and this might just end up being 2 free knockouts if that Mimikyu is able to somehow find a way to close that gap. Gatling Gold Missile comes in to finish off the Alcremie. Man, every time Dark Peach just crosses the wrong side of the map, you know, Scars comes in just to reclaim that territory. If anything, Dark Peach is feeling very claustrophobic in game number one.
This is such a catastrophe for Dark Peach to handle. They are the ones pressing, but whenever they press, they cannot do, or they do not stand a chance against the offensive side of Scars. And because of this Umbreon with the foul plays, it just dismantles their position. And this Umbreon just brings you inside to the Pokemons of Scars, making it impossible for you to move and be able to do those damages.
And we have 40 seconds to go before we come into that Groudon phase as well. So if there's any time to get another level in, you know, this is really it for Dark Peach. Otherwise, this late game, the odds of being able to win this late game are very slim. They are very far behind in practically every single regard in this game. They're behind by basically 400 points. They don't have any buffs to their name. There's a Reggie Rock buff on the side of Scars as well, making it much more difficult to get those knockouts too. So yeah, Dark Peach, they've got to somehow pull off some kind of miracle if they want to try and win this match.
Yes, a miracle is what they actually need, but Regielect Pressure is actually vulnerable on the base as well. Here comes Dark Beach trying to invest everything onto their moves, but nothing seems to be working at them. The Mega Charizard White is doing the damages that they need, and the Leafeon might actually be able to be the answer for them to make the comeback happen. Mega Mewtwo X has been taken down, but the Lifeline, the Alcremie, has been taken down as well. No supporter on their team, no all-rounder. Mimikyu with a Shadow Claw is trying to diminish every single Pokemon that is available for Dark Beach, and that is almost a team wide. It's just the Leafeon that's left alone, trying to go and attempt for the steal, but that is not gonna happen as they eliminate and deleted the Leafeon once they get the ground on.
It actually looked pretty good for Dark Peach at one point of time, right? Like, you can see Scars, they did try to go for the initiation. It wasn't really the perfect way to jump onto Dark Peach, and then Dark Peach was able to make some kind of a turnaround happen, drop some health bars. They got that Mega Mewtwo X out of the picture, but I guess after that, you know, they really ran out of gas in the tank, and then we saw that Cramorant really come online, especially with it just diving everywhere, throwing around the boosted attacks. It even used the Gatling Bolt missile to win a 1v1 up against the Mega Charizard Y as well.
Oh.
So that level lead, you know, like we spoke about it before, especially in that late game situation, like there's definitely some grace with certain Pokemon. Like, they could be behind 1-2 levels and they're still kind of in the game still, but once you're starting to hit that 3 and maybe even level like 4-point gap between Pokemon, that's starting to reach the point of no return.
Would you look at that? 1,000 points for Scars. The first I do believe this is the first 1,000 for the whole duration of PUACL finals, so this is actually a record to beat by far. But you know, you can't aim for defeating the record at some point. You just want to win the games. But a complete domination is what Scars has actually displayed against Dark Peach. And they're one win away to advance into the lower bracket.
One win away, one more game to go. And for Dark Peach, they're now cornered. You're cornered because you're down one game in that lower bracket matchup. It's a best of 3 set. And so for Dark Peach, you know, it was a very tough game 1 to swallow, but we also need to acknowledge that Scars really want to stay in this tournament as well. For Dark Peach, coming into game number 2, you're going to have to consider a lot of things. You need to consider how your lanes are going to look for that next game. Consider the Pokemon that have already been used by Scar. What do you not have to worry about? Are there maybe any matchups that you might want to make happen because a counter might not be playable anymore by Scars, you know? So yeah, there's a lot of thinking to do if you're Dark Peach to try and put yourself in that position that they kind of want to be in. I'm trying to think back to their games yesterday. Were there any Pokemon on Dark Peach that kind of stood out that might give them a chance? Because we just saw them with that Mega Charizard Y. This is one of our powerhouse Pokemon currently in the tournament. Looked okay. You know, I think there was a point in time where I think we could have actually seen the Charizard really pop off. It was just the whole team was behind all game. So yeah, that kind of nerfed the potential of the Mega Charizard Y. Oh my gosh, what else did they play yesterday? I mean, we did see them play Leafeon yesterday, I think. Yeah,
they also did a while ago.
Yeah. So I mean, they just played Leafeon too, and even that was kind of underwhelming if you really think about it. You know, Leafeon is supposed to function similarly to that Mimikyu, but it's also the Scar effect. You know, Scar just doing what they do best, which is brick walling their opponent's plays and basically forcing them to dance their dance.
Yeah, and it's just one of the signature or trademarks as well from Scars, and that really blended well going up against Dark Peach, just so that their potential, their capacity would be nerfed down to the ground. But there's just a lot of things to consider as well for Dark Peach. I mean, they've used a lot of meta Pokemons a while ago in match number 1, specifically by having that Surfetch, but that wasn't quite enough for them to go head-to-head against Dark Peach. But right now, I do feel like the bans will be readjusted. Definitely that Gengar has to remain banned, simply because it is a respect towards the side of Scars. But do they ban the Surfetch as well? I think that is pretty much possible, knowing that this is a Pokemon that you don't want to give it away.
Scars or Dark Peach banning Surfetch?
Dark Peach banning Surfetch.
Yeah, I Okay, we're gonna have to talk about the bans then, right? Because Dark Peach, Gengar's banned last game, Hooper's banned, Mew. I can't really see them fitting that in unless they let the Mew through. Because I think Hooper for Dark Peach is also a mandatory ban because you don't want to give Hooper away. No, not just Hooper, because like if Scars get Hooper and Dodrio, I don't think Dark Peach is equipped to deal with, you know, Scar's multi-pronged attack style. Because we saw a lot of teams struggle playing that against them.
Yeah, and it's just so disruptive. And just imagine that when you got Hoopa, when you got Dodrio, and who knows, they might even get Sableye as well. Scars would be a really hard team to deal with on the games. But take a look at the replays here, Danielle. So let's break this fight one by one. The heavy slam actually connected into someone, but there's just not enough coordination here. And look at that. Being able to pinch down two members from that specific angle. Everyone was just scattered around the side of Dark Peach. Wherein their team is dedicated to go in one blow because of the heavy slam that it could pop in. And the Mega Charizard, why not doing its best? Fire Blast on that angle? I mean, yeah, you push someone away, but there are other angles that you have to consider as well. And the fact that they were under-leveled here, it is just a tough call for them to be able to do those kind of damages. And a lot of moves has been missing as well, not being able to aim pretty much on those Pokemons. It's just a lot of utilities has not been converted into a best manner.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to play efficiently into Scars, unfortunately. So I wanna think, you know, game number one for Dark Peach, maybe they did need a bit of a warm-up as well, because we do have to remember that the players, like, we started pretty early in the morning. I'm pretty sure the teams also need to be at the venue quite early too, just to kind of do check-in with the admin. So, you know, maybe the team's also feeling a little bit cold. We don't know if they've had a chance to maybe play a warm-up game before they played on stage. It'll be really game two where we kind of see like what Dark Peach is going to be fully capable of, because, you know, going into this game two as well, I think they're now going to start feeling that pressure of this elimination match, because that's what this next game is going to be, an elimination match. They lose this next game, they are out of the tournament, they are done. They need to win this game if they want to stay in the tournament and even have a chance at crawling through the lower brackets. It's just their biggest obstacle is going to be their opponent, right? Scars is probably, I think based off of what I've seen yesterday, I kind of want to put Scars up there with like one of my favorites to win the tournament, because when they play good, they play really good.
Yeah, they're just an iconic team overall, Danielle, and we've been a lot of fans of these disruption picks as well. A lot of Dodrio picks. Definitely, it's really fun to watch, especially if you're watching a team who's really around the map, be able to score and sneak in some back caps. A lot of unexpected plays. That is, those are the teams rather that is really fun to watch, and Scars is actually a team to watch out on those kind of play styles. But what about Dark Peach? What could be their response heading towards game number two? They've sacrificed a lot of meta Pokemon during game number one. They are going to have a struggle in getting up those Pokemons for game number two, while for Scars, I mean, they've used quite decent enough of meta Pokemons, but they haven't used their signature Pokemons yet, which are the Sableye, Hoopa, and the Dodrio.
Okay, to be fair, like Hoopa is banned, so that's not up here. It makes sense. I mean, not now. Yeah, I know, not now. No, the thing is, I think, to me, it looks like Dark Peach want to pick it up. Like, if they're not going to ban it, it really seems like I think they're going to go for first pick Hoopa themselves, because I wouldn't want to give this away to Scars at all. So let's see, is it going to be first pick Hoopa? Because if it's not, I do suspect we're going to be seeing that Dodrio Hoopa opening for Scars. So there's the Hoopa first pick. Yeah, so that had to happen. I can completely see like the thought process for Dark Peach there.
No.
The Dodrio is still going to be picked, okay? I don't think Scars is really, you know, afraid of a Hoopa, but they're going to have the support of a Vaporeon, which is going to make this Dodrio quite a big nuisance, you know, because you're going to have the sustain, you also have the Vaporeon to create openings. But I guess the good news for Dark Peach at least is that they kind of have a solution against that Dodrio. We had this discussion yesterday, where historically Hooper is a really great Pokemon when it comes to dealing with a Dodrio, because you're able to teleport between all of your front-facing goal zones. So I kind of hope that Dark Peach utilizes Liu Xiao in that regard, just to try to stop Scars from doing their classic Dodrio strat, which is barrel down one lane, break the tier 2 goal zone, expose the home base, and then just start dunking home base, because it's really hard to defend that deep in your own base, especially during the last 2-minute stretch.
But Lucario coming back into the fray. So I feel like what Scars is trying to focus for now is have that self-sustain and be able to go solo as much as possible, because every Pokemon so far that they pick does have that kind of potential. I mean, Dodrio, it's a little bit squishy, but it does have the mobility for it to get away from the fights. But a T-Tar?
Oh, I was so excited. No.
Come on.
I was so excited.
I mean, T-Tar is not the ideal Pokemon when you're going up against this kind of trap in Dark Peach. I mean, yeah, for sure, T-Tar would be great up against Crossel, but
yeah,
what else, right? There's nothing much.
I mean, I guess if you want to really take the utility route, T-Tar is pretty good at defending goal zones, you know, because the Sandstorm just like keeps taking Pokemon. But yeah, aside from that, like, you really don't want to pick T-Tar unless there's like a particular Pokemon that's like super reliant on shields, which I think the last matchup I saw teams kind of discussing T-Tar was when T-Tar Metagross, you know, that head-to-head matchup was the thing, right? So T-Tar was supposed to counter Metagross, because Metagross was very reliant on all these shields and basically having practically no health, right? Because he's not regenerating health, he's just generating shields. But aside from that, yeah, there's nothing here that would really justify the Tyranitar pick. Serena makes more sense. We did see Scars, I think, use this in their second game against Rival, if I remember correctly. Solid laner. You have Queen's Ascendant, really great Unite for isolating Pokemon in a team fight. Also can buy time for Serena if she gets jumped on, because she's also invincible during the kick. Any other comments? Not really. I mean, I think Scar still has the better draft here. Yeah. But again, I think it's a little bit of bias because, you know, we've seen Scar perform, and I just do think between the two teams, I think Scar is just mechanically the more skilled team.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of watching game number 1 and their other games yesterday, we definitely feel like that Scars really has a huge advantage towards Dark Peach. But if they manage to utilize this Hoopa really well for Dark Peach, this could actually turn things around, especially that they have a much more reliable all-rounders right now, which is going to be the Ceruledge and the Mimikyu. And if you do have that enough regenerative support with your hyperspace holds, then definitely that will be great for the team. But on the other end as well, Scars does have that Vaporeon, and Vaporeon with Muddy Water definitely cancels out that animation and prevents you from going through the hyperspace hole.
Yeah, that's actually really great concept that you kind of brought back up, right? Because like, that's another way to really counter those Hooper plays. I know, so it's not just the Vaporeon, anything with any kind of knock-up, right? So I like the Vaporeon pick, if that's, you know, maybe that might be the concept for why they've decided to go for it. But Vaporeon's also just a really great Pokemon in general. You know, it's a bit too versatile compared to what is actually currently in the meta. Nice pickoff though, coming out from Scars to grab that Machamp. So, sorry, the Machoke. So that's going to be a nice little pickup, big boost of experience as well. And for Dark Peach, you know, they're going to have to try and defend their central lane, because if they don't, the buffs are going to be taken. But maybe this is what they're looking for. They get the knockout on the Dodrio. That's a huge knockout, because now you suddenly stopped this barreling Dodrio just jumping up and down these lanes.
And that puts up the Ceruledge into level 7 immediately. That was a big experience rewarded into it. So they got the first step already. What they need right now is going to be the consistency. Make sure that you avoid going into team fights that are very crucial. But I feel like Scars wanted to force things out here in the middle area of the central area. Ceruledge being able to go aggressive in, waiting for enough backup, but I love this gameplay. I love this discipline that's coming in from Dark Peach. They are looking much more concise compared to game 1.
No, I agree. I think the team just looks a little bit more cohesive than compared to last game. And I think it really is going to come down to the Pokemon that they've chosen. Like, there are some Pokemon here that are way more easier to execute than their previous draft. So, you know, it's a good sign. It doesn't mean that they've completely recovered from that previous game. They will still have to sort of skirmish going into that mid-game. They're trying to win this battle against the Serena, but unfortunately the Serena's going to come out on top. And with the backup of this Lucario, you know, at least Serena gets on out scot-free. Yes, they had to trade the Lucario, but the losses could have been much worse if it wasn't for Lucario to come in and provide that support.
Yes, and that Ceruledge was actually scaling a lot as well. This might be Astra's time for him to be carry out the mission for the team, because this Ceruledge, Astra would play a huge role in the damage department for the side of Dark Beach. But right now, Regieleki is looking great for them. They actually managed to get the last hit, and the Mimikyu would have to advance even further here just to be able to put some pressure. But here comes the Dodrio, Scars, Caminero, dealing a lot of damage, able to get the knockout against the highest level Pokemon at the side of Dark Beach. That is going to hit really hard.
Yep, and down bottom we have a skirmish happening as well. You can see Dark Peach trying to defend this tier 1 gold zone with the Crystal, but with 3 Pokemon here, you know, defending this is quite difficult. It's down to 11 points for this gold zone as well, so in prime position if Scars maybe want to try and go for that really big overdunk. We do have the Regirock down in that bottom lane though, and you know, Scars really wants it. Oh, but the Ceruledge! Can I secure that for Dark Peach?
Nice Unite move to get that buff and deal some damage as well. That would put him up to level 10 for now. Look at the eject button coming in from the Blastoise. No Hydro Typhoon needed to use. It able for them to eliminate the highest level Pokemon once again for Dark Peach.
So Dark Peach, I mean, okay, the point difference between the two teams, it's very close, and even the level game, it's not super close, but the Ceruledge is somewhat keeping up with these core Pokemon. And even the Mimikyu just getting a knockout there, boosting itself up to level 10 as well. So game 2. I don't know what Dark Peach had, if they had to have a bit of a sip of their drink, maybe if they had a bit of a snack before going into game 2, but they are looking pretty solid here. If they can, you know, continue with these little micro punishes up against Scars, they could very well push this into a game number 3. The only thing is, they're going to have to try and figure out how to do this without losing the Mimikyu and the Ceruledge in the process, because these two are going to play a key role in being the main damage dealers and actually securing these eliminations for the team.
Oh, submission used for mobility, trying to check the tall grasses as well, Danily. But look at the Lucario being able to go with a power-up punch just to be able to take down the Hoopa. No more supporters here for Dark Peach. Machamp is actually running in with the submission, but not going to be able to make it to connect. But here comes the Ceruledge once again with a Unite move. Barely misses the opportunity to get the Regieleki, and here comes Scars pushing all the way in. Eliminates 2 Pokemon at the side of Dark Peach, and they will be over-dunking top path.
That's very painful. So T1 up top is gone. That's not going to be available during the final 2-minute stretch. That's also going to slow down the team if they want to try and reinforce any top objectives. The pressure is still continuing though, because right now we're seeing some pressure happening in the central area as well as that top and bottom lane. Scars are not letting up. I will say that Peach, I think they're doing a pretty reasonable job holding off the side lanes and that central area, but I do think if they just continue to play reactively like this, that they're going to fall into that same trap as last game where, you know, if you just follow your partner's footsteps, how do you hope to actually take control of this game if you don't decide to make a move for yourself?
Move yourself, but right now the move is going to be online for Dark Beach. There goes the Rock Tomb in order to isolate multiple members. Play With Me was actually used. X-Scissor actually misses. Very unfortunate things is happening. The Surf would have to actually cancel out the scoring system for Dark Peach, and one by one they are falling down. The Surf does not connect the way they wanted it to. Ceruledge goes in for the Unite move just to be able to shred down the HP of the Dodrio. Hydro Typhoon actually used to lift up multiple members from Dark Peach, and they were forced to back away. Too much expense has been used for both teams, but no knockout has been converted yet.
Yeah, the commitment is a bit too big for both teams, it looks like. Up top, though, we've got the Dodrio here trying to get some more AOS energy, but look at this. We have a two-man attack coming in from Dark Peach to not just chase away the Dodrio, but if he does get too close, maybe could be hit with that submission and will result in a knockout. So very smart play to back out, but this does mean that Dark Peach, they have a minute to grab some extra levels on their core Pokemon. They're sitting on level 13 on both the Ceruledge and that Mimikyu, which is the most important for this team right now. Level 12 on the Machamp, which is actually quite good too, because that means we're going to be seeing the upgrade for that Machamp as well. Crustle and Hooper, they're a little behind, but I have to say, you know, this is probably the best chance Dark Peach has to bring this to a Game 3.
Definitely the best chance. That one level difference from the supporters, is it still a difference? But it's not that big. You need those core Pokemons to get the power spikes. But speaking of power spikes, it feels like they want to force things down here. They are isolated by 3 members from Scars, preventing them to go in for the ground. But the other members have already seen the vision. Hydro Typhoon was actually used in order to stall some time. And the Ceruledge, the core Pokemon, has been taken down already in the Peacher. And Dark Peach has been feeling a lot of pressure. But yet, they are so well sustained here in the fight, Danley. It's not yet over, though the Mimikyu falls down. The main damage dealer is already taken away. It's only the Machamp that's left alive, and the other members from Scars is just stalling and pushing it back.
I don't think we're going to be seeing this Machamp around for much longer. Ceruledge has come back and is actually trying to farm up some wild Pokemon to try and get back his Unite move if possible. We've still got another minute to go. But yeah, Scars, I think they're kind of realizing that, okay, trying to take the ground on here probably isn't the smartest move for us. We don't really have the best lineup to rip through this. So it's going to be a game of defense. Now the thing is, for Dark Peach, if they can break through this defense, they can take that ground on. They can still win this game. The gap between these two teams, it's just 200 points. It might be 300 if Dodrio decides to go for a back cap, but if he does decide to do that, I hope we're able to secure this. We do see one knockout there back onto that Crustle. Oh, the Machamp though gets the ground on.
Dark Peach, they have to score as quick as possible. They need 400, they need 500 to win the game, but there's just too much back cap as well at the side of Scars. Will they be able to farm? Will they be able to get more AO's energy to flip the game? 10 seconds left. I don't think they have enough time.
I don't think they have enough time too, but we're gonna have to see the scores. We're seeing a lot of orange scores, however, so I think PKUs, what this means is that our winner for this set is very likely going to be Scars. Let's check the score line, and it is going to be Scars with 700 points over 300 on the side of Dark Peach.
But you have to admit, everyone has to admit that Dark Peach really played that well compared to game number 1, and this is actually a testament, you know, and this is actually a proof that their first win yesterday in the international stage of Pokemon Unite wasn't just a fluke or wasn't just by pure luck. We saw the consistency a while ago during their second game against Scars, and probably Scars is one of the best teams in the world, and for you to be able to push them through their limits, that is just a way to see it. So Dark Peach, really a promising team here, Danley.
Yeah, really promising team. Unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing any more of them at ACL as they have officially been knocked out. But, you know, there's always going to be next year, I think, right? Like, I think there's always going to be next year. We might see Dark Peach again. And, you know, before that, they basically got another entire year to practice, to maybe watch the Unite season, to see what other teams are doing. And, you know, maybe they come back stronger next year. And maybe they do end up being real contenders for the ACL crown. But honestly, kudos to them. The fact that they were the only representatives from the China region, and with how well that they did, I don't have solidified knowledge, but I don't think they would have played for as long as you would like to if you're trying to get into competitive Unite. So the fact that they played this well and they managed to win one of their games in the upper bracket, you know, that's already an achievement in itself.
Absolutely, and definitely we hope to see them as well in the World Championship Series of Pokemon Unite, which will be happening in August. So definitely there will be their own regional qualifiers as well. But for now, let's take a look at the sub-stage match here. Danily, non-stop Pokemon Unite action. It is Onyx Rise and Full Sense. So 6 minutes has already been finished. We still have 4 here, but we are seeing a very, very close game between both teams.
Very close game between both teams. Very interesting drafts coming out from both sides as well. I will have to point out the Comfey ban on the side of Full Sense. So I think they were maybe thinking that, you know, Onyx Rise might decide to do something very cute with the Comfey +1. Now, it looks like in the meantime, though, there is going to be quite a bit of pressure coming out from Onyx Rise onto Full Sense, who is trying to defend their goal zones. This Charizard will just beat out that Mega Gyarados. That's a really tough matchup. But this is what Onyx Rise want. They want to break through that goal zone. They want to try and take that top objective. They do break that goal zone with 50 points on the dot. And that's going to catapult them into the lead with 185 points.
185. Onyx Rise, though, I'm trying to analyze their draft as well, and pretty much both of the teams has the same playstyle, and this is what we have been discussing yesterday, that Full Sense really adjusts accordingly whoever they're going up against, and with the familiarity to Onyx, definitely this would be a much more easier task for them to go head to head into this team, which is crystal clear right now. 147 to 185, it's not that big. They have as well the experience, just a little bit behind though, but they can still catch up. 30 more seconds before final stretch, and they could flip things around.
So just a quick level check for all of our teams. So at the moment, both teams are running cores that are either level 12 or 13. We have Hooper and Snorlax on Onyx Rise sitting on 11 apiece. And the supports on Full Sense, the Umbreon and the Psyduck are only at level 10. So right now, level lead advantage is currently in favor of Onyx Rise. But I do think the gap between the teams, it's small enough that there is still a chance for Full Sense to win this team fight. It will come down to when they decide to initiate the fights, how they decide to enter, and if they can maybe cut somebody off on the side of Onyx Rise. And they're going to do that with the Inteleon, who I have to point out, interestingly enough, is running Liquidation. This is not Snipe Shot. This is not Snipe Shot Inteleon, which tells me they've actually decided to go for the lock-on build because they want to catch out the Ceruledge and the Cramorant.
Hashtag grammar indeed, but this is going to be a big trouble. The Umbreon is getting burned down by the Charizard, and Full Sense cannot get enough spacing in order for them to get the Groudon that they actually will be needing in this matchup. The Snorlax goes back into the Pokemon Center, but goes back immediately. The Foul Play might be effective. Flame Sweep has actually been used as well, but the Seismic Slam would actually land against the Talonflame, and they might be able to eliminate it. Charizard chasing for the Talonflame, but it's not going to be quite successful. But the Gyarados is having his own fight as well, but he will get eliminated in the picture. 1-for-1 exchange here for both teams.
1-for-1, but losing that Mega Gyarados is such a big loss for Full Sense, and also the Umbreon as well. So you've lost, you know, really your main backbone of initiators, and with just 50 seconds left to go, Full Sense, they are in dire straits. As soon as the team is back together, this is going to be their last hurrah, their last push. They're either going to have to go and grab that Groudon buff, or they're going to have to run down one of these lanes and really just hammer down in scoring those points. And it looks like it's going to be Groudon, the hopes of winning game 1.
Game 1. Here we go. Onyx Rise pushing the back. No more time left. 80 points will be put in the bank as well. And Full Sense has been completely wiped out. And we do have a pause at the very last second of the game, but
interesting.
I mean, yeah, for sure we'll take it, but this most likely seals the deal for Onyx Rise being able to take game number 1 up against Full Sense.
I don't think this really came as a surprise. I kind of, you know, I think in a lot of our minds, we look at this matchup. Most people are going to probably pick Onyx Rise. This is probably one of the most stable teams in the region so far. Full Sense had their moments. I think that's what makes Full Sense stand out. They have their moments where they can really be absolute monsters, but unfortunately, that is not a consistent thing with this team. You know, they're a little inconsistent, which is something that does hold them back. But if this is something that they can eventually work on, I do think they could be walking that same level as Onyx Rise. It's just right now, I mean, we saw in that particular game, like there were some moments where it looked like they were going to have a pretty easy entry into a fight, or they should have gotten a pretty easy KO. But then something happens, you know, maybe someone missteps, or they don't land the move that they necessarily wanted, and they kind of lose their target. So yeah, Full Sense, they're not out of it. I think I can see a game 3, but they're going to have to really polish up for game 2, especially with the fact that they're 1 game down against Onyx Rise now.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're just waiting for the results of game number 1 and be able to proceed into game number 2 of their matchup. But on the another side of the lower bracket, rather, we do have Force Gaming winning up against CACM Esports in 2-1 series. So CACM Esports would have to bid farewell into their tournament run here in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, while Scarred was able to defeat Dark Beach. So we're just waiting for whoever is going to be the winner here for Onyx versus Full Sense. But we might be seeing Force Gaming later on and Reject going in for the broadcasted match right after this Onyx and Full Sense showdown.
Okay, that one should be a very interesting matchup as well. So here's the final scoreline here, ladies and gentlemen. Onyx Rise going to be taking game 1 of this best of 3. I don't know if we're going to be broadcasting the rest of it. Find out in just a second. I think we will be. So we should be jumping into game 2 pretty quick, especially since this is a B stage game. A lot of the B stage games I think happen pretty fast. Oh, we may have just gotten some information here. Okay, we will be finding out in just a minute if we are going to continue with the Onyx set.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I want to see the game, you know, we'd have to determine as well if we get to broadcast this one, because this is one of the interesting matches here in the tournament, knowing that this is actually one of the rematches that we have been eyeing to see. So yes, we do have a confirmation that we will be broadcasting the second game as well for Onyx versus Full Sense.
Oh, that's good news. So we get to see the rest of this set as well. Okay, so game 2 changes. I think we've got to talk about some adjustments here for both teams. So Onyx Rise, do they change anything? No, I don't think you really change anything if you're Onyx. Onyx, just play like Onyx. They're fine. They're consistent. They're generally pretty good. It's mostly Full Sense I'm a little bit worried about, because I did talk about the inconsistency with this team. Like, they can play great. They also have games and days where they're just a little bit, you know, bleh. It might be, you know, lack of caffeine, energy. You know, sometimes just you're on a main stage, you get a little overwhelmed by all the viewers and the lights, but they're on the side stage. So what would I change if I'm Full Sense? They can't play Mega Gyarados, Umbreon, Talonflame, Psyduck, and Talion anymore. Classic picks for Full Sense. I know they do love to play Trevenant. I think back in the day, Trevenant's been a pretty big one. They loved Vaporeon if they're able to get their hands on that. Zoroark is actually a Full Sense special as well. Especially with Mark God. Mark God is a Zoroark specialist. The only thing is that will they be able to get the support of Comfey, because Full Sense banned Comfey for their final ban in this best of 3.
Yeah, I do feel like that is a form of respect as well, or in order to dismantle the draft, because definitely Zoroark without the Comfey, it might have some struggles along the process, especially doing those unexpected ambushes from the central area. So there is still a lot of things that we do have to consider from their draft, but you've talked about the worry of having the inconsistency for Full Sense, but I'm not pretty sure if we could call that game number 1 inconsistently. I mean, we just saw the second half of the game, but they were very on par with what Onyx is trying to do on the game. So definitely they are not that far back from being swept away from Onyx here at the lower bracket. Still have a big chance, I would say.
No, they absolutely have a chance. It's just I have to bring up the inconsistency again. Like, Full Sense is a team that can absolutely surprise. They have the potential to surprise, they can play as well, and there are days where they play better than Onyx. The only problem is that right now, like today, I'm not seeing Full Sense playing at that level. They're playing at Onyx level, but that's kind of where they're capping out. Whereas for Onyx have looked really good in practically all the tournament games I think we've seen for this team so far. Like the rotations are always on point, their drafting is always great. We haven't seen them make any mistakes around the ground on pits. They haven't done any unnecessary backcaps. So just knowing that Onyx is also on form today, I'm always going to be inclined to put Onyx above Full Sense unless something happens and it makes me think like, okay, Onyx are a little bit off today.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if there will be a consistency that would happen here as well to Onyx. But as far as I'm concerned, they're still up ahead in this best of 3 series. They just need one more game and they will be proceeding more into the Asia Champions League. And if ever who does win in this matchup would have to go up against Scars. So let's have a quick rundown here, Danley, as we wait for the second game for Full Sense and Onyx. So if you're going to take a look at the picture, so 2-0, so a minimum of 3, actually not a minimum of 3, but maximum of 3 teams from the Southeast Asia League will be retained right after the lower bracket round 2, and 2 of them will be from the Japan region, 2 from the LAI, actually not 2 from the, so okay, so we have Dignitas and 4, so that's 2 from LAIC. Nemesis, Fennel, and whoever wins here from C League, so that's 3. For Japan League, we have Fennel, Reject, and Scar. So 3 from Japan League, 3 from Southeast Asia, and 2 from the LAIC. So there's just full stack regions or specific regions are the only ones left here. So India has already been eliminated. Same thing with the China region. So we're just narrowing down on who are the regions that are remained here in the tournament. But of course, we want to remind everyone to make sure to claim your Pokemon Unite jersey and cap holoware in game itself. So you just have to open your Pokemon Unite game, go to Events tab, PUACL 2026 Spectator Event, watch, and make sure to claim the jersey and cap holoware. It will be available only for today, up until later at 8:30 p.m. GMT +8.
Yeah, so make sure you grab it as soon as possible, because if you miss it, you missed it. They have to wait for next year. So hope you enjoy your holoware if you've already picked yours up. It looks like game number 2 is ready to go here, Pika. So let's jump into the draft. We do have a little bit of information here. The bans, we are going to continue with the Comfey ban here on the side of Full Sense, which I do find rather interesting. Psyduck will be removed from the pool because they just played that. Whereas on the other side, Onyx Rise have decided to remove the Mew from the pool, which I do find really interesting. I mean, okay, yeah, I guess Full Sense do play a pretty nasty Mew as well, so I guess I can kind of see why you would want to go for that ban. And then removing the Mega Charizard Y, meaning that, you know, Mark Gods is not going to be able to get his hands on that, and I don't think Sanzage would be able to play that either. So I'd say smart bans across the board here. Darkrai is going to be the final ban for Full Sense. That one's pretty interesting. Wait a minute, so if they ban Darkrai here, what did they do there? Final ban. Hang on, folks.
Oh,
I'm gonna...
in the queue. Okay. So, here's the thing, Danley. Number 1, Surfetch is open. Number 2, I just noticed that Hong is actually not playing for today for Full Sense, so it is going to be Mr. Parts who's going to be playing here in action. But did they intentionally left that Surfetch wide open?
I'm just trying to think, why would you want to give that Surfetched? I mean, okay, Surfetched matchup against a Zacian. Zacian's still technically the better Pokemon in the laning stage. I think the thought process here for Full Sense, like if they can grab it later, they'll grab it later. But they'll probably have also acknowledged that if they're going to have to give away the Farfetch'd to get the Zacian, then that's going to have to be a sacrifice that they're willing to make. The thing is, it's Eeyore that's going to be playing this Surfetch'd, so this is not going to be any kind of Surfetch'd. Axecu's playing Blastoise. I think this is going to be in the air, because this could also be a Luna Blastoise, and sometimes even Cell. Sometimes Cell actually plays that Blastoise, but it depends if they do decide to pivot the lanes. So pretty interesting choice for Axeq to be playing Blastoise here.
Still trying to think of it. All right, I think this one is much more if a comfortable matchup for this Zacian going up against a Surfetch, just like what you've said. But again, it's Eeyore, and we also have Cell as the Machamp. So Onyx Rise so far is looking very tanky here with 2 all-rounders, 2 defenders as well. But for Full Sense, they do have access to refreshments. But with that Vaporeon being available with the Muddy Water, I'm quite a little bit doubtful if they could maximize Mr. Pard's Hoopa in this matchup.
It's not just the Hoopa. I'm actually looking at how they've decided to approach this matchup here. So Zoe is going to pick up the Mega Mewtwo Y. So Axeq is going on to Mega Mewtwo Y, Blastoise to Luna, and Vaporeon to Zoe, if I am correct with my prediction. We'll see in just a second. I don't think Mr. Pards is actually going to struggle against that Vaporeon, because normally Zoe isn't the kind of player to like play far forward unless he's on his own in lanes. He tends to sort of sit behind Illuna and Axeq to provide them that backline support. So I think the Hoopa is still going to be very viable in this matchup. The thing that I find really interesting is the Garchomp and Glaceon last 2 picks, because you did mention the tankiness of Onyx lineup. Glaceon is a great way to cut through that tankiness. It's one of the few Pokemon I feel that actually has enough damage to rip through defenders and those all-rounders. So I do like this choice. The Garchomp is maybe where I'm going to kind of scratch my head and be a little worried, because this is Mark God playing the Garchomp, so he's also got his own little flair to this. I'm just worried that Onyx, if they decide to shut down Mark God's lane, this is going to put a lot of unnecessary pressure onto SCG and Sunzage to overperform, because they have to give Mark Gods that space to hit the level 9 at least, because if he's not hitting that level 9, the effectiveness of that Garchomp drastically decreases, and it reaches a point where you kind of just think like, okay, why did I pick the Garchomp to begin with, you know? And in most cases people say like, oh yeah, you got great basic attacks, you got Live with Outrage, you're really good at threatening objectives, but against a Mega Mewtwo Y, Garchomp tends to struggle in this matchup.
It's going to struggle a lot, knowing that there's just too many firepower already for Onyx Rise at the very early stages of the game. And Garchomp, on the other hand, once you're behind, you're going to struggle a lot. The chances for you to recover from that deficit will be really, really tough. So definitely the job here for Full Sense is to babysit the Garchomp. But I'm not quite sure if Onyx Rise would allow that, because Cell has already made its appearance here in the top lane just to be able to assume that they could take out multiple KOs. And that was a close call, if not for the Citrus Berry that was sent out by the Hoopa.
Man, that could have gone really, really badly, but you know, it just goes to show how well Onyx Rise and Full Sense know each other as opponents. They know their limits, they know when to back up, they know what they're capable of doing without losing too much. So great stuff here. This Hoopa pick already paying off in dividends for Full Sense, because for Onyx, you know, yes, you do have the Vaporeon, but if you're going to compare the Vaporeon to the Hoopa in terms of utility, Hoopa's Hyperspace Hole is going to bring his team more value, for example, than compared to, let's say, Aqua Ring, if that ends up being the build for the Vaporeon. Because, like, yeah, you get the healing, but you don't have the opportunity to teleport back home to be saved. You don't have the opportunity to come back into the fight after fully healing as well. You can essentially fully heal a full team of 5 with a Hoopa. You can't do that with a Vaporeon.
Yeah, absolutely. But the fact that they want to cancel out the hyperspace, I think that is going to be the play, but that is not going to be the moveset for the Vaporeon here. So a little bit concerning though, but this is Onyx we're talking about, so maybe they have another plan in order to deal with that Hoopa, who's actually a very roamy and very helpful Pokemon in this matchup.
Yeah, there's the Hyperspace Hole to save the Hoopa, so No losses there. The team is coming back in though. Okay, so they're looking for some revenge if possible. The Gabite going in for those basic attacks, just sort of pushing the Vaporeon out of lane. Down bottom though, we do have a bit of a chase happening. This Vaporeon being pursued by 3 Pokemon. That's going to be a pretty easy knockout. So nice little bump of experience here for Full Sense. And everyone's going back into lane. So aside from that one maneuver, nothing too crazy happening here.
Yeah, everyone is playing this one really safe. Just go for guaranteed knockouts. Don't trade too much cost. That has been the name of the game for both teams. That is why we can see that the XP department is pretty much identical to both teams. They're not risking everything. They're not going all out just so that they can be able to stand on the same ground. But Registeel is actually looking great here. Additional attack buff. This might be very beneficial for Cell, knowing that he is a Surfetch right now. So that is going to be a lot of damage for you to experience once you engage into a fight up against it.
Really nice buff steal coming out from the Machoke, and actually maybe even thinking about trying to compete with the Hooper. Oh, beautiful finish off by the Vaporeon to grab that. So that's going to be a bump of experience too. And that's also going to be some dunks coming in for Onyx Rise. So up top, it looks like they've completely decimated that lane. Down bottom, though, that's going to be Full Sense's domain with the Zacian and Snorlax. They've also broken the tier 1 down bottom themselves. In the middle, though, we have a bit of a skirmish, and with the numbers disadvantage, not looking so good here for the Zacian, as that's the first Pokemon to drop. Next one to fall will be that Snorlax, but Glaceon a bit too far forward. They're going to be caught. Hooper running right by as well. Could be the next casualty if they're not able to escape. And the Garchomp was even there as well. Onyx Rise, 4 Pokemon for absolutely nothing? Yes, please.
They are on the roll. They even used the Hydro Typhoon, which is actually not needed on that fight anymore. So I'm not sure if it was a misclick or a victory dance or something, but you gotta admit that Onyx Rise is definitely on a roll right now. They're pushing through their limits, they're pushing back Full Sense, and they have this better spacing in terms of taking down the gold zones in tier 1s.
Yeah. Oh, Vaporeon's only going to be caught there by the block. Thankfully, he is able to dash out of there. Is about to run into a Zacian, though. Now, thankfully, Zacian alone doesn't really have the capability to get that solo knockout by himself. Does see Eeyore, though, and says, like, no thanks. I don't want to deal with this so fetched. Yeah, I'm out.
I'm out.
I'm not about to be turned into a kebab.
Maybe next time. I don't want that leak to be, you know, punching all the way through me, so better back to retreat. But eyes on the prize right now. Objective on top path is looking pretty great for both teams. Registeel, additional attack buff, and Full Sense will be going in all out on this picture. There goes the Hoopa with the rings, and Val be able to get the last hit. Hydro Typhoon will be able to buy some time and able to push back 2 members from Full Sense, and Onyx Rise was forced to back away behind their goal zones. They are not getting the HP regen just because of the fact that the pressure is ticking there due to the numbers advantage of Full Sense.
Oh, so Eeyore managed to take the Regieleki down bottom. This was a very risky trade, I feel, for Onyx, because they gave away quite a lot in that top lane. They did get the Regieleki down bottom with the Zacian, but they didn't break that the tier 2 goal zone. The ideal case scenario here is to break that goal zone so that, you know, if you want to try and go for those very sneaky late game backcaps, that does end up being a possibility for the team. So, am I a fan of them being kind of split there? Bit hesitant, but you know, sometimes things gotta give. You gotta try and create some space for the rest of your team. It looks like Snorlax is gonna start the fight here, Pikachu's.
No space for the Snorlax though, but managed to keep it out alive because of the assistance of the Hoopa. We still have 1:30 left here, Danley, and we are waiting for the last set of objective. Power Nap has been used in order to prolong the fight, but the Sword Dog has been pinched down into the offense of Onyx Rise. But at the same time, 2 Pokemon has been eliminated on their side because of the power spikes the Garchomp and the Glaceon is having as of the moment.
Got level 13 on the Garchomp, level 12 on the Zacian, 12 on the Glaceon on the side of Full Sense, whereas on the side of Onyx Rise, it's really only 12 on the Machamp and the Surfetched. We're still waiting for Axew to kind of play catch-up on that Mega Mewtwo Y, and this might be the game where Onyx Rise might actually drop the Full Sense, and this is where Full Sense can maybe possibly force that game number 3, because when it comes to late game scaling, I'm all in for Full Sense. They've got a Garchomp who's level 13, you've got a Zacian as well, you have the support of that Glaceon that's going to be able to cut through those very tanky Vaporeon and Blastoise on the opposite side, and then you have the Snorlax to start things up for the team. You know, I wasn't feeling too confident with Full Sense's draft originally, but this late into the game with this many levels and this many resources committed into the lineup, I'm feeling pretty confident.
Confident indeed, but Full Sense needs the confidence to go all in the fight. Someone might be caught off guard. Look at that cross chop. No, the submission actually does hit. And here comes Onyx Rise. They're going all out, race and bound in order to pop it off. And Onyx just decides to back away in order to waste the Unite move of the other Pokemons. That is 3 in total that has been expended.
Garchomp.
And right now, Onyx Rise is going back in action. Garchomp has been eliminated in the picture.
Oh gosh, Garchomp is gone. We have the Snorlax trying to buy as much time as possible, but the Glaceon in the back line is going to be caught by Axeq and Co. The Zacian can be jumped on as well by the Blastoise. Typhoon, he gets used as well. Oh no, Full Sense, the entire team is collapsing in every
Snorlax,
angle.
heavy slam, doesn't get it quite yet. And Onyx Rise does get the last hit on the ground and they will just have to dunk the points. But the question is, can they? They just need a hundo. This is quite enough. They're pushing back Markot S just to be able for someone to push down the hundo points, and that will put them up on the lead, and they know that they are leading towards this game.
Onyx Rise, they are about to close things out 2-0 against Full Sense in the lower brackets to basically lock out the dreams of their Southeast Asian brethren. But, you know, at the end of the day, you're in it to win it. And if you know Onyx Rise, this is a team that loves to win. And with 30 seconds left to go, you know, I think now Onyx Rise are probably thinking about their next matchup, which, do you have the bracket open by chance, Pika?
Yes, I do have the bracket open here. So Onyx will go up against Scars on their next matchup later on, which is really tough as well. For Amy versus Reject, then for upper bracket we have Nemesis versus Dignitas and Rival versus Fennel.
So that's going to be a scary matchup for Onyx Rise going up against Scar. But the thing is, if Rival Esports can beat them, I do think Onyx Rise have a very good chance of being able to take down Scar as well. So we'll have to look forward to that matchup later on for today. But in the meantime, I think for now we do need to bathe in Onyx Rise's glory. They lock in their 2-0 win over Full Sense, and at the same time they do eliminate Full Sense from the tournament. But at the end of the day as well, Onyx dreams of winning this tournament are still very much alive.
Absolutely, this team is so consistent all throughout their tournament runs, whether it's ACL, it's the regional qualifiers, or even Worlds. They make sure to stand out in every single tournament that they join in. But again, congratulations to Onyx Rise. Full Sense would have to sit back and you know, watch the whole duration of the tournament, knowing that they do not have any games remaining left for Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. But we do hope to see Full Sense once again compete in the World Championships, knowing that that is going to be the next tournament that is available in the Pokemon Unite Esports after their own regional qualifiers.
Yeah, so unfortunately, goodbye to Full Sense. We will see you during the qualifiers, but hello to Onyx Rise, because we're still going to get plenty of you on broadcast, so and Scar as well. But we'll have to take a look at our next matchups for today, because we are trying to zoom through all of our lower bracket matches, because we are trying to find out who's going to be playing our semi-final matches, because I think once we hit semis, we are we covering all semi games? No.
As far as I know, we're only covering a limited amount of games. Yeah, so hopefully we get to see the good ones. I think that's what we kind of want to have a look at. But okay, we're going to be seeing some Team Reject stats here. PUE Overlords, Tatke, Pavona, Haruto, and Yumin Yan, their reserve player, on the screen right now as we get ready for our next matchup. Yeah, absolutely. And this is going to be one of a show once again. And we're going to be having Force Gaming versus Reject for our broadcast right now. So I do believe that this is well, supposed to be on schedule. It's going to be the third one, but this is going to be the fourth one right now on the schedule, since we do have a little bit of a bonus a while ago, being able to cover both main and sub stage for match number 2.
Yeah, so we're back onto the main stage in terms of games, and I guess we're watching Reject next. Do we? Hang on, I don't have my schedule open. I will. Thank you, JJ. Welcome to the broadcast.
Yes, sirree. We are once again back. I don't know what happened. It seems as if like I got transported here. Because like Yules was just talking just a little bit ago, but it seems as if we got swapped for whatever reason. So now going back, I was having my breakfast and I was like, oh no, I'm so. Okay, we're here, and it was quite a fascinating match earlier. Onyx Rise versus Full Sense, and quite unfortunately for them, as you guys have been mentioning, well, we're not going to be able to see Full Sense anymore, but Onyx Rise still rising up to top. But now, though, this is our second team for this match. Again, it's Reject versus Force Gaming. Force Gaming being one of the teams coming in from that of the LAIC, and Reject, of course, coming in from the qualifiers from Japan. So this is going to be another set of match that's East versus West.
I think we love these matchups, because everyone's like, my region's best, your region's best, everyone's region's the best. But we're also trying to filter out the, I suppose, like top teams in the tournament. And the discussion, I have to say the discussions, like just seeing some of them online have been pretty interesting. But one of the main discussion points I've kind of noticed is, the state of Japan. I think a lot of people were expecting Japan to place in, I don't know about all of the upper bracket slots, but I think, for Japan to have more representation up there. But, we're all down in the lower bracket now. And I guess like we're kind of waiting to see, down in the lower bracket, are we going to be seeing revenge from the Japanese teams, right? It's like they got pushed to the lower bracket. For whatever reason, we don't have any internal data as to like how the teams are actually feeling about this. But just from experience and from just random pros, when you ask them kind of that lower bracket experience, like that added stress is sometimes necessary to really bring out the full capability of a team. And so now that we're starting to see another matchup of the East versus West, I think most notably Japan, I think people are seeing that, okay, now that Japan is down in the lower bracket, we've got this fire lit behind them. Are we going to be seeing the full potential of this region? Are they really going to prove to us that they are as strong as we all believe that they have been this whole time?
No, yeah, I mean, this actually says a lot here as well, especially for the likes of Fennel as well, because they are one of, well, not that they are one of the, but they are the representatives for Japan as well for the upcoming Asian Games 2026, right? So it just goes to show how much they should be training for that event as well, alongside playing here in this tournament. And at the same time, just to add up to what you said, they are currently playing in their own homeland. This is in Japan, and to be able to see them on the lower bracket, I think that is something that people were not really expecting to see.
Speaking of what to expect to see, I guess we're gonna have to focus on Reject and Force Gaming here, JJ. So
of course.
Let's look at Reject first. I think because there was a lot of hype around Reject because obviously the import. I think we do have to talk about that.
Of course.
So lots of expectations. Unfortunately, Reject were pushed down into the lower bracket on day one, although I think we also have to consider, their opponent for day number one. I don't think this was something that was unexpected either. This was a very much possibility, but now that we are in that lower bracket and against Force Gaming, like, do you think Reject is statistically the stronger team in this matchup?
I mean, going up, it's really hard to tell as of the moment because we haven't really seen Force Gaming. We might have been able to see LAIC, but then again, as we have been saying, we cannot really rely on the previous on previous results because it has been quite a while, a little bit of patches a while ago. before this actual tournament came to be, and at the same time, you know, they were up against another team from LAIC, this being Force Gaming, and Reject, of course, having to eliminate a team from Japan as well. So I guess it's more of a factor of how Force Gaming would actually fare off, you know, in this tournament, knowing the fact that there are a lot of regions in LAIC coming together, obviously coming in the top 3. It's not an easy thing to do. So definitely, I think it will put Reject up to their toes, but we saw how Reject played earlier, quite methodically, quite systematically, how they were able to dismantle GMU, and I think they can do the same here for Force Gaming.
I believe they can actually do it as well. I think I'm glad you bring back the concept of GMU, right? Because that matchup, to me, is significant because that's a Japan versus Japan matchup, right? So I don't know how much we can rely on that matchup because the Japanese teams play against each other all the time.
That's true.
So they're very familiar with how they tend to play
each other.
And what we're starting to see, right, is that the Japanese teams seem to be struggling against teams outside of the Japanese region,
true.
not so much against each other. So now that Force Gaming is entering the scene here, I kind of wonder how much Force Gaming's playstyle might come in to sort of, you know, ruin the vibe for Rejects. We are ready to jump into the draft here, folks, though. So game number 1 of this best of 3 set in the lower bracket. Loser is out of the tournament. Winner will continue their run in the lower bracket.
No, yeah, I mean, that's what we were talking about earlier as well, right? Like, we know how the Asian teams play against each other, but really, these kinds of matches, East and West matches, are the most interesting moments for us, mainly because of the fact that we don't really have an idea, or at least, like, we only have a vague picture of what might happen, because while we are most aware of what happened in Asia, and obviously us as audiences watching those in the West, it's really hard to determine how these strategies of both of these regions would actually go against each other. Now, would the methodical, systematic gameplay work against a hard-headed kind of gameplay coming in from the West, or would the other go on top than the East? We will find out this time.
Yeah, we're going to find out with the draft. Pretty open draft on the side of Force Gaming. They decided to go for both of their supports already. So Vaporeon and Psyduck. I mean, it's a strong opening. I don't really think this is a bad idea. I do like that they're keeping their options open because they want to see what Rejects is deciding to go for their first core Pokemon. So they have the Machamp. We are seeing Espeon as well as the Blastoise appear on the screen. So lots of team fight. There's a lot of team fight. You have the burst damage for the Espeon. Espeon is also going to provide setup with the Psychic Solaire as well. I think what we have to see here is what's going to be that final wrap-up, and it might end up being Overlord on that Mimikyu because they're kind of missing some kind of speedster, but instead they decided to go back for the Delmires, which I find really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we have Satake, right? We have Satake here being that submission user, but then again, if they so decide to go away, that's where Delmais comes in. But then again, they're going to be answering back here. Force Gaming is going to be answering back here with that of the Mega Charizard X and, of course, the Lucario. Now, here's the thing, though. I guess the only thing that's the advantage, or at least one of the most striking advantage that Reject has over Force Gaming, is that their import, we cannot... I mean, I'd like to not talk about it, but we have to keep on talking about it because Overlord coming in from the West gives this team, Reject, so much insight as to how that region plays.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely aspects where Overlord's knowledge is going to be very handy for the team. We don't know how much info he has on Force Gaming, for example. I think Force Gaming might be one of those teams that's kind of out of his radar. But, I mean... Speaking of Overlord, I think I really want to talk about the Delmais pick because we saw him play this yesterday.
Yes.
I I wasn't really impressed with the Delmai's pick. Like, yeah, we saw Overlord, he survived, he got a couple of great anchor shots in, but there was never really a case of like, whoa, you know, that anchor shot won their team the game, whoa, that Unite, you know, set up for everyone to grab an objective. Like, the Delmai's pick has been a very, I guess, like a behind the scenes pick for the team, but like, I can't at the moment feel confident with the Delmai's pick. Yeah, maybe I'm changing my mind after this game. You know, we really don't know. But yeah, the Delmai's pick, that's something that I'm kind of questioning here, because I think maybe I'm in the same boat as a lot of other people. I'm looking at this lineup and I'm thinking they would have really benefited from some kind of speedster, you know, like a Leafeon.
No, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, like just anything to sort of like come in, scout the map, provide vision, and if you can, just come in and quickly dish out some damage. Because like their team comp at the moment, it's very team fighty, very crowd control-y.
No, I totally agree with you. But then again, you know, that is literally just a job here for the Delmais. It's literally just to hook down opponents. At the same time, we have some displacements here coming in from that with submission. That's why they're always together, that and the Espeon, making sure that they have a bit of a combo here while they still get their... There you go. As I mentioned, as I've been saying, that is the combo that they only need, and it's literally just to be, you know, the Delmais is literally just there as utility for the team to finish the job. I agree with you. It doesn't really do a lot, but to initiate team fights like that, or at least making sure that their opponents cannot go anywhere else just to finish that job, I think that is all that's enough for the Delmais for its job.
They're crushing that bottom lane as well. Every single time Force Gaming go down there, they're kind of feeding away all of these knockouts, so they're going to have to try and figure out how to stabilize that bottom lane. Instead, they've actually decided to try and defend their central area, but this is also just turning out terribly for the team. Like, they're going in, they're not really getting anything, they're not getting knockouts, they're not freeing up their central lane. Lucario is going to be able to come in, same with the Charizard as well, and this is where we finally see Reject, you know, being rejected from the enemy central area. But the damage has been done. Yeah, they were there for so long. They delayed the buffs being taken. They also had free lanes for their top lane War Turtle as well. So yeah, Reject just being so efficient with their time and movement.
That was a lot. That was definitely a lot. You know, they bought a lot of time for themselves as well. Now they are in the lead in terms of points. Sure, the Charizard might have been able to get some sort of rubber banding of the XPs that they were able to take down that Machoke. But then again, here comes another team fight. Here, there's going to be 2 down for 1. That is the Espeon going down to the side of Reject. But they're going to be able to get in some sacks once again. And here you go, another one score up top. Reject definitely is. We cannot deny the fact that they are currently getting this match on their hands as of the moment.
Yeah, they're leading with 78 points over 2 points on the side of Force Gaming. So we can already see how much Force Gaming is struggling in that laning stage. And, you know, Satake has been doing fantastic on this Machamp. You know, he's managed to grab objectives, he's helped secure some of those knockouts for the team as well. Down bottom though, we're seeing a bit of a different picture here. Force Gaming committing their full lineup to grab that Reggie buff. There's the hook, but what's the follow-up? Can they do anything to follow up with this? They're going in as a team, but the Mega Charizard X absolutely deletes that Espeon. They're going to turn around though. Mega Charizard still sticking around. That Delmai's tanking all the damage, supported by the Eldegoss, and I think we're going to be losing Charizard here. So that's a great counter knockouts coming in from Force Gaming. The reinforcements came in at just the right moment to turn from what could have been a catastrophic team fight into a huge success for Reject.
No, that is true. I mean, I guess it could have been better for Reject, but unfortunately for them, it's just that the you know, the Machamp was on the top path, all the way from the top path. The what do you call this? A Peewee with the Espeon who wasn't there as well. So I guess they kind of lack with the firepower. But then again, they did a phenomenal job into buying some time to wait for their teammates to come back up there. Now it is going to be Peewee going to be up left, up there, you know, isolated, while they are trying to secure this bottom path for themselves. 9 more points to destroy this score goal, and I think they're going to be able to destroy this just so they can focus up top, since the Reggie Lecky is going to be up there, and now they can just focus in. Are they going to be able to destroy the first goal up top? They are leaning not to do it just yet, but now Reject is coming up top. Oh, never mind. They were able to destroy it just now.
I think they were trying to deliberate, like, is it worth keeping this up to maybe go for a big overdunk later? But I think they know that they're a little bit too far behind to try and make some kind of efficiency play happen. So they're just trying to equalize the game here. So, yeah, I think Force Gaming, if they could just try and like just lessen this gap a little bit, this game could get easier. The only problem is that bottom lane, right? Like, it's fully exposed. So if Reject decide to go for any back cap play, that is a possibility in the late game. Force Gaming don't really have any great Pokemon to quickly traverse terrain to like stop a back cap, unfortunately. So yeah, this late game, Force Gaming are going to be multitasking. Someone's going to have to watch the base, someone has to be in the central area. And if you're Reject and you know about this, you're gonna want to capitalize on it. And yeah, Psycho Select is gonna be used there. Force Gaming full team is here, except for the Lucario. Lucario's gonna be coming back. Blastoise is gonna be launching himself in, but the fight has already moved back into the central area. And Force Gaming, I think Force Gaming have forced a little bit too much in that singular team fight.
Oh, here we go. You're not going anywhere. You're going down. Ladies and gentlemen, all traders alike, Reject gets a team wipe once again for Force Gaming, destroying the first skull goal up top as well. If they do decide to be, actually, never mind, they're not going to be able to get in the Reggie Lecky anymore. That, I believe, is the final Reggie Lecky of the game right there, as they are now forcing Force Gaming in on a team fight again and again, getting in another 2 KOs as that happens. And now, right now, they are just going to be taking in the Reggie bottom and then positioning themselves, you know, getting some XPs and then positioning themselves into that off-day ground and pet in just a while.
And all of a sudden, these levels are not looking too healthy here for Force Gaming. They're close enough, but they're not close to where they want to be. Like, I'd say the lowest level point you kind of want this team to be at is like maybe everyone at level 11. Then you're not too worried about the difference between the cores of these two teams. But, you know, your supports are still stuck at level 9. They are so far off from being able to have access to their upgraded movesets. So they've got about a minute to allocate more experience to the supports. But at the same time, I think Force Gaming is like, oh, I kind of need it on the Charizard. You know, Charizard, Mewtwo needs it. Lucario might even need this as well. So they're going to have to sacrifice their supports going into this late game if they're going to have a chance at least being able to fight at somewhat equal footing around that Groudon pit. And with 30 seconds left to go, you know, the pressure is on for both of these teams to get into position and to essentially have the initiation of their dreams.
Yeah, so it seems as if there's still the Reggie Lecky up there, but the thing is, Force Gaming is being forced down to show themselves off because the danger that the hook gives them is just too much. But right now, the initiation coming in from the side is going to start off the fight just before the Groudon comes up. That's going to be a 1 down, no, perhaps 2, and the Vaporeon is down low as well. Are they going to be taken off? Not quite yet, but there goes the hook into that of the Mewtwo, and that is another team wipe. Reject is now going to have the free Groudon for themselves, and now going to be able to put down points once again, widening the gap that they already have. 415 to 92 is going to be the score with a minute and a half left.
Reject starting up very strong in game number 1, and that was a beautiful team fight as well. The fact that they started it right beforehand, I think that caught Force Gaming off guard, because you would think a battle like that would have happened a little bit later after the Groudon had appeared. So maybe caught off guard, really hesitating, not really wanting to use Unite until the right moment. But sometimes those surprise ambushes, those surprise fights is what you really need to guarantee your win in these team fights. And what's worse for Force Gaming is that they use Unites in that fight too. So to lose the fight and to not have access to any Unites, it's going to be really hard to even turn this around.
No, I totally get why Force Gaming had to do that, because again, as I mentioned earlier, the pressure that Overlord is giving, I know I might be a little bit too biased towards this Dhelmise pick, but then again, just knowing the fact that if you do hide on tall grasses, inside tall grasses, right, there's always the there's always the hook that can always pick you up. So there's no option for you. They are being forced to select whether they want to take the risk or just rip it out. Which what they did was just rip it out, initiate with the side duck, because the hook is there anyway. They're gonna get caught off.
Yeah, and maybe this is the beauty of Delmai's that we didn't really get to see in yesterday's games, right? Because Delmai's, I think, only reject hopefully Delmai's. I don't think any other teams are competing with this. So yeah, this is the only team that's playing that Delmai's, and because of that, I guess people aren't really practicing against it, because playing against any kind of Pokemon in any, not just a Pokemon, but any character with some kind of ability where they can like pull you in, you need to have like a different mindset when you're roaming around the map, because you always have to think like, you know, is there maybe a Delmai's waiting for me in this bush? Is there maybe a Delmai's hiding in that bush? Do I have to change my pathing so I don't get caught by a random anchor in my face? So yeah, it's one of the things about Delmai's that made me most excited about the Pokemon when it first originally came out. I just think players and teams are still kind of getting used to the idea that like, oh, you don't just have to fight into your opponents, you can just hook them in. You know, you want to fight, you hook them.
No, yeah, those are the likes of what we call Delmai's. We have the Slowbro, albeit we don't really see a lot of Slowbro in this tournament. There is also, what's the other Pokemon? There's another Pokemon that can hook you in. Psyduck, there we go. Psyduck can also hook you in, you know, pull you in on a team fight from a mile away. So definitely those are the kinds of...
Slowbro can too, telekinesis. Yeah, so there's like three...
Yes.
Are there any more? I think it's only those three.
It's
There's
just
like three
that.
abilities.
Yeah,
they can have like some kind of pull in. Oh no, Mewtwo, Mega Mewtwo's no.
Oh yes, Mega Mewtwo X, Mega Mewtwo X.
Yeah, so that also counts.
With the what's the move again? Side Strike.
Yes. Yeah. So it's like those, but to be fair, those abilities, I don't know if I want to say they're the same. Oh, I guess I know Slowbro is kind of the same. Slowbro is kind of the same because you have to like aim it. Yeah. So.
Yes.
Yeah, just those abilities, like if they land, they can be game changing. So yeah, I was always excited when I saw Delmai's kit. I was like, hooking Pokemon for days. Ooh, let's do that.
And again, that is the, I guess, the prowess of good Delmai's players as well. It's putting Force Gaming on an edge, right? That they cannot hide down. You know, even if they do want to hide. I mean, it's essentially the same as Azure's spy vision coming in from that of the Intellion, giving them some information. Once you get hooked, even if you are hiding, that's an easy knockoff into the side of Reject Gaming. So definitely, I guess the good thing here, looking at the bright side, is that at least the Delmai's wouldn't be a problem anymore for Force Gaming going into game number 2.
Yeah. Okay, game 2. We've got to talk about game 2 because this is where, if you're a Force Gaming fan, you are going to be hesitating a little bit. You know, you saw Rejects play incredibly well in game number 1, and they can absolutely repeat that in game number 2. Force Gaming, what happened with that team? Was it a draft issue? Was it an executional issue? Was it maybe a laning stage issue? Like, what could we say maybe needs to change going into the next game? I kind of feel like there was a bit of an issue with the kind of Pokemon that they drafted. They did need a bit more of a quieter early game to have everyone come up at an appropriate time. And, you know, knowing Reject are one of the first teams where they're just like, okay, it's been 1 minute of lanes, I'm bored, let's go play.
I mean, I guess to me with the... I think, and this is just my opinion as well, I think the draft is fine for Force Gaming. I think it's more of that they were immediately, as you had mentioned, they were immediately caught off guard the moment the first minute went off, and Reject forced their way in onto the side of the map of Force Gaming. I think that is the moment where they got caught off guard, and from there on out, it just snowballed where almost the entire game, the entire game, not almost, but the entire game, they are playing into the hands of of Reject. I think that's the most important bit, that they were not able to stop from the get-go.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to agree with that, JJ. We do have a bit of a drawing session on the screen. This is not us, by the way, in case anyone did think we were the ones drawing on the screen as the Japanese casters.
No, it's you. Yeah, it's you, right? With your mind.
Absolutely. I can't draw a circle, can I? So So this is where everything, I guess, like before the collapse. This is before everything went wrong for Force Gaming. And positioning wise, I think they kind of had to sit in this position. Like, you have to have your Mewtwo in the back. You have to have your Psyduck ready to pull in towards your teammates. It's just that, look at Overlord's position. He is in prime position to just pull somebody in. And his team is close enough to come in and reinforce and finish off the target. So we'll just pay attention to Overlord here. So he got pulled in by the Psyduck first. Now the thing is, Dhelmise, that's a thick Pokemon. Here's the big boy. Okay, so he can take this. And if you're Force Gaming, if you're willing to pull in a Dhelmise is an all-rounder, but I'm going to call him a defender because he's a big boy.
He's a big boy.
He's a big boy.
He's a thick boy.
I don't think pulling in Dhelmise is a great idea unless you can guarantee that you're going to get rid of the Dhelmise on the spot, because this is a Pokemon that wants to fight in big groups. It's got the health to tank through the damage. It's got the abilities to capitalize on those extra bodies as well. And if you try to run away from a Dhelmise, you're asking to get caught.
I mean, I guess in that situation as well, right? Like in this situation as well, I don't think Dhelmise should have been the target, should have been the priority to be taken out, just because of the fact that since they are all together, there's really no reason for the Dhelmise to hook them in, right? So I guess, but I mean, I guess at the same time, it was only the Dhelmise that was visible to the other team. That's why they opted into taking out the Dhelmise first. But then again, as you have mentioned, it is a thick boy that's not going down anywhere quickly.
Yeah, it also did not help that they didn't really have the lineup to kind of deal with the Dhelmise too, right? But again, this really just comes down to the concept of that, you know, when you're in tournaments like this, there are going to be cases where a team just picks a Pokemon that you haven't practiced against. Like, if you haven't practiced against a Dhelmise, like, you're not going to optimize your drafting in case one appears. You've optimized your draft for other Pokemon, such as Mega Charizard, such as Blastoise. On occasion, you're going to be also running into those Hoopers, Leafeons. So, like, if your drafts are optimized for the meta, then you have things like Dhelmise come in, all of a sudden your lineup, like, there are probably some spots where, you know, you have certain Pokemon that may cover for Dhelmise, but you don't have that full cover where it's like, okay, we have this lineup of Pokemon that can not only deal with the meta, but should be able to still be able to hold their own up against the Dhelmise pick. But anyways, no more Dhelmise anyway, because that's already been picked. It is now going to be off the table here for rejects. So coming into game 2, we're going to be seeing a completely new draft. No So Fetched, okay, unfortunately. So Fetched fans are going to have to wait for another match. Blastoise is off the table, Zacian's off the table, and that Mew as well. We still have 2 more bans to go. I'm just having a look here and thinking, what do you want to ban? Maybe Vaporeon's banned by
Force Gaming.
Okay. And Mega Charizard. Okay. Final bans. I'm not mad, but I do think they could have actually banned something else. I kind of feel like maybe the Hooper could have been banned here by Force. But
by Force?
Yeah, I kind of think. We'll have to see what rejects on the pick up here. Don't pick the Pawmot. No.
Pawmot!
No, we're not going to do the Pawmot here.
Pawmot!
This is close enough to Pawmot. Let's go Mimikyu. Okay, they look similar.
No, but here's the thing though. If they do decide for the Buzzwole, then we might most possibly see the same thing as we did earlier for Reject Gaming. But then again, it's, I guess, it all comes down to how Force Gaming is going to react, of course, towards, okay, never mind, they have another hook here. You know, they might not have the Psyduck, but they do have the Slowbro, which we have been talking about just a little bit earlier. And again, it's one of those Pokemon that we haven't really seen a lot, or rather, this is going to be the first time we're going to be seeing the Slowbro in the broadcast. So, on the other hand, though, Reject Gaming, they don't have the Machamp, but they do have the Buzzwole. They cannot play the Espeon anymore, so they're going to go in for the Mimikyu instead. They still don't have a backlane attacker, though, which could be the Pokemon in place of the Espeon.
Yeah, hang on, let's have a look at those last 2 picks here for Force Gaming. So Umbreon and Slowbro I'm okay with, like, you've got some great support, and then your main attacker is going to be the Alolan Raichu, and then you have the support from the Suicune and the Machamp as well. I think I'm okay with this. The only issue is that Satake's Mimikyu is going to want to feast on Falby, right? Like Falby wants to avoid that Mimikyu as much as possible. But I think Force Gaming might be running into an issue now because we are going to be seeing Overlord go for the Venusaur. We haven't seen this, I think, at all in this weekend. So this is the first Venusaur, I think, in the
No, this is the second one. This is the second one. Yeah, our Overlord already used the Venusaur as well. It was the time when they had the Venusaur and the Mew. I forgot who was using the Mew, but they were running double Solar Beam with the Mew and the Venusaur.
Yeah, this is Solar Beam Venusaur. Just having a look at this build. This is not going to be Petal Dance. So I mean, they have their backline special attacker, that's fine. Venusaur's pretty tanky too, so I'm actually pretty happy with this. Yeah,
and at the same time, there's the Blissey as well.
Yeah, I got the Bliss assist, yeah.
The thing is, like, with that kind of Venusaur, it doesn't really need to go in, or at least not even the mid-range of attacks, because of the attack prowess coming in from that of the Solar Beam is just too much.
I'm just thinking if there was ever a case where maybe they could have actually pivoted this Venusaur to Petal Dance instead. Like, I mean, we've seen this in APAC, Petal Dance. I think it was AXQ the last time we saw this. Petal Dance on a Venusaur. Teams, nobody practices against Petal Dance Venusaur. And in the game that we saw...
not anymore,
it just demolished in that particular game. But although it's not going to be Petal Dance here, okay, so it's going to be Solar Beam. I mean, Necessary Evil, they really needed to have a long-range attacker, so the Venusaur kind of does that. You have the Solar Beam and the Unite move as well. So you got two ways of actually, so you got two ways of doing that long-range damage if your team is able to get the opponents to clump up, which Crustal is really good at doing that. So yeah, lanes in the meantime are having a bit of a kerfuffle down here in that bottom lane. Mimikyu just going for a bit of a poke, but has been repelled by the slow poke. Up top though, we have some support. So the Blissey and Buzzwole combo, usually very strong, but with 3 Pokemon here and a full health Alolan Raichu, the pokes are a little bit too much for them at the moment. But Ivysaur reveals their position. You know, Overlord is there to provide some support, so at least scares them off and will be able to help his teammates recover in the meantime.
No, yeah, I mean, we are now at the 850 mark of the game. Of course, the birds coming out, and it's going to be the first KO of the game as well. Going into the side of Force Gaming, at least they are able to sub a little bit into the side of Rejects. You know, they were ready. You know, they were able to adjust. They made sure to take over, you know, the central area as well, making sure that they are not invaded anymore, and they are now the ones that are invading, potentially delaying this Ivysaur as well, coming in from that Overlord, of being the main source of damage this time around, coming in for Reject. That's what I'm talking about earlier. The flex role here for Overlord is really, you know, amping up a lot into the side of Reject.
Oh wait, I just Sludge Bomb. Okay.
Yeah, Sludge Bomb and Solar Beam. It's the case always, yeah.
Okay, Sludge Bomb, Solar Beam.
What would it be surprising if it's Sludge Bomb and Petal Dance?
Yeah, no, that's not happening. No. I do know. Okay, this was always just a silly build, but it randomly appeared in APAC for some reason. Like there were rare cases where you would get like Solar Beam, Giga Drain, and I always questioned. I was like, why? Because you have a long-range Solar Beam, and then you have a very close range. Yeah, I feel like it's more close range. It's a bit too close to be mid-range. But yeah, Sludge Bomb, I mean, it actually benefits the rest of the team too, right? You throw the Sludge Bomb in with the Rock Tomb, and then you kind of stuck
it slows
there.
everyone.
Yeah. And then you start up with a Mimikyu. Ooh, Wombo Combo. I think we're going to see that later today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Sludge Bomb into the Trick Room. That'll be very much of a huge one, right? A huge debuff into the side of Force Gaming, especially in the later stages of this match. We're still in the early game, still at the 7-minute mark. We just got the main source of the main objectives here, major objectives of the game. They're not going to be able to seal it away with a Solar Beam, even as they are outnumbered a lot. I believe this is like 4-3. They're going to be able to take down the Blissey as well. Good for Overlord to have been able to get away, not giving out more resources to the opponents. But of course, Force Gaming finally catching up into that up reject, destroying one tier goal, first tier score goal down bottom, getting in the Reggie Lucky, and of course getting in a knockout for themselves.
Yeah, so Force Gaming fans going to be feeling pretty good here for Force Gaming. They have practically stabilized compared to game number 1, so they're in a really good position here. The Alolan Raichu pick has been amazing because of the mobility. Unless I just may have jinxed it. That's a knocked out Alolan Raichu. So that's a lot of the firepower. Yeah, a lot of firepower. Burden Anger, everything gets deployed just to get that Reggie Alecki into the goal zone, and this is going to be broken with a pretty big overdunk as well. 30-point overdunk thanks to our Buzzwole. So the gap between Rejects and Force Gaming, it is closing. The level gap is still pretty big, but that Mimikyu is doing work. Yeah, Play With Me is there. They get the knockout onto the Suicune, a rather tanky Pokemon, and they're going to keep on going. This Mimikyu is going ham. Satake trying to make a miracle work for his team, and no matter what they try to do, he just eats them up. Satake. Oh man, that Mimikyu is popping off.
That Mimikyu is doing the work, ladies and gentlemen. All trains alike. Satake once again does the job. Beautiful combo coming in from Reject. You know, it doesn't really matter where you're at right now. If you are within the range of the Shadow Claw here, man, Shadow Sneak rather. I mean, as long as you're not within close proximity of these walls, just try to stay away, because the more walls they are, the longer the range of the Shadow Sneak.
Yeah. Oh, JJ, we're going to be in for another fight here. This is with no Slowbro as well. I don't know if I like this play from Force Gaming. Like, they really think that Reject's going to be up in that top lane. The team fight has broken out, though. There goes that Suicune, first Pokemon to go down. But Buzzwole and Mimikyu are going to be paying with their lives, unfortunately, leaving the rest of the team here. They do have the Bliss Assist. It's a 4.5-minute mark. They really needed to use it. Solar Beam is there.
Bliss
it's just a support. They actually used it onto the Venusaur, but can he finish the job? I don't think so. They get one knockout. He takes one, but that was such an expensive team fight for Reject.
It was. I mean, the loss coming in from the side of Reject definitely giving the resources into that Force Gaming. Not only were they not able to secure that Reggie bottom Regice, but at the same time they were able to take down, like, what, three Pokemon into the side of Reject. That is a huge win here for Force Gaming. Definitely going to be on top in just a little bit. Sure, they might not have the lead in terms of points right now, but then team fights alone, they can go up against Reject this time around. In comparison, this is a better game compared to game number 1 against Reject.
Oh, that really lucky could have been stolen there, but the boosted attack from the Venusaur coming in clutch. Oh, but we're going to be seeing the Slow Beam going to be used. Mimikyu is gone. That is huge, because for Reject, they've been relying on that Mimikyu to be a huge nuisance. Yeah, Solar Beam's going to be used. There is no more Crustle. It's going to leave the rest of the team defending that tier 1 goal zone in that top lane, JJ, but Force Gaming still trying to press the issue. It's down to the Venusaur and the Blissey again. Mimikyu is back, however, so maybe they can try and make something happen. Gonna use that Play With Me right there. Can they get the knockout? Finish off with the Solar Beam. And Force Gaming
another one. There you go.
And Reject, they win a huge team fight in that top lane and also stop a huge push from happening.
Now, this is going to be a very scary bit here for Force Gaming, especially that now Venusaur is at level 13, meaning the Power Spike with the Solar Beam, they can essentially now spam Solar Beam. It's now, I believe, at level 13, correct me if I'm wrong, 7 seconds of a cooldown, which is essentially down to 4, because the moment you press the Solar Beam, for those who doesn't know, it already counts a cooldown. So it's like 4 seconds of cooldown, 3 seconds for the animation and all that. So essentially this 4 seconds essentially spamming the Solar Beam later down the line when the Groudon comes out. So they need to be worried about this, especially with the Rock Tomb from that with Crustle. And of course we have another displacement here coming in from that of the Buzzwole. So really they need to be wary of how they're going to be positioning themselves going to this Groudon.
This is insane. Registeel buff on the side of Reject, so that's going to be a huge boost in damage. Force Gaming will have to be very cautious with their position here. We did see a freeze on the Crustle in the back lines there. They did try to go for the catch onto that Venusaur, but everyone's grouped up. It's really hard to get back there. Crustle down to half health. We still have the Suicune in the pit with the Groudon also at half health. And There we do have the Buzzwell going in all alone though. First Pokemon to go down. Crustal's the next one to follow. It's now down to 3 Pokemon here. But the Mimikyu goes down. It's just Overlord and the Blissey. Can they somehow turn this around? The submission is there. Bliss assistance catches out onto 2. Do they have the damage? Vertigo connects onto 2. Overlord may be able to turn this around.
Solar Beam. They're going to try to steal it away, but they're not able to do it.
They can't get the steal. Oh no! Overlord being chased up by both the Alolan Raichu and that Slowbro. So close, but you know, there is still a chance the Reject might be able to defend this.
Ooh, wow. I mean, still, right? Like, at the very least, Reject is still in the lead, but they need to defend this really hard if they do want to get the win. A minute is still up left. That is enough time for Force Gaming to force their way in.
Oh, this is insane. They're actually trying to bush check with the Crustal and that Buzzwell. Oh, the submission actually going to disconnect. And the Buzzwell managed to pull him instead. In the front lines, Crustal down to almost nothing. Loses its health. Oh no, the Mimikyu instantly gets popped by the rest of Force Gaming. And now they're on the tier 1 goal zone. We do have Overlord throwing out those solar beams from a distance. The team standing on top of that goal zone. Someone's got to score something. 150 to 256. Do they have the health points? Do they have the damage? The points go through. 2 points ahead for Force Gaming. It's a team wipe. Force Gaming on the brink of being eliminated are going to bring it back 1-1 apiece. We've got a game 3, JJ.
That is a beautiful display of performance. My hair went beautiful. It was just that hype. You know, Force Gaming was that close into having that win slip away from them, but they were able to play dominantly at the last seconds of the match, winning those as well. I guess the only bad thing that happened there was the submission whiffed, but it didn't matter because everyone else was there. They were ready to support the Machamp. That they were able to come back, they were able to isolate the Mimikyu, they were able to take down the Crustle as well, which crumbled everything into the side of Reject.
Yeah, so Mimikyu, I really feel like in these last couple of team fights, right? So Satake and PUI, I think we saw this like 3 times, I think during the last final 2 minutes. These two would dive into the fights together, right? Like Pewie's job was to create the opening for Satake to come in and be an absolute nuisance. But we now started to see, we were so late into the game, but the Crustal's health bar meant nothing. We're so used to seeing Crustal actually having health, having access to shields, having access to ability. But in this particular game, like he was losing health so fast that he would only be able to maybe stay in a fight for 2 to 3 seconds, maybe get 1 or 2 moves off, and then he had to either back out or he was going to get knocked out. And for Satake to perform at his absolute best, he needed that Crustal to stick around for as long as possible. So we saw for the last like 2-3 fights with that Mimikyu in the middle of like 3 players trying to get those knockouts, but just firstly not having the damage anymore, not being as lethal as it used to be. Right? Like during that 5-minute mark, we saw Satake get some really amazing plays off because he was doing enough damage to threaten a 100-0 knockout. That late into the game, that was not the case anymore. He couldn't simply just jump on top of Force Gaming and get an instant knockout. He had to be very calculated, very surgical with how he entered those fights. So yeah, the Crustal, I kind of want to chalk it up to being underleveled. I think it really hurt the team. They really needed the Crustal to be able to stick around a lot more. I kind of wonder maybe if they had a bit of a missed opportunity, maybe if they actually used the Bliss Assist on Satake instead of Overlord. Maybe the Mimikyu would have been able to survive for that little bit longer, and maybe that would have been the opening and damage boost that they needed to get the knockouts. But like this is where everything starts to go downhill. Buzzwell in 4 players, all alone, starts the fight off. Everyone else on his team is like in the great beyond. Satake's like the closest player there, but look at where Pavona is. He's so far back. Crustal's nowhere in position, and he's got no health either, so he can't even provide support. So Satake's going to come in. We see Buzzwell go down first, I believe, and then Satake just gets blown up because, I mean, yeah, you're a Mimikyu, but between 4 Pokemon, you're kind of gonna suffocate between that many players.
this was the moment that I was looking at. Hey, what was happening with Overlord? They were up top there. I thought they were trying to like ping down the Groudon as they were able to place down the Sludge Bomb earlier. But then I just noticed as well, I didn't notice this earlier as the action was happening, but it was actually the Suicune that's keeping them at bay. They were not able to go down there, help their teammates, because the Suicune was marking them down. And Pavone actually with the Blissey went up as well. Instead of going to the Blizzwell, went up instead to help down the Venusaur into the side of Reject. Now, this was the moment where almost no one was there. Overlord had the chance to, take this one up. Obviously, they still need to time it very well going into this Groudon, but unfortunately for them, the flip went into the side of Force Gaming. Force Gaming had 3 more Pokemon going towards this Groudon pit and allowed them to overpower Reject. And there you have it. At the same time, right, at the moment when it started the team fight, this Raichu is already way above level against everyone else. So the damage output of this Raichu is just dominant.
Yeah. No, that Raichu in the late game did so much damage. Like we barely saw the presence of the Buzzwole and the Crustle, because this late into the game, the Alolan Raichu was just doing everything in its power to basically remove those brick walls that the team was kind of running into earlier on. So could things have gone differently? Absolutely. If the Alolan Raichu wasn't, that level, maybe if it was like level 12, maybe just hit level 13, maybe there would have been a chance. But, being that level 14 and ultimately level 15 after that fight ended up happening, that's when you hit critical mass on Alolan Raichu, and it's very difficult to deal with it. So we've got a game 3, JJ. Okay, we're not over. It's not a 2-0. We've got a full 3-game set. So these teams have got to start digging deep for their last round of Pokemon, because, again, this is an elimination match. Loser here is going home.
No, yeah, I mean, this is, as you have mentioned, those who's going to be losing here will have to say goodbye, and this is going to be a crucial match for both of these teams. One more win for both of these would then mean that they're going to be proceeding towards the tournament or have to say goodbye. Now, we still don't know the results between teams Cars and Onyx Rise. Onyx Rise and Cars, but we're going to let you guys know in a moment as that happens. But right now, again, focusing up into Force Gaming and Reject, this is going to be a very, very difficult match for both of these teams. Again, they are going to be put up onto they're going to be put down into their toes. This is East versus West once again, and this is looking like a grand finals match, honestly, with how they played, how they answered back to each other. It's just good Pokemon Unite.
No, I agree. It's actually a really exciting match. I didn't expect this to be as exciting as it is, but great job to both Force Gaming as well as Reject. I'm just kind of waiting for the draft here, because I need to see this final adaptations coming in from both of these teams, because I think we are starting to see how deep these teams are having to dig into their pockets, especially the playable pool of Pokemon that they can play, and also having to keep up with bans, and also having to keep up with what their opponent can play and what they can't play. Because let's be real, 3 bans in this game, absolutely not enough in a regular game of Unite. But once you add the Fearless mode, then it's like, oh, okay, maybe everything is banned. So can't really pick everything. So I'm just thinking, is it time for cheese? Are we going to be seeing some stinky, cheesy strats, some dirty stuff?
We might be.
Because we
might be able to see some cheese here. Mainly because of the fact that they've already used. They've already used some of those comfortable strategies, especially going to game number 3. It's always going to be the case here, right? Game number 3 that's going to put them in that spot where, there's not a lot of Pokemons up left, even more so later at the Grand Finals. But sticking with this, it's up to the point where there's only a very limited pool of Pokemon that they can actually use going forward.
Yeah, very limited for both of these teams actually. So hang on, let me have a look. Are there any crossovers between these two teams? I have to say they actually play pretty different Pokemon to each other. Yeah, there's nothing really that they kind of share in regards to bans. So Psyduck will be stolen.
There's still the Mega Lucario up and open. Mega Gyarados is up and open as well.
Yeah.
So that could be some of the cores that we might be able to see. And there's a new Pokemon. Finally, another disposition Pokemon that comes in the form of the Mamoswine. So that's a good pick as well. I mean, you can never go wrong with the Mamoswine. Although what you do need here is a way to follow up immediately from that of the Ice Fang. And with the current pool that's available here for is this available here for Forest Gaming? There isn't really a lot of Pokemon that could follow up with this Mamoswine, but then again, you know, hovering into that of the Ceruledge. Overlord though.
I don't
going in for the the Dodrio.
I don't think Overlord's playing Dodrio. I'm pretty sure that's for Satake. I actually think they're going to switch something else. Oh, no. Satake's got Serena. Okay.
I mean, this is more of a surprise for all of us as well, because again, there isn't a lot of like game number 3 that they are actually forced to do a strategy that's beyond their, you know, comfortability, I guess.
You mean our comfortability?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, I love this support pick. They did hover over the Eldegoss for quite a while, but Comfey is going to be coming out to play. So we're going to be seeing some pretty interesting Comfey tech. There are 3 Pokemon that can actually work with the Comfey. Obviously, you got the Garchomp for that late game. Early game, you got the Dodrio to sit on top of. And then mid game, you have the Serena that you can actually provide support to as well. So interesting lineup coming in from Rejects. This is, I feel, a very high skill composition. You mess up this composition, they lose outright. So if they're able to pull this off, this is going to be one hellish game for Force Gaming. Now, on the other side, we do have to talk about Force Gaming's lineup. Love the Mamoswine pick. This Pokemon is going to do extremely well up against both the Garchomp and the Serena, because these guys want to avoid a Mamoswine as much as possible, and you don't want to be scooped up by the Ice Fang. The Ceruledge is actually a pretty good matchup, and the Leafeon too is a great matchup against Overlord, because the Dodrio, very squishy. If you do manage to isolate him, these 2 Pokemon are very well equipped to basically delete it from the game. And the Mega Gyarados, I think this is an awesome option for their late game, because they understand that they're going up against a late game Garchomp. They kind of need to have something on their side. So Mega Gyarados, great option. The benefits of the Mega Gyarados is that you actually provide more utility to your team much earlier in the game than a Garchomp does. Garchomp is one of those much greedier Pokemon that does need a little bit more time to himself, whereas that Mega Gyarados can come online a little bit quicker.
No, I do have to agree as well, and at the same time, you know, they have more. What I do like about this is that the composition here for Force Gaming is that they do have a lot of crowd control. Of course, the Ice Fang, we have the Dragon's Current as well, coming into the side of the Gyarados, and at the same time, they do have the damage to follow through to these crowd controls. Now, going over into that of the Reject, however, again, as you have mentioned, and I do have to heavily agree as well, and that they are one of those very squishy, not only very squishy, but also the kind of composition where it's a high risk, high reward kind of composition. Because again, not only do they have very squishy Pokemon, the attack prowess that they do have will be coming from Pokemon that requires a lot of resources for it to go online. The only saving grace that they do have right now is Overlord with that of the Dodrio. If they are going to be able to at least maintain, not be taken over by Force Gaming in the early game, then I think they would have a good chance of coming back up, especially with the Garchomp and the Serena comes online.
All right, so up top we do have our little Steenie there alongside the Comfey, just trying to hold the fort, but with the Ceruledge here, it's really, really difficult. And thankfully the Comfey heals are going to come in clutch though, so yeah, that Steenie isn't going to go down anytime soon, but that goal zone does take a significant chunk of points. Meanwhile, down bottom, we did see Overlord come in for the rotation. I do believe he was quite low health too, so he wasn't really comfortable to really make anything happen down there. Instead though, he's actually going to waste some of the resources and steal away the buffs from Force Gaming, right? You've got your invading Dodrio that is going to be eating some experience away from the Gyarados if you did want to try and go back and farm that central area. They're about to find out very soon that Overlord's been in here, Ceruledge is there. If they can get rid of him here, this would be a fantastic way to steal back the buff. They just don't have a way to catch him though. This is the beauty of that Dodrio. If you are running a supporting cast with no lock-on disable, it can be difficult at times to really catch a Dodrio.
That is true. I mean, we are definitely seeing the action. Oh, crossover coming in for Overlord. Those kinds of maneuvers really gets me. We did see some kind of a crossover as well last night, the last game, with a flame sweep on the Talonflame. But then look at that low HP, but they were still able to manage to survive and get a Citrus Berry to recover some HP. But look at this right now, going down bottom, we're going to be able to see a pickup. That is going to be one of the nuisance going down, a nuisance for Reject going down into the sides of Force Gaming. That is the Pilot line, not yet a Mammoth line, a Pilot line just yet going into this game. The Ice Fang is no longer to be found, and they are going to be rotating up top, waiting for that team fight once again.
Yeah, very under-level Pilot one actually. Level 6 now, so they kind of want to grab that at level 9 as fast as possible. But yeah, Force Gaming looking pretty good so far. But to be fair, this is how their lineup is supposed to be. You've got Ceruledge and Leafeon on the same lineup. You have a Mega Gyarados and the wings as well. Whereas for Rejects, you know, this team needs a little bit of time to wind up. And sure, you know, the concept of picking up the Dodrio and the Serena to hold the fort whilst that Gabite works on, you know, working towards being that Garchomp.
Now it's level 8.
Yeah, it's level 8, but, you know, I think the damage has been done so far by Force Gaming, and it could continue, and it could be worse unless somehow Rejects can kind of stabilize the game. Like, they've got to score some more points, they've got to force Gaming to more side of their map. Serena is here, though.
Quintessence.
They're going to be used as well, but where's the follow-up damage? Serena's still super low. They have the Pilot Swan trying to come and help as well. There goes the Ceruledge. Oh, but at what cost is this battle going to end? Overlord wanting to try and go back in there with the Dodrio at the cost of his teammate though, and we still have that Leafeon there. It could be a 1v1. Wow. Dodrio wins. Overlord outplays that Leafeon, and you know, with all that said and done, you know, Reject biggest winners in that team fight.
No, yeah, I mean, that's what we were just asking. That's what we were just been telling, you know, how they're going to be faring off against this Force Gaming, and we just got an answer. You know, Overlord outmaneuvering everyone, despite having low HP, can still, you know, with its mobility, can still go toe-to-toe against them and take them out as well. This is like the X factor as of the moment for Reject right now, making sure that they have some sort of answer despite getting knocked off, right? 4 of them getting knocked off. Despite getting that, they would still have an answer against Force Gaming. And I guess that puts them a bit of maintaining the status quo right now into this match.
Yeah. Point lead is still in favor of Reject at the moment here, JJ. So right now we can say the team is still, you know, they're still comfy. They're not like super comfortable at the moment. They are starting to feel a little bit of the heat here, especially with that Ceruledge and that Leafeon. But if they can somehow just go for the little pickoffs, they almost lost Overlord in that. Gyarados really wanted that. Yeah, Livid Outrage is going to be used. They do cut through 2 Pokemon though. Pilot Swan and Ceruledge both going to go down thanks to that Garchomp. They're going to try and score some points here. They're going to be pushing up the Gyarados from the goal zone. And Eldegoss doing the best they can with those basic attacks. But really, what else can you do? Pilot Swan is there. But no, Mega Gyarados finally goes down. Too many Pokemon, too much damage, not enough support from the enemy team. Ceruledge is there trying to cut through them, but again, too many Pokemon, too many health bars. Force Gaming, they might need to retreat. They're giving away too much to Reject here.
My goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, all change alike. That is the case here. What's going to happen? We just got a glimpse of what's going to happen over the Groudon pit later down the line. I mean, sure, Force Gaming, not everyone was there, but then, right? But then again, if they are together, I think that could have been way worse. At least they were able to have a little bit of breathing room, but then again, they're a little bit too late as well as to respond to Reject's pressure towards them. But right now we still have a minute and a half left before we head over to the ground on. Now there's going to be a 3v2 situation, 3v1 situation over the second period. Score goal up top, getting in the run Lucky as a handshake as well. But look at this isolation coming in from that of the guard shop, and here you have it. Mammoth managed to be popped up as well. Just a minute left before the ground comes up. They're going to have a little bit of a hard time right now to get those Unite moves up. But then again, getting KO'd means they get at least like 25% of, if I'm not mistaken, 20-25% of recharge off of that Unite.
Pretty big deal. Oh, JJ, we're starting to get very, very close to that last 2-minute stretch here. Status update, personally. Do you think, just based off of the levels here for Reject is doing fantastic when it comes to level management. Do they have enough of a lead to take over Force Gaming? Because I think Force Gaming, they still have the potential to come back. They're going to have to be very crafty. But, like, Overlord is 14 on this Dodrio. Normally, when Dodrio, like, this late into the game, this Pokemon, rather than being this damage dealer, becomes utility, and they kind of pass the torch over to that Garchomp. But being level 14, is Overlord still going to play as big of a role as he has been this entire game?
I think Overlord would do. I mean, we're going to see it right now. Look at that. Unite was going to be popped up. Dragon Card as well. Look at that. Flare from Forever is going to be popped up. It's going to be forward down into the side of Force Gaming, and now a team wipe as well. Very quickly, just like that. 3 seconds, the moment that the Groudon came up, there is your answer to the question. And just like that, rejects Force Gaming off the Groudon, and now all they're doing is going to defend the score goal. They don't really need to do a lot here. They're still in the lead, albeit just 2 points is all 2 dunks is what Force Gaming needs to go over here. But then again, you know, they just want to maintain this until later, so that if they do decide to score in, at the very least, there would be not enough time for Force Gaming to catch up.
I don't know if there is a chance for Force Gaming to catch up. That fight probably happened at like the worst possible moment, literally during the final 2-minute stretch, and the fight is already breaking out. Man, the stacking of abilities from Reject, I feel, is what really got to Force Gaming. I really think Force Gaming just wasn't expecting the fight to happen to begin with. It was just too soon. Normally, it's like around the Groudon pit. But with 50 seconds left to go, and with a pretty big score gap between the two teams, unless there's a team wipe for Force Gaming, I don't think they can make the comeback happen. But look at all the bodies hit the floor. Mamoswine, Leafeon,
Let the bodies hit the floor.
Yeah, Sarah Ledge, next one to follow, and this Gyarados will be the last one standing. Force Gaming fall to Rejects in the lower bracket. And Japan, they have another representative continue their tournament live today here at the ACL 2026 finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rejects taking the win against Force. That was amazing. That was amazing. They were playing out of this world, especially in game number 3. I mean, like game 1, they played greatly. Game 2, Force Gaming had been able to adjust. They were able to answer Rejects' pressure and prowess, but game number 2 is what Reject needed to completely analyze Force Gaming, and rejects them off of the tournament.
So, Force Gaming, I really wanted to give this team a chance. I actually thought they had a really good chance this game. I like their draft. I love the aggression early game. I think it must have just been somewhere in that mid-game that aggression just eased off a little bit too much, because macro-wise, Rejects kept up. They kept up. Rejects was supposed to be the team to play catch-up for the majority of the game, but at some point they did eventually eclipse Force Gaming, and Force just lost that power spike that they had after the 7-minute mark. I kind of feel like it was roughly around the 5-minute mark when I was looking at the 2 teams, and I was like, wait a minute, why is Reject leading the charge in a lot of these fights? I was expecting it to be a little more one-sided. So, yeah, Reject, they played as good as they could with what they had, and they really, I think, sort of played with Force Gaming's mindset a little bit because, yeah, Force, I don't know what happened. They just kind of took their foot off the gas there. But JJ, looks like we do have a stage interview. I don't know if you can hear them. Would we be able to get some scuffed translations for this interview?
I will try. Increasing my volume right now.
かなり相手に無駄に技を吐かせたり、そして自身が相手の陣内に飛び込んで荒らしまくるプレーが目立ちました。改めてご自身の活躍を振り返っていかがでしょうか。
We don't need translation now.
The early game to help Haruto and Satake kind of.
I guess not.
And the Drew was.
I mean, if Overlord was speaking Filipino, sure.
There was a lot of picks that are already gone.
Sure, it's okay.
And the Drew, I haven't practiced it much recently, but I was pretty happy with my performance, and I think I filled my role pretty well.
I think Overlord said that he was pretty okay and feel pretty good with his performance.
Thanks, JJ.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
で、自分の役割を果たしたかなっていうのは思ってるので、とてもいい試合ができたかなっていうのは思っております。
ありがとうございます。これもね、チームプレー、中盤以降強いポケモンがいるからこそ、自分たちが序盤でね活躍するという話がありましたが、その中で昨日と比較してチームはどのように良くなっていますか。オバーロード選手。
I think we had a pretty rough day yesterday, but we kind of regrouped and kind of reset ourselves for today. And making a run starting from losers is very hard, but as long as our chances of winning isn't zero, we're going to give it our all, and I think we can go very far and prove that we're the best.
I think they said they were more of a, they were not really happy with what they did yesterday, but at least as long as they can still win, they would do their best to try to win as much as possible.
とても苦しいかもしれないんですけど、ちゃんとみんな一丸となって勝率が 0% じゃなかったら絶対勝てるかなと思っているので頑張っていきたいと思います。
Rough. You just kind of missed out on the fact that he said, like, as long as our chances are not almost zero. Might need to work on your interview translations, JJ. But thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
意気込みをですね、お聞きしたいと思います。
ピュー選手に最後に、はい、オーバーロード選手にじゃあ聞きますか。
オーバーロード選手に聞きましょうか。
はい。Japanese? 日本語でも。
We're gonna, we probably won't have many breaks today because we're gonna be playing a lot of games. So we're gonna take this time to regroup and get energy back and review for the next game. And we're looking for the run back against Dig. So.
まずこの後はもう連戦になるっていう形でもう休憩する時間がないんですけど、ディグニタス相手にすごいもう一回やりたいなっていうのは思っているので頑張りたいと思います。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
まだまだ連戦が続くリジェクションに大きな声援そして拍手をお願いいたします。
おめでとうございます。
I'm quite interested to how they're doing their communications, especially that I'm not entirely sure if Overlord can speak and understand Japanese, but I assume they could. But I believe they're the only non-Japanese player in the team.
そうですね。
非常に痺れる第3ゲームでした。
I don't know Overlord.
さあということで、この後はですね、また別のマッチが繰り広げられるということで、今度はアッパーセミライバルエスポーツ vs フェンネルの試合をお届けしてまいります。それでは一度実況席にお返しいたします。
So that they would be able to actually play scrims to Japanese teams because I don't know if you've heard about it. This was like a while ago. There is like I don't know if it was a Discord group or there's like a program or something, and Japanese pros would use that program to make
translations.
Like no, it's like a ranked pro scrims, and you'll be ranked based on those games. So like if you win your scrims, you gain like personal ranking points, and vice versa, you lose. I think if you lost the matches. And I recall there was actually, I don't want to say it was drama, but it was basically the Japanese players requesting that any foreigners that did try to, join this program of theirs to be able to at least speak basic Japanese so that everyone would be able to communicate and that the experience wouldn't be difficult for everybody involved, which makes sense, right? Like if the Japanese players, like they organize this for themselves, like courtesy wise, you kind of just, for everybody make it a pleasant experience. So I wouldn't be surprised if Overlord maybe speaks a little bit of Japanese, or at least learns enough to be able to converse with his teammates. And also vice versa, maybe his teammates can speak a little bit of English, maybe it goes both ways. But yeah, it's the things like this that make me really appreciate the time and effort that a lot of our pros put into Pokemon Unite and really being able to integrate to all these different communities and cultures, because sometimes you need to be part of a different community to evolve as a player yourself, like, especially,
not just the game.
A lot of teams will scrim in Japan. Like we've heard stories, right, of orgs and teams boot camping in Japan before Worlds, before tournaments, because that's where they tend to get the best quality games. So yeah, I think language is just going to be a part of that. Like, if anything, I'd want to be able to converse with the Japanese pros. I'd like to hear their thoughts and opinions on certain metas and items and Pokemon. So yeah, it's just really cool to see everybody connect whilst also playing Pokemon Unite.
I mean that's the name of the game, right? Pokemon Unite, uniting trainers in this game. So right now, before we head into the next match is going to actually be, at least for us, it's going to be Rival Esports and Fennel, where the sub match is going to be the sub stage match is going to be Team Nemesis versus Dignitas, which we have mentioned. I would really want to see Team Nemesis and Dignitas. I want it to be the match that we're going to see, but I don't think we're going to be getting that. I wish we get that one.
I think we all kind of want to see it, because it's like, it's not just Nemesis, but also Dignitas. This is the champions of LAIC as well. I think we all kind of want to see how far this team can go.
Exactly.
If anything, can they go the distance? Does Nemesis have the capability of going the distance and being the champions of ACL? Because this would be our first non-Asian champion in ACL.
This is going to be, Team Nemesis and Dignitas. This is perhaps one of the biggest matches in the entire tournament, and it would mean a lot if you can, even just get a glimpse of Nemesis and Dignitas.
We'll see. Maybe they'll bless us with the match, but yeah, we'll have to figure out what happens. Obviously, worst comes to worst, if we don't get to broadcast that match, we will keep everybody posted on score lines as the matches do progress, because I do think we all kind of want to see where everyone is at, whether anyone's going to drop to the lower bracket, who gets eliminated, and who's going to be our first grand finalist. I think that's the most important thing right now. I want to know who's our strongest team in the upper bracket.
That's true. I mean, again, whoever's going to lose that is going to go down. I mean, at the very least, they still have some sort of leeway to go towards the tournaments, can still proceed to the tournament, because again, they are coming back up from they're coming down from the upper bracket, so they still have that leeway. But obviously, best case scenario is that they don't need to use that leeway. But now we are just taking a look at what happened on the game number 3. We saw how mobile Overlord is with that of the Dodrio, and we saw how fast they were able to go in and out of team fights, just picking off wherever they can and deny every resources available from Force Gaming. And I believe that is one of the key factors here that led to Reject getting in that game.
So what's the matchup for Reject in the lower bracket? Do we have an opponent with them yet?
For Reject, we do not have any opponents for them just yet. I believe they're going to be battling... let's see. This is Reject right now here. If upper semis, because this is already upper semis, right? It's Nemesis and Dignitas. That's the upper semis. We do not. Okay, the loser of Nemesis and Dignitas is going to be Reject's opponent, apparently. There you go.
Oh, okay, so that's going to be the opponent. Interesting. Interesting matches. Okay, I'm actually very excited to see who's going to be their opponent. But that also means you have to play upper bracket matches. That's what we want to see. We want to see some upper bracket stuff because it's all been lower bracket. We also want to see our champions from yesterday. I want to see where everyone is at, who's going to beat who, who's going to be a first grand finalist. Really exciting times here, JJ.
No, yeah, I mean, that's why it's one of the reasons why I wanted to see, we get to see the level of East and West once again with Nemesis and Dignitas. It's one of the reasons why I wanted to see this match as well, aside from the fact that it's the Philippines team, but that's besides the fact. But again, we will be happy as well, even with rival Esports and Fennel, because again, Fennel is one of the only Japanese teams left in the homeland to represent their own region in this tournament, and rival Esports definitely can put them into tow as well. But with how Fennel Esports has been playing, I think the pressure is on the side of rival Esports going into this match.
No, absolutely. I 100% agree. This is not a matchup I want to be running into from rivals. I'm kind of hoping, I wish I kind of got someone else, but I think this is going to be a true test for rival, because I'm also pretty hyped up for this matchup because, okay, here's the thing. Leading up to ACL, we talked about this yesterday, but in case anybody missed it, rival has been looking pretty rough.
Yes.
In ACL group stage and playoffs, we kind of hesitated, thinking can rivals even qualify for ACL? They managed to qualify through the winter tournament, and along their journey, they have actually had Slash come in and step in as the team coach. And I do think he has done such a good job in coaching his team, because dang, they looked great yesterday.
No, yeah, I mean, it was, Slash was playing for Shingy's team before that, but then again, now going over the winter tournament and of course the Asia Champions League 2026 finals, Slash stepped down from being a player to becoming the coach here for rival Esports. So now we are going to be looking over some of the players right now. This is coming from Insomnia.
Omiyan, to be specific. Oh, and hey,
Omiyan,
yeah. I'm here. Big Ill's back in the caster's desk, ladies and gentlemen. Danley will be sitting in the sidelines for at the moment. But yeah, we're pretty excited on the next set of matches, JJ, and we're going back once again at the upper bracket, and if we will be following the schedule accordingly, it'll be your rival Esports versus Fennel, just like what you have introduced a while ago. And I know this is going to be one of an exciting match as well. Rival Esports, one of the pretty much much proficient team in Southeast Asia, and I think you talk about Lyle Slash being the main coach of the team, and I do feel like he is one of the major effects why rival Esports is such a scary looking team right now here in ACL finals. They might have their shaky moments during the ACLC league, but this is a completely different setup already. It has been almost 2 months right after that league, and definitely this is a different form of a team right now, I should say.
No, yeah, I totally agree with you. And right now, it's again rival Esports versus Fennel. They're just great right now. We want to see them play, and it's really going to be exciting as well for us to see how they're going to be faring off and who's going to be going home after this.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, for at least at the upper bracket, no one would be going home just yet. But for lower bracket teams, they will be, I don't want to say go home, but out of the tournament at least. But I'm trying to take a look at what were the results as well from the match of Scars and Onyx. Simply because the last time I checked it is actually 1-0 Scars getting the first win but let me actually confirm it on my end if it has been concluded. So I'm actually looking at the sub-stream match in my other monitor, and we do have a winner already, which is going to be Scars, and Onyx will have to bid farewell into their tournament run here in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. So we only have 6 teams remaining here, JJ. So it's Scars, Reject, Nemesis, Dignitas, Rival Esports, and Fennel. So bit by bit, we are seeing a decrease in number of teams, and whoever loses the match of Nemesis and Dignitas will have to face Reject, and loser from Rival or Fennel would have to go up against Scars. So another same region matchup might happen anytime soon, especially on the bracket of Scars.
Yeah, this match that we're going to be seeing, right, is going to be both of the upper bracket, so semifinals right there. So Nemesis, Dignitas, Rival Esports, Fennel, whoever loses here goes down the lower bracket. So we have been watching the we've been watching the what do you call this, the lower bracket. We started off with the lower bracket, and now we are finally in the upper brackets once again. Unfortunately for us though, we might not be able to see the lower bracket matches anymore until actually no, we're not going to be able to see the lower brackets anymore moving forward, because the only last one that we're going to be seeing for today's broadcast is going to be the lower final, right? The lower bracket finals, and then before we head over to the grand finals main stage later on. So that's going to be Team Nemesis, Dignitas. Whoever wins that will have to go through the upper bracket finals. The upper bracket finals happens before the lower bracket finals, before we head over to the grand finals later down the line.
Yeah, it's really hard to predict on what's going to be the outcome of the tournament, JJ. There's just multiple possibilities as well, given the fact that we still have the lower bracket being available for the teams who will be competing here in the upper bracket semifinals. But with that being said, we talked about a while ago that we do have the one game advantage if you became victorious on the upper bracket finals, and that is going to be very big of a disadvantage, just so that we won't have to play, or you won't have to win more games compared to the other team. Just need 2, and then that's it. You're going to be the champions here. But I'm a little bit concerned on what is going to be the outcome of the matches, especially for Nemesis and Rival, knowing that both of these teams have a little bit of an inconsistency way back then on C-League. But Rival, I think they were a little bit unstable, even though in the winter tournament they got the slot. But Nemesis looks more refined right now. Let's just hope for the best results for them as well, especially that they're going up against Dignitas. But so far things are looking pretty smooth to them. Same thing with Rival Esports. So this is just a matter of fact that whoever gets a better digging and researching to their opponent gets to be the victory. And of course, not just that, the execution would have to matter as well.
Here you go. We're just taking a look at what had happened on the last match.
And I think that the teams right now are still preparing. That's the reason why we do have this highlights between Force Gaming and Reject. And I've been watching a lot of it off the broadcast while I was taking my break, and it was really a nerve-wracking match. I really thought that we're going to be having Force Gaming being able to steal the victory away. Yeah, Reject. It's just everyone's too good at it. Too good a while ago. Stakes are being much more higher, and to the point that stakes are higher at this point. Players just go way beyond their max potential. They're going way beyond level 100, man.
No, yeah, it's going beyond 9,000 really. So I think again we're just looking over a bit of a break here. I believe while they are preparing the next set of matches as well, Force Gaming and Reject. This is game number 3. We Danny and I were already talking about this, how much Reject was able to overpower Force Gaming in that matches. Game number 2 was definitely favorable into Force Gaming, though they had a very beautiful run. It's just that, Reject came out on top.
I'm just waiting for the signal as well on whether we will be proceeding even forward into the matchups that we do have here for our upper bracket. But definitely it's going to be the upper bracket according to the arrangement into the schedule here in our tournament. So we're not quite sure if there will be changes yet, but of course we will keep you posted if ever they are. But currently online again, if you just joined in the broadcast, it will be Rival Esports versus Fennel, and on the sub stage on the other side of the broadcast it would be Team Nemesis and Dignitas. So that will be the sub stage match. So
we just got an update. Apparently on the lower bracket, right, Scars and Onyx were playing, and Scars won 2-0 against Onyx.
See, I think I just told you a while ago, like I happened to see what happened into their matchup, just a glimpse, but yes, we do have Onyx being eliminated already into the tournament run, and Scar's opponent will be determined after the matchup between Rival and Fennel. So that is going to be the next broadcasted match if ever we do follow the schedule that is actually posted here by the production.
Right, yeah, so right now we're just waiting. I believe we're waiting for some updates as well as to what is happening as of the moment. So with that being said, thus far, what has been your favorite? I mean, you've been tuning into all the games, so what were some of them? What are some of the surprises for you thus far? Like the results wise, what were the surprises for you thus far for today's matches?
I mean, I think I'm gonna highlight 2 teams here, JJ. So one for the upper, and one for the lower upper bracket. It's really surprising to see Rival Esports that they are on a roll. I reiterated this a while ago that there were some lapses, there were some hiccups that they experienced way back in their C-League run, but they were able to refine it. Those kind of chemistry were so on point. Slash was able to help the team as well with his insane game knowledge. So I do believe that is still a factor here. But on the other hand, into the lower bracket, I think I'd have to go for Reject. I think they're one of my favorite teams that I've seen here in the broadcast, simply because we saw yesterday that they were not having their best day. I mean, they lost to Dignitas. Reckoning Esports almost gave them a shocker during their game number 2. But right after that, the moment they started their tournament run here in day number 2 of Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League, they were just on a roll. So consistent team. They were able to recover from a little bit from the struggles that they actually experienced way back during day number 1.
Yeah, so right now we are taking a look over the brackets thus far. Again, we saw that the Reject wins 2-1 against Force Gaming, and they're now currently waiting for the results on Nemesis and Dignitas. And now Scars winning 2-0. This is quite a surprise as well. 2-0 against that of Onyx Rise. They are now just waiting. Scars is only just waiting for the results here for Rival Esports versus Fennel. So these are the matches that's currently happening right now that's going to decide whether or not who's going to fight who for the lower bracket. And of course, the upper bracket is going to be decided as well, upper bracket finals, in just a short bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just excited to see our matches for today, JJ. And actually, because we do need to determine as well who will be the remaining teams, that is why we will be proceeding for the upper bracket for the meantime, simply because that the teams who are in the lower bracket will be waiting for their opponents. So, we've been on the roll with Reject. We had at least 2 consecutive series with them here in our broadcast. But, a little bit of a cool down. We might see Reject once again at the lower bracket finals. We might not see them again into the broadcast due to the limited games that we could actually offer here in the broadcast itself. But as far as I am concerned, we still have around 4 matches that we are about to see for today. I'm taking a look at the calendar right now, or actually the schedule. So we will be broadcasting upper semis, upper finals, lower finals, and of course the grand finals, which is a best of 5. And here we go, JJ. Upper bracket semifinals, match 1.
Esports.
Well, let's take a look of our players right now. This is going to be Rival Esports.
Oh, there we go. Bochi, Yang, HD, Yemu, Rhyme, Ice, and Bochi. Very familiar names from Rival Esports. Very tenured when it comes to playing Pokemon Unite. No huge pressure to them as well. They have the confidence. They are on a roll since yesterday, and they gotta give credit. There is going to be their coach at the sidelines as well, slash a world champion and a world caliber players as well. World caliber team. That is how we describe Rival Esports now.
Fennel! Here you go.
Go. Mashio, Mame, P11, Setsunai, AK1, B1, Mame. Man, they have been on a roll as well. And if we're going to be taking a look at the record, yes, we all know that Rival Esports, they only dropped 1 game, and that is up against GMU. And on the other hand, Fennel also dropped 1 game as well, that is up against CACM. But here's the thing, both GMU and CACM already got eliminated, so it's really hard to determine in terms of statistics, in terms of numbers, on who has the really upper hand here, simply because they dropped a single game, both of them, yesterday. So it's really hard to identify. But in terms of play style, what do you think is going to be the edge here of a single team? Because I personally think that when it comes to playstyle, Fennel has a lot of it on variety, but Rival Esports, ever since we saw them coming through into this tournament, they managed to refine their skills and focus on clean plays.
Well, I mean, I guess it's I think they have a bit of a an edge here, this being Fennel. Of course, they do have the experience. Both of these teams have the experience, but at the same time, you know, with this being, you know, quite methodical, I think they do have that kind of edge. But the thing is, into the side of Rival Esports, they do have Slash, which could provide them a bit of an insight as to how they can disrupt the methodical play, the systematic gameplay of the Japanese teams here, which could essentially, you know, maybe perhaps catch them off guard. But then again, you know, it's also quite noting, we can also quite note that Fennel won against teams from LAIC, so that may not be as edgeful, if that's a word, as I would hope it to be. So they would definitely have to readjust against that of Fennel. So as I mentioned, you know, Fennel does have the edge here. They were able to deconstruct most of the opponents that they played on against, and they won against them. So definitely I would have to give my vote here for Fennel for this matchup. But you know, I would love Rival Esports to surprise me, to catch me off guard, to make me eat my words.
Yeah, I think I heavily agree on what you pointed out a while ago, that Fennel actually managed to beat one of the LAIC teams, which is CACM Esports, yesterday. And given the fact that they had the capacity to beat such a strong team from other regions, it just goes to show that they have a broader knowledge on what is going to be the kind of play style that everyone might be offering here at the table. Because definitely, if both of you are coming in Asia, there is a high chance that both of you are familiar or have a familiarity when it comes to play style. But it is really different from the West, and them being able to adapt onto CACM's play style definitely gives them a little bit of an edge, I would say, here coming into this matchup.
So right now we are just making sure that everyone gets to log into the devices provided by the organizers, that they are going to be able to go in and go to the lobby immediately afterwards. So here we go. I think they are now setting up. Here we go. A little bit of some team stats here. As you can see here, Yang has 155 average scores goal scores here with the assists at 8.0 and the second one being Rhyme at 5.2 for KO.
Wow, 155, definitely Yang is such a supporter type of guy when it comes to playing Pokemon Unite. However, HD, I'm not sure if this one is a graphical error, but highlights Greninja and Dragonite here, JJ. I think this one is a graphical error, but HD has been providing a lot of wonders as well on their team, being the main focal point. But what do you think about Ice? You know, Ice doesn't have the biggest number, but I feel like the impact of Ice, his morale, his emotions into the game, once this is in a positive way, just boosted everyone else. It boosts the morale of the team.
I mean, number one, I don't really think that this is I don't think this is a graphical error, because this is mostly the Pokemon here are the Pokemon that they have used in this finals tournament. That's why you don't see a lot of those Pokemon. But then again, you know, I do have to agree that they still have a lot. You know, they still have a lot to showcase as well. So going over to Fennel, it's quite across the board. You know, they both have players having an average scoring of 150 plus. So albeit Yang had a 155, but still 150 is still an average score here. So that means they can score in a lot. Going into KOs, there's 5 into AK1, so definitely that is something that they have to take notice of. And assists for B1, it's 6.6. I think this is a lot. They need to be able to mark this down, because if they can't, then I think it will really enable the team, especially with that of the Blastoise and the Vaporeon.
But here's the thing, you know, we pointed out all the good stuffs, all the statistics here, and I would like to add up as well on the Cinder Ace of Vomashio. We've seen multiple Cinder Ace usage yesterday, so I'm pretty looking forward to see that once again for today, but I'm not quite sure if that is going to be the safest or best Pokemon possible to use as an attacker or to carry out the game, knowing that Rival Esports has so much familiarity as well on this Pokemon, because it has been in the game for so long, and the fact that they already have an information that this could actually be used in a tournament setting such as this one, they might have prepared something or countermeasures just to be able to go head to head against the Cinderace, because this is not just a Cinderace from Mashio. This has this one did a lot of damage yesterday.
And here you go, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, just setting up the lobby. I think most of them are actually playing on yeah, there you go, playing on the mobile devices. Very you know, it's one of those devices that you can just put in a pocket, you know, with, especially with the very handheld. You can use it with all of your things that you need, you know, like you can do your social media and all that. So really easy to bring about as well. But right now we're just setting up. I think most of Fennel is set up, but we are just getting ready for, you know, this one, Rebel Esports, making sure that the ear cups are fitted, they can hear the game, and that they can hear the teammates as well. There you go. Need some assistance coming in from Ice. There you go.
There you go. And of course, for you to avoid hearing the crowd as well, because definitely if you take off those headsets, it is so loud, especially with a full pack Yokohama BUNTAI, JJ.
No, that is for sure. Here you go. They're just ready. Look at how I like Yang's hair right now, though. It looks so amazing.
And he's hyper focused, man.
Yeah.
Just take a look at that, man. Like the moment that you try to talk to him, I feel like he won't answer you, simply because he's too focused on the goal, and that is to win games today.
I wonder if you can. Okay, never mind. I'm not gonna say if you can like swap seats, because obviously there are players who are more comfortable not in a gaming chair, you know.
Oh yeah, right.
That could be a factor as well. The distance. At one point in a game, in a tournament, there was one who is also bringing a what call is like a tape measure to measure the distance between their face and the monitor. So that could be a factor, you know, kind of thing.
And especially the height of the table as well. I think it's one of the factors as well. But I think if you're playing on a mobile device, that wouldn't matter. But I feel like the armrest plays a huge role as well, simply because if you want a specific angle to hold your mobile devices or even your Switch controllers, I think that is going to help. But I do feel like the chair has an adjustable armrest from the looks of it. It's like one of the most common features of chairs like that.
Yeah, here you go. Let's see how they're gonna go on. I think everyone is about to be ready. There you go. Are they ready? Yes, they are. Yeah, going into the lobby right now.
Sweet. Prediction 2-0, 2-1. I mean, we both voted for Fennel, but 2-0, 2-1. What do you think?
It's quite hard. I mean, Rival Esports is one of those teams that can just adjust. But I'd say 2-1. 2-1 Fennel.
Okay, got it. Not quite sure, but I feel like this is going to be a 2-0, man. All I'm saying is Fennel, I think they're coming in really strong here. But I'm not denying the fact that Rival won't came in strong here. I feel like this is going to be a head-to-head matchup wherein it's really hard to determine who is going to win. But 2-0 definitely is going to be my call here, simply because Fennel has been more exposed to what are the different playstyles in the meta currently as of now, and their consistency as well in their tournament runs, definitely have to give it to them. Oh yeah, Danley has her prediction as well.
Danny has her prediction.
2-0
Rivals.
Rival. Oh right. She's going for Rivals. Okay. What if Danley treats us to a trip?
See, here's the thing, here's the thing, right? Like, Danny has this curse. Right?
No, why did you mention it? No.
Danny has this curse where whatever she says, the opposite happens.
Oh no.
So all I'm saying is I'm not the jinx around here, but history, is all according to history,
It proves itself.
It happened already.
Yeah, a lot of times in ACLC, if I may say. Let's see who has the better, not better, I should say. Who has this prediction curse better? Is Danley going to overpower mine, or is mine going to be the ones much more powerful? Because we both predicted 2-0, just those to happen. Different teams we're rooting for in this one.
Oh, here we go.
If Danley's predictions will come true, I will definitely give her Lola Remedios right now. The mint.
We're just waiting for the thing to start off. I think we're just double checking everything if they're gonna be up and running.
Oh, just waiting. Very chill, very focused players. I'm excited, man. I'm excited. I just can't wait for this matchup to start, man. I mean, who is not, right? Who is not excited to this kind of high-level bracket already? Upper bracket semi, 6 teams remaining in the tournament to be specific.
Yeah, let's go back a little bit to our brackets for those who might have not tuned in, because they're also waiting for the games to start while like they're doing something else before the game starts. So this currently is the upper semis match. It is going to be the Rival Esports versus Fennel. The other one on the sub stage, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see that, but we're going to give you some updates of that. It is going to be Team Nemesis and Dignitas, and whoever is going to lose Rival Esports and Fennel is going to go up against Scars, and then whoever's going to lose Team Nemesis and Dignitas is going to go up against Reject.
Gotta take note of it, guys. I think everybody is ready to go. They're just waiting for the
go signal. Yeah,
for the go signal. Yeah, I mean, it's really important to get that go signal, and I think we are ready. Yeah, there we go. Once the audio faded away, I knew it. Everything is said and done, and here we go. Game number 1, Rivals versus Fennel. We're seeing a lot of common bands here, JJ. It's going to be the Mew, Psyduck, pretty much the staple Pokemon that has been contributing a lot, I should say, here in our current format on Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League.
No, yeah, I'm trying to see whether we do have any sort of
Surfetch.
Sorry, I'm trying to see whether or not there are any way for us to see the sub match, any updates, you know. But apparently the other stream is going in for the main stage as well, so we're not going to be able to get any updates from that until we see the actual results. But right now, as you have mentioned, Surfetch opened up, and of course is going to be stolen away here. First pick, priority pick into that Rival Esports. But then again, you know, we didn't. The second time that we saw the Surfetch in this tournament, we didn't really see that was being handled by Overlord. It didn't really do a lot of effect into the game, in contrast to how we would like it to do. But then again, this is now into the hands of Rival Esports, and we do know how much they can funnel their core Pokemon.
But that is what I was actually thinking a while ago. What if we are to focus on Surfetch simply because it is somewhat of a new Pokemon that can shake things up? What if this is not the best Pokemon for a team to use? What if there are other better options as well? I'm not saying that Rival Esports shouldn't be blinded by getting Surfetch right off the bat simply because it's not banned in the game, but for sure they have prepared something for it. But same thing goes for Fennel. Have they prepared something for the Surfetch?
This is actually quite interesting as well. You know, this we haven't seen Armaru be played in the entire tournament, at least on the broadcasted matches until today. And this is, do you think this is going to be what it calls a game breaker for the side of Fennel?
I mean, if we're gonna be taking a look at the draft of Fennel, I wouldn't say it is going to be a game breaker, but definitely this one would help simply because of the kit of an armor, which I'm not quite sure yet what will they actually run with, but if they would have to go for armor cannon, which is the commonly used moveset, this would really help a lot in terms of providing mini stuns and the explosions as well from the supporters, from the all-rounders of Fennel, making sure that their tracks will be slowed down at some point, knowing that these are very agile all-rounders, especially that Mimikyu. That one would really hit hard, and if you have something that could stop on its track, I feel like the armor cannon moveset is actually one of the primary options that Rival Esports could actually go with.
And here we go, starting off into the game immediately as we have been waiting. Rival Esports versus Fennel, game number 1.
Very exciting to see, and definitely that Vaporeon will have to aid Yimu with the Surfetch. So The crowd control, it's looking great so far initially for rival esports, but for Fennel, I think they would have to rely more on the sustain that they do have, knowing that a Clefable is actually their main supporter here. So definitely the case would be Snorlax sets up the plays, and Clefable would definitely have to sustain the whole team. But do we have a Pokemon, specifically in rival esports, that could actually knock out that Clefable as quick as they can?
Right, here you go. Still, you know, a little bit, what it was, nothing much that is happening. Still a little bit of poking. You know, that 1 KO is not going to be as impactful just yet, but we'll be able to see its effects later down the line.
Yeah, down the line, definitely. But so far, it has been a head-to-head between supporters and defenders. They want to make sure they get the experience here at 850. Very successful take for rival esports at the bottom lane. Not quite at the top path because there has been multiple pressures down the road with deflection there. But same thing goes here. Mame has been experiencing a lot of trouble, but manages to sustain his health by getting those citrus berries.
There you go. Another KO here. They were able to catch off the Steenie. I mean, again, it's one of those Pokemon where it's one of those strategies where they are getting stopped here. At the very least, you know, while they were invaded, they were able to answer back. And here comes a Milo as well. Are they going to be able to take them out? Not quite yet. Oh, another Milo here. I think that's it. There you go. Another pick off here. A good pick off coming in from rival esports.
And this is gotta be more KOs coming from rival esports. They took down the Clefable in action and might actually take this Rage Draco just so that they could get experience and be able to score as fast as possible. Surfetch will be taking the buff here, which is going to be GMU. But that doesn't end there. They want aggression towards bottom path and be able to destroy this gold zone potentially.
Here you go, another
Shadow Claw.
Oh, finally gonna be able to take out the Umbreon.
Right now, it is going to be Fennel who's actually clearing down the lanes, pushing in, knowing that they got a knockout, so definitely that will be favorable for them to clean up those wild Pokemons, get better experience, knowing that their Talonflame and Mimikyu is already at level 8, while thus in rival esports, it's only the Armor Rouge who's actually leveled at 8. So this is going to be a little bit of a deficit, not quite much yet, but if this one continues, if they let themselves be picked off, Fennel would definitely take advantage of it. Oh, it got stolen!
Got stolen coming in from that of Fennel. But the thing is, here comes the pressure. Mean Look not allowing the Talonflame to go anywhere else. And just like that, they're going to be able to finally answer back despite not having, you know, not being able to get that Reggie top. But at least they were able to get some casualties down the line as well. And here you go, the pressure coming from another Mean Look is going to be up the fray, but at least they were able to buy a lot of time here for everyone else to get in. But here comes the Clefable getting a little bit too sketchy right there, trying to get away, but they are going to get copped up here. At least they do have some responses.
And this is going to be a response. Fennel, they want to make sure that they dominate those lanes as quick as possible. They want to make sure that they have a breathing room before the final stretch. That has been one of the most common playstyle that we've seen for the duration of the tournament. Make sure to leave one lane very vulnerable and the other one will be focused on next, just so that you could build up the lead wherein it would be impossible for you to come back from it despite getting the major objective, which is going to be the ground on. But still, too early on this game, still have 5 and 30. A lot of things can happen, but Fennel is really looking at the better standpoint.
Here you go. 86 to 199 to score the game. Sure, they might have been able to have an answer back towards that score, towards that team fight, but the score remains. It might not be a lot, but it's still a lead nonetheless. Now we're going to be able to see another team fight here down bottom. Gatling Gulp Miss is going to pop up with the eject button to be able to stay away from the fly. Beautiful maneuver coming from that of Cameron. But then again, they still need to be able to defend themselves from getting some invades. But here comes another team fight down bottom. It's not going to be done just yet. Pyron is going to be popped up into that of a heavy slam. Binacet is going to be popped up as well, but it's not going to be enough. Miluk is going to stop them from going out, and they're going to be able to pick down 2 Pokemon into the side of Fennel as the Talonflame puts down 36.
There's just too much sustain for Fennel to handle because of that offering being provided by the Vaporeon. And the debuff that the Umbreon actually does with the Snarl just so helps a lot when it comes to teamfight, especially when Fennel is actually grouped up.
Here you go. Another score goal down into the side of rival Esports.
Oh, Flamesweep actually misses, and it missed the opportunity for them to drag it away. So that is going to be a sacrifice KO for Fennel. But on the other hand, they will try to maximize to get those wild Pokemons on the nearby area. But rival Esports, on the other hand, this would benefit their team a lot if they manage to get this Registeel. But nice zoning coming in from the Snorlax just to be able to push them away. Heavy Slam is actually online, and the Queen actually does get it, and everyone from rival Esports has been pinched down.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Ultra like Fennel going to be able to do 3 Pokemon into the side of rival Esports, but they're still not done. They still want more. And look at that, Yawn's gonna be popped up as well. But here comes the invade of the resources, denying them of any levels from here on out. 166 to 316 is gonna be the score of the game here. A minute left before the Groudon comes out.
Yes, and having that Registeel buff will be a huge factor, adding in some power spikes for the Pokemons of Fennel. But I do believe that this is not going to last effect until the final stretch, or let's say it would only last for, like, let's say first 20 to 30 seconds of the final stretch. But that might actually be enough if they want to, you know, just take down, eliminate all the members of rival Esports as quick as possible before the final stretch even happens, just so that they could secure the Groudon, or maybe play this one very safe and defensively and just take the game 1 that easy for Fennel.
Here you go. Ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, 166, 316 still the score of the game. 10 seconds left before the Groudon comes up, and Fennel wants to push away rival Esports. Here comes the Trick Room as well. Are they going to be able to push through this Groudon, as they are being used as a bait right now? Everyone from rival Esports now down here into the Dragon Pit, the Groudon Pit, and here comes some of the team fight happening right now.
It is going to be Fennel pushing forward to Snorlax. Is actually pinched down, and Snorlax might actually be able to make it out alive, but the Queen is actually going inside the fight. Heavy Slam will actually link up to members, but the Miluk will actually jail him down, and everyone has to back away. Unite Loop has been popped up with the surface, but the play would be will actually take him down.
1 for 1.
And multiple members from Fennel is backing away, knowing that the threat is so much for them to handle. Heavy Slam used once again. The operation will not be enough for it to sustain the life of the Vaporeon. Defender taken down. Only Cramorant and the Umbreon is left alone, JJ.
Oh no, here comes the Fly, and they're not going anywhere at all. Gonna get taken out as well. That is a team wipe here for rival Esports, and only 2 Pokemon is up left as of the moment. Miluk good to be able to get away, get a little bit of refreshments. The Groudon is still up for grabs. But the thing is, Fennel just needs to defend this. They don't need to take the Groudon anymore, as they do have some scores up top. 90 points, as you have mentioned. They're going to widen the gap that they have, but then the mobility here is still a lot. 30 more seconds is up left here for rival Esports for them to be able to cap up. That's going to be 3 Pokemon down. No, make that 4. quite yet. There you go. The Kremlin is going to be up, down, as well as putting down some scores. 220 to 406. No more time anymore. 15 seconds left into the game. Getting in the ground on, putting in more scores, and just like that, Fennel wins game 1.
A cleaner loop from Fennel. And this is the thing, this is what we have been talking about a while ago. Rival Esports sometimes has their shaky moment, and I do feel like they experienced a bit of it a while ago, so I'm not quite sure if this will actually affect them mentally, knowing that this is a consistent team whenever they are in a good standpoint. But what about if they lose a game? What about of this kind of setbacks where in one lose away, they would have to go back to, or they would have to go to the lower bracket? That is just one of the biggest obstacles that we have to consider as well in the mental fortitude of Rival Esports.
Yeah, it's, as we have mentioned, the methodical gameplay here coming in from that of Fennel is just going to be dominating, and we did see that from earlier as well. You know, it's all going to be up towards Rival Esports. How they're going to be able to answer back here from going to be able to answer back here to Fennel, as we've seen them play almost, they were playing into the hands of Fennel for the entirety of the duration.
Yeah, I mean, the control of the game was really well on point for Fennel, but there was actually a glimpse of hope on the first part of the games. First half of the game, to be specific, for Rival Esports. It's just they weren't able to maintain and be able to adapt into the offensive side of the Fennel, because they are always being dismantled in terms of positioning. Fennel always sees the gap between their formation, and just to be able to bait them down with those utilities as well. That was really a clean execution from Fennel during the second half of the game, and making it a dominant win, actually, in return.
No, yeah, and right now, you know, with how much they are going to go for, of course, the coach here is going to play a lot of huge role going into this match, especially that they are being given, of course, the a perspective from a viewer. Of course, it's going to be detrimental that they can have some insights from the coach. Of course, that's going to be Slash here. So it's going to do all the change for Rival Esports if they can get the adjustments going into game number 2. Again, whoever's going to lose here, while, you know, again, a little bit of a leeway here, they're still not going to get removed from the tournament, but then again, the lower bracket is the lower bracket nonetheless.
Yeah, and let's see a little bit of the plays that we actually saw a while ago. Level 9 Umbreon is actually not an ideal level, even though you are a supporter. When you are nearing the final stretch, that is level 11 Clefable and Snorlax that you are going up against. And if you're a level 9 as a supporter or a defender, you do not have your moveset on its maximum potential. So for the case of Umbreon, if everyone doesn't actually know what I meant, there is a specific level that you have to meet in order to max out your moveset. So let's say for Umbreon, the foul play or mean look will be boosted at level 11 or level 10, and then for the Wish or Snarl, whichever one you choose, will be maxed at level 11 or 12 rather. So as much as possible, you want to be at level 11 or 12 before the final stretch happens, just so that you could max out everything on your kit.
I mean, look at this as well. You know, like going here, level 14 Talonflame, we know how much Burst Fly gives off to, you know, the Talonflame. It's already a lot, just that alone. And then come to think of it, the levels here coming in from the Mimikyu, see, even the Japanese agrees with me. You know what I mean? Like, the Japanese casters agree with me that, hey, the level 14 here, and there's a huge gap, right? Of actually, no, that's Danny with their mind. You know, that's Danny doing the squares and the circles.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, all I'm saying is that it's already too much of a lead, especially with the burst damage coming in from that of Fly. So that really puts Rival Esports in a deficit right there, and they're going to have they did had a hard time going towards this team fight, and they were a little bit confused as where and how they're going to initiate the team fight. That it was actually while they were positioning to be the ones to initiate the team fight, because of the hesitation coming in from Rival Esports, it was actually Fennel that would initiate the team fight and control the pace of that match.
Yeah, here's the thing. I feel like the concept here for Rival Esports as well is to go in as a unit. We have been seeing a lot of area of effect damages through the armor rouge with the fire spin. Was that fire spin? Let me confirm, because it wasn't the armor cannon. So I'm not sure if I have that one correctly on my mind. Yeah. It is actually the fire spin. So area of effect, and then they would go in with the aqua ring of the Vaporeon as well. So they are providing a lot of damages, consistent damage to be specific. But in order for you to do that, you have to create a setup wherein multiple Pokemon from the opposing side would have to group up together or make them group up as a unit, just so that you could maximize the damage. But the thing is, Fennel rather doesn't do that. They have a Talonflame who could just go in and out of the fight, flank out those attackers from Rival Esports. Completely quite different. It is a little bit of a contradiction at some standpoint, making it somewhat of a disadvantage at the side of Rival Esports once Fennel gets in action.
No, exactly. But right now, the pressure is on Rival Esports, right? Fennel, are we gonna get into it? Wow. Okay, that is the quickest setup as we have right now. So we're not wasting any more time right now. Heading straight into the game. The first pick goes to Fennel this time around.
First pick, Mimikyu ban right off the bat. They do not want to give that Mimikyu away as a consistent all-rounder. Now, I'm trying to take a look at the. Sorry about that. I'm trying to look at the knockout bans that we do have. So there's still a lot of supporters for Fennel to use, simply because they only use one supporter for that game, and that is the Clefable. So they still have Blissey, Eldegoss, Hoopa, if that will be open, but I think they don't want to give that Hoopa away to Yang. That's why they're not going to be getting that, but instead ban it away. But this is quite concerning though for Rival Esports. They already used 2 defenders on their first matchup. What are the other alternatives or other defenders that they could actually use? It could be a Snorlax, since Fennel cannot use it anymore as one of the most stable defender. But what if they go for the Blastoise? Yes, there we go. Blastoise is going to be the name of the game.
Let's see though how else you're gonna be able to go. I mean, like, yeah, the first pick being that of the Blastoise is a good choice. The Darkrai, we didn't see great results with Darkrai from yesterday, especially under Dark Peach as well. However, of course, this is a different team. They might be able to use this better than that. Hopefully we do get to see a bit of a result here coming in from that of the Darkrai. However, we do have the Surf Fetch available for Fennel as well, but I don't think they're gonna go for that.
Yeah,
I think you know, with this kind of starting point, they already have the Zacian, they have the Latias, and of course they do have the Machamp as well. That is all that's well enough for their attacking prowess. I believe they just need one more. Are they gonna go for the Eon duos? No. They are gonna go for the Eon duos. Wow, that is a surprise pick.
Yeah, it's very rare to see an Eon duo. It's always has been Latias only or Latios only, not a duo. But AK1, probably the captain of the team, decides to go with it. I'm thinking, like, it's looking scary for Rival Esports as of the moment. You know, you've mentioned that we do not get any great results as of now from the Darkrai, and definitely if that would be the same case as well, that is one Pokemon as a setback already. But this Eldegoss definitely would benefit that Blastoise once it uses Surf and Hydro Typhoon, if that would be the moveset, and it would spread out those damages, those heal as well. But I'm not quite sure what would be the setup here for the Venusaur. Would it be the Solar Beam or the Petal Dance? Because ideally speaking, it would be the Solar Beam just to keep away from the distance and avoid getting knocked out by the Zacian. But there could be other perspectives as well, just how AXQ uses his Venusaur.
This is going to be exciting for more reasons that we can think of. Mainly, I'd say because of the Ion duos. That's one. They would definitely have the higher speed, I'd say, walking speed. They could set off the tempo here. However, Rival Esports, of course, does have a more balanced composition, I'd say. However, what I'm really scared about is going to be how they're going to be using or maximizing the Darkrai, especially in this kind of composition where it's almost complete. Even if you can remove, even if you do remove the Darkrai, maybe for a, say for example, a Mamoswine or a Machamp, right? If you can have some sort of a not destruction, but more so a displacement, it would still have been a complete team composition. So I'm really concerned about the Darkrai, but hopefully they do make me eat my words.
Yeah, absolutely, because that is the same concern that I do have as of the moment, JJ. But we'll see. It's still early in the game, but the mobility from the Eon duo and the Machop actually makes it possible for them to take it down.
Here you go, Eon duos. The last time we saw the Eon duos was no, at least just Latios rather, was when Tobias was using it in the Pokemon anime, and Latios in the Pokemon Forever movie, which actually is a very great movie at the time.
Must watch,
and I think it still holds up today.
Probably one of the top movies, if I may say. But
I'd say not Forever, but Pokemon Heroes movie, because Pokemon Forever is the one with Celebi.
Oh yeah, right.
This is Pokemon Heroes, yeah. Anyway, going back, that is the one of the Eon duos here trying to make some numbers. That's going to be another KO here into the side of Rival Esports, but they're going to be able to answer back as well for themselves.
And not just an answer back. You know, look at Fennel, how they control the map once again. The moment that they do get a KO, they just go in so deep at the central area premises of Rival Esports just so that they will be behind. 8 minutes in, 8 minutes into the game, going to 7. The Squirtle is still a Squirtle, not even a War Turtle, and this could actually cause problems simply by not having a Hydro Pump.
No, yeah, and I mean, it's also already 30 more seconds before the 7-minute mark. The first major objectives going to be coming out in just a bit, and still being a Squirtle is going to be a problem for them at all levels.
Yes, and I do feel like Fennel will keep up the pressure on that standpoint, but safest way possible, get those side lanes wild Pokemon and be able to evolve into a War Turtle. But look at the over-leveled Machio here. Level 8 Latios is going to cause so much trouble for them to handle.
Here you go, ladies and gentlemen, all trains alike. 10 to 30 is going to be the score of the game here. Doesn't really matter. It's going to be easy for each of the team to overcap that. But then again, what matters here is how they're going to be able to handle the team fights. And look at this right now. Look at that. They were able to teleport back immediately, going to be able to take down the Reggie Lecky into the side of Rival Esports. But the question is, would they be able to remain in on the team fight? They're going to be able to isolate those Pokemon as well. It's going to be another KO, 2 KOs into the side of Fennel in favor of Rival Esports. Now Latios is just buying some time. They're going to be able to be taken out there, and just like that, Surf is up. That's what we were worried about, but at least level 7 is enough for them to take in, you know, some of those crowd controls capability towards that. and everyone's going to be able to take in a little bit of an XP as well off of that.
Yeah, there has been an exchange at least, so definitely that just made rival esports to catch up, and Fennel not going to be building up any lead even further right after that, getting that Regi. So pretty much on equal ground for both teams. So definitely another fight will break through anytime soon because they want the lead as much as possible, making it a reason for Fennel to invade the premises once again of rival esports, just so that they get a little bit of an advantage such as that one.
And there you have it. At least right now, yes, they might have gotten some casualties earlier in the team fight, but this time they are not going back down without any answers. And now look at this. Suvi wants to be the player of the game here. Once again, Zacian's going to be alone now with the Latias. Are they going to be able to catch up? Not quite yet, but they have to. Dark Pulse going to be popped up here with the Dark Cry. This is what I wanted. A little bit of the the results coming for the Dark Cry is now showing up slowly but surely. Close battle right now, 114 to 108 is going to be the score of the game. As I mentioned, the score earlier isn't really that hard to catch up to, but one team fight is all they need to overcome each other in terms of points. But now the most problem that both of the teams have is whether or not they'll be able to answer each other throughout the fight. Here comes Reggie Lecky, going to be taken down here by Rebel Esports once again.
And they will be pushing this all the way to the bottom lane. They want to make sure that they actually convert to something out of it, but there's just too much sustain here. That Eldegoss just provides a huge amount of healings just so that they won't have to come back into the base.
Oh, there you have it. The Surf coming in. Here comes the response coming from that Fennel. Are they going to be able to enter back against Fennel, rival esports? Yes, they will. They're going to be able to take down that Lucario. But here comes another one. Beautiful ball play coming in into that of the Umbreon. Another submission as well. It's going to be 3 down into the side of rival esports. Another one here. Here comes the Blastoise getting blasted out of the game as well. And there goes the Dark Cry along with it, with only 1 casualty in on the side of Fennel. They were able to immediately come back from their losses from earlier team fights against rival esports.
You gotta give it to the Machamp. If it weren't for him, definitely Fennel would have to suffer a lot of Pokemons going back into the Pokemon Center. They just made rival esports blasted off away.
Possible, right, that they might be able to have another comeback here. So right now, let's take a look at how rival esports is going to be able to handle how they're going to be able to handle Fennel right now, because again, while they were able to get in the lead earlier, the thing is Fennel esports is online right now.
Online right now. They would have to poke down the Regirock as quick as possible as well. They want the defense up before the final stretch, but the thing is, Fennel is trying to bait this one out, waiting for rival esports to group up and punish them really hard. And here they go. They're coming in. Look at that Luster Purge. It is gonna hurt a lot for rival esports. The Eldegoss is gone as well, and they will be pushing things down top lane.
Oh my goodness, that was Dragon Pulse, if I'm not mistaken, and it does have some targets in it, and the Latios definitely a pick that even I got caught off guard, and even more so that they are playing the Eon duos along with it. And now 10 more seconds before we do get to see, you know, the Groudon, and this is going to dictate whether or not rival esports will be able to bring this to game number 3. Let's find out together.
Let's find out together, man. But one thing is for sure, Fennel is definitely controlling the tempo of the game, but I feel like the Zacian is a little bit too deep onto the Groudon Spit. Here comes the Dark Cry, creating an opening, but Yannick is actually waiting for an opportunity as well. Oh, there goes the 1v1 going in from the Unite move, and right now they're going in all in. Cloud Crash will actually be there, not enough to go for the last hit, but still 2 Pokemons are already out for rival esports. Make that one 4, make that one 5, a team wipe, and Fennel gets the Groudon.
Oh my goodness, they got broken down. Ice is breaking down right now. They have just lost their opportunity of catching and reverting this down to their win. And just like that, 483 to 114 is going to be the score right now, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike.
Start it over, JJ. They still have a minute. They just need to push things down. But if they push, there could be a back cap that's about to happen. The team doesn't have enough AO's energy to score 500, while on the other hand, Fennel does have a lot on the table.
Here we go, 30 more seconds. But the thing is, at this point, they don't have enough points. And even if they are able to take down everyone into the side of Fennel, not only do they not have the scores, but they don't have the time as well to travel towards the side of Fennel this time around. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers like Fennel is going to be the one proceeding to the next stage of the tournament, waiting for either Team Nemesis or Dignitas.
There we go. The celebration from Fennel to advance into the upper bracket finals. This is a show that definitely we wanted to see. Despite being 2-0, JJ, not gonna lie, this was a phenomenal matchup. The games keeps on getting intense as we go deeper in the tournament.
That is true. It keeps on getting better. It keeps on getting, the action that we're seeing in these matches were phenomenal. And man, Fennel is now headed towards the the upper bracket finals, and they will have a little bit of a longer break. They will have a little bit of a longer break as they prepare for the match before the grand final. So very beautiful stuff. Congratulations to them, and of course a beautiful display performance as well coming in from that of Rival Esports.
Such a great performance, but not at the end of the road for Rival. They still have a second chance for their lower bracket run, and they will be going up against Scars, another team from the Japan League. Definitely similar in terms of play style, but definitely that was a learning experience for Rival Esports. The question is, can they adapt as quick as possible for them to be able to get past that obstacle?
Well, let's find out. Again, all the matches here will be intense moving forward, especially we are now about to be heading very closely towards that grand finals match.
Can't wait right now. Right? Translator,
今までの努力がもう今の結果になっていると思います。
そして、ここまで、勝ち続けている中で徐々に世界大会の道も見えてきました。そしてまだまだ戦略が無限にあるんじゃないかという水上さんのコメントもありましたけども、改めてこれからの試合どのように戦っていきたいですか？
優勝しか見てないんで、もうここから一本も取らせずに全部勝って優勝します。お願いします。
余裕すらあるコメントを、いただきました。
So they were just asked roughly how they feel about going through the rest of the match today, and they said they will try to win as much as they can.
They actually can win the whole thing right now, JJ. I mean, they're waiting at the upper bracket finals, and if ever they do win that, they're also guaranteed to qualify to Worlds.
It still depends, like it's still a heavy weight to say. It's really hard to say as well, with Dignitas and Nemesis. They're still quite formidable opponents as well for Fennel, so we'll have to wait for that one.
Yeah, well, what I meant is if they actually, get it, but yeah, I do agree, it's going to be a tough obstacle for them. And we haven't quite received an update yet on the match between Nemesis and Dignitas. I'm not quite sure if we're going to be seeing here in action, but according to the schedule, we will be moving forward to another match. But the fact that they haven't started yet, maybe we might be able to see them here at main stage.
ありがとうございます。さあ、それでは最後にマシオ選手から 次の試合に向けて意気込みをお願いしたいと思います。
絶対勝つぞー。おー。
いや、
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
改めて勝利はフェンネルとなりました。
That's how hype it is. Yeah, that's how hype it is.
Come on. And not only that, Imagio does have that kind of fight. Definitely, it will boost the morale of the team, man, moving forward in the tournament.
非常に強気なコメントもいただきましたので、ファンの期待に応えて、そして世界への期待にも応えていただきたいと思います。
はい。
いやーでもなんかこうね、どうしてもポケモンユナイトいろいろな役職、サポートであったり、もちろんこうガードを固めるカビゴンであったりとか、その5人のうまい連携がないとやっぱり相手を倒せない、いなせない、そして自分たちがゴールを叩き込めないというのがありますので、5人の連携が素晴らしい結果となりました。
はい、最後まで見逃せないですね。これは。
さあということで次のメインステージの試合はローワーフォースの試合をお届けしてまいりたいと思います。
はい、その前に皆様にご案内がございます。この後17時にポケモンユナイトグッズをゲット PUACL2026 抽選会の当選者をこちらのメインステージおよび2階インフォメーションにて発表いたしますので、ぜひお楽しみにお待ちください。さらにもう一つご案内ございます。サブアリーナ内にあるチームブースと2階ロビーにあります公式グッズブースにてオリジナルグッズを販売しております。ぜひこちらも合わせてご利用ください。
はい。今ね、ちょうど佐藤さんも。
そうなんです。私も今日ユニフォームを着用させていただいておりますから。
I'm trying, dude. They're just saying, hey, watch us and you get these freebies, these goodies.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
I mean, at least we understand the idea, right? I think that is probably the most important part of it, JJ.
Okay, look, man. It's whenever I try, because I'm not fluent. I'm not proficient in Japanese, so I still have to process it. That's why if it's a native speaker, I still try to translate it to my mind and try to like process it before I actually say. Cause again, it takes a while for me to be able to decipher it just because, well, I need proper training. You know what I mean?
I mean, at the very least, you can. But from my case, I think I won't be able to get it. Unless I have you on by my side, but that's not the case every time. But I understand a little bit of words, but when it comes to sense of delivery, I'd have to rely on you, JJ.
Oh man, I wish I could rely on myself as well. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, that has been the game Rival Esports versus Fennel. We are still waiting, as we have kept on mentioning. We still have to wait whether Team Nemesis and Dignitas have started, or rather their results are. But as of the last match that we saw, it is going to be Fennel winning 2-0 against that of Rival Esports. And now we're just waiting for the next set of matches. That's going to be the upper semis too, and the upper finals as well. I think. Okay, here's the thing though. According to the schedule, right, we still have one more upper semis. If the sub stage is going to have Team Nemesis and Dignitas, there wouldn't be any more upper brackets. We only have 2 upper brackets. Oh, actually, no. This is upper semis. Not, upper. No. It's still the upper semis. Yes, this is upper semis. So if we're going to have another upper semis, then that means we are going to get to watch Team Nemesis and Dignitas.
Yeah.
Only then do we go to the upper finals, upper bracket finals. So, with that being considered, that means the next match for the broadcast, for the main broadcast, is going to be Team Nemesis and Team Dignitas. There you go.
Oh, there we go.
That's why
we
were waiting for an update between them, but like the schedule dictates that we are going to have the second upper semis match.
That is going to be awesome, JJ, simply because we have been waiting for this match to happen today.
No, yeah, I mean we wanted it to be on the broadcast, but I guess we are going to be getting it anyway.
Yeah, we're going to be getting it anyway, but No, I'm just excited to see what Dignitas has prepared for us in the table. Dignitas, for the record, has been so consistent in their tournament run, at least. Same thing with Team Nemesis, but only one team will prevail here, JJ, and definitely that is a tough challenge as well. And whoever loses their matchup, by the way, would have to be playing Reject later on in the lower bracket quarterfinals.
No, yeah, and here, you know, we are all just winning, you know, just waiting. I think we have gotten a bit of an update. There we go. Not quite yet. No, they haven't really started yet. We only have an update again on the brackets with the previous matchup we have just watched. So it's gonna be us again looking over Nemesis and Data. So hopefully we do get to see them in just a bit.
Definitely, we're just waiting for the go signal at least, so we just have to wait and be patient. So guys, if you do have your friends to come over and of course watch the Pokemon Unite esports team, make sure to invite them and hop on over to our broadcast. And okay, I think we do have an update here. So it has been confirmed that substage has not started between Nemesis and Dignitas. So the next main stage may need to be Rival and Scars. That is by far on the information that we got here on the sidelines.
Right. So, but that is, that is the lower bracket quarterfinals, not the upper semis. But let's see what's gonna happen here.
Yeah, but while we're waiting for it, JJ, let's have them watch, of course, the highlights for the matchup between Rival Esports and Fennel.
ここまで集団戦の中でも圧倒されてはいましたが、やられっぱなしではいられない3匹のポケモンを KO してライバル e スポーツのミドルゴールをこじ開ける。ネルがそれぞれのポケモンたちを順番に前線に送り込んでいる。あくびに2匹のポケモンが寝たところ、ムーンライトセレナーによって反撃を試みるアイスのブラッキー、サイコエクスプロージョン、グレーンアルマのサイコパワーも炸裂している。ピクシーがまずは倒れて、ネギガナイトも KO4 対4の形。ライバル e スポーツはここで決めきるしかないでしょう。ブラウドンの体力はまだまだ残っています。アキ選手トリックルームの中が独壇場。1、2と移動してシャワーズを捉える。気づけばグレーンアルマも倒れて、逃げるウーを追いかけるのはマシオ選手のアマージョ。空を飛ぶ一戦。選手のブラッキーがスピードを与え前に出てきた。その間に P が90点差を広げている。残り時間は30秒。まずは踏みつけ、グレーンアルマがその膝をつく。続いてシャワーズが倒れて3匹。ネギガナイトの体力ももう残っていない。マシオ選手が 2KO ストリックからさらにグラードンの体力も奪ってみせました。回帰ね、いいところです。さあ、神ス脱出ボタンに当ててからハイドルタイフン、ラテオスの体が浮かび上がっている中、カイリキーがメガルカリオを KO している。ソーラービームこそ当たったものの B のブラッキーが食らいついて高血ラッシュ2秒に1000発のパンチを繰り出すと言われるカイリキーの強力な攻撃が不思議花にクリーンヒット。さらに地獄車でカメックスを捉えて草むらのダークライも KO を奪っていくのはマシオのラティオス。ダスターパージから竜の波動が当たる。そしてそこに切り込んでいくのはガラルの伝説 P のザシアン。竜の息吹から竜の波動。私らがの花粉団子で、わあ、なんでも直しで俺はザシアンが悪夢にとらわれているところ、竜の波動でカメックスが倒れている。綿毛の前から回復を試みてライバル e スポーツの目線はグラードンに向いている中、一匹一匹フェンネルがラティオスとラティアスのたまっ込んだ無限の力、そしてカイリキーの自慢の筋肉、ザシアンの剣、フェンネルのトレーナーが育てたポケモンたちの蓄えられた力、ライバル e スポーツのポケモンにぶつけられました。しかしフェンネルどこまでそれを許してくれるか。5匹が囲まれているところ、バークアウトからスピーダーを与えています。イカ様2段目逃がしていく。ソーラービームは右に避けろと指示を出す。B とブラッキーの息の合ったコンビネーションがライバル e スポーツへのチャンスを許さない。残り時間は20秒を切りました。一匹一匹ポケモンを倒して自らの勝利を確実なものとしていくフェンネル。かつて水の都の守り神と言われた2匹の伝説ポケモンが見守るフェンネルのアッパーファイナル、そこからさらに広がる世界への道。ゲームセットです。
And here we have it. You know, that has been the highlights of the match earlier. And before we head into anything, you know, moving forward, we're just going to have a little bit of a short break here, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. So make sure you get your snacks, drink some water, have a little bit of a break as well for yourselves. Maybe do some chores here and there, eat your lunch, and we'll be back in just a bit. Once again, this has been Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Finals 2026, and we'll be right back after a short break.
There we go. Welcome back again to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 Finals. This is Big Eos right now with Danley, and we're actually heading towards our lower bracket quarterfinals, if I'm not mistaken. This is going to be rival esports going up against Scars.
And this is a rematch, actually, if I'm not mistaken, between these two teams. They met earlier in the upper brackets. And Rivals is the reason why Scar is down here. So, we have a grudge match. And it's a pretty big one too, because both teams, I mean, let's be realistic, right? Rivals and Scars, they have played very well up until this point. They are both very formidable teams with very distinct play styles. And I think they can beat each other. Scars can beat Rivals. Rivals obviously have proven to us that they can beat Scars. It's just now that this is a elimination match, everything is on the line. And I do suspect we are going to be in for a very close series for this best of 3, because I think for Scars, like, the wound is very fresh. So I think with that in mind, they're probably very, very motivated to beat Rivals here to stay within the tournament. Whereas obviously for Rivals, they just dropped into the lower bracket, unfortunately, after a very successful run in the upper bracket. To be fair, they also ran into Fennel, which is probably one of the last teams you want to run into during any period of the bracket. So yeah, it's unfortunate, I suppose, for Rivals, because it doesn't feel very good to drop into the lower bracket and to play a match so soon, because you'd like to have a little bit more time to maybe study your opponent, maybe you want to have a bit of a team chat to bring more morale up, because I mean, I think you kind of pointed it out in that match, because we just casted that matchup as well, actually, the Fennel rival matchup, that Rivals didn't look the best, like, just physical appearance, like, they did not look happy. And that is something that I feel Rivals has struggled with in the past, where sometimes emotions can run a little bit high, and especially in a competitive setting, you really need to keep your emotions in check, because that can negatively impact your performance in future matches. So I kind of hope that, you know, they've had a bit of a team talk with each other. Maybe Slash has sort of come in to give the team a bit of morale boost coming into this best of 3, because I want both teams to make it through. I don't think it really matters for me who actually wins this best of 3, but I would love for this set to be a showcase of both of these teams' absolute best.
Yeah, hopefully they do go all in at 100% here, Daniel, because it's no take backs up until this point. If you drop, definitely you're out of the tournament. But of course, before we showcase our next matchup, there's actually a Twitch broadcast as well, wherein you can get your Charizard badge, and at the same time you can actually claim it right now, the holowear for our official Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League jersey with the cap. If you don't know how to claim it, just make sure to open your Pokemon Unite game on your mobile device or your Nintendo Switch. Go to Events tab, PUACL 2026 Spectator Event. Make sure to watch from there and claim it already.
Yes, so make sure you grab that now, because this is basically a limited item. So once you've grabbed this, if your friends don't have it, you are in possession of a very rare item. No, you're in possession of a very rare item. These are never going to be re-released again. Next year's stock, if we do have ACL next year, I can't say we won't, but next year's design will be different. So go grab one now, guys. Go grab it. You're going to be a very, very special person. And if you do wear this stuff, I promise you, you're going to be one of the very few people in this world to own this piece of holowear. So yeah, go grab yours now. As we get ready for this matchup, okay, you've still got plenty of time as we, I believe, have the players setting up. So this is main stage, isn't it? This is not side stage.
Yeah, this is going to be on the main stage. Then for the sub stage, as far as I know, Team Nemesis and Dignitas is ongoing, or will be ongoing momentarily, aligned with this schedule. So Recheck would have to wait even further on who will be their opponent later on.
Yeah, hang on, let's just see if I can actually pop over in the stream and have a look at what's happening on the sub stage, because I think we're all kind of keen to see like where everyone sort of is. You know, like we want to see the updates. We want to know who's winning those best of threes. We want to know who's actually winning the sets. Because I wish, honestly, I wish we could have seen that Nemesis and Dignitas set, because I actually think that may have been one of the most exciting games in the entire tournament. But we are trying to sort of keep up with the schedule, and we don't want to keep you guys waiting as well. Like, for whatever reason, there are delays with any of these games. We tend to sort of swap over to whatever is available, which in this case, this is the most available game. And to be fair, you know, I'm kind of sad we don't get to see Nemesis and Dignitas, but I think this best of 3 is going to be just as good, maybe even better, because we've seen these guys play. We know they can play really great Unite, and we know these games are going to be really close.
Yeah, and knowing the fact that both of the teams here, Dignitas and Team Nemesis, hasn't dropped a single game yet in their whole tournament run here in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Finals, that is going to be a big of a show. But speaking of big of a show, we also have Rival Esports and Scars here. Just like we mentioned, Danley, Scars, rather Rival Esports is actually the reason why Scars has been crawling all the way here in the lower bracket, and you know, maybe we'll have to look forward to and claw their way back into the upper finals, or actually the grand finals, not the upper finals. So definitely they have been through a lot here. They defeated T1, Dark Peach, Onyx a while ago, and right now they are back once again to face Rival Esports. And for the record, yes, Scars might actually struggle with Rivals yesterday, but at the same time, Onyx is a team that actually could just diminish the formation of Rival Esports. So this is somewhat of a very mixed predictions or very mixed feedbacks that Rival Esports might actually get, simply because that their win rate against Onyx is not that high, I should say. And at the same time, Scars was able to defeat Onyx. So there's just mixed emotions, mixed feedbacks, and mixed data that we could actually get from this one.
Yeah, it probably tells a story, really, of who's basically on form today, because this is the last day for competition. We don't have any more competition days after this. Like, tomorrow it's over. We're crowning a champion today. So effectively, we have the strongest teams in the tournament remaining in the tournament today. So I do think it's still quite tragic that Onyx is gone. You know, I think a lot of us thought that Onyx was going to have a deeper run. It's just, I don't think it was a case of just situations. I do think it was, you know, Nemesis sending them down into the lower bracket. That was step one. And then after that, you know, just not being able to continue that consistency in the lower bracket. It's just the name of the game. Like, you're competing in a competition. There is no easy route. I've heard people say, like, oh, people play in the lower bracket because that's where all the losers are. That's where all the weak teams are. And I'm just like, bro, that's what you mean.
This is not a loser.
It's harder in the lower bracket. So, so it's like, yeah, it's rough. If anything, most teams don't even want to touch the lower bracket. They kind of want to stay in the upper bracket, because at least they have like that second life. And then if you do win, in this ACL at least, this is not going to be one of those reset grand finals. It is a grand final where we play a single best of 5. The team that came in from the upper bracket only gets a 1 victory score over the lower bracket teams. Basically, if you win 2 games back to back, then you are our champion if you are the upper bracket team. If you're lower bracket, you've got to win 3 games in that best of 3. So it's a longer road for your lower bracket team. But it looks like we are ready to jump into this match here as we introduce Rival Esports onto the main stage, Pika Yules. So rematch team number 1, Rivals. They just recently dropped down into the lower bracket as they unfortunately were not able to beat Fennel. And they are going to be fighting up against Scars. We are going to introduce Scar a bit later on onto the main stage. But, you know, so far the team's still looking pretty happy, smiles all around. So I'm glad to see that the team is still looking very confident.
Signature Bochi.
Love it. Oh, man. You know, sometimes you gotta do stuff like that. I love it when players do this because it's like, it's for the fans. You know, fans and this kind of stuff. So love it. But here is our team from Japan. Scars, their arch nemesis, their rivals for this best of 3. And I think it was you and me actually when we casted this yesterday. Was it me, JJ?
Yes.
Yeah, it was you and me, right?
Yeah, I think.
I remember one of the comments we made for Scar is that this team, like, the players look scary. Like, they have this aura amongst them when they come out and do these walkouts where it's like this very cool, very just, they're just scary. I don't want to play against them if I was playing competitive Unite. Like I'd be feeling a little bit, you know, nervous. So yeah, the confidence level for this team is also right up there as well. They do seem way more serious. So I have a feeling they're going to take this best of 3 extremely seriously, considering the last encounter between these two teams. Because a quick recap in case anyone did not watch that game yesterday, Rival Esports actually beat Scar 2-0, which I think was actually a bit of a surprise. I didn't think it was going to be 2-0. I thought it might have been a 2-1, but again, this is also props to Rivals yesterday. They played those two games very, very well. Like, they adapted to Scar's very individualistic, very unique play style really well. So I'm kind of keen to know, like, what's the adaptation going to be for Scar, because Scar's already lost to Rival, right? So now you have to think, do you still play your signature style, or do you actually need to change your style, maybe throw Rivals off a little bit? Do you maybe play reactive? Like, you got to change something, because some people say, like, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Well, in the case of this matchup, the strat yesterday did kind of break, so something needs fixing. But the thing is, what? Is it Pokemon? Is it playstyle? Is it maybe just the general mood amongst the players? Because yesterday, they were quite aggressive, weren't they? Like, Scars did try to take control of those games, but then Rival, I feel, took control back roughly around like the final 3-4 minutes of the game normally. Like, they'd kind of hold back a little bit, they would respond, but they would make Scar feel too comfortable for the first 6 minutes. After that, then it's like, wait a minute, you know, that grip that we have on that game is kind of, is slipping. So, yeah, Pika, I'm sorry, I've been like rambling about this, but it's just because I'm really passionate about this matchup. I want to hear your thoughts about this, because I really think we're in for a really, really deep game.
Well, I think I'm seeing this game as something that history won't repeat itself. I'm not saying that Scars would actually take the win, but we've seen a match wherein it ended 2-0, and definitely I see this game to be full-blown 3-pack game, simply because they have studied each other already. You know, Scars was able to adapt already or study the play style of Rival Esports, but I do believe Rival Esports still has more on their pockets as well. While as for Rival Esports, they are pretty much more confident already on how to handle Scars, knowing that they were able to handle it during day number 1.
That's true, right? Like, there's going to be some level of confidence for Rivals, but I'm scared, like, could this maybe be a trap too? Because we saw yesterday, like, Rivals got too comfortable around Rivals, and then they kind of let their game sort of slip from them. So I'm scared, like, maybe it's going to be a vice versa thing. You know, it's like Rivals, like, oh yeah, we've beaten this team before, we're just going to do the same thing we did yesterday. I don't think that's going to be the case today. I do think there are going to be some drastic changes from Scar, but that's, again, this is a prediction, because, like, we don't get to be part of these conversations with the team. You know, these are very intimate conversations they have to have amongst each other. If they have any coaches, if they have anyone that's really helping them when it comes to, like, game prep, like, yeah, I don't know. I'd love to read Scar, but I feel like this team has just such a mysterious air amongst them that you kind of can't judge the team at all just based off of what we're seeing, and even from their play style. So I'm going to judge based on draft first, because I think once we know what they're going to be playing, we might have a bit of an idea as to how they're sort of looking at Rivals and saying, like, okay, this is our answer for this problem that we had yesterday.
Yeah, and I do believe that we saw a while ago that Rival will actually go for the second pick on the coin flip that actually happened on the mini screen that you saw a while ago. So assuming that they would go for the second pick, maybe this one is for the adaptation on how to handle, once again, Scars. And it's actually great if you manage to get 2 Pokemons at the same time and be able to pick up the last Pokemon in the draft. So this one might be a great possibility for Rival to dominate their matchup once again. But the priority pick, the first pick, is a huge factor as well, especially for Scars, who has been consistently getting it. this could actually cause a bit of a problem, but we never know what's gonna happen until we see the draft, until we see the action going on. But before we even talk deeper into this matchup, Danley, if you want to see the matchup between Team Nemesis and Dignitas in the substage, there is actually a broadcast as well for it, so make sure to check it out because they have just started their game number 1.
Yeah, they just started that game number 1. I had a quick look at my secondary screen. I was like, oh, they've started. So at the moment, the matchup, I believe, is roughly at the it's about almost going to tick to 5 minutes. It's actually 6 minutes at the moment.
Yeah.
Apparently, nobody has scored. So the game is that tense. So whilst waiting for this one, if you do want to peep over at Nemesis and Dignitas, I recommend it because this game is very action-packed based off of just what I'm seeing on my screen at the moment. It's actually tragic that we're not able to show it on the screen, but yeah, in terms of draft, nothing too crazy. More or less Pokemon we've been seeing a lot across our 2 competitive play days too. But yeah, we'll keep you guys updated as to what happens with that best of 3 because they are now at the halfway mark, so we should be getting our first update to the score in approximately 5 minutes, folks. So yeah, either go check it out or stay here and hang out with us as we get ready for Rival Esports and Scars, because this game should be as exciting, if not maybe even more exciting than Nemesis and Dignitas. I can't judge because I can't watch the other game, so
yeah.
I'm praying, okay? I'm praying that this game is going to be just as good, so I don't feel so bad for missing out on these games. I wish we could broadcast everything, honestly, but we just have so many teams competing in the tournament that if we did try to broadcast everything, I'm pretty sure we would be probably running like, what, 16-hour, 18-hour broadcasts? That's not a reasonable amount of hours to watch Pokemon Unite. You know, it sounds great on paper. I promise you, you will pass out after the 12th hour mark, okay? You need to drink water, you gotta go to the toilet. Go touch grass.
Yeah. I hear you, Danley. And I do believe that 2 days won't be enough to cover everything on the live stream if we will be broadcasting every single matchup. So maybe we'll need a week if we need to cater 16 teams in a double elimination format.
Yes, I think a week sounds nice because at least you get like a nice healthy amount of a healthy dose of Unite every single day. You know, it keeps you alive. You know, it's like you wake up every day and like, oh, life's good. We got some ACL games, but that's the dream.
That's the dream.
That ACL does last that long. But we're gonna stick with our 2 play days for now, which is fine. You know, I think we're pretty happy with this too because we also have a lot of fun with the playoffs and the group stage too. I do like the playoff and group stage format. The fact that, you know, we get multiple play days, although I think I'm just wondering, do we want to have the same format as like this year for next year? I do think there are probably better ways, I guess, to kind of play this format, but it's very hard to make it fair as well. You know, sometimes you just get unlucky with the draws for groups.
Oh yeah, there has been instances like that as well, wherein you think this kind of team that you're matched up against doesn't fit your playstyle and you want to avoid them as much as possible, then you suddenly go in the same group. I mean, it happens on every tournament perspective, but it's just a matter of fact that every team does have to prepare to their potential opponents and to everyone who has actually qualified for the ACL or even Worlds. So there's just lots of possibilities, lots of things to consider, especially on the matchups that you actually might encounter along the process.
Yeah. Look, it's competition. Not everything is fair. Life isn't fair. So sometimes you just have to kind of cop it on the chin and take it as is. But we do have Rival Esports on the screen right now. Ice is there with his little Umbreon plush. This could be a sign that this might be, you know, the key to victory for this team. Because Ice does play a lot of Umbreon. He is a very scary Umbreon as well, by the way. So I hope Scar is ready to either get that banned or maybe even go for a deny pick themselves. Anything that we're kind of expecting going into this matchup aside from the possibility of Scars going back to their trusty old Dodrio?
Well, I personally think that I haven't been seeing the consistency of banning a Surfetch anymore, so maybe that will be a factor as well. Not for Scars though, but for Rival Esports, since when it comes to the plays, I think that it doesn't quite blend too well on the current playstyle that Scars is actually trying to show us, unless they have something that they haven't shown yet at the stage.
I think we're late enough into the tournament where if you haven't shown something, I think it's time to reveal the strats.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's like unless you're still in the upper bracket, you're down in the lower bracket. You are at risk of elimination. So you got to start bringing this stuff out. You've only got essentially 2 games to do this, because if you lose 2 games back to back here, you're going home, bud. So I kind of think game 1 might be a bit crazy from both sides. I'm actually very excited to see what this draft could possibly be from both of these teams, to see like what kind of wacky openings could we be seeing, or if it's going to be the standard of teams just prioritizing strong picks for game 1. Like, there is an advantage to focusing on strong picks for the first couple games. Like, if you are confident you can win a best of 3 in 2 games, just pick all your strongest Pokemon in the first 2 games. But if there's a chance it goes to that 3rd game, I hope you've left some of those Pokemon for game 3, because you might be at a disadvantage. Like, this is the thing that I think some of these teams have really struggled with this draft format, especially teams that have never actually played ACL before. This format is very unforgiving for anyone that hasn't really thought ahead. You know, it's not always just about the game that's in front of you. You also have to consider the games that are going to be played, you know, the potential game 3. And if you do push it to a game, like if you push it to a game 3, do you have a draft? Do you have a strat? Do you have a lineup that you can still fall back to where key Pokemon are still available? There's a lot of mind games with this whole fearless global ban draft format, and I think teams are adapting to it, which is great. I mean, they had to adapt to it anyway. It's not like you can forego the format, but I feel like this format has not only introduced the players to more intelligent drafting, but I think us viewers as well, we are being graced with this knowledge of seeing like, oh, okay, we're not seeing like the same old Pokemon for game number 1. We're starting to see some new synergies. We're starting to see teams explore other options for potential strategies. So yeah, ACL's fun every year. I can't complain. I don't think I've ever had a bad ACL, but it's just, yeah, I love the draft format for ACL because it just introduces such a different flair to the Unite experience, because it's not just, you don't go to the restaurant and order the same thing every day. It's like the menu changes. Like, you go to this restaurant and it's one where the menu changes every day, so you're excited for every single visit. So I'm gonna make a soft prediction here, not who's gonna win yet, because I don't want to get nobody. But I do suspect we're going to be in for some really different drafts with this best of 3 set. I don't think we're going to be seeing repeats from yesterday's games. I actually think these guys are going to have to get really creative to beat their opponents.
I think they're about to bring all of their cards, you know, that was actually hidden yesterday, since, as you said a while ago, this is the last opportunity for both teams for them to be able to qualify to the grand finals. So definitely one hesitation might be the cause of their games and their series as well. And I'm just actually taking a look at the second monitor as well that I do have here, and we have Team Nemesis actually winning their first match, or their first game up against Dignitas. Yes, they did just now.
Wow.
So Team Nemesis is actually 1 win away to qualify for the upper bracket finals, which is going to be up against Fennel if ever they win the whole thing up against Dignitas. But let's go back here into our lower bracket between Rival Esports and Scar. I would like to add up on to your point a while ago that we won't be seeing any repeat here. I think at some point there might be instances that they would repeat something. It's just they would blend something with it to a point that it would look different. And that's what I see for now. Like, maybe they will be using the same Pokemon, but they will be using it in a different way. That's how I see the flow of the game that would happen right now, not just for Scars, but same thing goes for Rival Esports. Knowing that Rival does have Slash as their coach, definitely a lot of knowledge has been filled in as well. But for Scars, on the other hand, they are known for disruptive plays. Do we see another set of disruptive plays? Or, I mean, it didn't work before, so would they change things up? Would they shake things up against Rival?
I think they will. I think, okay, sure, their strats may have worked up until this point with other opponents. I just think Rival's on a different level.
Yeah.
I think they're at that level where they're going to have to be creative. I'm not saying that, you know, the classic Scar style won't work against Rival. I think it still can. They just need to ensure that the pre-prep, the draft, is going to complement their playstyle, and at the same time they kind of need to bait Rival with a couple of picks that might be incompatible with that playstyle. Like, let's recap to our audience, because I know there are some people that did not get to watch yesterday's games. Like, what is it about Scar that makes them so unique? Because we keep talking about this unique playstyle. Pika, I'll let you explain first. Maybe if I've got anything to add, I'll throw some words in, but I don't want to hog the broadcast. So what is it about Scar's playstyle up until this point that's made them so distinct and has stumped quite a few of their opponents?
I feel like if there's one word to describe, there is going to be chaos, you know, in a way that they are providing disruptive plays, making sure that they're aggressive, and at the same time they do backcaps on the background as well, just to be able to dismantle the focus of the opponents, wherein they do so many things at once. Someone is scoring, someone is attacking, someone is getting the objective. There's just too many things to consider when you're going up against Scars, to a point that you don't know what to prioritize. So I see Scars as that of a team, but do you have something to add up to, Danley, as we are already starting our draft here for Game 1?
I guess the only thing I can really add here is that the distinct style to me for Scar is that they like to attack their opponents at multiple angles. They're not just going to go for scores. They don't just go for knockouts. They kind of go for a little bit of everything. They'll try to score. They love to backcap. They love to create openings where, I think in particular, during the last 2 minutes, what they'll do leading up to the final stretch, they'll try to break a tier 2 goal zone to open up the home base. And then they keep their options open. They can decide if they want to try and go for a team backcap at the enemy home base, or if they want to compete for the Groudon in the central section of the map. So they like to keep their options open. Here's the issue though. Rival doesn't allow them to do that. Like, they understand the importance of keeping the tier 2 goal zones up, because they know that, you know, Scar loves to go for this multi-prong attack style. So I'm kind of curious to see here for Scar, like, do they continue to play this style where they are very heavy in pushing that tier 2 goal zone, or do they maybe focus, you know, more of what's happening in the present, which is going to be those team fights, those objectives, their levels going into that last 2-minute stretch. So let's have a look and break down the draft here, Pika, because we are starting to get a glimpse of what we're going to be seeing in this game. So on the left, we have Rival Esports. They've got some very classic Pokemon here. They've got the Mew, they've got the Blastoise. They love to run this. Lots of team fight, lots of AoE. On the side of Scar, I'm starting to get hints of this multi-prong style. They've got Zacian, agile, strong laner, loves to team fight with the team. Snorlax, great defender, creates openings for the Zacian, and then the Talonflame. The Talonflame is a big giveaway that they want to have that Pokemon going in for the constant backcaps.
Yeah, and I feel like Scars, on the other hand, will be going in with the same kind of playstyle as well, wherein they're going to be going in for backcaps. They will prioritize those invades as well with that Snorlax, just to be able to delay things down, especially on the central area. I feel like that is going to be the main focus. But one thing that is quite different from what I see from their lineup is the consistent attacker, or the consistent damage, which is in the form of U2Y, because we've seen yesterday that, and actually for today, that they are more focusing on the explosive amount of damages. But this is not in a negative way, simply because they had to balance their lineup for today, which is going to be having a consistent damage with the Mewtwo Y, go for that burst and sustain damage with the Zacian. So pretty much equal on everything, and they have enough support coming in from Charu, which is going to be the Eldegoss of the game. But a little bit concerned here, Danley, simply because there are 3 defenders for the side of Rival Esports. So I think I saw that where that Mewtwo Y is coming from is for them to be able to answer back on those tanky Pokemons that are available for Rival.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to point out all the defenders too, because it's giving me vibes of like 2025 Paper Rex. The defender meta.
That was
if you were not there, it's okay. You did not miss out on anything. It was crazy. But it seriously did give me those vibes. But at the same time, like, there is purpose for this. This is not 5 defenders, by the way, it's 3. Because they at least did add a source of damage. They also have their Roma in the Serral Edge. So it's a very balanced lineup, I actually think, coming out from Rivals, because they have their damage, they have a lot of control, a lot of initiation, a lot of disengage and re-engage. Whereas for Scars, to me, just looking at what Scars has, like, this is definitely more of an attacking lineup. Like, they want to brawl. The issue that I could probably foresee here for Scar is that if they don't have a good laning stage against Rivals, they might run into a problem where Rivals just outlast them in these team fights, because Slowbro can self-sustain. Slowbro is pretty fat, it's pretty tanky, it can heal himself, so it's quite difficult to take down a Slowbro in a team fight. Then you have the support Vaporeon, who naturally is tanky itself and is going to be healing its teammates. And then you also add a Blastoise on top of this, who is just naturally tanky but also can do crazy damage on its own as well, because this is a core Blastoise. It's not that defender support Blastoise. And I have to remind you all as well, playing Blastoise, that Blastoise when it comes to finding openings to not only initiate for the team, but effectively shutting down his opponents. So Scars, a couple things you need to do here. You got to crush these lanes. If you can slow down the progress of Yamu's Squirtle, if you can go down towards the bottom lane, maybe even slow down HT's Serral Edge, I think they might have a chance at actually pulling off their signature playstyle. Otherwise, they're in deep water.
Yeah, especially the amount of sustain will be very tough for you to shred, and that Talonflame won't be pretty much efficient if you are sitting at the same ground with the other Pokemons from your opponent. So definitely Talonflame #1 has to be up on the level department as much as possible together with Zacian, so that they could shred down those big numbers on HP towards those 3 defenders coming in from Rival Esports. Now, assuming that Rival Esports might actually be able to take this game #2, I feel like they would be having a tough time later on heading towards game #3, simply because they have been taking away a lot of defender options already on their team for the next game.
Yeah, that could be a problem. I mean, losing the Slowbro is, a bit unfortunate, right? Because it's such a great defender, really awesome at that single target disable. Vaporeon, I mean, it would be sad if it goes, but I do think there are replacements, right? Umbreon is practically the same to me. My honest opinion when it comes to Vaporeon, so they do have options if they do want to have something similar. Blastoise is hard to replicate, so to me the fact that they picked Blastoise in game 1, to me this is telling me that Rivals actually want to crush game #1 and try to have that smooth sailing in game #2. As for Scars, I actually think Scars are withholding strats. I kind of think they're holding back on some of their best Pokemon. The only ones that I'm going to be like, oh, but this is the best, is the Zacian. Zacian is a Pokemon that Scars has been really falling back to in the games that they win. And then also Talonflame is a signature for them too. So losing these in game #1 would be pretty unfortunate.
Yeah, unfortunate indeed. So it's just game 1. There's still a lot of ample defenders, though they will be losing the Blastoise and the Vaporeon and the Slowbro immediately. But 7 minutes into the game, you're seeing major movements already from both sides of the team. Scars has been focusing a lot on the Regieleki, making sure to repel back those Pokemons from the bottom lane. But on the other hand, on the top side, there is too much pressure for the Talonflame to handle. But the Regice hasn't picked Tick yet, so they're just waiting for an opportunity for them to brawl it all in. But 2 defenders have already made their way in, and this burst bird has been just a distraction for the Blastoise and the Vaporeon. But who will be getting the last hit? It is going to be the Blastoise that will be taking it for themselves. A perfect buff for a 3 defender-sided team.
I want to remind you as well, this is Rapid Spin Hydro Pump Blastoise too. I think this is the most popular build for Blastoise at the moment. We don't really see Surf as much anymore, as I do believe that was, not recently, but it was nerfed because Blastoise does do a bit too much damage for a defender, honestly. But it's still a great Pokemon. So, you know, the fact that Yamu got that on the Blastoise, I do think that was, oh my gosh. A double whammy there for HT, and yeah, this man's cooking. This man's cooking. Rivals want to just take this game. They're like, it's okay, guys. We're 5 minutes into the game. I think it's time for us to just start cooking, because if we let Scars run away with this game, we're going to be in trouble. So we now have a level 11 HT roaming around the map, which if I'm a Talonflame, I'd want to be hiding right now, because I don't want to go anywhere near a level 11 Ceruledge.
They were just deleted at the map a while ago. That is a warning signal to Scars, because they are lacking in terms of the tankiness. Yes, they might have to sustain, but what will the Eldegoss do if there is no one to sustain anymore? Or how can they sustain if it was prioritized by the Ceruledge, who does have the mobility and the access to do it? They also have Mew that could provide those long-range attacks, so definitely it will be very tough for them. But nice Hydro Pump to repel back the bird. They're just chasing for it, but I do feel like they don't have enough ability to go for it. Look at that, to repel it back, making sure that it doesn't pushes in.
That was so close, like just a little bit more damage, and that would have been enough to catch the Talonflame. So yeah, Talon's not feeling too confident this game at all. You know, you have the mobility of that fly, but there are so many moves, in particular that Solar Beam, that can punish a Talonflame. Down bottom though, Reggie Alecki, that's secure there by HT. That's going to go in the way of rival Esports, and that did come at the cost of the Zacian as well as the Eldegoss. So double knockout here for rival Esports, and this is going to be very, very scary here for Scars, because Scars, they went for a lineup that really wanted to come online early. The problem is, are they coming online early? No, they're the ones that are actually on the back foot compared to rival Esports.
Right now, they're pushing more. This is looking scary for Scars. They were able to get some scar because of the aggressiveness of rival Esports, and HT being the major factor of those damage department coming in from rival Esports. If they could get a shot down into this Pokemon, that will be great for the team in order for them to get that huge chunk of XP. But here is the thing. Can they actually do it? Level 13 Ceruledge is just waiting for an opportunity here. There goes the block coming in the way. No Unite move for the Ceruledge, so they would have to fall back for now.
Gotta play it safe. We still got 1 more minute to go before we have that final 2-minute stretch. So Scars, I think it was very fortunate that they were able to pick up the Regice. Quick comment here. We've had 2 Regices this game, which is actually pretty unfortunate for both teams. I think they would have loved to have had attack or defense buffs, but it looks like the Slowbro has been caught, unfortunately. So Ice is going to be benched for the next couple of seconds. And Scars, because of this, they're able to get into position. Talonflame did spot out the Blastoise, cuts it down to half health. So they do know the positioning of Yamu there on the Blastoise, who has that Hydro Typhoon ready to go. Just a quick look at all of the Pokemon on the map as well. All Unites are ready to go, so if a fight does randomly happen, everyone is going to have access to their Unite moves, hopefully just to sort of help them win that matchup. Now the thing is, who's going to be the primary target? Vaporeon has been isolated there away from the team, but the rest of Rival, they're at the Groudon pit. They do have the Snorlax there to slowly start pushing everyone against the wall. Groudon maybe helping them out as well. Fly is there, gets pushed back. Talonflame very low, half health. Ceruledge is there. They get the secure on the Groudon, and they also grab the Talonflame, the Eldegoss, and the Snorlax. Only 2 Pokemon remaining here on the side of Scars. It's the Mewtwo, Y, and the Zacian. But can these 2 defend a full team push? I don't think so.
That is going to be tough, knowing that they do not have access to their Unite moves already. It was a great concept to use the Infinite Cyber a while ago during the Groudon fight, but the millisecond amount of crowd control wasn't enough to stop Rivals on its track. And now they are leading for over 211 points. The question is, can Scars flip things around? They still have a minute to do so.
it might be a very difficult task because it's a 200-point difference, and also Rival Esports, they're camping the Scars goal zone. Now, we do have one slight advantage here. The Slowbro is gone, and you can see the Scars, they know the situation they're currently in. They have to push in as a full team unit. And I think Rival's identifying that they have to decide if they're going to score points or if they want to defend their goal zone. They're going to let these points in. So we do have 78 points going into the goal zone. Still not enough here for Scars. They need to score more. Back at home base, though, HG gets eliminated. Scars are able to defend the goal zone. Can they score any more points, though? 404 on the side of Rival, 540. I think this might just be it. Pika, they scored enough points. Scars, the gap is now far too big for them to close. And with 10 seconds to go, I think we are looking at a very similar case of what has happened in yesterday's best of 3 between these two teams. Rival Esports lock in game number 1, and Scars backs are against the wall.
And this is not the same from yesterday because this is not the upper bracket matchup. Rival Esports doing it phenomenally well on that case. You know, when we were looking about the matchup a while ago, we were I myself were a little bit doubtful on that instance wherein they do have 3 defenders, but that actually made them win because they were able to stay those team fights that actually happen all around the map. They have a lot of toolkits to dismantle the formation as well from Scars. Just too many things to consider as well, and HT being able to carry out his own job, which is to scale down those damages, provide the power spikes for the team. That is what they actually needed. Those last hits, those power spikes from the Unite move, just very well on point to shred down the HP of Scars.
Yeah, there were definitely a few moments, I think, that Rival got a couple of knockouts that really helped them coming into that game. Like every single time they took down the Talonflame, I think that was huge because that means Talonflame isn't on the map trying to pick up AOS energy, trying to go for those back caps. And, you know, one of the special things for Scala is that they like to not only lead in AOS energy, but they like to create as big of a gap as possible because they know that, okay, we've got these points, we have a bit of a buffer when we do come into the final 2-minute stretch, so there is an option for us to go for back caps to, you know, extend the lead even further. Because we know in Unite, 500 points is essentially a team limit, right? Like if a game is within 500 points, you can still technically come back assuming everyone is loaded on AOS energy. Once you go beyond that, that's when you start to hit the impossible territory of coming back because it's really hard to get more points once you have all of your pockets loaded. You're kind of hoping you get knockouts on the goal zone to grab some more of those points. So the fact that Scar, again, just wasn't allowed to play their game, and this was also them running Pokemon that essentially thrive in that playstyle. Like in particular, Talonflame really needs this playstyle to excel, and to a certain degree, Zacian is also a Pokemon that kind of wants to play like this, but because they weren't allowed to, and that because they were the ones that were kind of behind, they were essentially just playing catch-up with Rival Esports, I feel, for the majority of the game.
And let's try to break down as well the play-by-play here from both teams. So actually we do got here at the almost 3-minute mark of the game, wherein we do have an instance that the Slower was actually caught off guard by the Snorlax. And if you're going to be taking a look at the minimap, the Talonflame is pretty much away. This is just a formation or usual spot of a Talonflame to wait for some back caps or an opportunity to flank from behind with the access to fly. So that was actually one of the plays that Scar was trying to eye for. But look at the numbers here from Rival Esports. They are so many. They have Blastoise with Unite move to be able to do the setup if ever needed. And they also have HT on the other hand to be able to shred down the HP of the Snorlax as well.
Yeah, I think HT played an amazing Sorul Edge this game. Like he did some very key knockouts that I think really helped shift the game within their favor. Like he is on point today. And it's kind of sad that he's not going to be allowed to play any more Sorul Edge today. But, you know, just being able to secure this first game, at least there's like a bit of a bit of release for the team because they don't have to think like, okay, we have to win these next 2 games back to back. That's actually on Scar. Pika, I know we are still kind of in this rival esports and Scar's discussion, but I know we just got an update for Team Nemesis and Dignitas. Game 2 has just ended. Give us the rundown. What is the scoreline for these 2 teams?
Oh, it's going to be a 1-1 score here. And wait, let me roll back the VOD. So it has been 225 to 73. Dignitas successfully repelling the crowd onto Team Nemesis. So a job well done for Dignitas to be able to extend the series and be able to proceed to a game 3 for their upper bracket semifinals. But since we already delivered the message here, Daniel, let's take a look back on what actually happened in the final ground-on fight here for Rival Esports and Scar. So there was actually the Snorlax on the side of Scars was actually buying a lot of time, but Ryan was actually behind him, and we all know that the Solar Beam and the other moveset from a Mew is actually so powerful, and if you are coming from behind of a Snorlax, definitely that block will be ignored. So there's just a lot of things to consider as well. There's the Talon Flame as well, being repelled back immediately by the Groudon once I do believe that was the Groudon who repelled it back. But with the Mystical Mirage as well, being able to assist with a Cotton Cloud Crash, there's just too many crowd controls to consider up until this point, and Scars was just spammed by a lot. Look at that Hydro Typhoon, super beautiful. It actually did hit everyone as far as I can see on this picture.
Yep. Yeah, we can see the animation there, right? That big giant circle, that's the Hydro Typhoon radius as well as the Mystical Mirage. So catches everybody. We can see Yang going in as well on that Vaporeon, just dishing out that very progressive damage. And look at this. I know it was HT, I think, that got the final secure on the Groudon there.
Yes.
So I can't quite see where he is. Give me a second. Okay, he's like right on top of the Groudon. He's right next to Charu, if you guys can read the text.
Yeah.
He's right there. And he's the one that got that final secure because of all this crowd control, all these stuns. Just preventing anybody on the side of Scar from being able to get that final secure. I guess we also need to kind of talk about the securability for these 2 teams as well. Now, out of all the Pokemon here, when it comes to secure, HT has the best securability in the entire game. So if you're Scars, you know, you kind of have to think like, okay, if we're going to try and compete for objectives, we have to figure out a way to control HT so that he's not able to come in and out-secure our, for example, the Fly from the Talon Flame, maybe even the Unite coming from the Zacian as well, you know, because let's be realistic, I think in this particular game, we didn't really have the best securers in the game, right? We didn't have anything like a Blaziken, we don't have a Dark Urshifu, even Solar Beam, for example. I mean, we had Mew, but Mew's role this game wasn't to secure with the Solar Beam. It was actually to save his teammates with that Mystical Mirage during that final second, and also to provide any kind of assistance with stuns such as Surf, and maybe even just an Electro Ball to try and slowly chip away at some of those health bars. So yeah, game 1, it's going to go in favor of Rival Esports. Are we going to be seeing a game 2-2-0 sweep? I don't think this set is going to be that easy. I do think Scars is going to kick up dust in game number 2 to force that game number 3, because I think I don't know if it's been hammered into them yet. I don't think they realize in game number 1 that Rivals, they know how Scar play. So something's got to give. And if it's not during game 2, I don't know if we were going to see a game 3 then, if Scars doesn't adjust something drastically.
Yeah, I heavily agree, but they haven't been using one of their signatures Pokemon yet, as far as I know, which is
Dodrio.
Going to be the Dodrio. Yes, Dodrio, and I do believe that they also use a lot of Gengar. Was their team the one who used a lot of Gengar? Wait,
I think
gotta
they were
recheck my
one of the
notes.
teams that also had it banned against them. So I think they are a team that can play Gengar. Okay, here's the thing. I don't think Dodrio would have been a great pick in game number 1 either, because you have to consider all of those tanky crowd control Pokemon coming from the rival esports side, I think they purposefully ignored it because they knew if they tried to go for like a first or second phase pick for Dodrio that it was going to get hard counted. So they kind of had to wait and see like, okay, let's pick it, we'll save it for game 2. Heck, it would be risky. They can try to save it for game 3. If anything, if they're confident enough to win game number 2, I'd save it for game 3. But the thing is, like, what do they play then for game number 2 that's going to bring them to that game 3? Because Talonflame is out of the pool. I think Hooper was banned in that last game, so no one was actually allowed to play Hooper. Have they played Leafeon? I think Scars has played Leafeon, if I'm remembering correctly.
I think they did once, as far as I can remember. Because,
yeah, I'm trying to think.
They love quick Pokemons, and I think they really did. Yesterday, I think that was yesterday with a Dodrio. Was that Dodrio and Leafeon combo, or was that another game?
I don't remember. There were too many games yesterday.
Yeah, I haven't opened my notes as well from the games yesterday, so. Yeah, I'm just trying to refresh and recall everything that I can. That was actually a use yesterday, but we're just waiting for the second game between Rival Esports and Scars to actually commence. And at the other side of the stage, on the sub stage, that we do have Team Nemesis and Dignitas is already starting with their matchup as well, or rather the draft. And I'm taking a sneak peek here, Danley, and I have been seeing a Palmon on Team Nemesis and
Dignitas.
Yes, and
that was game 2. I think you're looking at the highlights.
No. This is game 3.
Oh, wait, who's picking Palmon?
Wait. So it's Nemesis picking Palmon right now, and game 2 was Dignitas. Yes.
I was going to say, because I know Dignitas actually played Palmon in game 2.
Yeah.
So it's a swap. Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
If you want to see Palmon action, definitely go to that stream. But we do hope we get to see Palmon here between Rivals and Scars, because by far, as far as I can tell, for the main stage games, I haven't seen a Palmon yet. Or did Dignitas actually use it before? But I think
in our
they
games,
did it, right?
No. Yeah, on our broadcast, I don't believe we've seen Palmon at all. So that's the first time we've ever heard of Palmon being picked. It's probably been picked in some of the other games that we haven't been able to see. So yeah. Anyways, okay, for the bans. Smart ban coming out from Rival Esports. They get rid of the Dodrio as that final ban, and the Gengar. So like they're on to this playstyle from Scar, so I hope Scar has something left in their bank that's going to allow them to play their style. Now, we're going to be seeing some more all-rounders here because Ice is hovering over the Urshifu, probably... Oh no, he's not going for Urshifu. Okay, I was thinking maybe they pick Urshifu, but Yamu's already got the Surfetched. Yeah, this makes more sense. The bird strat, apparently, as Rhyme is going to be looking in the Cramorant. So we've got Surfetched, Cramorant, and Snorlax for our preliminary picks on the side of Rival Esports. Serena and Umbreon on the side of Scar. Capio is highlighting the Mega Lucario, so they will have the secure ability of the Lucario and its mobility. And Clefable, so they do have a lot of healing on this composition from both the Clefable and the Umbreon, assuming Wish is going to be the build here.
I think this one would be much more focused on foul play.
I was gonna say, like, mean look foul play probably sounds really good here because you already have Shiganaki on the Clefable.
I'm thinking as well. Hold up. I mean, I personally think that this would be a foul play and not fake tears, obviously, because that's the Eevee's moveset, but Snarl rather. Yes, Snarl. I think they want more debuffs here, or they could actually go for a mean look and Wish. Yes, but I think it would be pretty much repetitive if they do have a lot of healing, and knowing that the composition here from Scars right now is to focus on bruising their way in. So I feel like if they could actually group up their opponents and put up a debuff with that Snarl and Foul Play, then I think that is going to be the best moveset by far, based on my knowledge. But on the other hand, we do have a Dragonite here for HT. I'm not quite... We've seen Hyper Beams yesterday, but in the case of this one, I feel like Hyper Beam will be the go-to if you want to remain on the range and let the Snorlax do the tanking and Yang do the support. So everyone would be at the far back, do lots of damage, and make sure that the Snorlax and Eldegoss will keep on attacking the front line.
So just very quickly on the Dragonite, I do think it's Hyper Beam because
it's Hyper Beam.
Looking at Scar's lineup, they actually have no proper secure Pokemon. They've got Brawlers. I think at most Mega Lucario is really the only Pokemon that can secure, but can Mega Lucario out-secure a Hyper Beam Dragonite and a Surfetched? I think that's where this team could struggle. So I'm thinking here for Scars. I mean, this draft is wild compared to their past drafts. Like, this is probably the most un-Scar lineup we've probably seen on this team up until this point. Like, they want to fight. They better make these fights count. Because up until this point, it's mostly been backcapping, multi-prong attacks. Every now and again, they do brawl, but it's with very agile Pokemon. These Pokemon that we're seeing on the screen, they're not agile. They're very resistant. They're very powerful. But when they initiate into a fight, they have to go for the full commitment. So I hope this is the composition that they need to push it to a Game 3, because I want it to work. But against a Dragonite, if they don't snowball, I think that Dragonite and the Surfetched is going to run them over. And the Cramorant even. Cramorant has been an insane Pokemon at ACL this year.
Yeah, and you've mentioned that the Dragonite needs to be on the road as well, simply because this is a Stage 2 Pokemon that is really hungry when it comes to experience, so definitely that will be the biggest challenge here. It seems like you're just running a Garchomp, but not as a bruiser all-rounder, but a range more one, so definitely you have to babysit this one, and if it keeps on getting KO'd, that might be a big problem here for rival Esports. Look at that, Snorlax taken down. No one will be taking the damage from the Dragonair, so definitely it will be a tough situation. If only that Lucario had an HP, definitely that will be an all-out fight for Scars.
Yeah, that actually would have been a really great fight for Rival if they actually did manage to have all their moves connect. The only problem, okay, is that as great as Dragonite is as a Pokemon, as a Dragonair, this Pokemon is a little lukewarm. You know, it doesn't do that much damage. It's a great ranged, agile damage dealer, but it's not as threatening as your classic roamers. It does need a little bit of assistance. So yeah, with these rotations, they're going to have to ask for a lot of help from fellow teammates. But yeah, until HT does fully evolve into that Dragonite, he's not really going to be that much of a threat. It's really going to be the rest of his teammates that's going to help elevate him until he hits that Dragonite.
Till he hits it. Steel needs 2 more levels, as far as I can remember. 1 or 2 more levels.
Yeah, to
be a Dragonite here. And that Draco Impact is a much more needed utility as well for you to rotate as quick as possible, especially at the 7-minute mark. You need to be quick and alert for the major objectives, knowing that in 10 seconds this will actually appear, and Scars is more of a bruiser, so definitely they would have an easy access to push back those offense and defense of rival Esports, and they are just cleaning up the Regis here. They cannot do anything because of the Buzzwole being able to zone them out.
Yeah, so this is what you really needed to do as Scar. You take advantage of this very early power spike of the Serena, of the Buzzwole, of that Lucario, and really just take over the map before the Dragonite is able to come online with the Surfetched. Like you can see up until this point, Rival really focusing on trying to grab those levels, trying to get that map control. But now that, you know, you do have that level 8 Dragonite, we don't have access to the Unite yet. I do believe it's 1 more level. This could be a really great opening maybe for Scars to try and do something, but as soon as that 9 hits, Rival Esports might want to start fighting right on top of his goal zone. And Buzzwole is still quite a ways away, so if this Regieleki goes in, Gatling Bolt Missile going to be used, burning down the Umbreon, will be able to escape as well, along with the Serena. And Aleki does walk in, 30-point score being deployed there by the Snorlax, another 40, 39, so many points thrown in. And now we have Rival Esports leading with 149 points to 109, and they're even going to score more. 198 is going to be the final scoreline for Rivals after that very big push.
feel like the defender and the supporters were able to do the job here for Rival Esports, making sure that HT and the others will be able to deal the damage that they actually do need. Set up the distance, make sure to push them back because the Hyper Beam has a decent amount of range for you to do those big numbers. And if you do that big numbers, definitely it would make the other team struggle. And they almost wiped out the whole team of Scars, which is actually a good thing, making sure that their XPs are very well on par already. 3 level 10 Pokemons compared to 1 is already a gap that is actually felt here, and Scars might be actually suffering from this one if this onslaught continues from Rival.
Yeah, Rivals are going to want to start brawling now. Scars being behind in levels, I think, is probably the scariest thing here because Serena is 9, Buzzwell's 10, Mega Lucario is 9. They need more levels. They need to win something. But with the Buzzwell going down, first Pokemon to go down, I don't think you're feeling confident fighting into this Registeel at all. Serena is there, just popping a couple of basic attacks onto the Eldegoss, but did the Eldegoss even feel that? You know, his health bar didn't even move. Umbreon is there, but yeah, Scars, I just don't see them being able to win this fight if they did try to commit. So that's going to be a free Registeel in the way of Rival Esports. And actually, Umbreon, okay, Moonlight Breath is going to be used.
Does use the Moonlight Prance despite no one is actually there, and knowing that the Pokemons from his side were actually visible at the other end of the map, not quite sure what was the reason why does he have to use the Unite move, because there's no point in using it because you were buying a lot of time without using it already.
Yeah, I wonder if he was trying to maybe stop the Dragonite Unite. I don't even know if HT triggered it because it was off my screen. I think there's a reason. I don't think you just randomly throw Moonlight Prance like that. I do think that, you know, Unites are gonna be used for a reason. But let's have a quick level update here, Pika. Right now, Rival Esports are currently leading in the experience department. Surfetched is sitting at level 12, our only level 12 Pokemon on the map. After that, we do have several level 11s, all of the core Pokemon, and surprisingly, even Ice hitting level 11 on that Snorlax as well. So experience is being funneled a little bit more heavily into the Surfetched, as he is going to be the late game insurance policy for Rival Esports alongside the Dragonite. HT, in the meantime, is actually busy helping his teammate. That's why he's actually sort of camping out the Surfetched, because he's ensuring that Surfetched gets the levels, and that if the fight does happen, you have the support of your Dragonite there. And look at this, Scars, they're heading towards that bottom lane. They get some Pokemon, they're going to group up. Maybe something happens, maybe not. Apparently not is going to be the correct answer here, because Rival Esports are going to go for the top objective.
And no one is actually present from Scars, which might actually be an issue, especially if this is going to be a defense or an attacking buff. And this buff would really last up until the final stretch, and that is going to be a defense. Just imagine, they do have the Eldegoss, they do have all-rounders and a defender. This could be a tough situation, knowing that they don't have someone to splash down those damage or ignore the shields. He's actually buying a lot of time. There goes the Moonlight in order to go for the backup. Heavy Slam actually does connect into the Buzzwole, and the Snorlax would have to push him back, knowing that this could be a big threat. Scars is actually on the lead, but look at the formation, look at the position of Rival Esports, making sure that they are the ones who score the first, but the Moonlight Press will actually hit the couple members of Rival Esports, and that would take the Snorlax down. Here comes other members. The Mega Lucario is actually going inside the fight, same thing with the Ultra Spawn as well, coming in from the Buzzwole, and they are flipping the fight. The Surfetched is actually down, the Dragonite as well, and it's only the Eldegoss that's left alone for Rival, and he will be falling down anytime soon. Can the Snorlax make it back on time? There goes the Umbreon trying to zone him out. The foul play actually did the job to repel him back.
Scars, they're going to try and pull this to a game number 3. They're leading with 305 points over Rival Esports, who only have 276. Now pushing it to 405. Rival Esports, this game should have been theirs, but Scar, with the counter play, surviving the initial fight, turning things around, burning through Rival Esports' health bars. It's not over yet though. Lucario is going to be caught unfortunately, and Rival Esports 5-man strong. Umbreon looking to go for a back cap here, but is going to be spotted out by Ice. The rest of the team though thinking of barreling down that middle lane together. The rest of Scars though trying to farm up those wild Pokemon, trying to build up that Eos energy. And it looks like we do have the Umbreon here to buy some time, jumping onto the goal zones to get that knockup effect. But can they score something?
Oh, wow.
If they can score 200 points, that might be how Rival comes back, but I just don't
72.
see them being able to score. They're going to go for the first scoreline, 14 points. That is nowhere near enough. Buzzwole heading towards the middle lane here, but we do still have Snorlax there to
They want to
defend.
push.
The rest of the team, they want to push into
They're
home
gonna push
base.
back.
10 seconds to go. I don't think they can do it. Rival Esports, they're out of time. Game 3, locked and loaded. Scars fight back.
That was a way to put up the fight. The Snorlax came in clutch. He was able to push back everyone from Rivals, making it really hopeless to score at the last 15-second mark of the game. And you could definitely see the reaction. You could definitely see the emotions coming in from the players of Scars. They were like, hey, we're playing another game. We're not yet out of the tournament. Let's give it everything we got on the next one.
Look, they needed to do whatever it took to go into game number 3, because I think it would have been very devastating if they did go out 2-0 again, just like they did yesterday up against Rivals. So they got their revenge. They're pushing it to a game number 3, and effectively it's a reset for both Rival and Scar. You know, they're back down to that equal level, and now this next game is going to decide their tournament fate. Who is staying? Who is going home? Who could potentially be our ACL champion? We could be seeing, you know, one of these two teams becoming our champion later today. So we're in for a doozy, folks. Game 3, very exciting times. And we're also going to be pushing the distance too. We're not going for a sprint, it's a marathon. We're going to have to dig deep into our Pokemon pools, because we now are looking at 10 Pokemon banned for both of our teams, plus these 6 bans that also happen at the beginning of the game. So strats, cheese, you gotta pull out the strats now. This is it, you know, this is it.
Yeah.
You mess up here, you're going home.
You're going home indeed, and you can't afford to do a mistake here, Danley. But as we progress into game number 3 of this set, there is actually another team who will be advancing into the upper bracket finals, and that is going to be Dignitas going up against Fennel later on the main stage. As far as I know, it is going to be the main stage. So Team Nemesis, they would have to fall back onto the lower bracket. They're pretty much more aligned on the matchup between Rival Esports and Scars, but the only difference is that they would have to go up against Reject, and whoever wins the matchup between Reject and Nemesis would have to face the winner of this matchup.
Man, we've got so many games that we don't get to see. We don't get to see them.
Yes.
We don't get to broadcast them. But we do have a B stream, so if you are interested in watching one of the other streams, go check that out. Personally, I recommend the Japanese stream because the games are there, and I do believe they are live there. So like, those are the fastest games. You will not get spoiled. You are going to be getting the fastest set of information for all these games. So go check out the Japanese broadcast stream B. Just a heads up, there is no casting. So if you like casting, go check out the other Pokemon Unite English stream, because there is another one that is covering the other games. They were covering Nemesis and Dignitas that just finished. So, Pika, game 3. We're going to a game 3. We're looking at 10 bans apiece for both of our teams, plus another 6 during that first round of bans. What is coming into this next game? What is, I guess, going to be thrown into the pool? I think it goes without saying that Dodrio is probably going to stay banned for Rival Esports. I don't think you allow Scars their signature Pokemon, because that is just, you don't risk it. You don't risk it. You don't risk the biscuit. You know, you really want to win this next set. Any other Pokemon that are mandatory bans here? Like, if I'm Scars, what needs to stay banned? What do I not risk giving away?
I think definitely the Psyduck and the Hoopa. I feel like this is going to be a huge threat, especially to Yang, knowing that this guy is actually more of a utility Pokemon trainer. So I think that side and Hoopa has to be banned all throughout this series if they do not want those crowd control setups, those kind of refreshes. Then I do feel like that is going to be the best Pokemon to get banned. Zacian, on the other hand, I feel like this could actually be given away in order to ban another Pokemon that could actually be a major threat here for rival esports, but it could stay banned. Actually, Scars can actually do the same draft that the way they did during game number 1. But what about for rival esports? Do you think that this Mega Charizard Y is a significant ban? Because I feel like the Gengar and the Dodrio is actually a mandatory one, but we haven't seen the Sableye ban yet, and Sableye might actually come into the fray if ever they let that Dodrio wide open for game 3.
Okay, I'm just thinking of the fans. I think Mega Charizard Y might need to stay banned. Okay, here's my reasoning. I think if it was any other team, the Mega Charizard Y might be allowed to go through. So let's just look at through Rival Esports. If it was another team in Rival Esports' position, you let the Mega Charizard Y through, because you'd be able to pick it for your central laner. The issue for Rival Esports, and we did talk about this I think during the group stage for APAC, is that Mega Charizard Y simply isn't compatible with Rival Esports' playstyle. We've seen HT play this Pokemon before, and it just, him and Mega Charizard Y do not fit. He is much more impactful on those late game central laners that also have very strong mid games. Mega Charizard Y requires a little bit of space, a little bit of quiet time to really come online. I guess in a way it's kind of similar to Dragonite, but the way that these two Pokemon output damage is really where things kind of like the road forks out, because Dragonite gives you burst damage. He has a Hyper Beam, he has access to his Unite move as well, where you can take out chunks of Pokemon's health bars in seconds. Mega Charizard Y, it's more burn damage, it's progressive damage. So yeah, the damage output is high, but it's not as quick as a Dragonite.
Yeah.
And so because of that, he kind of struggles handling this Pokemon because he's so used to playing burst damage oriented Pokemon. So think in a similar vein of like, we've seen him play Dragonite more compatibly. He's known for his Zoroark back in the day. He also plays very nasty Leafeon as well. Like these kind of Pokemon, like speedsters, anything that is speedster centric, that's a HT Pokemon. Mimikyu, another great example, right? All-rounder, but does big damage in seconds if you layer the attacks properly. Whereas Mega Charizard Y, yeah, I guess it does have the Fire Blast, but that's burn damage.
Yeah.
Again, he really just doesn't thrive with Pokemon that are just there to burn away their opponent's health bars slowly. He needs that burst damage so he can play his like very in and out playstyle. Like he goes in, gets a pick off, he runs away. He goes in, gets a pick off, runs away. Charizard Y, it's like you kind of have to sit on top of them and just burn them down until they're gone.
Yeah, I feel like they're more on the explosive amount of damage in just one go rather than waiting for a time for the HP to run down. I feel like that is just not the playstyle fit, just like what you reiterated a while ago, and that might actually lead towards a struggle, or it might lead to a problem if ever they do force things down the way the meta has been currently progressing. So this one, I think, would have to lean more towards the comfort picks of the team and what works best for them. So I will not be surprised if the Dodrio is left wide open. Definitely Scars would have to get this Pokemon, but I don't think that Rival Esports would have to sacrifice that one ban or the ban from the Dodrio just to ban another Pokemon simply because they are seeing the match as they have countermeasures for the Dodrio. So I feel like the bans would have to be retained here just to be safe and make sure to test the waters if ever both teams still have an ample amount of Pokemon that they can use in the pool.
Yeah. So Game 2 is over. I think we've got to start thinking ahead now. We've got to start thinking about Game 3. What are the options for these teams in terms of picks? Play style. do we sort of stick to this stock standard play style for both teams? Like, I like how Scar really changed it up for game 2. I do think it kind of messed with rivals because they're so used to Scar picking these Pokemon that are a little bit more score-centric rather than team fight-centric. Whereas now, like, they went for a very brawly lineup that actually had health bars that could survive the burst. So, moving forward, does Scars continue with this? Do they go back to the Dodrio if it's available? Do they go in a completely different direction? You know, maybe they could bamboozle rival esports even more.
That's the biggest question here, Danley. There's just too many things that happened a while ago, too many team fights. And that is quite the opposite of what we've been observing with Scars, because we've been repeating it over and over again that they are a back cap specialist. They are a disruption specialist instead of a head straight team fight team wherein they go together as a unit. But they did that during game number 2, and that was actually the main possibility for them to force things down here in game number 3. So the question now is, will they be maintaining that kind of play style, or would they pivot back to their signature style, which is the disruptive and going to be setting up the distance and just put some a limited amount of pressure just to be able to distract the thinking of rival esports on what to prioritize? Because the common thinking is that, hey, this strategy worked in game number 2, let's run it back. But what if rival esports already has countermeasure, especially with a talented pool of players and with their talented coach as well? I feel like the resolution will be as quick as possible, not unless their emotion is already taking over them. But by far, I feel like they're looking pretty confident. They're looking great so far at this stage. So definitely the adjustment is going to be very easy for this team. So I think there is a possibility, like a very small possibility, that Scars might go back to their signature playstyle. But for this to happen, the stars need to align. They need to be able to ban Pokemon that would effectively block them from playing this playstyle. They would also need to see Dodrio be let through. And I'm just going to have a look at some of the Pokemon banned on the side of Rival and the ones that they have already played. I do think there are a lot of Pokemon here that would have actually dealt with that back-cap style really well, actually not available for Rival as well. So there might be a possibility of this Dodrio slipping through, but only if Dodrio is allowed to come through, which, based on the order of bans, I do think Dodrio is going to be the next ban here for Rival, unless there is something out there that's going to block their draft. And actually, Sableye, I was thinking if Sableye was also let through, Sableye would have also been picked up by Scar if they got the Dodrio. But now that this is out of the pool, I think now Rivals is baiting Scar into picking this Dodrio. They want them to pick Dodrio because they know right now Dodrio functionally is not going to have the support of the Sableye, so no extra vision, no extra harassment. And who else can you really pair with the Dodrio that's going to be able to not only keep up with the Dodrio but provide the utility that the Dodrio needs? And with the opening picks here, I think Scar, they're a little bit scared. They're going to keep their options open. They take the Blastoise and the Mew themselves. Really great opening. Amazing defender. They have a Hydro Typhoon to fall back to. They have the Mew that can pivot between either support or attacker. We'll kind of have to see what's going to be the next couple picks here for Scar. But for Rival, they do have the Umbreon available and the Darkrai. So we have a very scary defender, very tanky, has access to the Wish, has access to the Mean Look. So that's going to be quite scary depending on what direction that they want to go. The Mimikyu might be the one reason why Dodrio does not get picked next, because HT's Mimikyu is going to hunt down that Dodrio like nobody's business. So knowing this and looking at what is currently being picked here, it looks like they're just going to go straight for Brawl. They're saying, we got to brawl, we got to fight, we got to do what we did in game number 2. But can they afford to do so? Because look at what Ice is hovering over. Vaporeon is not a pickable because they have already picked this. So they're going to have to consider other options for supports, which Latias, I'm not sure about Latias. Lock it in.
I would love Mr. Mime. I think Mr. Mime would be such an awesome pick. And they go for the Mr. Mime. It's going to get chaotic. We're about to jump into a circus and the Dodrio. They're thinking about the Dodrio. They're thinking like, okay, guys, can we afford to run the Dodrio? This feels like a trap. This feels like a trap.
It's a
There's
trap.
an Umbreon. There's a Mr. Mime. They're going to go
There's
back
a Darkrai.
I feel like Scar is kind of pinned in the corner. They're like, okay, guys, we've got to do something. We have the last pick. We still have the Dodrio available. But, like, knowing Rival, they know in the back of their minds that Dodrio is potentially picked here. So they have so many solutions to deal with Kusamushi if they need to.
I just don't feel too confident right now for Scars. I feel like they just fell into a Team Rocket's booby trap, if that is how I describe it, simply because there are, well, actually almost every Pokemon from the side of Rival Esports has countermeasures on how to shut down a Dodrio. I mean, if they're going to be going for me and Luke, that is going to be the Umbreon, the knockbacks and stuns from the Mr. Mime, and the play with me as well from the Mimikyu and the other Pokemons that they're still available in the pool. Basically, everyone could stop its tracks, and if Dodrio will be hindered with its movements, the efficiency will be dropped down immediately. So if they cannot possibly utilize this Dodrio, then it will just be a Pokemon that is a giveaway in terms of experience towards the side of Rival Esports.
Yeah, it might even be delegated as just a back capper if the Dodrio really can't contribute to these fights, because there are so many threats for that Dodrio. Like, heck, even Darkrai can threaten a Dodrio as well. So really scary game for Kusamushi. I do not envy this man at all, but to last pick this, to put all your hopes into his signature Pokemon, if it pays off, this man deserves the dinner. I hope they buy him a dinner, they buy him a gift, because this is probably going to be his toughest game yet on his signature Pokemon. So let's jump into lanes here, because we do need to see who's going to be establishing their presence in these lanes. And you can see down bottom, Rival Esports really pushing hard, but up top it's going to be Scars, trying to apply that pressure onto both the Lucario as well as the Eevee, really preventing that Umbreon from hitting that level 4.
Defending it from level 4. And look at the rotation as well coming in from both teams to really make sure that they get every ounce of experience. And definitely the Dodrio is making everything into its fullest potential, making sure that he gets ahead of it just so that he won't have any problems in countering or actually going up in the fights, because he does know and he's well aware that later on into the late stages of the game he might just get shut down immediately, and that is just too much damage for Scars to even handle. Dodrio actually forced to just take the Citrus Berry, and look at the block coming in from Rival Esports just so that they can maximize the scoring potential here in top lane.
Yeah, this is, you can, no, I think a normal Dodrio would have actually tried to go for the knockout there onto HT, but this is Kusamushi knowing that if he oversteps his boundaries, he's just going to get knocked out. So that's why he played so far back. He's just waiting to see like if his tri-attack can even land onto HT to begin with. So yeah, this man is playing carefully, but he really has to in this elimination match. As we are in the lower bracket, it's game 3. Both teams are sitting on a scoreline of 1-1, so effectively, this is an elimination match for both Rival Esports and Scars, in case you've just tuned into the broadcast. If you are only tuning into game number 3, we do recommend you go back to game number 1 as well. Game 1 and 2, really awesome matches. Highly recommend you check those out as well after this game in particular has ended.
They're waiting for the 720 mark to actually get the wild Pokemons here at top lane, and this is going to be very huge, Stanley. Not just they get the extra from the wild Pokemons, but if they do get the knockouts, that will be a huge reward. And there goes the Jack Butler with a submission, but he is going to be the ones to get punished. HT is actually going into the action with his Shadow Claw with the Trick Room just to be able to take those damages away. The Mew is still alive. HT cannot able, and he was actually able to reach that one as well, but Capio was able to trade him off. And Dodrio, this was the Pokemon that we were concerned, but it was still up on the fight.
they actually bypassed the Dodrio. They tried to go for the back lines. I can see what HT was trying to do there, especially diving onto the goal zone. It's just unfortunate he wasn't able to get both Pokemon. That berry that got picked up by the Surf Fetched really helped them turn them around and actually manage to grab that counter knockout onto HT. So because of that, this Regieleki in the top lane is going to be secured by Scars, but that does mean down bottom, this should be going in the way of Rival Esports unless a mistake is made and this Blastoise is able to steal it away. But no, Regice is going to be secured. Experience is there for Rival Esports. And if they're really going to let this tier 2 break, I'm going to drop my mouth on the ground, because this is the last thing you should be letting Scars do. Break that tier 2, you're in trouble.
They have to break it as fast as possible so that later on they could backcap with Dodrio all the way into the tier 1 bottom lane and leave it very wide open. But here comes Rival Esports once again. They want to push down the pressure, and that Machamp is actually punished and is trapped on the main loop. HD will be cleaning up the damages, and death is just a trap. Blastoise from the nightmare of Darkrai.
And with this push as well, Rival Esports looking to continue on. They do have the mean look the wall as well to prevent. Oh no, they're so fetched getting away, but no, Play with me is there. They lock him down, but he's still surviving. He's got shielding, he's got healing, he's not still alive. He's so fetched. He is somehow, some way surviving this, but no, he tried to hide into the bush, but they managed to catch him at just the last moment. It does end up being a trade though. Lucario for a Surf Fetched. It could have been worse. It could have been worse. If they did not get the Lucario there, that would have been a huge loss for Scars. But man, that Surf Fetch, the survivability on this Pokemon is incredible.
Incredibly well utilized Pokemon, and that might actually give Rival Esports a hard time if ever they do get the power spikes and the levels up and running for the Surf Fetch. But right now, Rival Esports is still sitting at the much more comfortable spot. They were able to repel the Dodrios as fast as possible and be able to make sure that they get the buffs that they actually do need. 4 and 30 remaining in this matchup. Second set of objectives is already coming, and this is just a matter of a priority. So Scars will be aiming to destroy that tier 2 goal zone, in which we reiterated a while ago that it would be great if they take it down, making them actually not prioritize to push it, but instead they will just bait the Regieleki in. So they gave in a defense buff for a bait at the top lane.
I mean, this is what they want. They're having a look to see who's defending this, and so far only Lucario is defending it. So the entire team is deciding, let's push in that top lane. They got the Lucario. Aleki's going to go in. If that goal zone goes down, I feel like this is such a huge mistake for Rival Esports. They should have stopped this from happening. Oh no! The home base is now exposed.
Exposed indeed. Machamp gets taken away, and I feel like I was on the seat of Rival Esports a while ago, because I was just thinking to repel it away, but no, Scars actually made it a possibility for them to shut it down and be able to make sure to destroy it. So right now, the map control is looking better for Scars, and Rival Esports on the other hand, there's a little bit of a struggle here. They haven't destroyed any goal zones yet, so they weren't able to control the map as a whole and making their opponents get the resources at the central area.
It's a really uncomfortable position to be in for Rival Esports, because I do think they are getting some reminiscent memories of what some of the other teams that fell to Scars were experiencing with that home base open. I hope they have a contingency plan for this being open, because during that last 2-minute stretch, that is going to be a problem that they will need to address at some point. So for Scars, right now, it is not quite downhill. I do think the mountain is kind of flat at the moment. It's plateaued because this game is so close. Rival Esports are behind by less than 100 points. This game is far too close for Scars. They would love to be able to build up that point lead, and it looks like down bottom, they're going to be able to at least break this tier 2 goal zone, so further extending their lead in this game. And they don't even decide to break that blue. They're actually going to save it for later to hopefully continue to overcap. Actually, no, they're going to overcap it right now. So big overcap by Carpio there on the Surf Fetch. 323 points to 159. Final 2 minutes stretch, Epic Eagles.
Look at the barrier actually be able to seal the way down and be able to isolate the plays. And right now there's the Machamp falling into the action. Hydro Typhoon was actually used as well. And one by one, Rival Esports is collapsing. 2 Pokemons left. Mega Brave, no way out. Close combat to sustain, and he actually does get a knockout. But then again, he will fall down at the Solar Beam. The Surf will connect. It's only the Umbreon, no more alive for Rival Esports.
Scars, they get their revenge, and they didn't even need to do it over the goal zone. It came down to the team execution. Groudon is still there, but is there a way to steal? I don't think they can. No! That's going to be the Mew getting the secure. And now for Rival Esports, what's the plan here? They have to break these shields, and they have to find out a way to score those points, but they've lost the Mr. Mime. Ice is gone. There's no more barriers to work with. It's come to the point here, Scars, I think they realize, like, do we need to push? I don't think we need to. We just got to play this defending game. It's now down to Rival Esports to essentially win this game. But how? They don't have the shielding. They don't really have the team to push in unless they have Ice with them. Time is ticking, and they're about to be knocked out by the team that they sent into the lower bracket.
Oh no, they don't even have the Unite moves. They only have the Darkrai and the Showtime from the Mr. Mime. And this is not the ideal setup. They're going to go for the back cap. Back cap on the top opposite side, scoring multiple goals. Oh, there's this defense as well coming in from the Blastoise, but there is about to be a 500-point dump all the way at the base of Rival Esports. 335, 336, and there goes to 16. That would put them up on the lead. The Mew has actually stopped on its track. There goes another Hundo. That will put them up into 500, and I think we have a winner for this match, Danley.
I think we do as well. Scar coming back from the brink of death, almost eliminated, backs against the wall, reverse
there we go
sweep. They do it. They eliminate their rival. Rival Esports, unfortunately, are out of the tournament, and Scars will continue their run in the lower brackets. What an incredible set by this team. We gotta break down that final team fight, because right now, Carpio, that Sir Fetched, was invincible. He refused to go down. The shielding he kept getting in that team fight. If Carpio went down, that fight should have gone in favor of Rival Esports. Oh my gosh, we need to see everything in slow motion. That was crazy.
That was crazy, and this is actually the time where you need to have a T-Tar, Danley. That is what we have been talking about a while ago. If you are a Pokemon that heavily relies on shields, definitely T-Tar would be the best Pokemon to deal with, but I feel like that was actually the focus of Rival Esports. But it was just an amazing match to the point wherein Scars actually attempted to get out into their comfort zone and tried to blend in the play style that they did during game number 2 with the Dodrio. So it's a mixed up that they actually did that made it possible for them to take the victory in their matchup against Rival Esports.
We're going to see this team continue on through their lower bracket run. They've been fighting hard. They have been kicking back everybody that has been getting in their way, and they're so fun to watch. You know, we thought it was just going to be a case of backcapping Dodrios and trying to go for these multi-prong attacks, but in the case of this particular game, in that last 2-minute battle, it was a brawl. It was a brawl. It was a huge ball of Pokemon abilities and moves. I don't even know if I'm ready to watch the replay. I think that we're going to be bombarded with like all these little tiny tidbits of particular moves being used, stunning certain Pokemon, preventing certain combos from being able to connect.
見切りもうゲーム3といえばもう見切りでどんだけ展開を変えたというところがありましたけどもいかがでしたか？いやもう本当にありがとうございます。
We're lower semis.
No, this is not lower semis. This is just lower quarters, Danley. And we haven't determined yet who is going to be the opponent of Scars, because Team Nemesis and Reject hasn't started their match up yet. So we do have the upper bracket finals already up and going, though. That is going to be Dignitas and Fennel, but we still haven't concluded yet who is going up against Scars. And we are down to the last 5 teams here in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, but only one will be the champion and 2 will be able to get the spot for Worlds via this tournament run.
Insane. Insane. We have so many games to go still. But Scars, okay, let's talk about the teams that are still remaining in the tournament. So right now, I'm having a look at the brackets. We have Dignitas and Fennel in the upper bracket final. In the lower brackets, we still have Nemesis and Reject. According to the bracket I'm seeing, they have not played their games yet. So these 2 teams are still here. And we also have Scar. So we have 5 teams currently remaining in the tournament. Of the 5 remaining teams, I'm sorry, I'm gonna
go.
Of the 5 remaining teams, where does Scar sit if you were to list everybody from 1 to 5, with the team in first place being your favorite to win ACL?
Alright, okay, I have 2 different lists, alright? The first list, it's going to be Nemesis, but, you know, let's try to set my fan favorite
aside. So that's your heart list, okay. I want to hear your brain list. Where's your brain list?
Brain list, okay, hear me out. Brain list, champion, it's going to be Fennel.
Okay.
Second, it's going to be Reject. Third will be Scars. Wait. No, that can't possibly happen. So definitely Dignitas is already guaranteed to be the 3rd. So I feel like Dignitas will be the 3rd. Fennel would be our champion. It's kind of hard to think between Nemesis, Scars, and Reject. I think I would. Okay, here's the thing. Do you put Reject over Fennel? I feel like Fennel still has a better chance in winning this. So I feel
Fennel's
like
stronger. Okay.
Yeah. So Fennel.
Do you put Scars over Reject?
That is kind of tough, but I mean, we've seen the tournament runs from both teams, and I feel like Reject is much more consistent now because there are still some loopholes that I usually see on Scars, and if ever that the other team blocks their comfort zones, it's just they are struggling a bit, but they managed to convert it into this game. But overall, I think in consistency, I think I'd have to go with Reject. So Fennel, Reject, Dignitas, and then
Nemesis Scar.
Nemesis Scars, yeah, there we go.
Okay. So Scar, in essence, is like your least likely team to make it to the final.
Yeah, but hey, they were doing great performance, but that is just based on my thinking. But who knows what will happen, because I feel like Scars will definitely have a hard time. I mean, they are definitely having a hard time in teams who does have insane amount of chemistry, and that is no different to Nemesis and Reject. But they managed to make it out up against rival Esports, so it's still a possibility. But that is just based on my observation that whenever they are on a team that has a great, insane amount of chemistry, they struggle to it, despite what the playstyle is.
Yeah. All right, folks, it is time to do some recap homework here between Rival Esports and Scars, because we have to break down what happened in game number 3, because that fight in front of Groudon's pit, that was where everything was decided. And personally, I'm keeping my eye on Carpia, because during that team fight, I was watching that Sirfetch'd. I was looking at Carpia's health bar, and I thought, why is he not knocked out? He was literally in the middle of everything, and he just refused to go down. He had so many shields. So this is a much earlier fight, so we can't really talk about it. But there were several times. I think even this little skirmish, right?
Yeah.
Carpia turns around and actually knocks out HT. Yeah, HT gets the knockout. Man. Yeah, the shield was there. So the shield was there. Carpia had a little bit more to survive. Mew does go down, but Carpia eats the berry, turns around, and wins a 1v1 against HT. That was huge. And it comes down to these little team plays, because Carpia should have been knocked out, but the play from the Mew.
Look at
Saves
that.
him. Bought
The
him
Mew
time.
is still there.
Yep. That was incredible. This was such an incredible micro play. Like, this is the beauty of Unite, the beauty of teamwork.
Yeah, and the fact that Capio actually did dash in through the goal zone just gives him a minimal amount of HP regeneration, just so that he does have a higher success rate to be able to KO HT a while ago during that specific battle. So for those who are actually very new to Pokemon Unite, I think one of the best tips that we could actually give them is to, if you're being pressured, make sure to fight along the radius of your goal zone, just so that you get HP regeneration and be able to have a consistent amount of HP. Because if you're there, you're getting heals and your opponent doesn't. So that is one of the things as well that you have to consider when you're going into fights.
Yep. Oh, I actually just had a look at the B stream. So apparently Nemesis and Reject are starting their game. They've actually finished their draft. They're currently in a pause, however. Just a quick update for drafts. So Nemesis is on the purple side, Reject on the orange side. Nemesis have Mimikyu, Talonflame, Snorlax, Mew, and Psyduck. And Reject have got Miraidon, Eldegoss, Sirfetch'd, Garchomp, and Alolan Ninetales.
Wow.
Which is shocking because we have not seen Alola Ninetales at all on broadcast. This Pokemon has been revived back from dead. I think the last time this Pokemon was meta, it was maybe ACL 2024. I think that was like one of the last times we saw it, because I know on it, Axq loved to run the Alola Ninetales. But aside from him, this Pokemon has been absent for over a year now, for me at least.
Yeah, it has been. I mean, it does come back from time to time, but like only once or twice per tournament day. It's very rare for you to see an Alola Ninetales specifically for ACL. Maybe we've seen it before during our own local qualifiers for World Championships, but not this on a whole high competitive level of Pokemon Unite stage. But let's try to take a look at this one, Danielle. This is actually the final stretch that happened in game number 3. So there was just a full powerhouse rival Esports and Scars here trying to engage into the fight. Everyone is just scattered around. So 4 members from rivals are actually grouped up, but Shigenaki was actually able to pinch down Ice into this angle. And I do love the barriers coming in from Ice.
Watch that Sirfetch'd. He can barely see his health bar. He's right there. He's right next.
Where is the Sirfetch'd?
He's next to HT. He's right next to HT on the right side. That
right.
Yeah, so that's Carpio. You will see his health bar drop.
Oh
but
yeah.
After that, it keeps going up.
Yeah, this was the moment, right? There we go. That was the attack, and then he hasn't been knocked out yet. Look at that.
No, not yet. No.
Not yet. There we go. Oh, there's a Darkrai as well. We could actually go in and be able to provide area of effect. Oh, the Sirfetch'd. He's actually pinched down by 3 members.
He's pinched between 3 players. There's even the Umbreon there as well.
There's even a Showtime. There's even a play with me.
Yeah, I told you. They threw everything at Capio. Everything. They threw the kitchen sink, the couch, the bed, the freaking house, okay? They threw everything at Capio. And if you keep watching that little orange health bar, it gets so small, and then it stops moving. And you're wondering, what happened? What freaking happened?
Oh, the Typhoon. Actually, the Typhoon actually
look at that soul. Look at that. The base to basic. Oh,
bam,
oh,
bam.
Rhyme caught that. Rhyme caught it. Carpio's still there. Triple, trample. Carpio's still there. He's not going down.
I feel like
this little bird.
I feel like the Shigenaki with a Hydro Typhoon bought a lot of time as well, just so that they could repel back the offense of rival Esports. And right after that, there was actually a triple trample follow-up as well, just so that Capio was able to do his attacks and be able to stay up on that fight. So despite on the losing tracks already, that was actually 4 versus 1 Pokemon. It's just Sirfetch'd versus 4 members from rival Esports. Scars and Shigenaki, to be specific, was able to rotate all the way to the other side from that pillar, be able to use the Hydro Typhoon, lift up 3 members, and Triple Trample was well on point as well. He was able to knock up some of the members from rival esports, and everything boiled down into the favor.
So I think this is a very good case study as to why we see Surfetched banned in so many games. Like, this Pokemon is so survivable, and especially if you give it the right kind of support too. Like, I mean, we saw earlier on the support from the new, like Kairu so many times just kept giving shield after shield after shield, because we already know how sustainable and how like how tanky Surfetched is already. So to add more onto that, like those extra essentially health bars onto this Pokemon, and with no Moonlight Prance, I think that's the most important thing, right? If Moonlight Prance was there and connected at the right moment when the Surfetched was basically surviving on shields, they might have been able to get it, but they had to trigger the Moonlight Prance much earlier. So it's these little micro plays, the timings for these abilities. Like, yeah, the ultimate counter to Surfetched was there in the Umbreon, but you get the timing wrong. It doesn't matter if you have the hard counter.
Yeah. Those timings are just phenomenal. I mean, we did manage to break it down up until this point, but a while ago we were having a tough time to catch up on what's happening, because there's just a lot of things to consider. There's the Darkrai on the back line, there's this Surfetched who's actually pinched down, there's a Blasters on the other side who could just go for the Typhoon, there could be a back cap that could happen with the Doge Trio. There's just a lot of things that is happening, and that really blends well on the playstyle of Scars, making it possible for them to steal the game away. But you know, the Surfetched might have been one of the highlight of the game, but I don't know if everyone will agree with me, but definitely the Mew was actually somewhat of an MVP as well, just being able to make sure to assist the Surfetched even more.
Yeah. Looks like we do have a very quick interview with Scar. Unfortunately, we are not graced with the present of
this is Axis. I think this one is Axis, not Scars.
Oh, it's Axis. Okay. Well, we still don't have JJ, so no translations. We'll just have to guess based off body language, I suppose. I mean, I guess we can talk about the next game, right? Do we know if we are going to be covering Nemesis and Ninja?
I think they already started with their game. And
oh no, they haven't. So I just checked the B stream for the Japanese stream. Apparently, it's
they paused it. They paused, right?
Yeah. So that's going to be sorted eventually, I believe. So we'll keep you guys posted on what's happening on our broadcast, I guess.
Yeah, and actually we might have Dignitas and Fennel as well, as they're actually waiting at the upper bracket and able to for us to determine who will be the first grand finalist here at the tournament, and whoever loses will have to wait until the lower bracket finals.
Yeah. So I think based off of how things are currently going, we might end up doing the upper bracket match first.
Yeah, I mean, definitely that would finish the same time as the lower bracket between Nemesis and Reject. I feel like they would finish on the same time, or maybe Nemesis and Reject would finish at an earlier time. But the thing is, they still have to play Scars versus whoever wins on Nemesis and Reject. So for those of you who are actually newcomers here or just joined the stream, we will be covering 3 more matches. One is going to be the grand finals, which is going to be the last one. And then before that, we'll be having our lower bracket finals, and the one which should come in right after this, supposedly it is going to be the upper bracket finals again between Dignitas and Fennel. But there might be changes. We'll see what happens.
I have a feeling we're going to do upper bracket first, since they're kind of there already. So
yeah.
Personal prediction. I mean, we get predictions wrong all the time, not just team predictions, but tournament predictions. And apparently I got a comment back from JJ. He said that they speak faster than his brain can process, so we don't get English translations.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think at this point in time we can kind of say that Dignitas and Fennel is probably going to be the next game on this broadcast, folks. So if you you are looking forward to our upper bracket final, then stick around. Don't go anywhere because that is going to be our next matchup. And of course, during this interview as well, they are setting up. So hopefully we're going to be able to jump into this game as quick as possible because we also want to see not only who our grand finalist is going to be, but we also need to settle our lower bracket final match as well, which is going to be the winner of this upper bracket final match versus the winner of the lower bracket semi-final, which we've got games to kind of settle, so we'll have to see who's going to be taking that spot, because it could be any of the following 3 teams. It could be Nemesis, it could be Reject, and it could be Scar. You know, they haven't played their game, so these guys are technically still in the tournament.
There's just a lot of possibilities that could still happen, despite the teams are already shrinking down to the number of 5. So we're just waiting for the next set of matches to go on its way, and we do believe that it will be the upper bracket final. So make sure to keep posted, make sure to group up over to your friends, bring everyone in, because this is going to be a big Pokemon Unite action that is about to unfold in a while.
Hopefully it's a short while, because I think we all want to really jump into this next game. But I think we've got to talk about Dignitas and Fennel, you know, because these are technically our top teams in the tournament so far. They have not dropped down to the lower brackets. Quick update on their tournament runs. I'm going to start with Dignitas here because I do have their bracket open. So Dignitas started the upper bracket versus Reject. They did win this set 2-0. Their matchup after that was against Park, and that also resulted in a 2-0 victory for Dignitas. After that, their opponent was against Team Nemesis. They won that set 2-1, and thus that is how they found their way in the upper bracket final. As for Fennel, Fennel started the upper bracket tournament yesterday against Godlike, winning that set 2-0. Their next opponent after that was CACF, and Fennel won that set 2-1. And then, as we just saw, Fennel actually beat rival Esports in the upper bracket earlier today 2-0, and that's how these 2 teams found themselves in their upper bracket matches. So technically speaking, nobody is undefeated. They have at least lost 1 game each. So it's kind of hard for me to also judge where these teams kind of stand, right? Because like, they never faced each other in the tournament at all. They did fight against really strong teams. I think we do have to mention that. But I don't think they played against enough teams for us to comfortably say like, oh yeah, this team is stronger than the other. Like they had their pros and cons for sure.
Yes, I definitely do agree on that one, but I'm not quite sure what would be the case for now. I'm not quite sure what's about to happen, because there are actually teams that are strong to other teams but are not performing well to those teams as well. But what do we ask JJ what is actually his thoughts moving forward to Dignitas versus Fennel? JJ? Oh,
he's hiding
JJ.
Strats.
Yeah,
he's hiding Strats, I'm telling you right now.
He's hiding Strats. He's hiding, yeah. This is nothing new. This is classic JJ, guys. Nothing. Don't be surprised. He's just gonna teleport in a while.
Anytime now.
Yeah, we're doing it right now.
I'm gonna reveal the strats now because you just revealed yourself. So JJ, yeah. So we're obviously getting ready for Dignitas and Fennel. We might be running into Nemesis and Reject. Actually, we really don't know what our set is going to be, but let's kind of focus on this upper bracket match because we do know these guys are setting up on stage. Thoughts on Dignitas and Fennel? I want to hear your thoughts on these 2 teams.
試合を締めにかかります。ファイナルゴールの付近にはマッシブーンが進んでいます。ファイナルゴールを守りたいスカース。残り10秒です。ここを守りきれば一つつながります。第3ゲームへと自分たちのサンフランシスコの切符にめがけてのあと一歩というところ。
You might be able to see a bit of that Asian power, you know, overpowering what we call this Dignitas. However, we also do know for a fact that Dignitas immediately after one loss, they were able to come back immediately, gave no openings whatsoever to Nemesis. So I think this is going to be one of that kind of matches that we need to look forward to And it, honestly, I'll be asked who I think is going to have the upper hand. Honestly, this is going to be a really, really hard one to answer. This is a really hard question to answer, especially the fact that this is Fennel right here. This is the Japanese team for the Asian Games as well. So this is more of a test towards Fennel more than Dignitas.
I think I'd have to agree, because if we go back to see where these teams kind of came from, right? Like Dignitas, the closest opponent they probably had to Fennel was Reject, which was round 1, and they beat that set 2-0. Whereas the closest thing that Fennel had to playing Dignitas was actually CACM, and they won that set 2-1. So, assuming, let's say, CACM is a really close example to Dignitas, and Reject is a really close example to Fennel, it might be Dignitas being the stronger team. Because I think in the game that we saw Fennel struggle up against CACM, I do think they struggle against CACM, mostly because Fennel doesn't get a lot of practice outside of Japan.
Yes.
Like Japan tends to play a lot against Japan. They don't really, dive outside of the region because there's no reason for them to outside of ACL. So, with that in mind, I do feel like Dignitas, this is our prediction, folks, I think Dignitas is going to win this set. Whether it's 2-1 or 2-0, that's the tough one for me.
No, okay. It's more of a, okay, first and foremost, whatever, I'm sorry, folks. Whatever the prediction of Danny is, the opposite happens. You know
Stop
what I mean?
it! Where's your prediction? What's your prediction? Come on. You don't simply go opposites because you think of my curse. Like, I genuinely just pick your brain.
No.
Fennel.
Alright, so, okay, anyway, on a more serious note, to answer the question, to give a prediction, right? So, while I do agree that Japanese teams, for the most part, don't really play outside of the region, the reason being that they don't really have any reason to do so. However, even when that's the case, the thing is they keep on putting themselves upwards. They are considerably one of the greatest regions in the world that say it's only the other regions that could get something from them. You know what I mean? That could learn from them. The thing is, they are already on the peak, at least in Asia, at least in the east side of things, that they won't really have anything to gain for the most part against other regions. So I think they would still have a lot of this adjustments. They would still have a lot of these edge towards that of Dignitas. So I think Fennel, I'm like with you. I'd like to believe that Fennel would win. However, I am also on the edge.
I said Dignitas was going to win.
No. All I'm saying is I'm agreeing with you that I do not know. I am not confident whether it's going to be a 2-0 or a 2-1. Yes. However, I do feel that there's going to be more on the edge here for Fennel to win this one.
Wow, I love how you think fence sitting on my curse is actually a viable strat. But okay, JJ, I see where you stand here. Understood. But we do have an update on our finals bracket as well, folks. So this is an update for both upper and lower bracket semi-finals. So right now where we are at, we're at the upper finals with Dignitas and Fennel. Down bottom, we still have a couple matches that need to happen. So right now we are in the midst of Nemesis and Reject. And actually I'm going to do a quick check here on the B stream. Are they playing? No, they are still currently paused. So that set actually hasn't happened at all. They haven't even started the first game of the day yet. So we'll leave that game to their own devices. We're kind of here. We're ready. We're Dignitas and Fennel. So let's just focus on this set instead, JJ. So right now we have Dignitas on the screen. And Dignitas' score, their stats, we've seen several stats on the broadcast so far, but their stats are outrageous. The amount of points that this team has scored on average. Toon leading, I believe this is the highest score, the highest goals scored out of any point, out of any team so far. 274
average.
held by Toon Slim. KO 8.5. I don't remember some of the other team scorelines, so I can't say he's also sitting on the highest KOs, but goals, 100% sitting in number 1. Assists, I dare say Inder is sitting at number 1 for this as well, because he is sitting on an outrageously high assist scoreline.
No, I have to agree. You know, like this has been the highest average scores, goals scored down in this tournament. The last one that we saw, I believe, if I remember correctly, was 155. I believe that was coming in from Rival Esports, if I'm not mistaken. But the assist and the goal here, the highest is definitely into the hands of Dignitas. And this alone, especially if you're going to consider the other stats as well, look at Otter at 144, Zealot at 169. And assist coming in from Zagreb is at 9.0 as well. This is these are some of the stats that's I wouldn't say arguably, but these are some of the highest stat points, and of average stat points a player has in the entire tournament. So definitely, this team isn't, you know, some. We won't be able to dismiss the power of these, of this team.
Yeah, this is why Dignitas has been so looked up upon by so many spectators, competitors as well, because they know that this team, I think especially after their first round against Reject, I think that's when everyone realized Dignitas mean business. They're looking really good this year. So I think we kind of need to see the stats actually for Fennel, because I kind of want to see where Fennel stand with their games as well. I feel like Fennel's stats, their average goals is probably less. KOs might be equivalent. Assists, I think, might be less as well. Because
I think it'll be less.
I do recall, based off the games that we did see for Dignitas, they did score pretty high. They scored pretty high. They got a lot of eliminations. Whereas with Fennel, I kind of feel like Fennel, this is more of an objective-based team. Like, they don't focus so much on scoring and eliminations as much as Dignitas does, but they do focus on winning. So
it's more of a rather difference between
methodology,
reasoning. Reasoning is more logical and emotional, kind of like ideologies between the gameplays of these two teams, wherein, you know, Dignitas is more emotional, wherein, you know, Fennel is more methodical, as you mentioned, logical, reasoning more reason, right? So these two will definitely clash again. This is the East versus West once again, and I think this is one of those matches that would decide who not only goes to the grand finals, but would dictate the weather of the matches in today's matches.
Yeah. I'm just going to kind of add something to the broadcast here, because I just had a quick look at Twitter for some of our Unite players, and in all caps from Inder's Twitter, 35 minutes ago, he posted, "Top 3 in ACL. Love this game. Love my team. Fennel up next. I respect them, but the air is different here today, and it's smelling like North America."
Ooh. Oh, snaps.
I wish I had a sound effect button. I don't. I think you probably would have made a sound effect in your head anyway, but this man, the vibes are good. No, the vibes are good.
There.
The vibes are good for Dignitas. Like, they're feeling it. They're really feeling it. I'm trying to find a Fennel tweet here, but so far I'm not being successful. If I do find one, I will read it out to all of you on the broadcast as well. But generally speaking, Fennel will kind of keep to themselves too, so it's a bit difficult to get their opinions. But if I do find something, we do have the numbers for Fennel. Okay, so numbers for Fennel, I took a screenshot of Dignitas for comparison. So the highest goals is for PYI, which is 173. This is a comparison of 274 to Toon Slim, so already a big difference between the two teams. The average in terms of what was the second scoreline? That was KOs, wasn't it? Yes.
It was very quick.
Average KOs. It was very quick. Toon Slim was still higher with 8.5. I think it was like 5 point something for Fennel. I did not catch assists, but I think assists were also lower. So average scorelines for Fennel are lower. But the reason why Fennel is so successful, it's not just because of outrageous numbers. It's because they're methodical in a way where when they win games, they don't try to go for these huge numbers. A win's a win to them. It really doesn't matter how they win, as long as they win. It can be 100 points, it could be 50 points, it could be 25 points. They win based off of points. They're not there to go for these flashy plays of like, we get full team wipes, we get to farm all the damage, we farm all the assists. That's not what this team is about. They're there to pick you apart methodically, piece by piece. They're kind of like surgeons. I think that's probably the best way to kind of describe this team. So the surgeons are up against the rock stars. And can I say who plays the game better? No, I'm just a caster. We're just here to talk about the game. It's going to be down to the teams and players to sort of make that decision for us. But I think in my mind, the idea of calling this matchup like surgeons versus rock stars, pretty accurate in how we're probably going to be seeing this matchup play out.
No, yeah, I mean, I just want to go back to what Enders mentioned. It smells like those are very strong words. It's like they're already, you know, declare. It's very what's the term? This I won't say typical, but like it's really showing that they are from North America, and that confidence of themselves and with their team, that alone will definitely boost their morale. And man, if they have that mindset, I am not going to, you know, it's more of a, what was the term here? If they do have that mindset, then they are all ready to take the entire tournament as well. But of course, we'll find out whether that's will be the case once we do go over this match.
We are about to start things here, folks. It's Dignitas versus Fennel. First team to introduce, it's going to be Dignitas, our LAIC champions. They're going to be the first ones to walk out onto the stage. And this is going to give us a good idea as to how they're kind of feeling today as well. So let's see the body language. Let's see the facial language as well. How good are they feeling? Because if Inda's tweet is any indicator of what this team is going to be like, I don't know why I'm expecting somebody to come out dancing or some kind of dabbing. Okay, we get some peace, thumbs up, points to the logo, hearts as well. Okay, and then we get a wave as well. All right, so not too bad. I was kind of hoping, you know, maybe a little bit more, but it's okay. Got to focus on the game, okay? Eyes on the prize, focus on the game. And then we're going to have Fennel come up next.
Yes.
I have a feeling Fennel is probably going to be a little bit more stiff and a little bit more tense. I'll explain why in just a second, because I just found Mame's tweets before today's game. So let's see the air, the feeling for Fennel. Are we going to get any action, or is it going to be more serious, more focused? Let's have a look. And oh, we get some punches, air punches. All right, air punches.
Oh, I see you. I see you.
Okay. Got peace. All right. What next?
Number
one. Okay.
Number one.
And some clapping as well. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Bring the audience into this as well. I know for a fact that they're going to have a lot of support in that audience. So Fennel,
it's the showmanship.
I thought they were going to be a little tense, but no, they're actually looking pretty good here. All right. So I made that previous comment before Fennel came out because I found Mame's tweets. So I'm going to read two of them to you out right now. So an hour ago, Mame tweeted, and this is translated by Google, so don't trust Google, but I think the error is more or less correct. Sorry for not being able to show up much lately because I've been busy thinking about drafts. So to me, this is Fennel's way of saying, like, they're probably feeling something about this matchup. Like, they're not super confident, they're not feeling goofy, they're not feeling super happy, but they are definitely feeling something. And it looks like Fennel actually won. They won the pick. So I'm assuming it's first pick for Fennel, I think. I mean, we don't get this information because teams can also pick second pick and last pick if they want. We'll find out. But the energy is good there for Fennel. So that was the first tweet from Mame. And the final tweet he posted before the team went up onto the stage. He said, heading to the main stage, upper finals, let's go. If we win, WCS is locked in. So I mean, the headspace here for Fennel is pretty good. Yeah, the headspace for the team is pretty good. They're feeling pretty good. I think they're feeling pretty confident. Maybe if you saw that other tweet an hour ago, maybe you'd be feeling a little bit nervous, you know, maybe thinking nerves are kicking in. But maybe these teams, or at least like in Fennel's case, maybe they found something in their research that's actually making them feel confident go into this matchup. So yeah, I think we're all pretty excited for this to sort of start. You know, we want the games to go in. We want to see the drafts. I'm expecting some crazy stuff because we saw Pormont appear for Dignitas in their matchup up against Nemesis.
See, I wanted to see Pormont.
I do suspect we're going to be seeing something new today in this upper bracket final.
I wanted to see Poundwood, and I got some Poundwood, albeit I wasn't on the casters test, but I still got it nonetheless on the substream, substage, and the main stage. So I'm all good for that, you know. And
speaking of substage, I do want to give everyone a quick update. Nemesis and Reject are playing their first game against each other, I believe. Yeah, it's game 1. And as for drafts, nothing too crazy across the board for these two teams. So Nemesis have Mimikyu, Dodrio, Snorlax, Mew, and Psyduck. And Reject have gone for Blaziken, Clefable, Sirfetch'd, Buzzwole, and Miraidon. And currently, Nemesis are leading with 276 points. Reject is sitting on 204, so it is still pretty close, but we have 3 minutes remaining for that matchup. So I will give you all an update in 3 minutes as to who takes the first game in that best of 3. So just a quick update for Nemesis and Rejects, but now back to Dignitas and Fennel.
Here you go. Both of them just feeling each other out. Again, this match in particular, among every other match in the tournament, this one has a lot riding on it. Number 1, whoever wins here, they secure the invite for the World Championship Series. Number 2, they secured not only that, but also securing the grand final spot for this tournament in specific. Number 3, it's perhaps the best team currently in Japan versus the best team currently in the West. So
you think Dignitas is the best?
As of the moment is what I'm saying, right?
I think I want to agree. I think the only issue is that Dignitas' latest performance in the EOS Cup kind of let us down. Because I think they landed, oh gosh, where did Dignitas land? I think they landed like 5th or 6th place, and CACM ended up being in 4th place. So they actually outperformed them in the EOS Cup. But I guess we can't really judge a team's performance in EOS Cup as well, right? Because sometimes it really comes down to like the format, the meta, the who gets
there's
who
a
gets
lot
put
of
into
factors.
what group. Yeah, there's a lot of factors. But to be fair, Dignitas have really performed at ACL, so we are seeing this team perform at maximum capacity. It's just, how is it going to fare against Fennel playing at maximum capacity? You know, I think that's the question that we're all kind of asking for game number 1. So I think until we jump into the draft, we won't really know how these two teams are going to be feeling. Because, I think now we're kind of trying to suss out how these two teams are reacting to one another, if they decide to go back to their play styles, or if they feel they need to be in the reactive seat. Because that is sometimes the case for some teams. You know, like certain matchups, you think like your player style is incompatible, and therefore you kind of have to react to your opponent to be
based on what's happening at the moment. Yeah. Well, I guess we'll find out in just a bit, especially when there are two very different ideologies in terms of gameplay here for both of these teams, Dignitas and Fennel. And the first series, the first match of the series will definitely tell us how the matches are going to go through, especially if Dignitas wins the first match. I think it can be, I am confident to say that if Dignitas wins first game, I think they'll win the second one as well. However, going into the side of Fennel, even if they do win the first one, I think they will still be put on the edge by Dignitas here, even if they do get the win from the first match. But speaking of that, though, we are now going into the first draft. I think is going to be the most important one as well. Again, those Pokemon that they have used for the first game are the same set of Pokemon that they won't be able to use anymore for game number 2. So this is going to be set a lot of precedent towards the upcoming matches.
Yeah, and now we do finally get confirmation as well, because Fennel won the initial coin flip, so they asked for second pick and last pick. So that leaves Dignitas with first pick, which we don't know the preferences for these two teams. Some teams prefer first pick, some teams prefer last pick. But I think in most cases for Asia, the preference over here has mostly been that second and last pick because you get the next 2 picks, and then you also get that surprise last pick as well. So let's have a look and see what is going to be on the table. Okay, no, there's the final ban. I was going to say, like, I think we're missing Pokemon here. Okay. Oh, no, Fennel gets first pick. Okay, I got it wrong. So that means second pick is going to go to Dignitas and last pick as well. Okay. Zacian first pick. But they do give away Blastoise and Mega Charizard wide. That is actually a pretty strong opening coming up from Dignitas as well.
Right. I mean, it's one of those first pick Pokemons, right? Like the moment if it doesn't get banned, it's most likely going to get picked up. But the thing is, we also do get to see that the Surfetch is still not taken by anyone. However, that might be a strategy for them as well. I mean, considering the current picks as of the moment, I don't think we're going to be seeing Surfetch anymore. However, that might be a strategy for them to be able to pick it up by the next game.
Either that, or maybe they're a bit afraid to pick up the Surfetch now because Umbreon is still technically in the pool for both of these teams, right? Like, you kind of don't want to pick that Surfetch if Umbreon is around because that is, in essence, a bit of a hard counter, especially with that Moonlight Prance. So, yeah, maybe they're just going to save it for a little bit later on. We'll have to see the Marchap and the Psyduck follow-up coming in for Dignitas. Yeah, Umbreon's going to be locked in from Mame. I mean, he hasn't locked it in yet. He's still thinking if he wants to grab it, because if they do grab it, we're going to be seeing the Aeon pair as well.
The Ian duos again.
Latios and Latias on a single team. I love this. I'm actually glad teams are starting to consider this. Oh, but Otter with the last pick Decidueye.
Did you see Otter with the bow and arrow gesture as well? But then again, Ian. The Ian duos once again back into the main stage. We did say this earlier. I believe that was against rival Esports as well. We did see AK.
No. It wasn't Scar. It was a different matchup. It was off stream.
No. We got it as well. Rivals and Fennel.
Okay, it was my bad. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
And they played phenomenal as well with this Latios. However, again, let me take a screenshot now because it's going to go out so we can go out on our way. But however, as I say that, there's still a lot of potential crowd control and disruption capabilities into the side of Dignitas that I think mobility could become a problem towards the synergy here for Fennel.
Okay, why do you think mobility is going to be a bit of an issue here for Fennel? Like, do you think the lineup might be a bit too static?
I think, not that I do think it's static, but more so the way that Dignitas would be able to stop them. There's a lot of options for them to stop the mobility here for Fennel, just because of the fact that number one, they do have the Blastoise. That's number one. They do have the submission coming in from that of they do have the submission coming in from that of a champ, and at the same time there is also the disruption that is the Psyduck, and at the same time, even if they do get away, right, there is still the Decidueye that could attack them from behind from a long range, and if they do decide to go in, try to bring the game to them, the Machamp is going to be there, the Blastoise is going to be there, the Psyduck is going to be there, possibly hooking them up as well. But at the same time, we cannot dismiss the fact that the Mega Charizard Y is there as well.
Yeah, that could have been a pretty disastrous if the Marchop went down there. So having to use the eject button to just sort of guarantee that this Umbreon did not get that very cheeky knockout. And we already see the duo already roaming around. This is the speciality of Latios and Latias. It's the only pair in the game right now that has an ability that activates if both of them are in the same game, which for anyone that has not played Pokemon Unite recently, their passive for Latias and Latios, they can fly to each other. Especially for Latias, you kind of want to be there to support the Latios. So teams are going to have to be aware that, just because a Latios is there, it doesn't mean a Latias is going to be very far.
That's true. I mean, that is the levitate ability for both of these Pokemon supporting each other directly in comparison to other Pokemon that can have some, active moves to support each other. But with that being said, there's going to be 2 KO immediately into the side of Fennel. As I mentioned, this has been an amazing Latios that we saw earlier, especially the Luster Force. The timing for the Luster Purge is always amazing into the side of Fennel.
Yeah. All right, JJ. So right now we're seeing a lot of movement for both sides, right? Like both teams are just ensuring that any kind of central area invade is not going to be guaranteed. We have Marshy being protected by the Latias as well, just to ensure that the Serena gets the levels. We have Zacian hiding in the bush here. And oh, wait, we have a pause, unfortunately. So we might have run into a bit of a technical, they might have run into a technical issue. It looks like it's... Yeah, it looks like it's Fennel that's actually run into the problem here. So we do apologize for the slight pause here, folks. We're just going to try and ensure that whatever issue Fennel has run into, that is going to be sorted.
But it was also possibly Dignitas being the one who called in technical pause as well. We did see them, bring up their hands up, possibly calling an admin as well. So we'll find out in just a bit what actually happened, and if it's something minor, hopefully it's something minor, we can go back immediately into the game.
Yeah, hopefully it's minor, but they're bringing in some extra help from the admin, so it might be... I mean, it is quite serious if you're bringing in both of the admins here. So yeah, hopefully it gets sorted. I mean, aside from that, not really much has happened in the game. We didn't see any knockouts. We didn't see any steals. No unconventional rotations, but I do feel like just the couple minutes that essentially the 1 minute that we saw of that game, lots of respect by both sides. Like all of the supports are all over the place to ensure that there's no no trouble for any of these side lanes.
That is quite strict. I mean, they were trying to do some writings and they were stopped to write, not even to speak. They're not saying anything. I think that's how serious technical pauses in this kind of a tournament. See, if you see them, they cannot speak, I think, as well, because most of the thing, if there are any technical pauses in any game, usually they use it as well to communicate with their teams, possibly what they could do moving over when the games continue.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to kind of do this too, like you can't just let everyone kind of do whatever they want. You're looking at the screen, having a look at the map. You're going to have extended amounts of time to see, like, okay, where is everybody? So, yeah, everyone's kind of just hang tight and see if they're going to try and get this sorted. Hopefully it's nothing too major. It might just be like a little thing, maybe one cable getting replaced, because it does happen sometimes on that main stage. True. There's a lot of equipment up there, and sometimes something just kind of goes... Yeah, just a quick replacement. Well, normally it doesn't have a sound effect, okay? We're not on screen and you can't see my hands. So what else am I going to do? Am I going to do like sign language? I'll email everybody what I'm doing with my hands. So, I don't think you want an email from me. It will be sent to spam. So just heads up.
Here we go. I think we are getting closer and closer to, to getting these issues fixed. I think most of them are just waiting out as well, how things are going to be, get some refreshments. Look at Ender right there, getting some refreshments. So while we're waiting for the games to start up, just make sure you grab your drinks as well, get your snacks, and by the time you're back here, I think we'll be continuing the game.
Yeah. Did I give an update for who won against Nemesis and Reject? I don't think I have yet.
Not yet, no.
Okay, let me just have a quick gander over here. Okay, so the scoreline for Nemesis and Reject that is happening on the Japanese B stream. So Reject actually won game number 1 with a scoreline, of 830 points to 298. Now, before this, I think there was like 3 minutes left. It was actually Nemesis to be leading with points. So my guess is that something probably happened around the Groudon pit. Satake is playing Blaziken, so I can only imagine what probably ended up happening. Overlord is also playing on the Surf-Ash as well, so I think that gives us a pretty good picture as to what probably ended up happening around that Groudon pit. But yes, Reject is currently leading with a 1 win over Nemesis in that best of 3. They are, I believe, currently playing game number 2. Just give me a second. Yes, they are currently in the middle of game number 2. It is 8 minutes and 53 seconds in. Quick update on the drafts. Nemesis is playing Blaziken, Greninja, Mamoswine, Miraidon, and there's an Eevee there. I have no idea which Eevee it is. I'll update in just a second. And that's going up against Inteleon, Blissey, Blastoise, Psyduck, and Delmise. And the Eevee ended up being Umbreon for Nemesis.
Well, there's a lot that's happening right now into the... It is.
Alrighty, so back into the game. We're seeing a lot of movement from Fennel. You know, they're constantly moving around the map. They're trying to get the Regidrago, get experience, get points. They kind of want to score. But just because Dignitas is looking quiet, I think this is a planned quietness from Dignitas because they're getting their levels. They're getting levels, they're getting wild experience from wild Pokemon, and I think they're really just getting ready for that first main objective, which is going to be appearing in about 4 seconds. So we'll have to see what happens here for Dignitas if they do maybe want to try and do something about this. Charizard is level 8, so we're starting to reach that point where Mega Charizard Y will become a factor, but I mean, my only guess here for Dignitas taking things a little bit slow, they are running the Desi as well, so they kind of want to have all of their core Pokemon, that Mega Charizard Y, the Blastoise, and the Desi, and heck, even the Marchamp to kind of be at that level 8, level 9 mark, so at least we start having some Unites and also points in stats to be able to really contribute in those team fights. So if I'm Fennel, I'd be feeling a little bit nervous if I'm not really doing anything to Dignitas.
Look, this is what I'm talking about earlier. The way that they are controlling the mobility of Fennel. We saw what happened with submission into the Psyduck. It was just so much. Especially if you are getting if you are getting isolated. We saw that the Serena was isolated after they isolated the Umbreon. They weren't really able to do a lot, so they should, or at least what I think they could do, is try to make sure that there's never going to be someone who's alone, or else Dignitas is just going to pick them off without any problems.
Yeah, I think that's a really great way to kind of approach the game there, JJ. So right now, we still have Dignitas defending that bottom tier 1 goal zone, but thankfully they're successfully defending with just 2 Pokemon, right? Like Fennel has sent almost the entire lineup down there. It's only the Serena really holding the fort in that top lane. Right. And with the rotation of Toon Slim here, I think they're looking to either go for a big push. They're going to go for the Regieleki, which is spawning in that top lane. And you know, the Serena is there, going to try and slow things down. Teammates are coming in. There's the Latias. The Latias can come in whenever they want, but the Seismic Slam just deletes the Serena. And now that Mega evolved, yeah, it's going to be quite difficult to run into Toon Slim here, but he will get it with the basic attack. The Mega Charizard Y just being a bit too strong here, and also getting another KO in that Umbreon.
That was so much of a risk for Fennel, rather. Because the thing is, they were not only outnumbered, but they were not able to see that, hey, the Mega Charizard is here. The radius of which that Sunny Day effect for that of the Charizard was just a little bit too much, especially when you are already outnumbered. You're definitely going to get KO'd. But I guess high risk, high reward. They were trying to get in the Regieleki up top, but then again, it's a little bit too much for them to take.
Oh, and the reinforcements come in just in the nick of time after that Hydro Typhoon to at least preserve that Blastoise. Not only do they buy time for Tomb to come in, but the entire team is here. So Fennel, they ran into the bush. They saw all those Pokemon. They're realizing, oh, wait a minute, this is a big mistake. So I think it was pretty smart for them to back on out of there. Up top, though, we are seeing a pretty hefty push here from the Serena and the Umbreon. They break that tier 1 goal zone, so a little bit of map control is taken away. Down bottom, though, just that basic attack burn. Going to get rid of the Latios, which is a big, significant knockout because that is one of the core Pokemon on the side of Fennel. And they're going to continue on with the tier 1 push here with 4 Pokemon. Zacian, there's only so much you can really do, but will be knocked out too. So not only do they get the goal zone, but they also get the Sword Doggo.
Yeah, I mean, this is just going to be Mame trying to buy something. Actually, they're not going to try to get Mame because they know, hey, you know what? It's not worth the time. We'll just refresh and try to take over what you are trying to get over us. And look at that right now. It's going to be 3v2.
Seismic Slam.
There you go. Seismic Slam once again now gets a drought. Sunny's Day effect, essentially increasing the damage once you're inside the radius. And look at that. 1-for-1 trade here. Serena is down, but it's not done yet. The drought is still here. This is a very dangerous spot to be in. And thus another KO here for Dignitas.
This is probably the second or third time I think that Fennel has fallen for this trap. The synergy that's currently happening with the Charizard and the Decidueye is amazing. I'm not sure if anyone is really focusing in on this combo, but what's been happening is that, firstly, Toon has been getting so many Seismic Slams, right? The knockouts is helping with the cooldown reduction. And every time these Seismic Slams, there is the Decidueye Spirit Shackle that comes in and hits the target as they hit the ground. And so far, every target that has been hit with this combo, they have either been one hit KO'd or they have been dropped extremely low. So if Fennel has not picked up on this combo yet, they're going to be in for a whole world of hurt in this next team fight, because anybody that gets picked up by Toon, they're going to be in big trouble. But speaking of Toon, he's actually been caught out by Fennel. So very lucky knockout for this team to get this right before Groudon is going to be hitting the field. And with Toon gone for the next 10 seconds, Dignitas do need to be very careful of where they are. Serena, though, is going to be punished, caught in the backlash because of the Machamp.
Ground is up right now. Look at this. Are they going to be able to take down two right now? Fennel still has a glimmer of hope here. Psyduck, is going to be coming up as well. Unfortunately, not going to be able to hit anyone. Lesser Purge to take down the Psyduck. There's only two left here for the side of Dignitas. They need to buy some time here, and they're going to be able to seal with the Groudon from Dignitas. Unfortunately, the Blastoise isn't going to be able to go there in the time for them to seal away the Groudon. However, they're going to be able to take down the Decidueye again. Lesser Purge, just to be able to buy some time, destroying the secondary Squirtle up top as well. And just like that, destroying the first Squirtle down bottom. 422 to 229 is going to be the score of the game right now. Ladies and gentlemen, all trades alike, Fennel might have been on the detriment side, on the deficit side. However, they played their cards right during that Groudon fight.
It wasn't even the Groudon fight, it was before the Groudon fight, I feel, where everything really just collapsed for Dignitas. They lost Toon, I think, at like, what, the 2 minute and 10 mark, so right before the Groudon. And unfortunately, because he has gotten a huge KO streak, it took him far too long to come back to help his team out, and everyone else was kind of caught with their pants down. And so by the time he got back, I think the Blastoise was KO'd, the Machamp had already used his Unite as well, so a lot of their utilities had been used, and they were crippled in quite a few situations in that team fight. And as everyone did eventually get picked off one by one, the Desi wasn't there, Toon was alone, Groudon was super low, he tried to use the Seismic Slam and his basic attack to get the secure, but there's no way a Mega Charizard Y out-secures a Latios.
No, yeah, I mean, we did get to see that kind of match. And as I mentioned earlier as well before the start of the game, even if Fennel gets this game, you know, I am voting for Fennel in this matchup. However, it did take them quite a while to be able to make sure they get to play Dignitas. To make Dignitas play into their hands, into their plans. And I think at least they were able to get a bit of an insight of what could happen to game number 2. And I still think that they will be played to the best that they can. You know, they will be squished up until the final drop of strength, just going against Dignitas.
Yeah, I am very impressed with how Fennel managed that late game, because it did look like it was going to be Dignitas really to maintain that control up to that 2 minute mark. But that moment of weakness, the decision, you know, even though they were at a slight deficit, to go after Toon was huge. And it paid off so nicely, because here's the thing, right? If Toon was protected, if they came in and they KO'd those Pokemon on the side of Fennel, they would have actually been able to take the ground on themselves.
Right.
No, so that play, the vision game, the timing, the decision was just on point for Fennel. And I kind of think, do you think Dignitas kind of went into panic mode after losing Toon? Because that's really what it felt like with everybody else that kind of came and collapsed later on.
I mean, to me, I think that everyone was caught off guard. I don't think that Fennel intentionally went to initiate a team fight. I think they were caught off guard with each other by the initial fight, the initial pickoff. That once they were able to get Toon, immediately they decided, you know what, let's just go all in. We were able to get one anyway, because if they were all together at the same time, I don't think they would have won against Dignitas. However, being surprised by the fact, and this is what's interesting as well, and this is what you will appreciate about Fennel. If we can go back to the highlight as well, I think we would be able to see what actually happened. I think they were caught off guard, that we were able to take down one and just proceeded to go through it. Again, if they were complete, I don't think Fennel would have won that team fight at all.
So we've just concluded game number 1 of this best of 3 series. We still technically have 2 more games to go, but that's assuming Dignitas can take the next one, because
that's true.
There is a very real possibility that Fennel, they just decide we're going to 2-0 this set. It's very possible, especially with how fast and hard this team plays. So as we get ready for game number 2, let's just, I guess, have like one final look during this final moment before we jump into game number 2. This was right before Toon got picked off. So just pay attention to where everyone is on the map at the moment. A lot of Dignitas are towards that bottom section of the map because they just took the Reggie Rock. And because of that, Fennel realizing that, okay, they're all busy taking Reggie Rock, let's go see if we can find Toon in that central area. And Toon was alone. He was alone. There's no one there. There's no one to protect him. And with that in mind, he was such easy pickings, because have a look at what's on the side of Fennel. They have a lot of lockdown. They have the Serena there. They have the Umbreon there. And look at this. They even start with PUACL. Like, Toon is at half health. He's running into a Zacian who is amazing at that burst damage. So PUACL comes in, slowly works Toon down. And by the time reinforcements come in, it's too late.
Right.
And they're also in the heart of Fennel's group attack as well. So they're forced to use Unites to even just slip away. Like, look at that. No chance.
Everyone was trying to gang up into Toon, because they know for a fact that if they do allow Toon to survive, this is going to be one of the biggest threats in their team. If they did allow Toon to survive, it would have went the other way.
And also, to add on top of that, have a look at his portrait. He has no Unite. He can't even Seismic Slam, Mega Evolve to try and escape this. So this is perfect timing from Fennel, knowing that Toon had just used his Seismic Slam earlier on, that he was not going to have it available to help protect him. This is what makes a team top tier. They know their timings. They know when a Mega Evolved Pokemon is not going to have their Mega Evolution. It is insane.
I mean, this is the moment where, immediately after Toon was taken out, it was the moment where Dignitas kind of panicked a little bit, that they were scattered around and started playing into the hands of Fennel. And look at this, they were able to take down the Serena, sure, but then they were all, almost all of them were low right now. They were playing their distance safely. I mean, look at that right now. The distance of Mame going towards that Machamp was a little bit too far away. They made sure, right, because they are very scared. And it's understandable as well that they should be scared of the Machamp. However, they played their cards right. They had a rule for themselves to, we cannot go close quarters against them. We have to play it safe. We have to have a bit of a distance against them for us to be able to do something about them. And that's what they did. Now, after taking down 3, well, now that, the Charizard is here as well, but still, they were outnumbering Dignitas at this point. And they just have to push everything in.
Toon is also in the air with the Seismic Slam, but he's basic attacking. And look at B1 to the side. He jumped straight onto the Desi, so he wasn't even able to Spirit Shackle steal that. The Umbreon playing his role. So that just goes to show the level of coordination that was coming out from Fennel, because there was a chance that maybe Desi could have gone for the steal. He tried to go for a very risky angle, because if he tried to hide in that bottom bush, he could have been body blocked, right? Like, the body block was possibly there. That would have prevented the steal from happening, but he tried to go for a very risky angle. Unfortunately, Umbreon was able to make it in time to essentially prevent a Spirit Shackle from even happening. So Fennel, you know, as rough as that early game was for the team, they made it seem like it was nothing.
No, yeah, I mean, if going back there, right, we saw that everything happened on a split second. Everything happened so fast that the micro decisions, the micro decisions of these teams and the communication of these players between themselves is just fascinating to watch. I mean, if you were just a normal player, if I were playing that, I probably wouldn't have been able to think of that. And definitely the coordination as well is just on point for Fennel.
So we are just going to have a quick look at the players here as we get ready for game number 2. I have to say, Dignitas looking really quiet. I don't think the team is talking. They're kind of just like sitting there, waiting for that next game. Oh, the draft is ready though. Okay, so they're probably going to start communicating from here on out. Picks and bans. All right, so based off of the information we have from our last game, JJ. So the bans from last game was on the side of Dignitas, Sableye, Snorlax, Comfey. And for Fennel, they banned Mimikyu, Hooper, and Mew. And it looks like, aside from the Zacian that has been added to the ban pool here for Fennel, a lot of repeat bans, except for Alcremie. Alcremie's also banned. I know Inda plays the Alcremie on the side of Dignitas, but that means
Hoopa is the one that's not banned this time around. The Snorlax is up as well.
Comfey is also available too.
Yeah.
So there's the Mew for Marshio. Okay, so I guess that's why they let the Mew through. They wanted to get that first pick Mew for Marshio. This is a signature Pokemon for Marshio as well. That means Inda and Zagrug, they do get 2 very scary support Pokemon, right? Like Inda specializes in that Hooper. He plays a very scary Hooper. And Zagrug's Snorlax is also something to really behold. So to have access to both of these Pokemon at the very beginning of the draft, I think Fennel have got to be very confident in their next couple of picks to really justify this. And, you know, B1, what are your options for defenders here? He's already picked the Umbreon in that last game, and Trevenant seems to maybe be the option here. Also hovering over the Ho-Oh and the Crustle. I don't know about Ho-Oh. Psyduck probably makes a little bit more sense here. He's really considering this, and Psyduck will be the choice here for B1. AK1 is going to go for the Marchamp. I mean, I think we've seen Fennel play Marchamp multiple times. This actually just works really well with their lineup. Otter, thinking about the Alolan Raichu.
This is currently a very scary first 3 picks here coming in from the side of Fennel, mainly because of the fact that they are essentially just giving Dignitas a taste of their own medicine going into this match, since this is what they have been doing as well. This is the same draft essentially from Dignitas on game number 1.
Okay, and Cinderace is going to make an appearance in game number 2 here for Fennel, alongside the Eldegoss as that final pick. And Toon Slim is going to get the final pickings on his team. What is going to be the final choice here for Dignitas? How are they going to round things out? Because they have a great special attacker in the Alolan Raichu, and oh gosh, we're going to be having Greninja action in this second game here. Exciting drafts across the board. We've got Cinderace, we have Greninja. These are like essentially Generation 1 Unite Pokemon, because these guys have been around since forever. It's just they have been non-viable for the longest time, but now they're suddenly being picked.
No, I totally agree with you. And look at this right now. It is looking pretty balanced for both of the teams, honestly. However that may be, I'll say that I am more of a fan of the draft here for Dignitas. I think it's I think it's more balanced. They have their attack power, they have crowd control, they have a backlane attacker that is a Alolan Raichu, and they do have some sort of sustain which which goes into the side of Hoopa. But at the same time, the teleportation, the Hoopa rings, the rings unbound coming from that of the Hoopa can provide a lot of mobility towards their own team. However, we cannot dismiss the fact that Mew is such a versatile Pokemon as well. At the same time, huge damage coming in from that of the Cinderace, especially in Pyro Ball. I think it's the best move to pick right now. Pyro Ball, it was previously Blaze Kick, that was the better, but however, you know, after getting some buffs here and there and to make it more viable, Fireball is now the pick, so that could be a mid-range attacker right there. But the thing is, at least they still do have the disruption and the hook with the Psyduck, and of course they can be a bruiser with the help of PY. That is the Machamp. So I guess it all boils down to how they're going to outmaneuver each other with these kinds of composition.
We also have Classic Inda as well coming in to steal the central lane Pokemon as well. So this poor little Cinderace is going to be at the mercy of Hooper, because Inda, if there's one thing that he does really well, it is going for that central area invade. But I have to say, AK1 responded really well up against the Hooper. A lot of central laners tend to struggle up against Inda's Hooper, but aside from stealing that one singular Pokemon towards the Fennel base, AK1, you know, he got what he needed. He got his buff. He's okay. He's going to be assisting in that side lane. So, yeah, I think Dignitas, they didn't really get as much value as they wanted out of that roaming Hooper.
Right. I mean, at this point, I mean, still the early game. However, the main course of strategy here for Fennel is that they need to be able to take the early game, because Dignitas's composition relies on getting their power spikes. However, Fennel does have that edge of being able to, you know, be strong in the early game and bring that up until the late game. But the question is, would they be able to do that?
Yeah, can they? You know, it's still early in the game, so we can't really say who's going to really be able to take control of the match yet. Marcio is going to be showing his face in that bottom lane though, but Inda's keeping his eyes on that Mew just to ensure that they don't get any surprises from Marcio. As well as the Alolan. Oh, beautiful combo coming in from Dignitas. So they actually catch Marcio there. Really nice catch just to remove that Mew. They did have the Machamp, or the Machoke at least, trying to go for a couple of cheeky scores. Will lose his life in the process though to try and get those stacks in. So I hope those stacks were worth it, because you're giving away some experience to a Alolan Raichu that wants to be the highest level Pokemon in this game. And looks like Serena will be evolving here. Down bottom, it is an entire Dignitas party, aside from the Frogadier in that top lane. They are scoring goals, looking to break that goal zone as quick as they can. 5 more points scored in, 15 points left on that goal zone. It looks like Fennel, they kind of don't care. They're just saying like, okay, do you want to take our goal zone? Let's go farm the map. Let's go send Marcio in the enemy central area.
I am so interested by the fact that Toon went in for double team rather than smoke screen, especially in high level competitive Pokemon. And knowing the fact that there are a lot of Nintendo Switch 2 players for Fennel, I think that puts them in a disadvantage, mainly because of the fact that I believe this hasn't been fixed yet. However, if you do have that option, the lock-on option enabled, right? For the Nintendo Switch systems, at the very least, you get to lock into Pokemon without pressing, right? Without pressing the profiles, the heads of the enemy Pokemon. And if you do lock in on Greninja, even after using before using double team, you'd still be locked onto the real one.
Oh, okay. I'd like to think it's fixed. I don't think you'd, you know, randomly pick that if you knew it was bugged, but we'll see, I suppose.
Right.
Down bottom though, Dignitas going for a very hefty push down here, looking to get rid of this Eldegoss as well. They can't quite latch onto Eldegoss here. Snorlax just gonna go for a couple of punches and all right.
Does survive though.
Yeah, they're sparring. PYI, free scores, free stacks. This game feels really chaotic, actually, for Dignitas. Like, they're kind of all over the place, but they're not addressing Fennel either. Like, Fennel are getting backcaps, they're scoring in that top lane, they're getting experience on that Cinderace as well. Like, they're not really addressing any issues. And I kind of feel like, did they get mentally messed up in game number 1?
It looks like it is. I mean, in comparison to game number 1, where they are exerting the dominance, right? This one, it feels like they're trying to put band-aids wherever there's scars. and reacting based on what's happening at the moment. In comparison to before they had a plan, they want to stick with it and make sure that the plan stays the same.
Well, so far the plan is looking all over the place here. As you can see, Fennel, this team is definitely working together as a team as they work on that Reggie Rock in that bottom lane. So they have that defensive buff to work with. This bottom lane is not going to survive for much longer, unfortunately.
Oh, here we go, Rings Unbound.
Hyperspace. Yeah, Rings Unbound going to be used by the Hooper. They're going to try and turn things around here onto Fennel, but where's the catch? They're not latching on. They teleported in. They committed Unite. They need the Snorlax to catch somebody, but instead the Snorlax forced to use that Unite. Fennel, they've escaped with minimal losses. They only lost the Psyduck.
That is actually quite a
around,
beautiful one. But here comes Waterburst Shuriken is going to be popped up as well. That's going to be one down. They'll make that two. The answer back here. Another submission into the... Oh my goodness, the Solar Beam. Going to be able to take down the Raichu. Oh my goodness. Another KO here. Saya is going to be popped up as well. I was about to say that was a beautiful Rings Unbound there coming in from Dignitas. However, and the placement as well, they were waiting for Fennel to be inside a score goal before they actually popped in their Unite move to surprise them. However, they delayed their attacks a little bit. They kind of hesitated a little bit, that allowed Fennel to back out a little bit. As you have mentioned, it was only the Psyduck that they were able to take out, and at the same time, they were still able to buy some time for the Psyduck to help them take back and answer back against them.
Not the ideal fight at all there for Dignitas, but at least they haven't completely thrown the game away. They absolutely still have a chance. But it looks like Serena, they tried to jump on the Serena, but they instead turn on the Cinderace. Big mistake there for the Cinderace to even attempt to jump onto that Serena. The Stomps coming in. We have Marcham coming in. Marcio going to provide that support, but a 2 versus 3. Is it really a 2 versus 3? Are you stuck in a room with the Serena or vice versa? Serena going to be the first one to go down. Snorlax all alone. Heavy Slam doesn't even connect. It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade.
Also, I just noticed, because I didn't really notice this earlier with all the KO, with all the chaos that's happening earlier, but the Cinderace is actually using Blaze Kick over Pyro Ball, which is actually quite interesting because they really wanted the DPS. Because if for those who doesn't know, Blaze Kick does increase, your attacking speed, and with the scarf, right? You can have one of the fastest attack speeds in the game.
I mean, how do you feel like this is actually benefiting the Cinderace? Is it because like Cinderace is able to just literally sit there and hit things? Because that's really what's happening here. We had the eject power nap as well used by the Snorlax, not really capable of doing anything. And oh, wait a minute, Psyduck is still down for another 5 seconds. Serena gonna try and chase down this Marcham.
Rings Unbound.
Yeah, Rings Unbound is there. Inda gonna try and bring the team in. Groudon
the
is at
Cinderace
half
got
health.
cut off.
Yeah, Serena, they managed to catch the Cinderace. That is a huge knockout. The Cinderace is gone. It's just the supporting cast left. Psyduck is there. It's just the Psyduck and the Eldegoss. And Eldegoss doesn't even have the Cotton Cloud Crash. So what's the chance of them being able to steal Psyduck? The Psyduck gets the steal.
3 KOs from B1. What happened with Dignitas? Oh my goodness. Mamma mia!
Oh, Dignitas, they're in dire straits because they are still behind in points. There's, I believe, a shield on the Eldegoss. I think there was like 1 shield on the side of Fennel. Somebody's got something, and it is the Eldegoss. So Mame, if he wanted to, he could absolutely go for a back cap. But look at Dignitas. I think this team is realizing they are in trouble. They've got to do something. They've got to win a team fight. They've got to try and push that top goal zone. But you can see Fennel here, they also understand that like Dignitas, if they move together as 5, they're just going to go for the back caps. They're going to go for that tier 2 goal zone down bottom. They're going together. Inda, he doesn't even have access to his Unite either, so they can't even turn around and counter score. I don't know if Dignitas have the points to outscore Fennel here.
Oh, this is a... Oh,
Dignitas
43 now! Oh my goodness, they need to do 1 more score. Rings Unbound coming up right now. Are they going to be able? 10 seconds.
We don't know. The blocks. Can anyone score? They need something. They're trying to score 100 points.
Oh my goodness!
Done it. Dignitas, they were leading by a fraction of a second, but the final 100 scoreline catches them at the final moment. We are not getting a game 3, folks. It is Fennel ending this set 2-0 and locking in their spot in the grand finals.
See, it's the Danny curse. Whew. Dude, it's the
You know,
the
instead of saying it's the Danny curse, you should be saying like Fennel played really great. You know, that's how proper caster cast the game. And instead you decide to blame your co-caster. I don't know what kind of broadcast this is. I don't think I get paid enough to cast with JJ. So,
but the full power side, I cannot dismiss the fact that the full power side not only stole the ground on, but took down 3 in Dignitas.
Are we in for some more Psyduck nerfs? I'm just saying.
I think so. I think we're gonna see. I think we're gonna see that.
My gosh, that was such a crazy final 2 minutes of that game. Like it was very close for Dignitas as well, right? Like they almost were able to turn it around. The play where they barreled down that middle lane, they were leading by, I think it was about like somewhere between 20 to 40 points, I think, when they had that lead, and then they came back in time to come back for the defense. But it was just that extra 100-point channel that ruined it for them. Like if that didn't connect, I think we'd be going to a game 3. But Fennel keeping the Japanese team, the dream alive for the region. Japan is still #1. Can anyone take them down?
At the same time, they have just gotten themselves an invite to the World Championships just by winning this one match. Again, as I mentioned, this is one of the most crucial matches of, I'd like to say off the century, but of this tournament.
It was crazy. We have an interview, JJ, so please translate for us. Thank you very much.
I'll try.
動きとかも勉強になって、ナイスバトルですね。
They said it really well. It was a really nice battle.
そして試合も少し振り返っていきたいと思いますが、まずは P 選手。
P。
まずゲーム1、ザシアンでのあの戦いがあってこその一本があったかと思いますけれども、ゲーム1振り返っていかがでしょうか。
まあなんか噛み合って気持ちよくなりました。
リザードンとの対面っていうのは心境はいかがでした？
いやもう倒した瞬間、いや勝ったぞって思いました。
本当に素晴らしい時間でのね。ワンピックというのがありました。さあそして B 選手、もうなんといってもあのラストヒットです。すべてが変わりました。
How did it feel to being able to play like that?
あの時のチームのボイスチャットどうでした？
でなんか狙わなくてもいいんじゃないみたいな空気だったんですけど、めっちゃ自我出して狙ったら取れたんでよかったです。
You know, I think if we are to pick a highlight of the tournament, I think that could be a great contender. That last 2 minutes of that match specifically.
100%. I agree. No contest. We definitely had like several highlight moments, but that
takes the cake.
That final, yeah, it's. I don't know if it takes the cake, but it's definitely one of my, let's say, top 3 moments of PCL finals this year. Definitely top 3.
ということでもうアジアチャンピオンに王手をかけました。では最後の意気込みをアキ選手にお聞きしてもよろしいでしょうか。
絶対勝つぞ
あとはプライドをかけて、そして王者という名前にふさわしいプレーを最後見せていただきましょう。改めてグランドファイナル行きを決めましたフェンネルに大きな拍手をお送りください。しびれました。
やはりこうステージが進むにつれてどんどんとハイレベルになっていってますね。
Alright, JJ, so we're just gonna have a moment of silence here. A moment of silence after an incredible game.
Oh yeah.
Also, I guess a moment of silence for Dignitas as well, right? Because the LAIC champions, essentially the strongest Western team to come into the tournament. You know, this was one of the matchups that we have all been looking forward to. We finally get it. And the result ends up being 2-0. And we also, technically, we did see, you know, the expressions going into game number 2.
The moment that they lost game number 1, they were already...
They looked very tense.
Yes.
Yes. They looked very tense. Some of them were quite stone-faced. And I did feel, you know, quite concerned for them. I thought, like, oh, you know, is this normal for this team, you know, after a game, like whether win or lose, you know, it's like if you don't see anybody talking, I'm like, oh, something's happened. Look, the thing is they played great.
Right.
They played fantastic in that set. Obviously, there were moments where we did see there were definitely like moments of weakness, maybe some moments of miscommunication as well. But I do wonder, like, we don't get to hear their perspective, unfortunately. But I do wonder through their perspective, like, what really went wrong for them, you know? It's like, did they maybe think that their early game wasn't as great as it could have been? Was it maybe their last decision, you know, like their thought process going into that final 30 seconds, right? Because that was a tense moment. The calls that had to be made there happened instantly. And they could have won it. They could have won it. But it was just, unfortunately, they got outplayed and I think in some regards maybe just out-mind gamed by Fennel. So I mean, I hope this doesn't mentally break the team. I do hope they kind of recover because they're fun to watch. They're fun to watch. We've seen them when they're feeling really good about their games. But I think this is the first time where we've actually seen this team really just...
Go down, feel down as well. I mean, look, like the first game, they were so excited, they were so ecstatic, they were really roaring to go into the fray. However, and we saw at the game as well, there's a huge difference between their games on game number 1 and game number 2 going up against Fennel and going into game, immediately after game number 1, they were so on the down low. They were not talking to each other in a casual manner. I'd say that there was no one trying to cheer them up. And that mood of the team after that game 1 loss, it was reflected towards their gameplay on game number 2. We saw that it feels like they were all scattered around. It didn't feel like they had a plan at that moment. And it was reflected. The Fennel was able to take advantage of that. And even at the very last moment, which I think was the final pin to the coffin, that they already had the game. They already had the crowd on. But for some weird reason, right, the gods, Arceus is right here with the Psyduck. It was that close that they were able to take in the crowd on, but the Psyduck, that last hit had to go to the full power Psy-II.
Psyduck is absurd. I feel like... I'm not going to drink Psyduck or anything. I feel like Psyduck after ACL is going to get the Lapras treatment. You remember how Lapras run 1 Worlds, and then as soon as Slash 1 Worlds with the Lapras, like the Pokemon are just like got chopped in half, you know? It's like never the same, never the same ever again, you know? It's just gone from the face of the earth. I kind of wonder if, you know, Psyduck might end up getting that treatment eventually, because I don't know how many times we have squished this duck with the Nerf hammer. Apparently the hammer is made out of plastic rather than actual steel, so it's not really doing anything to the Pokemon apparently. So, oh man, the Psyduck. That was, I think, man, I'm just trying to think. I don't know how to word this, you know? There's a lot of stuff going through my mind as not just as a caster, but also I guess like to a certain degree as a spectator, because we have to still admire Dignitas for the road that they've taken so far. I'm not saying they're out of the tournament. I'm kind of talking as if like they're still but I think there's a lot that hasn't been said about Dignitas that needs to be said. They're still a strong team. They have an incredible pool of Pokemon that they can play, but we have to also also remember this was their toughest opponent yet. Fennel is essentially the raid boss of the tournament now. They are the gatekeepers, denying everyone else access to the throne and access to that championship title. And I think now we're just trying to see, is there anyone that can sort of stand toe-to-toe with them? Unfortunately, in this case, Dignitas fall, but if they do still make it to the grand final later today, it's a best-of-5 final. There is a potential rematch, but for that rematch to happen, Dignitas is going to have to prove themselves yet again against a different team. Speaking of different team, we did get during that match.
Right, it is Reject. Yeah, Reject actually won against Team Nemesis 2-0. Which unfortunately means that Team Nemesis is now out of the tournament. And now we are still waiting on the Reject and Scars, because then the next one would be the lower finals, which is going to be Dignitas, and whoever's going to be winning against, between those two teams, Reject and Scars. So, again, there might be a rematch that might happen. However, with the mood and the morale right now of Dignitas, I am not entirely sure they are in the right headspace to be able to get the win on the lower final. However, at least they do have a series plus another few minutes of to be able to reset themselves, to be able to reset the mind space that they are at the moment.
Look at that! Oh my gosh, I can't believe that happened. I seriously thought that we were going to have Serena get the final secure, but Zealot, the timing was just off by a fraction. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. I hope you folks did enjoy that matchup between Dignitas and Fennel. If you came in towards the tail end of this series, we do recommend going back and re-watching this when you do get the chance. It was a very fun set between Dignitas and Fennel. These two teams really put on an awesome show, not just for each other, but also for the viewers at home, really showing us what Unite is capable of when you have the absolute best of the best in the business playing a series against one another. But yeah, for now, Dignitas will have to see if they're going to still be in the tournament later on, or if they might be beaten and knocked out of the tournament in our lower bracket final. But we will be seeing at least one more match from this team. I'm just going to find out who their opponent is going to be. So for now, just relax, everybody. Okay, relax, chill out. We are going to be finding out who their opponent will be. I won't say shortly, but it kind of depends on the off-stream match. So
that is true.
We'll see what happens, because off-stream matches, sometimes they like to behave, sometimes they don't. So we'll
that is true. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, again, congratulations to Fennel for proceeding towards the grand finals, and we'll be seeing them later again after the lower finals. But before we head into that, we'll be having a short break. Make sure you have your snacks, get your drinks. It's almost dinner time as well, so make sure to prepare those foods as well. Please give me again some nasi lemak. I really miss that. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back in just a few bit for the lower finals. Peace. ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, we are now back for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026. And right now, we have just gotten the information as well that we are not going to do the what we were supposed to be having, but we're going to be doing the lower bracket finals instead for this one match. So
no, semis, right? Lower semis.
Yeah, so lower.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so lower semis.
Yeah. It's going to be Reject versus Scars. There you go. And then later on, we're going to be doing Dignitas and whoever's going to win this match.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, as much as we are excited to see the lower finals here, JJ, I feel like there was a little bit of an arrangement that happened around the background, and you know that means we get to see more Pokemon Unite action on the stream. Since, as far as I know, since all the teams are waiting on whoever actually the opponent will be for their end. We cannot start the other matches, and we would have to wait for this match to progress as well. So I'm not quite sure yet if we get to watch all of them here at the broadcast, but definitely for sure we want to see all of the games, as 4 teams are the only remaining teams that will be competing here in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, with Fennel being able to take or actually guarantee that spot in the Worlds and actually guarantee second placer already here in the tournament.
No, yeah, I mean, again, it's it's still going to be quite interesting how we're going to be able to proceed to the tournament. Again, there's quite a possibility of Fennel going up against Dignitas again onto the grand finals. But at the same time, there is quite a possibility of it being a Japan versus Japan finals once again. If let's suppose Scars does win this match and then winning against Dignitas as well. So it's still really it's still quite an interesting take. But either way, I think we're all in for it.
I mean, the thing that I had to look forward to this one is, JJ, is we have been discussing before that there might be an instances where we might not see Japan region be able to dominate the league, or there are some varieties that we have been seeing in the upper bracket. There's APAC, there's India, there's China as well. But look at what's happening right now, JJ. There are actually 3 teams from Japan region and 1 from the LAIC. So it might happen the same story again. It's going to be Japan region dominating the league, or Dignitas, however, will be able to stop their tracks.
Here we go. We are now going to have Scars. Both of them actually coming in from Japan, and it's going to be a a team knockout for this from the homeland.
There we go. Homeland. I mean, this is... Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. I love that gesture. But here's the thing, JJ.
Oh, sleep.
What I like... Wait, what? I kind of did not saw that one. But... What was I about to say? I forgot.
Yeah, go ahead, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah, wait. I'm trying to retract my my memory on what was I about to say. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, so this is going to be tough for both teams, and at the same time to the home crowd, simply because both of the teams that are competing right now in the lower bracket semifinals are both from Japan region. So the fan base will be scattered around in the arena. The motivation coming in from the teams, the cheers that they will be hearing are mixed up. So definitely that would add up into the pressure and to the players who are actually competing right now. But at the end of the day, I do believe that everyone will be happy regardless of what is going to be the result, at least for the side of the fans, simply because they are very supportive despite who is competing, as long as it is coming from their region.
No, yeah, I mean, again, this is going to be a hard one because this is more of a, hey, this is a team that we want to cheer on, but then again, they don't go with that, especially once Japan is going up against a team that is not from, competing against a team that is not from Japan. They all just try to support whichever one is from their homeland. So right now they are choosing a second pick. That is Cars choosing a second pick. Reject gets first pick.
We'll see what will happen for today. Actually, it's almost a nighttime already, JJ. Actually, I think it's nighttime already in Japan, but for our end in GMT +8, it is 5:22 p.m. exactly on my clock. So definitely, as far as I can remember, it's already 6:22 in Japan, since I do believe they are ahead by 1 hour. But yeah, we're gonna be seeing more Pokemon Unite actions since we do have 3 remaining series, including this one. So definitely we'll be here for around 3 hours.
About 3-4 hours. Yeah.
3 to 4 hours. Yeah. So there's gonna be a lot of action here, JJ, and I just cannot wait to see what exciting matches that we are about to see. We've seen a lot of 2-0s yesterday. Same thing with today. But when the stages keeps on getting critical, such as lower bracket semifinals, definitely you see a full-on 3 matches.
No, yeah, I mean, especially these teams, both coming in from Japan, they definitely do know how each other plays. So we might actually possibly be able to get in game number 3 with this one around. Now, Overlord getting in at 152 scores average. I mean, again, it was still coming in from Dignitas that do have 200 plus average scores, right? So. Again, this is going to be a close match. I still believe this is going to be a close match between these two, Reject and Scars, as again they most probably have been screaming with each other.
Definitely, and not just that, they have been competing together in the ACL Japan League, so definitely there is a lot of familiarity between both of these teams. But I'm not quite sure for the case right now, since again it is almost 2 months since the ACL League or regional leagues has already concluded. So for sure, I haven't thought of Japanese or Japan region teams going screams to each other, especially for those who are actually qualified here. They might be hiding those strats behind their sleeves, so definitely there are some setbacks or some hidden tactics yet that we haven't seen, and it is ready to be seen right now in this matchup.
Yeah, here you go, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. This is going to be one important match for them. Again, especially for the Japanese crowd as well, because regardless of what happens, one of the teams will have to say goodbye to the tournament, and they will be stuck to supporting whoever is going to be proceeding into this match. But then again, Fennel is still right there, waiting for the grand finals.
Definitely still has a lot of time, and they could comfortably watch what will be the results of this matches and could plan ahead of time on what is going to be their action plan for later, knowing that they have all the resources available live, and just to be able to draw a picture on what to expect, on what to execute later on, enable for them to get that champion or the crown itself for ACL finals. And not just that, JJ, remember they have a 1-win advantage, so they only need 2 games for them to be the champion, while the other one, who's going to be coming from the lower bracket, needs 3 games to be crowned as the champion of ACL.
No, yeah, here you go though. It's still, at the very least, right, as I mentioned earlier, they still have a they still have one more match to Dignitas still does have one more match to be able to recover, to reset their mentality going over. And yeah, at least, they still have to wait for this, and they have the time to study how they're gonna fare off whoever's going to be potentially their opponent after this one match.
All right, and I think I received an update as well, JJ, regarding the arrangement of the schedule here for ACL finals. So, this is going to be the game between Reject and Scars, and after that will be the lower bracket finals, which is going to be Dignitas up against whoever wins this match, and the next one will be the grand finals, which is a best of 5. And all of them, by the way, will be broadcasted with casters. So go pick your preference. If you want to go to the Japanese stream, I do suggest you go there as well. Lots of entertainment as well, lots of insights that you could gather from it. If you want the APAC broadcast, make sure to tune in with us. We also have our friends from the Thai broadcast, Korea broadcast, and as well as the Indonesia broadcast. Make sure to check out the different kinds of broadcasts that we do have here for Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League.
Right. And now they're just getting ready, and as they prepare themselves, what do you think? What do you think is going to, like, any bit of analysis?
Prediction?
Yeah, predictions. Who do you think is going to win this one?
I mean, I think me and Daniel have talked about this one a while ago, but when it comes to the stable gameplay, personal preference and personal analysis, I think that Scars will be leaning towards at the bottom of Reject, simply because Reject has been giving us much more consistent results compared to Scars, wherein Scars struggles a bit, especially if those specialty Pokemons are banned, just like the Dodrio. So if there's no Dodrio, if there's no Sableye, if there is no Gengar, definitely this team would have to pivot into another strategy and will have a little bit of a setback, which might affect the overall impact. Well, Reject, on the other hand, they don't mind. They can readjust accordingly on what are the Pokemons available in the pool, and they have been so consistent by far in the outcome of this tournament.
This is also actually quite good for them that they are immediately banning the Dodrio, because both of these teams can do play the Dodrio strats along with a Talonflame. But I don't think we're going to be seeing that in just a bit. There's also no Umbreon in the game, which goes to show that we might be able to see, once again, there we go, the Machamp. The Machamp thing.
Probably one of the best all-rounders that we definitely saw, of course, in the whole tournament run here in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. And I gotta admit that Machamp has been giving a lot of impact, giving a lot of win rate as well. So this is one of the go-to Pokemons, and I think I haven't seen a series wherein Machamp hasn't picked by a single team. It is actually there every single time that we do get a match, and I definitely think that Machamp will be lingering around the fray for like up until Worlds, I think, unless something really shakes up between the patches that we are about to get.
No, yeah, but here you go. As I mentioned, it is going to be the Machamp strat here. However, into the side of Scars, it's we might be able to possibly see the same thing. Never mind, they decided to go in for the Latias pick instead of the Buzzwole.
Puzzle. I mean, we're definitely not gonna see the Eon Duo because we do have the Cramorant already. But you know, the Eon Duo has been providing and has been showing a lot of success lately, the tournament run here, JJ. So I will not be surprised if we get to see it again. But here's the thing: Overlord will go once again with the Dhelmise, which is probably one of the picks that we usually see. But Scars are actually loving it that they do get the access to the Gengar. They were clapping their hands. They knew that this is a possibility, and I do believe this is the for very first time that we'll get to see Gengar here in the fray at ACL.
No, yeah, I mean, this is more of a surprise pick, if anything, right? This is more of a surprise pick, if anything, mainly because of the fact that, well, Nobody uses Gengar anymore. We did see Gengar be banned once, but that's about it, right? In terms of how quick this Gengar can take out enemies, it's without question so much, so quick, so fast. And now we just have to be wary that, again, they are, Reject here is going to go in for their Machamp composition once again, and Overlord is once again back towards that Dhelmise, which have proven itself to be quite a menace in team fights and to initiate team fights as well.
Here we go. Let's see how both teams will initiate the fights. JJ, game number 1 of our lower bracket semifinals. A lot of expectations. Both of the crowds are cheering for both teams coming from the Japan League region. But, there's nothing much at first minute of the game, but this is quite different. Everyone is trying to go in aggressive as much as possible, be able to get those experience, and this is not surprising if you are actually a Dhelmise. You have to abuse the minimum amount of power spike that you do have at the initial facing of the game.
No, yeah, I totally agree with you, but look at this right now. They whiffs. That is quite a huge whiff there coming in from Overlord. But then again, at least it's also good that they whiffed, since if that actually connected a little bit, they would have been in very close right now with that get traded to evolve into a Gengar anymore. But look at this initiation coming in from Reject. Are they going to be able to do it? So yes, they will. That's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. How quick you are going to get knocked out by the Gengar, by the Hunter, is just, there's no question, it's going to be quick.
Going to be quick. In the blink of an eye, you will be KO'd and sent back into the Pokemon Center. But at the other side of the map, Overlord is just trying to hold the fort actually here at the bottom lane, just so that his teammates will be actually getting those wild Pokemons comfortably as much as possible and be able to provide some information, some hindrances, knowing that there is a Snorlax available at the side of the Scars, which is very prone to roam around, get those XPs, and disrupt the central laner.
Yeah, here you go, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. We are once again back into this. A minute is up left for us to be able to see, before that major objectives. But before that happens, we do get to see a little bit of those initiations, a little bit of poking rather, down the bottom path. We do see 5 points up top. However, for this Leafeon, slowly but surely getting their levels up, while Reject is still on the down low in terms of the XPs. But here comes a pick off coming in from Reject, going to be able to put him to the scores. Heavy Slam is not going to do a lot here, mainly because of the fact that even if they can do that, they would have still won't be able to, well, do some damage as they are currently outnumbered right now. But thanks to Gluttony, was able to get away, get its hit respected. But Emerald 2 steps getting popped up right there. Hook was not able to get in on time. Unfortunately, Anchor Shot is going to whiff. But here comes a Regirock as well, down bottom.
Oh, gets a
hook!
The Anchor Shot, if it misses, there is an alternative from the Machamp. But still, those kind of Anchor Shots are very difficult for you to avoid because of the range. Overlord with a masterpiece, 3 consecutive Anchor Shots to take 3 KOs.
Look at how poised Overlord is. Like, it's just another Tuesday, dude. It's just another Tuesday. It's just another Monday. It's just a normal day for him. And getting those Anchor Shots is just amazing. The hook, once again, here we go. Here we go. You should be scared. Snorlax, submission. Submission. No follow-up. No follow-up, however. But that's going to be another KO here. They're going to be able to secure the Regidraco, though, unfortunately whipping the Anchor Shot. Once again, the hook is not going to be a menace this time around.
Not going to be a menace, but Garchomp is online. Reject is in full power right now, JJ, because everyone is in its final evolution, and they all have access to their Unite move, so this is going to be very tough. But Gengar sees an opportunity in order to capture a Pokemon and take it out for a moment.
The Sludge Bomb! The Sludge Bomb, that's going to be detrimental. You don't want to get caught.
Though.
There you go.
Gets caught again. No commitment yet, JJ. Play safe is the name of the game here for the Gengar. But Overlord here, with this overwhelming presence, you might get anchored shot immediately. If you get caught, probably it will be the end for you. Overlord tries to initiate things down here. There goes the backup, and the lead gun was caught off guard. Live an outrage to send the Gengar back to Pokemon Center.
Go back. Go home.
Back everyone else, and this is a successful push once again for Reject.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be the Gatling Gulp missile gulping itself towards the Pokemon Center. Unfortunately for them, they're not going to be able to take anyone into the side of Reject. Instead, they are going to be answering them back. There goes the Sludge Bomb, and the Hex is going to do a lot of damage if you get caught with the Sludge Bomb. But then let's find out how they're going to be able to answer here. Here you go, Regirock, whoever's going. Oh, it goes into the side of Reject. Now Paradox going to be popped up as well. Hex as well. Not going to be able to take down anyone though. But here you go, gets the block. Here's the block as well. But they're not going to be able to do so as well. Submission into the Psychic Solaire. Oh my goodness, they're going to be able to take down the Kabigon. That is a Snorlax. And another one here. Are they? Oh, they're not going to be able to get into Cramorant, unfortunately. But that's already enough. That's already overextension coming in from Reject. And now they do have the Leafeon. Are they going to be able to sandwich this? Yes, they will. They're going to be able to sandwich it. Oh my god, you're not going anywhere.
Just too much. No. Too much Pokemon for the Leafeon to handle, but at the same time, they gave an opportunity for Capio to be able to score all the way down to the bottom lane. But I do not see this as a worth it trade because Capio is losing his tracks and he might get knocked out. Yes, he did get knocked out by the Espeon.
My goodness, ladies and gentlemen, all trades alike, that is Reject right now having control of the map. Not in points, but in terms of team fights, and that alone is so
there we go
anchor
again.
shot there. A huge pickup. That's what I'm talking about. You need to be wary of this Dhelmise, and that alone, even the thing is, right? The thing is, even if they don't have the Dhelmise, the mere fact that the submission is there to be a menace along with the Espeon is already too rough. Add Dhelmise into the mix, then you have an almost secure KO into that of the composition.
See, that's the thing. If the anchor shot misses, there is a submission backup. So this is just too tough to deal with if you are at the side of Scars, simply because there is always a backup for their always a backup at the end of Reject. So that is simply a very tough situation for you to handle. But overcap is going to be the name of the game here for Scars, all the way into top path, going for the refresh and be able to form themselves into the Groudon. But at what cost? They were able to score, but the attacking prowess very, very much present to Reject, especially they have the Registeel buff.
Yeah, but here's the thing though. Dhelmise here is going to force Scars not to be able to hide onto the tall grass because Anchor Shot can just get them from there if they're not being careful.
Very, very careful, cautious as always. Overlord trying to test the waters, but doesn't need to test the water.
Not able to use Power Nap either. They were able to take him out. From Overlord 2KO, ladies and gentlemen. Here it comes. Phantom Ambush. Phantom Ambush. Not going to be able to do anything. Was able to get a knock-up as well. Oh my goodness. They were not able to get a knock-up off of that because of the Psychic Solaire. Ladies and gentlemen, another action shot is going to whip, however, but it doesn't matter because they're going to be able to take down 4 in the process. The Snorlax is now back here, but it is not going to be enough. There's 1 and 5 from Reject, and just like that, going to be able to take down the Groudon. All they need to do now is just put in the points.
That was was a tough situation. Anchor shot, submission, seaweed snare. Too much to handle for Scars, and they are being punished really hard. Last 50 seconds to push through their limits, but the ones pushing the limits is going to be Reject.
Again, this is what I've been saying. One of the good things about this match for Scars is that at least, right, they won't have to deal with the Delmice anymore or the Machamp next game.
Playstyle would be very different on the next game, JJ. If Reject really dominated this matchup, they can use it on the next game. But with this kind of momentum, JJ, I am really scared for Scars because of the fact that Reject were on the roll since a while ago in the morning. And I mean, yeah, for sure, Scars is on a roll as well, but the amount of pressure that this one gave to Scars, using a signature Pokemon but not being able to convert it to a win, that is a huge statement from Reject.
No, for sure. And that is also a huge game one for Reject. They still have a lot of strategies up their sleeves, just like the Dodrio, but I think we're going to be able to see a Dodrio ban as well, given how these Japanese teams have been using them for quite a while. If there isn't the Dodrio, at least there's still the Talonflame, but nonetheless, we might be able to see some sort of similarity into that comp, as they've already used this Machamp composition in this match. However, they might also go in for the Buzzwole, maybe go in for the same composition, but with Buzzwole this time around. And at the same time, right, there is still the Psyduck, which has not been chosen, which could essentially do the same thing as Delmice.
Yeah, there's just a lot of Pokemons are still available here. It's just in another role or another form. Just like what you said, a Psyduck is a supporter compared to an all-rounder. So definitely there is some workaround that Reject could actually do. What would be the action plan here for Scars? I mean, yeah, they tried their best to bring out that Gengar. They were celebrating a while ago that, hey, we got Gengar, this will be ours, but that's not quite the case. So will there be a pivot of strategy once again, or would they maintain what they are used to do and get an opportunity to get the Dodrio and Sableye if it is not banned?
I'm not entirely sure of the Sableye, at least not in the current meta, right? Like, we haven't really seen... we know it's an annoyance Pokemon. We're able to see Meowth as well. But do we really think that we might get a possibility of seeing a Sableye at this stage of the tournament?
It's really tough, JJ. I mean, especially when you're down, definitely the chances will be really low. I mean, if Scars does get game one, sure, go for the Sableye. But right now, you want to be on the safest ground possible, and that is going by the book with the much more traditional or standard lineup wherein you have your defender, your supporter, your all-rounders, and one attacker. That is going to be much more the pretty standard. But you can always go back to the Speedster, but Speedster Pokemon didn't work for the favor of Scar a while ago.
No, yeah, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see how Scars is going to play game number 2. But then again, you know, like I would have to point out as well that Scars was very happy about their draft earlier. They were even celebrating the moment that they were able to get in the Gengar as a surprise pick. But I guess Reject was ready for any scenario, for any possibilities that might happen towards the games, and they answered phenomenally. I mean, look at them right now. They are trying to gain back their momentum. They're trying to reset themselves going into this match.
Yeah, I mean, they still have an ample time to do a mental reset for Scars, so definitely they're just taking their time, trying to reassess what is going to be the next case possible or the next step for them in order for team to be able to regain their composure. That is going to be, that is what we are about to see here in our game number 2. So no more Eldegoss, Machamp, Delmice, Garchomp, and Espeon for Reject, and Cramorant, Gengar, Leafeon, Latias, and of course Snorlax.
That is true. Now, At least we are going straight into the going straight into the game immediately, you know. Here we go.
Dodrio is banned once again. I mean, at this point, I'm not surprised. It's one of the most comfort picks and signature Pokemons of Scars, so it's much more of a target and respect ban here, which is I am not quite surprised. But Psyduck, once again, they won't let Reject use Psyduck, and same thing goes for the Machamp. So if Scars could go for a Delmise, if they are brave enough to do it, then so be it. But I haven't seen them use Delmise yet for the whole duration of ACL finals.
Which which goes to show, I think they are not going to risk going in for the Delmise. There are still more options for hooks. A much more, I'd say, not necessarily easier, but more so a more stable Pokemon to use those kinds of strategies, such as, you know, Slowbro is there. We most probably are not going to be seeing a Mega Mewtwo X. You know, especially with Slowbro, it can do some debuffs as well, alongside the Slow Beam for the opposing team.
Still thinking what would be the action plan. Oh, Sableye? Sableye for Reject? I am not quite sure if this is the best possible lineup that they could actually do. Oh, there we go. So PU with Miraidon. I'm not quite surprised here because Miraidon, despite the pick rate is being lowered down at the bottom, Miraidon is still one of the most consistent attackers that the game does have, despite of the moveset. It could be Electro Drift, it could be the Charge Beam, very, very consistent Pokemon in the damage department. But with the kind of lineup that the Scars is actually showing right now, I do feel like the best way for you to go with a Miraidon is a Charge Beam. But what do you think, JJ? Would you go for a Charge Beam or an Electro Drift, knowing that the composition of Scars is leaning towards crowd control and bruising?
I think just making sense of what's with the current compositions for both the teams, I think it would make a lot more sense for them to go in for a Charge Beam, mainly because of the fact that there isn't really a lot of attacking backlane attackers, so they can just keep their distance and do some attacks from the backlane. Because again, looking over them, they already have a lot of bruisers. We have the Blastoise, we have a frontliner that is, of course, the Serena, and at the same time, right, there is the Mimikyu that can always go in and out whenever it wants to. However, going into the side of Scars, they don't really have any backlane attackers, not even Charizard, because Charizard is more of a mid-range attacker. So definitely, if they do want some free damage, some free hits, Charge Beam is going to be the way to go here, especially that they're also missing a backlane attacker, so that would fit right there.
We'll see, JJ. I'm just excited. We do have our analysis. We shared it on the desk, but still up to the players for them to dictate what is going to be the outcome. So game number 2, ladies and gents. Reject, Scars, lower bracket, no second chances for Scars. I mean, this is because this is their second chance, obviously, but no turning back here. The one who loses the game and loses the series gets to book their tickets to home.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. Let's find out what's going to happen. This is game number 2, Reject and Scars.
Reject and Scars. Let's see how the pressure will tick in. Overlord, or rather Satake, will try to go in for the stacks. same thing with Scars, just looking for an opportunity for them to get a lot of attacking prowess, knowing that this reject lineup is leaning towards through the heavy game, majority of them, but they do have the early game as well with the Mimikyu and the Miraidon, so their supporters would need some time for them to be able to back them up. So patience is the key here for reject. As for Scars, they could go all the way in once they have that Ceruledge and Zacian online.
Right, and let's find out if that's going to be the case here. It is well, not quite yet, right? They still have a lot to go through here. And it's still just the early game. We were already way past 850 as well. 53 is going to be the scores here. Both of them just trying to score in, getting some sacks as well. Kusamushi having in that X attack as well definitely will boost them under drought later on.
Look at that pressure. There's just no room for them to breathe. Full pinch down, full press for reject, and Scars really noticed that one, making them sure that there is always a handshake. Trevenant advances deeper into the map. Umbreon gets the wild Pokemons at the central area. Everything is under control, but yet again, the knockouts would have to fall at the hands of reject, despite Scars being able to get some experience taken away.
And yeah, here we go. Once again, 62-56, nothing really major as of the moment, but in just a few seconds, you know, just half a minute, we're going to be able to see that the first main sets of objectives, Reggie top and Reggie bottom. So let's find out what's going to be it for them.
Yeah, but we still have 720 here for the bird, which will be very beneficial in terms of XP department. And I think that Scars actually saw that one through. They wanted to get the Swablu's and Altarias and be able to punish Reject really hard at the bottom lane, making them take a knockout for the Miraidon. And they are ready for the Regieleki to push and press down the defense of Reject.
And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, all trains alike. Another KO here into the side of reject. Again, at the very least, right? At least Scars is going on equal footing with reject in comparison to like game number 1 where they were demolished by reject heavily. And as I mentioned earlier as well, we are going to be seeing that the charge beam, as it makes more sense in their composition as of the moment.
Yeah, it does make more sense. You want to play as defensive as possible while going in for the offense. So that is going to be the name of the game for the Miraidon. And of course, the other supporters from Reject push back the offense of Scars just so that we get that backline damage as quick as possible. But heading towards 6 minutes, they want the birds once again. They're waiting for the opportunity. Oh, not 6 minutes, but rather 5:50. That is every 130, but here we go. Follow me just to distract the Ceruledge. Both of the teams are waiting for the perfect opportunity, and here we go. The clash from the birds will just be a cleanup, but I think they want to press down even further.
Goodness, Seismic Slam.
Evolve. Seismic Slam to fire, breathe away, and take those Pokemons away as well from Reject.
Yeah, you know, Drought, Mega Charizard Y, Seismic Slam into the X attack will definitely give that Pokemon such a huge boost. So again, you don't want to be inside the circle. You don't want that Charizard to be inside the circle, so you want to push it as far away as possible, or at least, you know, allure it out of the Drought radius, the Sunny Day radius, so you won't be able to get, you won't be able to be hit by the maximum damage that it can give you.
So right now on the lead is Scars, but I'm a little bit afraid on their end. Yes, they are leading in terms of points, in terms of XPs, but Reject Despite them losing a bit, they can still control the rhythm of the fight, and that's what makes the game so scary. One minor setback and definitely Reject could take the game away from them, such as this one. A KO from the Maridon. Definitely a huge one to get those XPs, and this Registeel is looking good for Reject, but still that is going to be the sword dog to get the buff for the team.
But that's just it, though. At least they were able to have an answer towards that. It wasn't all casualties into the side of Reject, and just like that, unfortunately for them, Scars are going to be able to give themselves an answer towards Reject, trying to reject them away. But here you go, 223 to 202. Still, you know, it's still very close. I'd say it's still very close. It's still very close between each other. It could still go either way. However, we have to consider as well that Serledge is now already at level 12, possibly going 13 before the Groudon comes up.
Possible here, 330. What could Reject do to regain their composure, to be on the front seat? Because level 13 Ceruledge is such a huge threat, and they don't have actually a supporter or a defender that could suppress it, aside from the pushback from the Surf, Hydro Pump, and the Hydro Typhoon, but that is going to cost a lot. You want to make sure that the Mimikyu always gets the Ceruledge, because if not, the Ceruledge could definitely hit really hard, especially on that Maridon.
Right, and here you go. In just a minute as well, we're going to be able to see them up and running towards that of the Groudon. However, there is still the Regibottom and the Regitop that we are going to be able to see. It looks like Scars wants to go in for the Regielect key to push Reject into an option select, but at the same time, you know, up top we do see Reject here waiting for the Regitop to come up. However, that would also mean that they will be delayed just a little bit into, you know, positioning themselves towards that of the Groudon. And just like that, shredding that Regirock immediately. They definitely need this one, as Scars right now is on a huge lead, especially that there is also the there's also the Mega Charizard Y waiting for them, so they definitely need this defensive buff against that of Scars. So let's find out what's going to happen right now as the Groudon is now appearing.
There we go. Rapid spin in and out. Maridon doing the charge beam all the way to the backside, and there is going to be debate that the BBQ is trying to provide all the way from Reject, but the focus of Reject is going to be the Groudon. They are poking it, they are baiting it, waiting for everyone to come in. Phantom Forest has been popped up as well, and that Trevenant is a little bit too pitched down. Rapid spin in all the way into the Groudon, and everyone is hitting it with my future Meteor Star, but it is going to be the Clefable to take the last hit, and Reject is just what they need. It's just what they needed, and right now they will convert it. A hundo goes in at the top, a hundo goes at the bottom.
Oh my goodness, that was already looking like a game for Scars, but that very last moment, rejected Scars. But however, we need to take note that there is still a minute left for Scars to come back into this game.
Still 50 seconds. There's still enough time, but defense is already at the goal zones. It has been already prepared by Reject, and they are ready to repel the forces of Scars. There's no way for them to back up. They have to send all the reinforcements in one point, in one area, and that is going to be the top half. But the Maridon is super duper ready with the Powerball charge. Same thing with the charge beam, and there we go. All out defense, all out offense as well. Definitely Scars cannot move an inch.
You're not going to be able to score in, unfortunately. 15 more seconds. No more scores, even if they do get that. Unfortunate for them, and just like that, Reject Scars going towards the lower finals of this tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, Ultra Nation alike, it is going to be Reject going up against Dignitas.
That was huge, JJ. We thought we were going into a game number 3. Just so the fact that Scars was actually controlling the rhythm of the game before the final stretch. But Reject saw a loophole, saw an opportunity for them to be able to get the rhythm of the game. There was just one opening that they need. Scatter around, pinch someone regardless who it is. They saw Trevenant, goes for the rapid spin, isolated into a 5v1, and eventually when someone collapsed into the fight, that is where they go all in.
Yeah, and here you have it, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. They are now thanking and celebrating with their fellow Japanese trainers right now. And they are now passing on the torch of the Japanese team.
ということで、PU 選手、改めて勝利おめでとうございます。ありがとうございます。
Here we go. Look at them, just being
ただですね、
happy
次
for
の試
each
合も大
other.
事な試合が残っているということで、
And
関係者
supporting
でインタビューをさせていただきます。改めて最後、
Emotional and
アボン
supporting
選
each
手の
other.
ピクシーが
I
朝日
mean,
とってくれました。
who
あ
wants
の
to
時
take
の
out
心境いかがでした
a team from your own region, right? Nobody wants to have to do that, but unfortunately, with how the format is dictated, it's inevitable.
の課題っていうのはもう完全に克服できていると思うので、絶対リベンジします。
リベンジ期待しております。ということで、改めて勝利はリジェクトです。
おめでとうございます。
There we go. Reject will be advancing into the lower bracket finals, JJ, and they will be going up against Dignitas just right after this match. And the good thing about this one, JJ, is this is not just a match for the grand final slot, but as well for the slot for the World Championships. This is the only and the last slot that will be allocated in Asia Champions League.
どんな試合になるか。
That is true. And again, potentially, depending on what happens on this match, we might be, depending on what's going to happen in the lower finals, we might be able to see another Japan versus Japan grand finals. But at the same time, it would also be interesting to see another East versus West rematch going over the grand finals. I think either way, it would give us quite an amazing storyline.
ただアウェーでもそのパワーを発揮する。また皆さんもリスペクトがあると思うので、やっぱりスーパープレーには皆さんも声が出ます。ぜひね、両チーム応援していただき、もちろんリジェクト応援でも大丈夫です。とにかくポケモンユナイトを楽しんでいただきたいなというふうに思っております。でもいかがでしたか、このどんどんファイナルになるにつれて感情が上がってますけども、そして歓声も上がってますよね。
はい、もうたくさんの熱量がもう Finally,
still hard, you know. Definitely, Reject does have the momentum right now, especially when we saw the status of the mood of Dignitas earlier. I just do hope that they have mentally reset themselves and have been watching that match, so that we are going to be able to see them play better than they did game number 2 against that of Fennel. However, to me, I'd say the game would go to Reject. And that's what I feel. That's what I feel.
Yeah, so I think we do have the same sentiment as well. And I've discussed with this one with Danley when it comes to consistency. Yes, Dignitas does have that one, but at the same time, both of them does not have access to the knowledge or the maximum knowledge, because definitely teams from the West do not get access to get scrims on East. While for East, or for Japan to be specific, I mean, they do have all the formidable teams around the globe. They do have their access to, such as the teams who are very well on par with Dignitas. So I'm not going to be surprised if they won't be shocked of what Dignitas can do. So this is just a matter of fact of the execution, who has the better shot call, who has the better plan going into our lower finals.
Yeah, and now again, we might possibly be getting a break as well, because Reject has just played just now, and
absolutely,
you know, I'm sure they are going to have a little bit of break as well. They would want to have a break before they go up against Dignitas. But again, with how the mood is right now, and with those kinds of wins going up against Scars and everyone else, I think that would put them in such a huge momentum boost as well, especially that they also won 2-0 against Nemesis earlier off stream, unfortunately, that we didn't get to see Nemesis, not even once in the main stage. So that is something that would have been something to look forward to, but unfortunately for us, we didn't get to see that. But again, Reject versus Dignitas is going to be the next match of the broadcast.
Yeah, and for those of you who have been wondering what would be the current standings here for the teams competing in PUACL, so definitely the match concluded a while ago, determined that Scars will be at our 4th place in PUACL, followed by Rival Esports and Team Nemesis at 5th and 6th. And I'm actually checking what was the result a while ago, just so that I can determine already who is going to be the 7th and 8th. Hold up, wait, let me check my notes here if I do have it here.
Do you have it?
I think I don't.
Oh,
I don't have it.
not,
Right?
yeah.
I don't have it right now beside my monitor. I just have the top 6.
So, well, regardless of which, right? Whoever's going to be winning Reject versus Dignitas, they would have a disadvantage knowing the fact that, well, Fennel will have 1 game advantage, meaning they only need to win twice. There's no resets, in contrast to what happened to the format previously. There are no resets, they just need to win twice. However, those who are coming from the lower bracket will have to win 3 times. So I guess we'll find out together on the lower finals whoever's going to be fighting off against Fennel after this short break. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, all trains alike. We'll be right back, and after this, it's going to be the lower bracket finals. Peace out.
welcome back to Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League's Finals 2026. It has been a long day, Danley. It is exactly 6:12 p.m. in my clock, and we are already at our lower bracket finals. Number one, we get to determine who is going to be the second team to be at the grand finals, and number two, we get to determine who is going to be the last team to get that World Championship slot by determining who is going to be the winner for this matchup.
Yeah, that's very true, right? That's something that we really haven't spoken about on the broadcast. The top two teams here at ACL actually guarantee qualifications at the World Championships, which is, I'd argue that's a bigger deal maybe than winning ACL in some regards, but it's a case-by-case basis, right, for teams. So this lower bracket final, you know, some people just think like, oh, it's just to qualify for grand finals, you're going to Worlds. You're going to Worlds, it's a big deal. So for both of our teams that are competing in this lower bracket finals, you know, that everything is on the line. And it's been a long journey for everybody today, you know, not just our original finalists. Okay, Fennel, they already qualified for Worlds. Their day's been pretty light. I think they've played, what, one best of three? Yeah, or was it two? No, they played two best of threes.
Yeah, two.
And they'll play one more best of five after this as well. So Fennel's day has been pretty okay, but everybody in the lower bracket has been through the ringer, I'm gonna have to say. It's been a really long day for everybody down there. So for this particular matchup, okay, in case anybody has just tuned into the broadcast, so introduce our lower bracket finalists, I suppose, Pika. Who are we going to be seeing for this best of three, in case anybody has just sort of jumped into the broadcast?
Alright, so we do have a reject from the Japan region who actually just won their lower bracket semifinals a while ago, and they are going up against Dignitas, who is actually from the LAIC. So this is going to be an East and West battle all out, and definitely this would somehow be a big statement, especially for Dignitas, if ever they do take down one of the most prominent teams here in Japan, which is Reject, because not only that, they get to prove that they could dominate the full-blown Asian Champions League, because they got invited here for a reason, because they are so good at the game. And the fact that they could dominate the Asia Champions League, that is a huge statement that they could be the best team in the world.
It's a very likely possibility with how deep we are into the tournament and what we've seen from basically everybody that is still remaining in the competition. I know I tried to bring this up for you guys, JJ and Pika earlier on. You guys didn't really have that discussion. I tried to poke you guys in Discord. I was like, hey guys, we need to talk about this. So essentially what kind of discussion I was sort of trying to bring in here, right, is that I remember yesterday we kind of talked about the state of the brackets and how we were all shocked that the only team in the upper bracket remaining for Japan was what, Fennel? And we all thought that, is this a sign that maybe, you know, the rest of the world is catching up to Japan? That didn't age very well, considering who we have still left in the tournament. So Japan is still very much one of the top regions in the entire world when it comes to Pokemon Unite. But I do think the gap is closing, you know, for all the regions participating. Like we are starting to see the rest of the world catching up, which is good for Unite, I feel. Like it's good for the scene because now we're going to be getting way more competitive games. We get different regions being involved. And the cool thing about having different regions is that you're introducing different spectators from these different regions to watch the international tournaments. And normally they'll, you know, they'll cheer for their representing region. But as APAC people, you know, we always cheer for APAC teams. But the cool thing for us when we do international tournaments is that when the APAC teams are knocked out, we kind of jump on another bandwagon, you know? Like sometimes we cheer for Japan, sometimes we're cheering for EU, NA. So it's like kind of the cool thing, you know, being able to get into the esports of Unite, where like, yeah, you might be introduced to Unite because of your region, but after that, then you get exposed to everybody else. You're just like, ooh, you know, it's like a kid in a toy shop. You get exposed to so many different people and scenes and regions, and you make lovely friends along the way too. So yeah, Unite's really cool for that. It's just that in this case, Japan has sort of flexed, you know, their superiority and just said, like, you know, ACL is sort of our domain, and the last team that's kind of standing in their way now is Dignitas. So I want to say I kind of hope we do get a rematch in the grand finals, honestly, with Dignitas and Fennel, because rematches are always fun because that's when you see real growth from both sides. You know, it's like the team that originally beat them, they played against each other before, the adaptations and the personal growth, the journeys for each of the individual players as well. But we are getting ready to focus on this lower bracket match here, PUACL. So let's introduce Dignitas to the stage. Our first lower bracket finalist.
Oh, here we go. Dignitas, probably the expected team, one of the expected team actually to compete in the grand final. So for those of you who doesn't know who Dignitas is, they are the ones who became the champion in the Unite LAIC 2026. Zogrug is actually their captain or leader. They have Ender, Tunslin, Zealot, Otter, which is actually a world champion, and Tans as their substitute. And despite not having the best result in the AOS Cup, definitely they became a champion once. But they're going up against Reject right now. Reject for the record thus became the third placer in the Japan League. So this is actually something to look forward as well. And they were part of the top 16 of last year's World Championship. And they have Overlord as well. So there's kind of a little bit of a mini reunion here. Again, to Overlord and Otter. So lots of expectations. A lot of fans have been waiting for this reunion as well. And we just cannot wait. So Reject is trying to decide which one to go first. Will they go for the first pick? Will they go for the second pick? I love the coordination.
I still can't tell if they got first pick or second pick. So
I think the left side, Dignitas does go for the first pick. I think.
You think? Okay, we'll find out in just a second anyway, because we are about to jump into the game anyway. Personal opinions, actually, Pika. You know, since we have been casting so many games of Unite for ACL, do you think it's more advantageous to have first pick, or is second pick and last pick the preferred choice?
I mean, at the current state of the matches and in general perspective, I feel like going in for the second pick is probably one of the most beautiful way for you to start off the series. And yes, you do not get the first pick, but you do get the last pick, and you get 2 picks at your first phase. So that alone would give you a huge amount of advantage, but at the same time, you're giving away a priority pick. So what you actually do in a player and analyst perspective is you take away that priority pick, which is going to be the Pokemon that you priority ban as well, and then you can work things around. I mean, every teams have, for sure, have prepared countermeasures on how to counter a specific Pokemon, and if they don't have a great countermeasure for it, then the best way possible is just to target ban it. So if you target ban a specific Pokemon and you have countermeasures to other Pokemons as well, then you have nothing to worry about. You can read the draft really well when you're going second. You get you get your first pick 2 Pokemons, and you get the last pick as the ace of the lineup.
Yeah, there are definitely situations I think where first pick isn't the best situation, and that's really if you're trying to have that uncounted last pick, right? Like there are situations where, for example, let's say you want to sneak a Gengar in. That's not a Pokemon that you want to be sticking first pick in, because you're exposing it very early to your opponents, and you're, opening up the doors for countermeasures to be drafted. Whereas, like, if you throw in a Gengar, a very sneaky Gengar, in that last pick spot, your opponents are going to have to just use what they currently have in their draft to deal with the Gengar. And in most cases, like if you're picking up a Gengar last, it's because your opponents have really gone for a lineup that doesn't have the necessary tools to deal with such an elusive Pokemon. So yeah, I'm not sure exactly how the Japanese teams like to approach the draft, whether they do prefer their first or last pick. Just like based off the games that we have seen from Reject, I kind of feel like this is a second pick team. Like they kind of want to have that last pick for Overlord in case they want to have that ace. Because there have been situations where we have Overlord have that last pick. I don't know why I've suddenly forgotten this Pokemon's name. I said it earlier today, the anchor, what's it called again?
Delmise.
We don't see enough Delmise, so that Pokemon eludes me. But we've seen a couple of Delmises, and I think there was one situation at least where I saw it was a last pick Delmise. So yeah, that was really cool.
Yeah, and definitely this is a cool, or actually a great way for you to start the lower bracket finals. So just can't wait here. I mean, we've seen the Delmice pick from Overlord being a phenomenal pick, not just because it is Overlord, but at the same time, this Pokemon hasn't been lurking around the forest, you know, not being recognized as one of the top picks in Pokemon Unite. But just the fact that you could actually get something from this Pokemon, the impact that it provides, the crowd control that you can get from it, and the guaranteed KO, that is actually a phenomenal way for you to be able to get an advantage and to get a KO out of nowhere. It's just surprise your opponents. That has been one of the key factors that Reject has been trying to do over and over again, and that is one of their greatest strengths, you know, just keep on surprising everyone else. But what about Dignitas here? Dignitas definitely is a team as well that we do not underestimate. They can be a reactive team. They can adapt to the situation. Despite them dropping the game a while ago in Fennel, they were able to react. It was not a one-sided game at least. So definitely we expect them to go head-to-head up against Reject. But again, at the end of the day, it is a different story right now. It is going to be a last, or I should say, it is already the final stretch. This is their last chance to get into the grand finals and to be able to qualify into the World Championship, because this one, the top two teams, again, for those of you who haven't been tuning in, will be having a guaranteed spot to the Worlds.
Yeah, and ideally you kind of want to dodge qualifiers, honestly. I don't think anyone voluntarily wants to do qualifiers if they don't have to. So yeah, I mean, for both of these teams here, try to get into World, second place. I mean, you kind of want to get into the grand finals for ACL too, you know. It's brownie points as well in the community, you know. It's like, oh, second place ACL team, if assuming you don't win. But if you do win, then it's like, oh, ACL champion. It's even better. Now let's talk about our two teams here, right? The most recent game that we saw for Dignitas was that upper bracket final up against Fennel. Leading up to that set, I think we can all agree, you, me, and JJ can agree that Dignitas looked fantastic in all of their games. They looked very solid, mentally, mechanically speaking as well. But once they met Fennel in that upper bracket final, after that first game, the team definitely lost something. They lost their mojo, they lost their team synergy. Something disappeared, because after that game happened, I think we all agreed that the team did not look good at all from the player cams. They were stone-faced, they were not laughing, because I think up until this point we're used to seeing them being just so happy on stage. Like, they're so happy, they're so excited, they appreciate the fact that they're there to begin with. But then after that second game, it was they were all kind of, it almost felt like they were all in their heads, like their own heads, trying to figure out what went wrong in that game. How can I do better going into game number 2? And game number 2, that just was a disaster in itself as well, unfortunately. I think that was the bluntest way to put it. Like, game 2 just did not go the way that Dignitas wanted it to go. So, I mean, they've had time to, you know, to relax, to get ready for this next upcoming matchup. But I don't want to hear your thoughts, you know, of Dignitas coming into our lower brackets final today. The chance of them beating Reject, I mean, I think it's pretty good, right? I do think maybe this team outclasses Reject, but that's also going to come down to whether this team has figured out a way to sort of stabilize the team mentality. Because if we get a repeat of that upper bracket final here, I think Reject can beat them.
Yeah, there's a high chance that, you know, it could get the other way around, but let's just wait and see. Let's all watch. Let's all analyze what is going to be the result here at the matchup between Dignitas and, of course, Reject. Dignitas going in for the first pick. I think I got the hand gesture right a while ago, Danny, and this is just an interesting way for us to see what's about to unfold. But target bans, Still going to be the Surfetch, Comfy, and we haven't seen a target banned yet on the Dhelmise. So we might see Dhelmise once again at the hands of Overlord. That is quite possible, but I do believe that Dignitas has a countermeasure to it, and they have the familiarity on how Overlord plays the game really well.
I think it's going to depend on these first couple picks, whether I sort of see, like, is there the possibility of Dhelmise being a good choice here? Because first pick, oh wow, straight into Otter's Mew here for Dignitas. Okay, so pretty strong opening still. Very flexible Pokemon, can go into the support role or into the attacker role if that's where they want to go. But man, that the second two pick coming out from Rejects, really strong. Blastoise, amazing defender, amazing top lane if they want to do that too, but they also have the Machamp. So this is going to, I guess, be a really great countermeasure as well against any Pokemon on the opposite side if they want to pick anything like Blaziken that really relies on that unstoppable. So, could be a little bit scary. Great way to initiate as well. Hooper and Mimikyu though, I do like the follow-up here, Pika.
Follow-up. I mean, if we're taking a look at the initial picture of the draft, Dignitas looks very agile, has enough support with the Hoopa and the Mew as well. But I'm not quite sure how would they close out the draft. They banned the Snorlax though, so Crustle, okay. And then maybe a Dragonite? So they got range, they got a close combat, which is going to be the Mimikyu, and they got a pushback defender, which is going to be the Crustle. So I think that Dignitas as a team would want to play this one very safe, but at the same time, once they get an opportunity, they could just pinch everyone down with the X-Scissor and Rock Tomb, and everything will be deployed here with the Draco Impact, and of course the Mimikyu to be able to snowball those damages.
Interesting last choice coming out from Reject. So we have a Garchomp coming in for that final pick for Overlord. So lots and lots of late game scaling on the side of Rejects, whereas there is a little bit more of that early game presence for Dignitas on the opposite side. I feel like we kind of have to mention this. Rejects quite melee heavy in terms of like their big heavy hitters. They do have Espeon for their ranged attacker, but they have a lot of Pokemon that kind of want to be in your face. Whereas you look at the other side, I mean, yeah, Mimikyu might struggle up against this matchup. Dragonite might be okay. Mew should do really well too. Like, there is a lot of kiteability on the side of Dignitas. If Dignitas can play a successful game of hot potato, you know, juggle all of those melee Pokemon, they actually might have a really good chance at being able to sort of take them out before they can even make contact, because that is one of the issues that you're going to run into if you run into a composition that kind of wants to play melee most of the time.
And I think overall draft-wise, I feel like Dignitas has a great way to countermeasure or to counter the draft of Reject, simply because this one is to focus to poke the damages and be able to play as safe as possible, while on the other hand of Reject, I feel like this is much more of an aggressive type composition with the Machamp and the Blastoise being available on their lineup and the firepower from the Garchomp later on. So there's just enough support that it would actually get from the Clefable. So aggressiveness and firepower definitely on the hands of Reject. But if you want to play this one very safe, but at the same time be able to counterattack, Dignitas needs to do those things in order for them to emerge victorious here in Game 1.
Yep. Up top, we do have a lot of presence here for Dignitas. They have the Mimikyu getting all of the wild Pokemon experience, and even Toon comes in on that Dragonair as well. So really just going to keep Rejects in check in that top lane until we have some kind of rotation to help and assist. Crustle is going to be caught. Beautiful combo coming out from the Machoke and that Espeon, but that Rock Tomb almost locking in the Espeon. They should be able to secure this too. Great stuff coming in to finish the job and effectively shut down the pressure that came in from Rejects.
Shut them down. That is the name of a game, but too much people here, too much Pokemon at the bottom path, making sure that everyone from Reject will back away. Look at that, War Turtle.
That's unfortunate.
Very low in health, yes.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. The Mimikyu almost getting the knockout there. Maybe if it got knocked out after grabbing that War Turtle, it would have been worth it, but the fact that this top lane is so free and the war turtle is getting that free experience, I do fear that we're going to be seeing a very early Blastoise on the side of Rejects. And if Blastoise is online, he's going to cause quite a few issues, especially with how Dignitas is trying to snowball from this point on. They're playing very hard, they're playing very fast because they know that on the opposite end, they're waiting for Blastoise, they're waiting for the Garchomp to come online. Blastoise is 7, so has fully evolved, but we are going to have to wait until he hits that level 9 to get access to the Hydro Typhoon, because once you've got those ultimates up on Reject, I think Dignitas are going to be expecting a team fight coming their way, especially if there are any upcoming objectives. So here we go, big push from Dignitas. They're trying to make the most of their timing window. This is the best possible scenario that they can ask for.
Yeah, and that is the thing. This is the game, that's how it's supposed to go. Be aggressive as much as possible. Don't wait for that Garchomp to be online and be able to put those points as fast as possible. But here we go. Level 7 mark for all of the Pokemons here for Reject. They're still waiting for the Garchomp. They don't have access to Hydro Typhoon, and I think we haven't seen yet if it was actually the Surf or the Rapid Spin. But if it is going to be the Surf, definitely that Blastoise could already roam around and be able to take KOs that their team actually does need. So there goes the Regis. It will be sealed all the way by Reject, but the handshake will pretty much happen at the bottom lane. Regieleki taken by Dignitas.
Look at the levels, level 8 across the board here for Reject, whereas for Dignitas, very top heavy, right? Most of the experience going towards their core Pokemon. So Reject, you know, they're not as far behind as Dignitas would like them to be. Dignitas is going to continue with the heavy pushes, and it's Rapid Spin Hydro Pump that's going to be the build for that Blastoise. So really great sustain. We'll be able to run in the middle, spin in the middle of those team fights to dish out damage, and in the right position, a really good Rapid Spin Hydro Pump can push somebody in a position where they don't want to be in. And, you know, look at this. They're seeing Reject move in as a unit. Dignitas are afraid.
They are afraid. They know the threat is already online. Submission actually does connect with the Dragon Claw plus the limit outrage. Everyone is being taken down. 3 KOs from Reject, and they can push things more.
That is what you're looking for if you're running the Garchomp. That's the dream team combo. We did have the Psychic Solaire being used by the Espeon. Reinforcements have come in for Dignitas, even though they did suffer some very heavy casualty. They don't have the Crustle anymore. The Blastoise will be shut down, unfortunately. No chance to throw down that Hydro Typhoon. There's going to be no Livid Outrage anymore, and Rejects, they're on full retreat, knowing that their main defender is gone. Clefable is going to be the next one to fall. But really, best case scenario here for Rejects, they could have lost more Pokemon than that, but in this case, it's just the Blastoise and it's just the Clefable.
Yeah, they sacrificed those defender and supporters just so that they could retain the XPs that they actually got during the last team fight. Level 11 Garchomp, probably the highest Pokemon leveled here in the game. That is such a good sign for Reject, for them to be able to play it out very safe. And when they see a loophole, get into the fight. Hydro Typhoon is pretty much accessible as well anytime soon. Once they see a setup, they will actually come in, but they would have to give away the Regis for now, knowing that yes, it does grant some XP, but not quite the buff that the team needs for now.
I think at this point, you just got to deny it from Reject, right? Just take the objectives, deny it. Guess the buff is not ideal. It's just going to be HP regen. But really, do you want to be giving away that free experience to Reject? I don't think so. So Dignitas, they are still micromanaging this game very well, right? They're making a lot of level head decisions. They're also trying to play very smart. Crustal's going to come in from the sidelines, but oh no, the X-Scissor does get interrupted halfway. We do have the the block coming in from the Clefable Unite. Oh my gosh, that's so confusing. A pink Snorlax, what? But we do have the Dragonite coming into play too. Tuna's there, lowering some health bars, but the Moonlight really coming in to heal, and instead they're going to be losing the Mew, who was unfortunately caught by that submission. And Dignitas is going to have to go back onto their goal zone and rethink their strategy here. Even forcing out the Unite from the Crustle. Looks like they want to play. Instead, they're going to be using the Hoopa Unite too to bring in the entire team. Oh, but the Play With Me is there to stop the Unite from the Machamp. And the Psychic Solaire actually saving the entire team. That play may have single-handedly saved Reject from a catastrophic ending.
Reject definitely got rejected on that picture, but they're not quite done yet. They want more fight to happen. They know they have the goal zone. They can regen. Live it outrage. Overlord trying to get a KO. He does get one though, looking for the second. And there goes the Espeon. He's gonna make them fall down. And 4 Pokemon has fallen down. Make it 5. They are chasing for the last Pokemon. A team wipe once again. Reject is back in action.
Reject are back in action, and Overlord is sitting on a level 13 Garchomp at approximately 2.5 minutes left in this game. This is the ideal position to be in if you are a Garchomp. You want to be as big, as highly leveled as possible because you want to be the largest threat on the map, especially once Groudon is available for the taking. And I think Dignitas, they are identifying that Overlord, he's starting to hit critical mass. He is turning into a problem. But the thing is, Overlord alone isn't going to be an issue. It's the supporting cast that enables this very, very scary dragon-type Pokemon to do what it does. So really, if you're Dignitas, what can you really do? You have to cause some kind of distraction. You have to remove the supporting cast. If they isolate the dragon, they have a chance at taking down Overlord. So can they pick this team apart? They catch the Crystal. He's so low. He can't even move. Not even able to use the Unites. Oh, no.
No more defender. No more front line is available for Dignitas.
Oh, no.
They have to go all in. But the ones who's going all in is going to be Reject. Dragonite hiding all the way to the Chalkers. He wants to go for the Draco Impact, waiting for the opportunity to seize the Groudon down. He's just waiting for the opportunity. He doesn't respond into the fight. Play With Me is actually used in order to get another KO for the team. But the Espeon is running low in terms of HP. Dragonite still has Draco Impact, Crossover back in action, Rebel Router to do the crowd control, and they are waiting for the final call! But still, it is Reject getting the last hit on the Groudon.
Oh man, I could see what Toon was trying to do. He tried to play so patiently. He was hoping to secure that final last hit with the Hyper Beam because at least you would have been able to deny that Groudon buff to Reject. But with so many Pokemon there, with so many bodies, the chance of him being able to steal that away was so slim. Reject, this game has been almost picture perfect for this team. Yes, Dignitas has put up a very valiant fight in this first game, but boy, oh boy, I don't know what Reject has taken before coming into game 1 of the lower bracket final, but their patience, their decision making when it comes to starting these fights, who they target, it's been right all day, all along. They know who to go after, and Overlord again using the Livid Outrage to even scare off Dignitas. Oh my gosh, this first game, if Reject played like this through the entirety of the tournament, they would have easily have been my number 2 team in my top 10 list of ACL contenders. It was just coming into the tournament, they looked a little scratchy, they looked a little unrefined, but dang, they look good.
They look good indeed, Danley, and that was a way to actually end their first game. And Reject hasn't brought all of their cards yet. They still have the Delmice from Overlord. They still have a lot of Pokemon, so there's just full of expectations here on this team. As for Dignitas, on the other hand, I wouldn't say that they are falling behind. In fact, they were controlling the tempo of the game left and right. It's just Reject, on the other hand, were able to flip a lot of fights, make it favorable under and get huge chunks of XPs just so that they control the game at the end of the day. And Pavone as well, really commendable support, really commendable healing. He makes sure to back up everyone in. When someone goes in, he is always behind the team.
So, game 2. Okay, Dignitas are on the verge of elimination in the tournament. And I think for a lot of viewers out there, would be an absolute tragedy considering how well Dignitas has done up until this point. Now, this is not to say that, you know, Rejects don't deserve to go to that grand final. The reason why we're playing this is to see who is the most deserving team to play up against Fennel in that grand final. But there is the hopes and dreams of a lot of our Western fans, our Western viewers, on Dignitas' shoulders, because again, we're trying to settle the score of who is better. Is it the East? Is it the West? Because for the longest time, it's really been Japan. Japan overall as a region has shown to just be the most refined region out of all regions in Pokemon Unite, and Dignitas are so close to breaking that barrier. It's just in their current position, I do not blame any of the fans if they are starting to feel doubt, if they are feeling nervous, if they are feeling scared, if maybe their support is shifting to the other side.
I'm just excited. I'm just excited to see the next game. I mean, who isn't, right? You know, we have been seeing such a great display on this one, Danley, but I'm quite curious what would be the response as well from Dignitas. I haven't seen them to a point wherein they are crumbling. They don't know what to do. It's more of they're thinking, what should we do next? Do we go for the same thing? Do we go for another draft? Do we completely overwhelm them with a different story? Those are the questions that they do have on their mind, and definitely the second game definitely won't be easy for them, because one step backward again, they will not be able to make it into the grand finals. They want to prolong this matchup as much as possible.
Can they prolong this matchup as long as possible? Because Pika, look on the screen right now. That's the look that we saw earlier today. That was the look that we saw on Dignitas earlier today after they dropped their first game up against Fennel. And it's making me nervous. It's making me nervous of what is potentially going to come in game number 2. It's making me nervous because I mean, we can only see from the corner over here, but I don't know if the team is really communicating here, you know? I don't know if they're talking, if, like, there is some conversation happening. And look, now we get a better picture. They're really thinking. They're really thinking of what to do next, because the head shake, I'm not feeling good, Pika. No, that's not what I want to see.
I'm not sure if they're trying to remain their composure or... I mean, for sure, I think that's the thing, but retaining your composure doesn't mean you're all right. You might be having difficulties, or you might be having pressure on your shoulder as well, and the pressure might actually lead into an unexpected turn of events, and you don't want that to happen.
No, you don't want to have any unexpected events happening at all. You want everything to be planned, right?
Yes.
Everything has to go according to plan. It's just, what is the plan here for Dignitas going into game number 2? Because we have to consider, like, the lineup that they picked in game number 1. This is something that they have played a lot, you know? They were playing Pokemon that they were comfortable playing. They had Crustle, they had Hooper. These are 2 signature supports that they always run with, and they generally win with these 2 supports. So to start game number 1 with such a terrible start, and also your star supports during that last 2-minute stretch, I think we also saw that as well, right? Both the star supports being bodied. Like, what happens now?
What happens now? That is what we're about to find out. Everyone is really tense right now. I don't know what would be the result of this matchup. I'm just excited to see what's about to unfold here. And I think, what do you think would be the win condition here for Dignitas? I mean, yes, they're the ones trailing. They're the ones who needs to adjust. But what do you think is going to be the biggest win condition? We've seen their strengths and weaknesses in game 1, but do you think that they need to readjust their draft depending on their playstyle? Because I think they just need to forecast what is going to be the draft of Reject and just completely outplay that draft.
If there's one glaring issue that I think we kind of saw in that last game, I think it was actually the lanes, right? Like, Dignitas, they went for a lineup that, aside from the Dragonites, they did have pretty strong lanes. The only issue, right, is that on the opposite end, it was Blastoise and Garchomp, and these guys didn't suffer in the lanes at all. If anything, they got the levels that they needed. They didn't struggle. So I wonder if the issue here for Dignitas is that maybe they're just not hitting these lanes hard enough. Maybe they have to reconsider their overall draft, they might have to put Toon on something that peaks sooner, because Dragonite does require a little bit of time, and you know, Dragonite, as great as this Pokemon is, tends to struggle against lineups that do run later lineups, like later scaling Pokemon, which is what Blastoise and Garchomp tend to do. And Dhelmise is even being considered here in this particular game for rejects. And the thing is, I don't know how much Dignitas has practiced against Dhelmise if this does end up being the choice. Overlord is actually hovering over a potential Scyther pick. I know it's Scizor in the picture, but it might be Scyther. This is probably something that they're going to be looking at for their next round of picks. Dignitas, you gotta do something. You gotta do something.
Yeah.
You gotta crush these lanes. Alcremie is going to be the choice. We've got Zagrug picking up that Blastoise. Trevenant is maybe going to be that secondary support here. I know Toon's picked that, but they will be pivoting that onto one of their other players. This final pick on the side of Dignitas will be Toon's Pokemon, Overlord. I know you've got Slowbro picked right now. I know you are hovering on that Scyther. Is it going to be that Scyther?
Could be a
Dodrio
Dhelmise as well. Dodrio?
He's thinking
No
Dodrio.
way.
Dodrio!
No way.
No way. That's huge.
All right. I'm trying to digest right now what is going to be the plan here for Reject. I mean, yeah, sure, they have firepower with Dodrio and Inteleon, knowing that there are so many tanky Pokemons here for the side of Dignitas, but Dignitas on the other hand, they're pretty much aggressive. They have that bruising capabilities with the Zacian and the Blastoise, and I do believe that this Trevenant will be going in for the Curse build, just so that they could get additional damage. But what I'm concerned about is going to be the Alolan Raichu, the splash damage, the area of effect that this one can provide. Definitely PU would have to play a huge role just so that he could shut down the forces of Dignitas, because if this Psyduck gets eliminated, gets KO'd right off the bat, definitely I think that would be the start of the downfall of the team composition of Reject.
I also want to throw into this as well. I'm not sure if you paid attention. Toon is playing Blastoise. Toon is playing Blastoise. I repeat, Toon is playing Blastoise. So to me, this huge change in the way that this team has drafted, it makes me think we are now hitting critical territory for this team. They're starting to reach the point of no return, that desperation. I believe that the fact that they've gone for something so drastically different compared to what they used to, this is probably a good sign. This might be the sign that they need. So Toon is going to be going into lane on that Blastoise in the bottom lane, and it looks like Otter is going to be going in that central area with the Alolan Raichu.
Ooh, this is quite new, at least. Again, central area Alolan Raichu, but never mind on the central area. Look at this.
No.
Buzzwole being able to get the first KO all the way to the top lane. Gossifleur will be scoring some points as well, and the attack weight keeps on stacking here, Dandelion. This is not quite the start that you want when you are at the team of Dignitas.
Absolutely not. This is a terrible lane, but they do bring in the Alolan Raichu, but look at this. They also bring in the Inteleon into the lane, so it's not going to be a numbers advantage for Dignitas for too long. It's a 3 versus 3 matchup. Losing the Zacian there is actually a pretty big deal, because Zacian now is level 3, a level behind on that Buzzwole. And because the Eldegoss has evolved, they have the heals, they also have some great power behind the basic attacks as well. They do get a little bit of chip there onto the Buzzwole, but at the same time, the Zacian also takes some damage too. Yeah, this top lane, Dignitas really needed to crush it. But against this duo, I don't even know if you can really trust this Zacian to solo up here without potentially getting knocked out.
This is quite tough. Tough break, but still, it's too early to decide what's going to be the outcome here at Dandelion. And Dignitas, on the other hand, is not showing any terms of breaking their focus. They have remained composure. They have remained their composure here. Level 6 Alolan Raichu. That is the biggest level Pokemon next to the Inteleon here. So anytime soon, they could catch up into the firepower. And now Inteleon is available on the map. We haven't seen the rotation yet. It is just about to happen here. And there we go.
That's
liquidation
good.
Left and right. But the Zacian actually does get the KO. But the Dodrio as well
Whoa.
is ready to go for the reinforcement. But the Alolan Raichu was able to get the KO. Honor doing works of wonders.
That is what they needed. They so desperately needed to ensure that the Alolan Raichu did not go down to the Dodrio, because that would have been a huge loss for the team. So big victory there for Dignitas. They're going to have to try and take whatever they can here, because once they start to lose a little bit, I think that's when Rejects are going to try and take the biggest advantage possible. And I think once they realize there are 4 Pokemon here, pulled back as well as Ashen, thankfully able to escape. But just barely. They do bring in the Alolan Raichu here. Maybe Otter can do something to try and fend off these Pokemon. A knockout would be fantastic, but I think with just one too many Pokemon here, you're not feeling too confident about this. Although Trevenant is camping that central area, so something could happen if that tree does end up in good position. But no, Zagrog has been spotted by that Inteleon and is going to slowly be chipped down and eventually knocked out.
Knocked out. Trevenant out on the invasion. But, you know, when there is a presence of Otter, definitely it is a tough break for Reject. So they have to be very careful on those unexpected splash damage coming from Otter, because definitely it could hit hard, especially their eye on the registry right now. That is going to benefit Otter a lot into the future fights. But here comes the Azure Spy Vision, giving the vision that they actually need, and the buff coming in from the Inteleon. They want to push back the offense of Dignitas, in which they are going to be successful. So Reject, they just want to play this one very safe as possible.
Play it safe. Keep the Inteleon safe, ensure that Overlord also get those levels on the Dodrio as well. The game has not spiraled out of control yet for anybody, so it really can go in either direction. It's just a matter of who's able to hit that critical mass first going into the final 5 minutes of this matchup. We're almost at the halfway mark here, ladies and gentlemen. You can see on both sides, huge respect by both Dignitas and Rejects. We did see a couple of plays that did look a little questionable, but aside from that, lots of respect across the board. Both teams realizing that, you know, if they make one wrong move, one wrong play, that they could be giving away whatever advantage that they had built up until this point. Blastoise, though, very low. Toon is being slowly chipped away, but the healing from the Alcremie coming in to pay off. But no, the Buzzball's there, pulled back the block. Boom connects onto one as well. The Buzzball, double knockout. That is what Dignitas is looking for. There is a Inteleon hiding in the bush. They're going to use the liquidation to try and buy some time. Very risky play. Yeah, they do get the cancel. The berries get picked up with Inteleon. It's fine, and the liquidation is going to continue to connect onto that Trevenant. They will take out the defender. Alcremie wanting to run away, but no, it does get pulled back. Blastoise is there. Toon trying to do what he can to try and get a knockout, but the Unite again for Satake. This Blastoise is in no man's land. The Surf, though, is not going to connect.
Out.
Oh, stuck in a room with the Inteleon. Satake. This man's a monster, and he's going to go for another one. Oh my gosh.
Not just Satake, but PU as well, being able to support Satake into its maximum potential, being able to pull and hook everyone in just so that the liquidation range will be available. And once it does pop off, everything will hit in that Pokemon, making it possible for the team to get the Rage Rock for an additional defense buff for the team.
I hate to say it, but Rejects, they are slowly creeping ahead of Dignitas in terms of levels as well. And we also have the buff picked up for Rejects too. So, you know, Dignitas not going to be feeling too happy. Although if they grab Overlord here, that would be fantastic. They do get that knockout. They almost grab the Zacian, but does escape in the nick of time. Eldegoss is super low, but just outside of curse range. Wow, they're using Phantom Forest for this. Yeah, that's unfortunately not going to really result in anything, but it's totally fine. We are at the 3.5 minute mark. This is roughly the last time that these Pokemon are going to be able to use their Unite moves before we hit that final 2-minute stretch.
2-minute stretch. Oh, the tree got pulled once again by the side, but not quite enough response coming from Reject as they pivot their attention to the Regieleki, which will actually give a lot of pressure here towards the side of Dignitas. They would have to repel this back as quick as possible, but feel like Reject is a little bit too committed here to go all in. Look at that damage from the Inteleon. The Trevenant is already gone. Same thing with his Zacian. It's nearing to its Pokemon Center, but just have to retreat back. Let the Regieleki do the pressure and play this as safe as possible.
Play it as safe as possible, just maintain their lead, don't give anything away. Dignitas, they are going to be in the back seat of this game because they are behind by about 150 points. That is, especially with how this game is going, pretty significant, unfortunately, because they haven't really found any opportunities to score. There is some good news though, and that is going into the final 2 minutes, if these tier 1s are still up, they are potentially going to be exposed for potential scores from Dignitas. The problem though is that there is going to be a Dodrio roaming around, and Dodrio in a lot of cases can stop scores happening in those side lanes. So I think for Dignitas, realizing they have to go in for a team fight. This might be the only way to win. They managed to catch up the Buzzball. Unite going to be used by the Inteleon as well. Oh, the Trevenant unable to move at all. Stuck in place, and next it's going to be Toon, but he's just outside of range. He just manages to get on out, but the serve! He gets finished off as he serves towards that Inteleon. Blastoise is gone. It's a 5 versus 4 situation. Tree is nowhere near the team, but they have to do something. They have to close that gap. The Groudon, its health is slowly going down. The base are there. Liquidation is there. Inteleon does get caught. Zacian Vision, maybe it's succeeding. Here's the Trevenant back in play. They might be able to bring in this Blastoise again.
Pulled, and there we go. Trevenant is down once again in the fray. 3 Pokemons left for Dignitas. They still have the Hydro Typhoon for the setup. They are waiting for the opportunity. Creamy goes in for the Unite just so that he can sustain everyone, and Reject will just have to go back, waste the Unite move, and wait for an opportunity. And the Blastoise gets pulled back once again. Buzz will try to attempt to go in. Triple trample in order to stall some time, and that will be going away. And Dignitas will have to force and of course get the objective. They are gambling it all out. They want to get it for sure, but the contest is still available, but no one is actually in there. Dignitas will actually get the Groudon.
So up top lane, we saw Overlord dunk in 100 points, so they are trying to extend their lead, but no, they've lost the Buzzball. They're going to be seeing scores in that top tier 1. Down bottom, look at the opposite side. Reject is going to try and go for those counter scores. Does Dignitas have enough points to close the gap? 272, 372, no, 2 more points!
2 points!
2 more points, Reject! They are leading, but Dignitas, have they done the math? Do they know that they're behind? 20 more points as well. Oh no, Dignitas!
I don't think so.
I don't think they know. But does anyone have? They have a shield on the Alola.
They have 7.
17. This is going to be 14 points. If the Alola Raichu can score, can they get it in? They do. Dignitas are leading with 13 seconds to go. They break through Reject after the longest team fight around that Groudon pit. And Dignitas, they're going to fight back. We're going to a game 3. We are going to find out who's going to be going to the grand finals in our 3rd and final match.
That was a close call for Dignitas. They were shocked with the results. They don't even knew that they were winning.
I need time to recover.
They were, even them, they were shocked with the result. They were like, we won? We're going to a game 3? Hello?
I don't think they're shocked. I think they knew, but they just thought, what the heck happened? I think that's probably the response I'm expecting. What the heck happened? That was supposed to be where Dignitas lost. Right? With how chaotic the fight ended up happening. It was insane. But I really think that game only happened because of that assassination mission by the Zacian. He threw his body at Satake. He said, if I don't get rid of this Inteleon, it is over for us. He threw his body, sacrificed himself to get the Inteleon. The rest of his team had enough time to come back in and eventually take down the Groudon. It's plays like this, those desperation plays, that really make Unite such an exciting esports to watch.
Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't be desperate? That Inteleon has been providing a lot of trouble to them. You know, just the amount of consistency when it comes to damage department that it can actually do with the liquidation. Just so phenomenal, because there was actually a Psyduck assisting the Inteleon, and once it gets pulled by the Psyduck, it would be the Inteleon landing all over it. So there was a sacrifice that happened, just like what you said, Danley, and Otter actually cleaned up the damage department just so that they could take the KO. And not just that, they were knocking out defenders, all-rounders. But what about the other members, the supporters? Each and every one of them is still up, putting up the fight, delaying things down, and they were able to get the spacing that the team actually does need, just so that they could have a proper opening.
Insane. The triple trample, trying to catch out the Alcremie. I know we didn't really talk much about the Alcremie and this particular set, but I do think with how long this fight ended up going, the Alcremie pick really shined, especially with how this is a healing specialist. So I'm fortunate that we're not going to be seeing any more Alcremie on the side of Dignitas, but you know, Dignitas really pushing their Pokemon to their absolute limit to take this game and to keep the dream alive for all of their viewers, all of their fans over in the West.
And I feel like Dignitas won't be running out of Pokemon anytime soon. For sure, they still have a lot of Pokemon intact on their pocket, so definitely we will be having a total of 16 Pokemons taken away for each team in game number 3. That could be tough at the first picture, but we're not quite sure what would be the possible response here for Dignitas. Will they be target banning key Pokemons from rejects such as Adelmines from Overlord, retain the Surfetch ban, or will they actually set this one free? We're not quite sure what will be the decision, but definitely if Dignitas won't be going in for the first pick, I do feel like they won't be sacrificing the Surfetch to fall in the hands of reject.
Okay, I'm just trying to think. What would you let through? I mean, I think you continue with the same bans. I don't really think you need to change anything. If anything, I'm just curious to know what's left in the tank here for these guys. Like, this is game 3. It's game 3 for everyone across the board. You have to pick your best Pokemon going into game 3, especially with how everything has gone in games number 1 and 2. It looked like smooth sailing, and then Dignitas coming back and basically kicking Reject in the shins and saying like, hey, we're still in this, you know, we're not out yet. So, yeah, like, I think we're going to be seeing some crazy stuff going into game number 3. Maybe this is where Pawmot comes in, you know, because I think that's the game 3 pick that actually won Dignitas that kind of spot in one of their previous matches. So yeah, maybe Pawmot comes in. I don't think the Japanese teams are practiced against Pawmot because it is just so rare, but we also don't know how much homework they've kind of done on some of these matches today. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. But dang, today's games have been brilliant.
Brilliant. And this is just the lower bracket semifinals. And we still have the grand finals right after this. So
oh gosh, yes.
This will be the deciders match on who is going up against with Fennel. Once again, do we get a rematch from what happened in the upper bracket finals, or will we get another Japan versus Japan games later on? We'll just have to find out on what is going to be the result here for game number 3. And I think I called it a while ago that if Reject would go for the first pick, definitely it is an automatic ban for Dignitas to take away the option of having the Surfetch. So pretty much almost the same bans is what we actually saw with the Mew as well being taken away. Not letting the Machamp fall at the hands of Dignitas is actually a smart way for you to be able to play this one very safe. So they're giving away the Psyduck at the hands of Dignitas, and I think the response actually there is to have the Blissey, have the Helping Hand, have the Safeguard, just so that they could cancel out those crowd controls that they might actually experience. And I think Dignitas saw it through that we cannot use Psyduck. That much simply because there is a Blissey available. Why not let's just pivot to a defender who is pretty much reliable as well into setups, and that is going to be the Snorlax. Otter got the ball. Delmice.
But this is going to cause some issues for the Wissy, right? Because there's going to be so much CC. You have to think about the Snorlax, you have to think about the Serena, the Mega Charizard X as well, and even the Hurricane from the Cram. There's so much stun that I think if you're Pavone, you have to be very selective on who you decide to pick if you are going for the Safeguard build.
I think it's the Safeguard build. I think that's the safest way to go to. Simply because you want your allies to move really the way they wanted it to, and you want to give that buff as much as possible as well with a helping hand. So I think, excuse me for that, I think overall that will be the better decision here, Danley. Knowing that we have a crowd control centric lineup for Dignitas, so they have to be very aware of that, because the Cramorant, the Snorlax, sorry, is pretty much available. But I think Dignitas has to be careful as well where Overlord is coming from. Those anchor shots were really insane a while ago, and if they let themselves get caught off guard on those anchor shots, they will be punished really hard by the Blaziken and the Zacian. That will be the reinforcements of Reject. But here we go. Game number 3. We're starting so quick here, Danley.
Starting really quick, hard and fast, but this is the classic Japanese play style. They want to bully you out of those lanes. They want all of your wild Pokemon as well. And you can see right now, Rejects, they're trying their absolute best to starve Dignitas in the laning stage, because they know that Dignitas is working with some pretty quick timing windows with some of their Pokemon, right? Serena fully evolves at level 6 and does become a nuisance there. Vaporeon is going to evolve at that level 4 and will be starting to sustain his teammates. Unfortunately for Inda, will be going down as an EV, so you know, the experience is going to be focused more onto the Cramorant in the meantime, but we just need a little bit more time before Dignitas is ready to go for these full all-out brawls.
Wait, this is going to be a little bit of a pressure now. Oh, look at the Charmeleon. It is really low. Reject pushing up the pressure, pressing it all the way down there, and there's just no hope for this team to be actually to make it out. Would have to reset all the way to the Pokemon Center, and that was actually a huge amount of points being pointed out by Reject.
Yeah. Oh boy, Pavone, I love this play. You know, just coming in, just trying to steal whatever you can, being a nuisance and opening up your side lanes as well, forcing essentially Dignitas to allocate more resources to ensure that they do get those levels on Toon. Pavone, it'll take a little bit more damage than he can chew, but we'll be able to escape thankfully. We do have Inda trying to make his way over to, the Vaporeon is there, and the Vaporeon is actually the one to go down instead, thanks to the Miraidon. And this is a level 4 Miraidon too.
Level 5 right now, and I do feel like Inder overextended a little bit. I mean, he's trying to delay the central laner of Reject, but just so that to happen that he overextended a lot, there was a reinforcement ready for the side of Reject, making them be able to get a knockout, and that is going to be the second. The Charmeleon, I mean, despite being level 6, it's not performing that really well, simply because it does get knocked out from time to time, but still with Overheat, they did not manage to get the last hit from the Raging Draco. Well timed by the Cramorant here from Dignitas.
Yeah. Okay, we've got Toon coming in. Getting a knockout here would be fantastic. Oh, but the Blaziken slipped out. That's painful. They would have loved to have been able to grab that. But,
anchor shot!
Oh, the anchor shot's there. Oh, but they changed camera just as we saw the anchor shot. The fight's still there though. Snorlax has been caught, will be taken down, and Toon as well. Oh, devastating team fight in that bottom lane. But what can you really do with only 3 Pokemon down there?
3 Pokemon is just too much to handle. That is why Dignitas would have to score at the other side of the map just to make sure that they are actually able to do some handshakes here. But that will also be a signal to Reject that we can still get the objective all the way into the top lane. Dignitas hasn't formed their team fight yet. Might as well take advantage of it. But they saw the threat coming through to the Blaze game. That is why they want to aid assistance. Overheat actually uses the Unite to change its stances and be able to delay things out here at the bottom lane. They want to overcap this. Overlord is preparing for the biggest anchor shot, but decides to go back into the base.
I think you gotta be very careful here, right? Because like Rejects, as good as they are looking so far, they can't afford to get a little too ahead of themselves. Right, you can't get overconfident, especially that this is an elimination match for both of these teams. A World Championship invite is on the line, Pika. Okay, you do not mess this game up right now for anybody. So, oh, the anchor shot did miss, unfortunately, for Overlord. We do have Toon very, very low. Forcing out the Unite as well. Mega Evolve is there. Oh, but the anchor shot will stop them from catching out the Zacian. The turnaround is there. Still trying to go for the basic attack. And they finish off the target. They're lacking in damage. Cramorant having to use Gatling Bolt missile to finish off the Dhelmise. That was such a tanky Pokemon. They do eventually take out Overlord. They're looking for the Miraidon. They're not going to go too deep. I think that was the safest play from Toon. If he went a little deeper in, he would have been knocked out. The restraint on this man, okay? Someone needs to keep him restrained.
Someone has to push back the whole team of Reject. And definitely they are on a roll. The Blaze game will just have to ignore the block. Does go for the overheat. And the Snorlax is being punished really hard. And not just the Snorlax, it is Reject trying to press forward into put up more pressure up against Dignitas, but we do have our second set of Reggie objectives as well, both at the bottom and at the top, and this is going to be another defensive reinforcements for Reject, making it much more difficult for Dignitas to do those damages. I don't know if everyone saw it, but it required them 4 Pokemon just to take a knockout. Anchor shot barely misses the opportunity to get someone in.
We're starting to see the deadly effect of this anchor shot, right? This is the only team, I believe, that has run Dhelmise in the tournament so far. And, you know, Dignitas, props to them. They are doing the absolute best that they can to deal with the Dhelmise so far, because a lot of other teams, they struggled. But the issue now is that they can try to avoid it as much as possible, but eventually they're going to have to deal with that Dhelmise. We're at the 3-minute mark here. Anchor shot catches out that Snorlax. It's just the defender, but if they get anything more, this could go absolutely sideways. Oh, they catch out the Charizard, forcing out the Unite, but at what cost? Toon goes down. They do get Pavone in the meantime, but is this going to be a worthwhile trade? Serena doing what they can. The Zacian going in and out. Anchor shot locking down Inda. Vaporeon is down. Snorlax is there using the block just in case they do want to advance a little more. But man, Overlord with these anchor shots has been terrifying.
It has been terrifying, and as well terrifying a while ago for Reject, because they just lost the Blissey in action. Pavone was actually not present. It could have been the biggest opportunity of Dignitas, but Overlord keeps on stalling, keeps on getting those anchor shots just so that there could be a delay that will happen.
We're getting to the point of no return. We are so close to the point of no return. Yeah, Pavone's super low.
He's still alive!
Look, the beauty of Blissey, you're big, you're tanky, you can absorb a lot of damage. Pavone's lucky to still be alive. Any other support, and I think that would have been an instant KO. We've got to do a quick check on levels here. Level 13 Blaziken, level 13 Dhelmise, the 2 powerhouses on the side of Rejects, ready to go during this last 2-minute stretch. As for Dignitas, it's going to be both the Serena and the Charizard to lead the charge. Cramorant is still stuck at level 11, would love to at least get to level 12 before a fight breaks out, but look at how bloodthirsty they are on the side of Reject. They're hunting with these anchor shots.
Hunting it down.
Or if they bush check with the anchor shot.
Yeah. Overlord
they
is
push
just
check.
they're gonna check it. Overlord got caught in the trap. There goes the seismic slam. Overlord taking out the picture, and this must be the comeback that Dignitas wants to happen. They have 18 seconds. Overlord not in action. Blissey is available though. There goes the power nap just to pull out the fight. Heavy slap in, and the floor man block. Might actually be possible to take them down, but 5 future means are moving used as well. Same thing with Queen Deceptive. Swirlux comes into the fight, but 4 Pokemons for Reject are so formidable with the Blissey still available on its track. Will they be able to make it out alive? Yes, they can. The Soft World doing its job.
The soft-boiled heels keeping Reject topped up, and look at Dignitas, they are barely on their last legs because Inda has been out of the fight. Groudon has been taken out by Reject, and now it's up to Dignitas. They've either got to break the shields or they're going to have to go for these knockouts, but what can you do? You've lost your Snorlax, and Toon is down as well. The Charizard is gone, Serena is gone, practically everything is going home. Reject are about to lock in their spots, not only in the grand final, but also be our second team to qualify for the Pokémon UNITE World Championships 2026.
That is if they can finish the job with the last 50 seconds. Dignitas is waiting for reinforcements. They want one last push, but they don't have enough Eos energy, even though they can wipe out Reject. I do believe that this is not enough for them to flip the tables around. They're forcing their way all the way to the top path. Bavone signals everyone that they are coming at the top lane. They still have 25 seconds, but there goes the back gap all the way into the bottom lane, and down will seal the deal for Reject to advance in the grand finals and to take the second slot to Worlds.
13 seconds left to go. I don't think Dignitas can score at all. Too many Pokemon, too much damage, not enough points, not enough Eos energy. We are going to be seeing Reject going to the World Championships and Reject playing in the Grand Finals up against Fennel. We have a Japan versus Japan Grand Final.
At the end of the day, it's still the region of Japan who emerged dominant in Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League 2026. And they are the region who's going to get it back-to-back this time.
Oh, this is the lower bracket final. I
Not
just want
yet
to
the
remind
grand
you all at
finals.
home. Yeah, this is not even the grand final. This is the lower bracket final. And we are getting ready to go into our best of 5 grand final as well. But I hope Rejects do get a little bit of a break before this because they have played a lot of games today. Reject have been working hard together, crawling through the lower bracket, and it has been a grueling journey for this team thus far because remember, Rejects has been here since round 2.
That was a tough call. But good game. There has been the fist bumps, making sure that the sportsmanship is actually being commenced here in Pokémon UNITE. And everyone is congratulating Rejects for being able to win the lower bracket finals.
Just give them their moment. They made it to the World Championships. I think they're just happy they qualified for Worlds right now.
Yeah.
It's like the Grand Finals, that's just a bonus. Okay, the Grand Finals is just a bonus. It is the qualification to Worlds that means everything for this team right now.
Yeah, they are teary-eyed right now. They are so glad that they were able to make it this far, knowing that they had a wild journey at the lower bracket. So definitely this is a team that we have to watch out for, and that actually would signify as well that there are more Japanese teams coming into the World Championship, because as far as I can remember, there are qualifications for Japan region. I think 4 qualifications to the Worlds, and plus 2 that will be coming here from the PUACL. So I think we will get around 6 teams from Japan region, which is really, really great for us to see because they were really dominating the tournament.
Just take it in, folks. Take it in. A Japan Grand Final. Did we see this coming? Not really, right?
Not
I think
really.
after day one, we thought it was going to be maybe Japan versus another team, or maybe even like a different region. We thought that there was a good chance that maybe APAC was going to make it through. We thought that it could have been one of the other Western teams to make it through. But look at where we are, folks. We are in Japan, playing Pokemon Unite in Japan with the Japan Grand Finals.
Yeah, that was absolutely wonderful. But you cannot deny as well that every region is already catching up into the competitive Pokemon Unite scene. A lot of the teams from C-League, from APAC, from the West were able to defeat some of the Japan region team, and as well as China region being able to get their first win, and India region as well being able to shock the world by going head-to-head with Reject. Actually, reckoning Esports going head-to-head with Reject. That was actually a good indication that everyone is catching up. Maybe not for now, maybe Japan is still the strongest for now, but who knows on Worlds, who knows on the upcoming seasons, it might be a different story, and this is such a great image, such a great opportunity to see everyone to be on the ground wherein everyone could be the strongest here in Pokemon Unite.
So congratulations to Reject. We're going to be seeing them very soon in the grand final up against Fennel. I think as audience members, guys, if you haven't already, okay, go do something. Go get a drink. Dinner, snacks, if it's morning for you, because I know some of you are not from our region. You are actually watching in maybe Europe or North America. Good morning or good afternoon. I mean, it's probably not evening because it's evening for us over here. If there is anything you need to do, go do it now, because we are going to be in for a bumpy ride. We're going to be in for a roller coaster of a grand final, considering this is a Japan versus Japan final as well.
Definitely. I do feel like this is going to be an all-out match. Remember that we do have a 1-win advantage for Fennel, so that means we will get to play a maximum of 4 games in a best-of-5 series. So that is going to be a lot of Pokemon Unite action, and we will be still together for the next hour. We might be here up until 9 p.m. I think, or maybe around 8:30. So I do suggest, just like Natalie said, go grab your snacks, go grab your drinks, make sure to do your choices already, because you don't want to miss every single action in the grand finals. But for the meantime, let us actually enjoy the highlights that actually happened in the lower bracket finals between Dignitas and Reject.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing to the tail end basically of this team fight, but essentially the Clefable for game number 1, like, there was a huge difference between these two teams, where firstly Dignitas, they lost Crustal and they lost the Hooper like right off the bat, I think, right before that team fight, so they couldn't even make the use of hyperspace holes, they had no rock tombs, they had no X's to fall back to, and without that kind of crowd control for your cores, it was really difficult for Dignitas to really do anything. This is still game number 2. Yes, this is game number 2. So when Dignitas managed to get the objectives for themselves, I'm waiting for the highlights for game number 3, because I feel like this was a really great example of where draft came in extremely important for Reject, and it was because of the Blissey pick. The Blissey was keeping the entire team topped up. Like, this is the nature of healing supports, right? If your healing support is not being targeted, is able to provide the support it does, that it can for the team, that not only does it keep your teammates alive, but healthy enough for them to be confident fighting into the enemy team. We're still in game number 2 though, so
yeah,
don't know what's happened here. I mean, we're seeing the final push. Okay, here we go. Game number 3. This is the final moment, last 2-minute stretch. I want you to pay attention to everybody's health bars. Absolutely everybody's health bars. Dignitas dropping low when Inda is gone. The Blissey is still up. Pavone is healing his teammates, and they are absolutely fearless because they don't have to worry about their health bars at all from being 1-shot, 2-shot. They do lose a couple of Pokemon in the process, but the Bliss assist is what kept Blaziken alive and helped him get that final knockout with the overheat as well. I think especially this moment, health bars. Pay attention when they do try to go for a fight. This Blissey, just there's a reason why Blissey has been meta for such a long time. Yes, it's kind of fallen off in recent times because Hooper and Vaporeon and Umbreon have technically been more popular supports because they do provide a little bit more utility than Blissey, who is really just a full-on support enabler. But there are cases like this where if you have a team that is able to really make the most of the healing and the enabling factor of that Blissey, it's insane.
Definitely insane. And I think that the Queen descended a while ago from Miss Arena accidentally mistargeted, but instead of targeting the Blissey, he targeted the Blaziken, so I think that was actually a major factor as well, simply because that you want to prioritize as much as possible the healers and the supporters of the team. So definitely I'm not sure if that one is intended or not.
I have no idea what's going on. I'm guessing these are influencers. They definitely look like characters, like influencers or someone important. I feel like I should know.
JJ, are you here? Translator? Is there a translator here? Oh, I think JJ is not here. Yeah, JJ. He is still fast asleep. We're gonna wait for next 2 turns because that is how rest attack goes.
Apparently in JJ's world. No, he's here.
Yeah.
Apparently he says he doesn't know what's happening either, so we're all in the dark.
Yeah, let's just give them a moment. And if you guys know what they're talking about, please let us know because I'm trying to understand as well.
I know nothing, so don't ask me anything.
気がすごいと思いますが、皆さんそのロケということは何か
お願いします。
お知らせがあるんですよね。
はい、お知らせがございます。
いいですか。
はい。
すみません、私たち4月から日本テレビで始まる潜入ゲーム特報部という番組のロケでお邪魔させてもらっております。はい。本日の様子はですね、4月22日に放送されますので、ぜひ皆さん一緒に振り返ってもらえればと思います。よろしくお願いいたします。
ぜひご覧ください。お願いします。ありがとうございます。すみません。
裏側をね徹底的に調査しましたんで、お願いします。
実はね私もこの一員となりまして、はい少しね取材
この4人でやっております。お願いいたします。
お願いします。
はい。楽しみです。
かなりいい取材できましたか？
いやめちゃめちゃいい取材いっぱいできたね。
はい。
楽しかったですよ。
だから本当にその裏側であったりとかいろんなところもね番組の中で紹介してますので見ていただければと思います。
はいということでいよいよ皆さんが待ちに待つグランドファイナルの時間が迫っています。
これ楽しみ。
楽しみだこれ。
ということで佐藤さん最後に一言お願いできますでしょうか。
一番好きなポケモンはヒンバスです。
ヒンバスだった。
ヒンバスだった。
拍手が沸き起こっております。
はい。拍手が。
すみません。
いやでもね、もう本当にぜひ番組見て、はい。意外と愛が伝わると思います。
お願いします。
お願いします。
最後まで一緒に応援しましょう。
はい。さあということで、約何分後か分かりませんが準備ができ次第グランドファイナルをお届けしてまいります。アジアの頂点が決まるグランドファイナルまで今しばらくお待ちください。
お邪魔しました。ありがとうございました。すみません、ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
All right. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. That was actually the lower bracket finals of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. We still have the grand finals, so don't go away. So make sure to do everything, grab your dinner, grab your drinks. Make sure to do everything that you have to do because after this break, we will be having the last action here in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 finals. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this break.